Chapter 1 She saw him again. In nearly October, the autumn air in the capital had begun to carry a hint of chill. When Lewin was walking towards the dormitory building, cradling two books in her arms, a gust of wind swept her, to sling her soft like her leather. Instinctively, Shfried on hand toes weep their blue strands behind rear, revealing a delicate and charming face, Haroval face, the Sizio for perm, Boronomakop, Yethis and Breishin Teditan alluring beauty. Asha neared Thien trans of the dormitory, Hafanarang. Shifat lisly pulladi toot with on hand and sword. Lily, haver finishidi self-study, Shinjiarnan skirful voice game ethrut receiver. When Luan smiled lightly and replied with a soft millimeter, quickening her pace against a cold wind, almost downstairs, what's up? Perfect timing, Lily, called you help grab me package, Shinjiarnan cooed playfully over the phone, blowing the couple off kisses thruttaline, and added, Jinka's birthday yesterday, and imbues a jetting ready. When Luan found her friend's playful demeanor endearing, who surveyed into as Miliash responded, sure, I'll be right there. Bethetty Mesh hugged her buxy nonerm and grasped her package with the other, Shapushido pent the dormitory door with her slender elbow. Shinjiarnan was still in front of the mirror, diligently applying blush. When Luan walked over to her desk, set down her books, and then to walk her at beside Shinjiarnan, placing the package in the off the table. Shetter knit her head to observe Shinjiarnan's geek slight light osted with peach blush, and then nude pin clip gloss shoes about to apply. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in her beautiful almond chapides. Her lashes fluttered in uncertainty, struggling to reconcile this pure and innocent beauty with usually carefree and boisterous Shinjiarnan. Seemingly sensing her friend's confusion, Shinjiarnan, after perfectly applying the lip gloss, lifted the corners of her lips into a radiant smile. How do we look, pretty, right, beneath her usual confidence, there was a hint of anxious anticipation in her gaze. When Luan stood at her for a couple of seconds before her friend garner firming reply, you look beautiful, ace always. Other words, Shinjiarnan's smile widened, her hat finally settling. That had blush masked the natural colour of her cheeks, when Luan still keen to notice the flicker of something different a hint of shyness. Jinchi, Shek knew well. He was Shinjiarnan's bear friend, and also her fianc. The two familiar had been close forages, and the engagement had long been around, yet, despite Jinka's handsome face, he was notorious for being a playboy. When Luan first learned of this, she felt a wavy of concern for her friend. After all, since her arrival in the capital, Shinjiarnan had been her first and the best friend. Seeing Shinjiarnan blush merely from going ganaded with Jinchi, when Luan furrowed her brow one couldn't help but interrupt the friend, who was busy unpacking the package. Nan, do I really like Jinkithid muck? Shinjiarnan paused for a moment in her wrapping, then resumed it while replying without a hint of concealment. I've elected him for a long time. Her smile faded slightly as she did nonchalantly. I know he often changed gesture friend son taught him not this type, but despite that, in the knew how I'll end up marrying him. As when Luan listened to a friend's calm recounting, a twinge of sadness washed over her. Tall of Samani sto and trust on a sheer tone other, leaving to taught them to shrew short or tramply upon. Once Shinjiarnan finished unpacking, she gazed with satisfaction at her gift she prepared. When she looked up, she noticed the beautiful expression her friend's face had clouded with concern. Her lips pressed together. What's wrong, Shinjiarnan, ever carefree, playfully patted her shoulder, feeling sorry for him. When Luan chuckled softly, shaking her head, I just think you deserve it, oh beloved properly. A mom-and-tooth motion flickered in Shinjiarnan's sheet, her meticulous lemajupes blinking in surprise as her thought rose within her. Lily, how about you come with me tonight? After a brief pause, fearing her friend would decline, she added playfully, with you by my side, I'll feel more confident. In case in little of eccentricity starflirt with Jinchi, I'll have back up. When Luan sighed softly, but I don't know Warnyon. Those hein Shinjiarnan were friends, should he ever mingle with you presercles of the capital. Had she not been accepted into Beijing University, with her background, she wouldn't have even met Shinjiarnan. Shinjiarnan shook her arm. Come on, Lily, you gnome. You're attending Gasma family. In Thien, when Luan succumbed to Shinjiarnan's persistent coaxing. The moment Shinjian had heard her, she joyfully gathered her precious cosmetics and focused on enhancing her friend's beautiful presenties. Since at their birthday banquet was in the evening, Bethetty Matthew arrived at the venue, having avoided the rush her, Jinchi and Thea the shade already arrived. The privity room was filled with lively chatter. Sumiona spotted Shinjianan first and shouted playfully, nudging Jinchi, "Hey, you little lejo friendish." Jinchai raised a browater remark, his smile and change looked towards the trans. Sure enough, notenly had Shinjianan arrived, butata lance lenterfica followed closely behind her. He was somewhat over flirt, both knew Shinjianan was his family's favoured fiance, even if he had no feelings for her, he still her to show some respect. He raised his glass in greeting and nodded to Shinjianan, gesturing for them to come and sit. Wen Liwen followed Shinjianan inside. Since they were the last of most of the seats on the black soforial red-eye taken, leaving on Leona's spot next to Jinchi. Wen Liwen's gaze shifted slightly. She noticed a man dressed in black sitting in a small sofa nearby. He could nair off doing it to disturb. Under the dim light, he wore a baseball cap, obscuring most of his features, both his harpjuline, prominent nose, and crimson lips to doot against this pale complexion, exuding an alluring calm. While the Slofidan chatted, Hasiemito existed in a different realm, quietly leaning back with his long legs crossed, his fingers delicately holding a cigarette. After taking a puff, a sheik's hay let the smoke slowly, he seemed to sense when we once gazupen him. He raised his head slightly, eyes indifferent is cutting through Huhaiti smoke, locking onto Wen Liwen's. Her brighty is himmered under the light, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colours, making her already enchanting almond-shaped as a Venmare captivating yet, unbeknownst to her, fleeting glimmers of uncertainty in her gaze evoke an inexplicable sense of protectiveness in him. As Huhaiti's smoke dissipated, when Wen Liwen finally saw the depths of his dark, profound eyes, she panicked. Shuredly turned her gaze away, Butenly she knew thather Harthard skipped a bit. In that moment of days, someone in her began to cheer, pulling Shinjianan over to Jin's side. Then, someone kindly printed to Thean Liam ties a tunthes mouse over. "Hey, little sister, why don't you sit with Jing Jeff Rabbit?" Chapter 2 Wen Jingbai and his indifference to women. He jokingly half pleaded with relaxed man, "Jingji, can you do me a favor? Let a girl sich has know who real set a go." Jingji. Wen Jingbai. A 30th student at Beijing University and our figure for now on campus. Wen Liwen hadn't expected to run into him who. Rumored that jails from Xenia Star freshman and event hos outside the school a liar need for a fleeting romance with him even if just for raiment. Yet, he was notoriously indifferent to women. Jin Kitchemedin, she's Giernan's friendio should leather sit. At that moment, all Thavelry around them came to halt, and Avorian Eastoned to Wen Jingbai. Some even considered volunteering to give up their seats, but Heth out sitting next to the notoriously aloof prince made it them arband and theedier. As Wen Liwen felt anxious and decent, Shinjianan ways about her eyes to pull her friend over Wen, in pemits do furry one's expectant vises, when Jinbei leisurely uncrossed his legs and shifted slightly to the side. He casually extinguished the cigarette but in the crystal ashtray on the table. Everyone sighed in relief and resumed their festivities, while Wen Liwen awkwardly mad here wait out thes mouse over. In this corner, it was just head with them, free from the chaotic atmosphere. Banks are close, shoes enveloped in a familiar, faint scent of wood. Her back stiffened involuntarily, and she found herself breathing a little more shallowly, trying to minimize her presence. Yet, as luck would have it, a man sitting not far away suddenly lightest, Shinjianan, how come I've never seen a wife this sister before? Yar, introduce hertus. She's a pretty could you keep her to herself? At this, everyone are begging to express their curiosity each chimingen. Seated beside Jinchi, Shinjianan was no the centre fatten her face flushed far more than when they entered the room. Buch upon hearing her friend Steve's her dear sister, she immediately became Zeres. "This is my good friend, when Liwen are better not beliar. Sheddy earnestly, she's a good student, only kill it." The ringleader of the chising, upon hearing this, seemed displeased but didn't take offence, saying, "Jianan, that's not fair way good students too." When Liwen glanced at his speaker, the same man who had put Shinjianan to Jing's side and nose-eated her next to Wen Jingbai. Her CME to zens her gazy and her need to Mithiris. "Little sister, welcome at the party. In Lu Yuzhou, has aid, his face beaming with warmth. Noticing the look Wen Liwen had given him, he to ched his cheek, joking, "Is it because I'm too handsome?" When Liwen paused, unsure how to respond to his friend Leibenter, hello, she greeted politely before quickly averting her gaze. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke his ear. Both Wen Liwen and Lu Yuzhao towards the noise. The usual Icelandman fiddling with a metallic lighter. In the flickering light, he suddenly lifted his gaze, Hysius briefly meeting the bewildered Wen Liwans before landing on Lu Yuzhao, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. Dora want to go look in Thamira? Wen Liwan straightened her posture. Wen Jingbei's imi toba different from Thuruma shused merlik hold, Butrush tongued. Jingji, you can just kill some on a spirit like that, Luyus who protested, attempting to assert this arm. Even if Mifis and Tashansam is yours, it's still comparable brothers, right? When Luan sudden lies atop Luyuju's Jinkisi younger brother. Now under he was a bold and teasing Shinjiarnan and Jinchi. Shinjiarnan was worried t'other dear friend might attract head tie off these blabers. She wanted to rise and find her friend but, upon seeing Wen Jingbei's imposing presence beside her, Shezity Tedden felt slight liar assured. After all, being next to Wen Jingbai, were not a red to disturb her. As for Wen Jingbai, everyone knew he may Zaparagan of virtue, uninterested in women. With that hort, Shinjiarnan finally relaxed, pulling out the carefully prepared gifto begging her challenging pursuit of Jinchi. Meanwhile, Wen Lu wants a tube right, her delicate effin just gripping Thew in a glass, taking a gentle sip to distracts herself. Suddenly, she felt Agar's heavy with pressure upon her. Moments later, a deep, magnetic fear situated Harrier haven't wemmet before? A jolt ran through Wen Luana Shahar trace each uncontrollably, a sensation shouldn't experience it in the ears. Her fingers died in a durant Thew in a glass. At this moment, she was immensely grateful to Shinjiarnan had helped eat here with her makeup. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself into which believe it was her best smile, turning to him with who is sparkling, Senior, you are quite welcome and I've heard of you. She spoke the true without failure admitting it. When Jingbei scrutinized her for a moment, not receiving her clearance were, and eyelids lazily drooped again. Hera climbed back, nonchalantly picking Upe pack off cigarettes from the table, casually biting on between his crimson lips. A cifrickling something, he struck a match, but heavily extinguished abruptly, he stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over Wen Liwan. Just as Wen Liwan was trying to comprehend the situation, Hecklick at his tongue, taking a long stride sauntered out of the privateerum. On the other side, the birthday celebrant, surrounded by people drinking, noticed each heaven ho harbing dies into a steadal night preparing Tollivi and quickly interrupted to toasts. Jing, a really eving, Jinchi, slightly tipsy, called out his for slight Leisler, join us later. When Jingbai paused it for a moment. In the Co-11 Inger he wore Rian lion shirt, showcasing his broad and strong shoulders. His exposed arms appeared robust and powerful. Without looking back, he held the cigarette he had just been smoking between his fingers, stating I'm going out for a smoke. Wait for him, Jin Kaipas had threat crowed, grabbing a cigarette from thither bleach followed him toward the exit. As the space beside Wen Liwan emptied, Shinjiarnan, herfus flushed, leaned closer, but his time it was not from Shinesset waist Hilgerhold show he's bereden Wen Liwan's ear Lily, Ariardo Inga K. Wen Liwan smiled and nodded. Though shuffled out of place, he was there. Did you know that Wen Jingbei has never been this glossatony Jill before? Shinjiarnan continued to his spur gossip in Wen Liwan's ear. I've known Jin Kaiferserling, and I've hardly spoken to him. The wasonet I meet a party when he get drunk, and Adeli Kertigel hugged eyes wasty just cold lie through a route without a hint of sympathy. As Shinjiarnan rambled in, Wen Liwan quietly listened, their heads glossated together in deep concentration. Suddenly, Shinjiarnan was yanked up by her collar. Both girls looked at you path instigator. Chapter 3, Are You Afraid of Me? Due to the effects of alcohol, Shinjiarnan found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previously restrained demeanor in front of Jinchi. Observing Jinchi, who had just seized her, she voiced her discontent with a hint of annoyance. What are you doing? Upon hearing her gossip in his presence, Jinchi felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate significantly. He cast a glance at the unperturbed Wen Jingbei, intending to offer some explanation on behalf of Shen Jianan. However, he soon realized that when Jingbai remained indifferent, his expression devoid of concern as he cast his gaze downward at a girl sitting on the sofa, her head lowered like a quail. Wen Luan could not have encountered a more awkward moment. Their first meeting had unexpectedly turned into a forced gossip session in front of the very person they were discussing. The thought of leaving a negative impression on him made her heart feel heavy and unsettled. Her ears flushed with warmth, turning red with embarrassment. Jin Qi, noticing Shen Jianan puffing out her cheeks, her eyes slightly narrowed in a playful manner yet lacking any intimidation, cleared his throat to break the strange atmosphere, stating, Jianan is intoxicated. Please do not take offense. Neither did her friend mean any harm. When Jingbai responded with a low, indifferent hum. Seemingly unconcerned, he casually tossed a metallic lighter onto the table, the sound startling Wen Luan's heart. Almost immediately, the sofa beside her sank slightly as Wen Jingbai took a leisurely seat next to her. Seeing that Wen Jingbai was unfazed, Jin Qi chuckled, attempting to ease the tension, and led Shen Jianan back to their own seats. On one side was a lively group, while on the other, the two sat in silence. After sitting down, Wen Jingbai draped one arm over the sofa's armrest, while the other idly fiddled with his phone, exuding an air of languid relaxation. This stood in stark contrast to the vibrant crowd surrounding them. Alongside her own tightly wound nerves, Wen Luan took a sip from her glass, steeling herself mentally, and mustered the courage to look at him, her voice sweet and soft. "Senior, I'm sorry." Upon hearing her, Wen Jingbai nonchalantly turned off his phone screen and shifted his gaze towards her, his dark, profound eyes resembling a deep well, drawing her in irresistibly. He raised an eyebrow, his expression aloof, his voice low and melodious. "What are you apologizing for?" Wen Luan bit her soft, rosy lips, the gloss slightly dulled by the alcohol, revealing a hint of her natural lip color, enhancing their delicacy. Under Wen Jingbai's indifferent gaze, she replied softly, "I shouldn't have spoken about you behind your back." Wen Jingbai's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing this, his expression lightening with amusement as he refrained from accepting her apology, pointing out the reality instead. "You did not speak about me." There's no need for an apology. Surprise flickered in Wen Luan's eyes. She hadn't expected him to think this way. Instantly, the heavy burden that had weighed on her heart vanished. He continued, "Moreover, what your friend said is also the truth." What truth? That he was indifferent to women, or that he lacked an understanding of tenderness? After stating this, Wen Jingbai paid no heed to Wen Luan's reaction and turned his attention back to his phone, resuming his casual scrolling. After a moment's hesitation, she too turned away in silence, the atmosphere between them reverting to its previous stillness. "Little sister, drinking alone is rather dull," said Lu Yuzhou, who had been the life of the party. He approached with his drink in hand, unceremoniously filling Wen Luan's empty glass on the table and pushing it toward her. "We'll all be friends from now on, let us have a drink." Wen Luan couldn't resist his enthusiasm. Though she initially intended to decline, the realization that he was the younger brother of her friend Sviang compelled her to raise her hand to accept it. Just as her delicate fingers were about to touch the glass, it was unexpectedly snatched away by the person beside her. He cast a cool glance at Lu Yuzhou, his tone flat. "She's drinking fruit wine." The glass was placed back on the table, seemingly without concern for Lu Yuzhou's feelings, yet Lu Yuzhou appeared unperturbed, quickly fetching a clean glass and refilling it with fruit wine for Wen Luan. "Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't know." Wen Luan accepted the glass, her smile polite. "It's all right." She took a gentle sip, while her mind was in turmoil. How had Wen Jingbai, who had seemingly been engrossed in his phone, noticed that she had only been drinking fruit wine? Had he been paying attention to her all along? She quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be? He must have simply seen it by chance, given their proximity. On the other hand, Lu Yuzhou was intrigued, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, casting an incredulous glance at Wen Jingbai. After all, when had this aloof individual ever concerned himself with others' affairs? After finishing his drink, he discreetly observed Wen Jingbai, hoping to glean some insight from his expression, yet there was nothing. The man's scrolling pace on his phone remained unchanged. Wen Jingbai maintained an air of detachment, his dark eyes lacking interest as he stared at the phone screen, seemingly oblivious to how his previous actions had stirred the emotions of the two individuals beside him. Liu Yuzhou had initially intended to use this opportunity to become better acquainted with Wen Luan, hoping to secure her contact information after sharing a few drinks. After all, the young woman brought along by Shen Jianan was captivating, both in looks and figure, though he felt no deep infatuation. However, upon sensing Wen Jingbai's unusual demeanor, he wisely chose to remain silent. If this long-standing iceberg were to thaw, the consequences could be significant. There were many beautiful women, but one's life was singular. Moreover, it was rare for his good friend to have someone he did not reject. He secretly hoped for a budding connection between them. Once Liu Yuzhou, having plotted his small scheme, departed, Wen Luan set down her glass and cautiously turned her head, murmuring, "Thank you." Had it not been for Wen Jingbai's reminder, she feared she would have already succumbed to intoxication. Although she occasionally indulged in fruit wine, she would be completely out of her depth with stronger drinks. In the dimly lit room, she focused on the striking contours of Wen Jingbai's profile, his high nose and thin lips, her gaze inadvertently drifting downward to his pronounced Adam's apple. As it moved slightly, Wen Luan suddenly realized where her eyes had strayed. Startled, she quickly lifted her gaze, only to meet Wen Jingbai's deep black eyes, which were fixed intently upon her. Their eyes locked unexpectedly, and the emotions in her gaze had yet to be retracted. Wen Jingbai was all too familiar with such looks of admiration. It sent a fleeting sensation akin to a feather brushing against his heart, leaving him slightly tickled. Wen Luan, feeling the weight of his steady gaze, averted her eyes awkwardly, yet she could sense that he was still watching her. He suddenly inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" His voice was low and magnetic, laced with curiosity yet tinged with certainty. She shook her head, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 4 The gaze cannot conceal affection. She was unafraid, her concern lay solely with him. He simply failed to recognize her. After all, she had been quite disheveled upon their first encounter. As Wen Jingbai seemingly nonchalantly posed a question, he observed the girl beside him shake her head, yet a complex expression danced across her face. His striking brows furrowed slightly, and he sighed inwardly. It seemed she had taken Shen Jianan's words to heart. He clicked his tongue, a vague sense of displeasure stirring within him. How could a birthday celebration be complete without cake? Once Jin Qiu made his wish, a group of exuberant youths eagerly descended upon the exquisitely crafted three-tiered birthday cake. In an instant, the once pristine surface was marred with uneven dents. Shen Jianan let out an "er," her fingertips smeared with cream as she lunged at Liu Yuzhou, her tone bereft of the earlier gentleness. Teeth clenched, "This isn't over between us." Wen Luan turned her gaze towards the commotion, only to find Shen Jianan's face smeared with cream. It was no wonder she was intent on confronting Liu Yuzhou. The makeup she had painstakingly applied that afternoon, risking a day off, was now a mess. A smile lingered on Wen Luan's lips as she absorbed the lively atmosphere around her, her previously taut emotions finally unwinding in that moment. "Care to join in the fun?" Wen Jingbai spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Wen Luan turned to him, her smile still illuminating her face, her eyes twinkling. "Not at all, I merely find it lively," she responded, relishing the vibrant energy that was often lacking in her life. Wen Jingbai's usually placid dark eyes momentarily flickered with surprise upon noticing the spark in her gaze, yet it was but a fleeting moment before he returned to his usual demeanor. Seated beside Wen Jingbai, she effortlessly avoided the chaos of the cake battle. After all, everyone was well aware of his aversion to messiness. Given his status, none were foolish enough to provoke him. Yet, Liu Yuzhou was a notable exception, having evaded Shen Jianan's wrath. His face was now a canvas of cream as he sought his next target, only to stumble upon the two onlookers. "Hey, sis, catch!" he exclaimed with a mischievous tone. Before Wen Luan could react, her cheek was slapped with a dollop of cream. It was her first encounter with such a predicament, leaving her momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, she stood to fetch a tissue. The sofa had a vacant spot, and as Liu Yuzhou glanced at the composed man beside him, whose demeanor was both noble and rebellious amidst the chaos, he couldn't help but feel an urge to ruffle the feathers of this seemingly untouchable figure. Just as he was about to act, Wen Jingbai appeared to read his thoughts, lifting his gaze, the light filtering through his cap illuminating his cool, dark eyes. With a slight lift of his eyelids, he cast a sardonic glance at Liu Yuzhou. "You dared to try." The casualness of his words deterred Liu Yuzhou from pursuing his earlier impulse. Wen Luan returned to her seat, tissue in hand, just as she wiped away the cream from her face, Liu Yuzhou's other hand, hidden behind his back, struck again. "Don't blame me, sis," he grinned, shifting all accountability, "blame Jingji." Wen Luan shot a bewildered glance at Wen Jingbai, who maintained that vaguely amused expression he wore while warning Liu Yuzhou. His gaze shifted from Liu Yuzhou to her, and as the cake warfare escalated, the lights in the private room illuminated fully. For the first time, Wen Luan witnessed a hint of emotion beyond his usual indifference. Standing before him, she caught the light, allowing her to see her reflection in the depths of his profound eyes. In that moment, she could almost hear her heart pounding, resonating with vigor. "What's wrong, sis?" Liu Yuzhou blurted out, breaking the connection between them. His gaze was laced with concern as he observed Wen Luan. "Why is your face suddenly flushed?" The inebriated youth had completely lost his ability to read the room. Had he been sober, he would have easily sensed the unusual tension. "It's nothing." Wen Luan averted her gaze, using the soiled tissue to wipe her face once more, yet it remained sticky. "I need to go to the restroom." Without waiting for Liu Yuzhou to respond, she turned and hurried towards the door, her steps hurried as if fleeing from the weighty gaze behind her. Once Wen Luan had exited, Liu Yuzhou finally processed the situation, slapping his forehead. "Jingji, why do I feel like sis is a bit afraid of you?" Wen Jingbai withdrew his gaze, looking at the befuddled Liu Yuzhou. "It's merely your imagination." After a brief pause, he added, "Who are you referring to as sis?" "Just her name," Liu Yuzhou replied, still puzzled as he returned to the cake skirmish. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was at that moment. "Where's Lily?" Xin Jinan's voice was swallowed by the cacophony, her face mirrored and scanning frantically. Caught up in the excitement, she had neglected to include Wen Luan, assuming her presence beside Wen Jingbai ensured her safety, especially since she disliked such raucous activities. To her dismay, she realized that her dear friend had vanished. After searching the vicinity without success, her anxiety heightened. She maneuvered through the crowd to Wen Jingbai, disregarding his temperament in her urgency. "Jingji, where's Lily? Have you seen her?" Wen Jingbai responded coolly. "She went to the restroom." "Lily hasn't been over here, she isn't familiar with this area." "I'll go check," she declared, turning to leave. "Wait," a deep, magnetic voice called from behind. Xin Jinan halted, turning back in confusion. Wen Jingbai, upon hearing her mention of Lily's unfamiliarity with the surroundings, felt a flicker of unease. "I'll go check." "You've been drinking," he offered as an explanation to Xin Jinan. Wen Jingbai found the one he sought just near the restroom window. Her slender form was turned away from him, seemingly lost in thought, appearing almost dazed. Her long, thick lashes fluttered like butterflies, casting shadows under the light that obscured her contemplative gaze. It was only when Wen Jingbai quietly approached her that she became aware of his presence. "Senior, what brings you here?" she blinked, looking up at him. Wen Jingbai lowered his gaze to meet hers, and though he had yet to speak, she was already entranced by the allure of his deep, dark eyes. Her polite inquiry masked the emotions that lay beneath. Wen Jingbai regarded her for a moment before replying. "Your friend was worried and asked me to check on you." I see," she responded candidly. "I just felt a bit stifled and wanted to get some fresh air." Noticing Wen Jingbai's silence, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and added, "Senior, I'm fine. You can go back to the party." "No rush," he replied, hands tucked into his pockets, casually leaning against the wall while effortlessly echoing her sentiments. The two had likely grown accustomed to such tranquil exchanges within the confines of the private room, and at that moment, their silent companionship felt inexplicably harmonious. Chapter 5, Is Jingji serious? Wen Jingbai, having languidly finished a cigarette, showed no intention of departing. Wen Luan felt a penetrating gaze from beneath the brim of a hat, causing her body to stiffen slightly. A gust of night wind swept by, wrapping around her with a chill, prompting her to instinctively hug her arms. "Senior, shall we head back?" she spoke softly. Wen Jingbai responded with a nonchalant millimeter, withdrawing his gaze, and leisurely strode forth with long strides, deliberately slowing his pace as he walked beside her. His tall and broad frame inadvertently shielded her from the remaining cold drafts that seeped through the window. A ripple of emotion stirred within Wen Luan. He seemed rather different from the rumors that circulated about him. As the two returned to the private room, they found that the cake war had come to a complete halt, leaving the room in a silence reminiscent of a battlefield aftermath. A sudden noise erupted, and all eyes turned towards the two unexpected arrivals. Unlike the disheveled state of the others, they appeared remarkably fresh and composed. "Jingji, where did you take my sister?" Liu Yuzhou slurred with a boldness fueled by alcohol. "Jing, what is the situation with you two?" The birthday celebrant, Jin Qi, regarded the unexpectedly harmonious duo with confusion. Being the center of attention all night, he now scrutinized this friend brought by Xin Jianan. Her demeanor exuded cleanliness and tranquility, yet her captivating gaze held an inexplicable allure. Despite her gentle appearance, there was an underlying coolness that rendered her somewhat distant. Clad in a simple shirt and jeans, she nonetheless possessed an elegance that set her apart. He mused that she was indeed a rare beauty. However, Wen Jingbai was no ordinary man. He was the crown prince of the Jing family, a lineage of great power and prestige. As the sole heir of the Wen family, countless women had chased after him over the years, only to have their hopes ruthlessly dashed. It was widely said that only the daughter of the Jiyu family, residing abroad, was deemed worthy of his rank. In fact, he and the Jiyu heiress had known each other since childhood. Noticing Jin Qi's scrutiny, Wen Jingbai subtly averted his gaze. "Lili, are you all right?" Xin Jianan, amidst the crowd's curiosity, had already maneuvered her way to Wen Luan's side. Wen Jingbai had gone to check on her, and it had been a while. "I'm fine, just enjoying the breeze outside," Wen Luan replied with a gentle smile, her gaze softening as she looked at Xin Jianan. Wen Jingbai chose not to address Liu Yuzhou and Jin Qi's inquiries, instead returning to his seat with a leisurely demeanor. He nonchalantly picked up his car keys, twirling them with his fingers, and stated with an air of certainty, yet tinged with a question, "It's over." He directed his gaze at Jin Qi, who, belatedly realizing the implication, nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's over." As he prepared to leave, Jin Qi quickly interjected, "Jing, could you give me a ride? I can't drive after drinking." Liu Yuzhou chimed in, insisting, "I also had a drink. Jingji, please take me along as well." Wen Jingbai let out a dismissive scoff, looking at Liu Yuzhou, his tone frosty, "And not on my route." The answer was clear. He agreed to Jin Qi while refusing Liu Yuzhou. Discontented, Liu Yuzhou protested, "Wait, how is it not on your route? My brother and I are headed to the same place." Wen Jingbai showed no sign of embarrassment at being exposed, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he coldly replied, "I said it's not on my route." "Jingji, you're heartless," Liu Yuzhou feigned indignation, accusing the aloof figure. Wen Jingbai merely raised an eyebrow, unconcerned with the reputation he had garnered. Observers noted that Wen Jingbai seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood tonight and began to tease him. "If Jingji has feelings for you, that would be quite the affair. Yuzhou, you might as well just call for a designated driver," the others chimed in. Amidst the banter, everyone began to call for rides. Some even opted to book rooms at a nearby hotel, planning to head home the next day. Liu Yuzhou, however, found that Wen Jingbai had not offered him a ride. He noticed that, while others were jesting, Wen Jingbai's gaze had settled on Wen Luan beside him. "Are you returning to school?" he asked, his tone laced with inquiry. When Luan responded with a soft her realization dawning slowly as she replied, "Jianan and I are both going back to school. It's a bad time to hail a cab." "I'll take you both," he asserted, his deep black eyes locking onto her slightly flustered expression. Though he spoke with certainty, there lingered a hint of solicitude in his voice. When Luan met his focused gaze, hesitating before asking, "Would it be too much trouble for you?" Observing her anxious demeanor, Wen Jingbai felt an unaccountable softness in his heart. His deep, magnetic voice softened as he solemnly assured her, "It's no trouble, it's on the way. Thank you, senior." Wen Luan nodded appreciatively, pulling Shan Jianan along as they prepared to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Jin Qi hurriedly followed them out of the private room. Meanwhile, behind them, Liu Yuzhou stood in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. "What do you mean it's on the way? Wen Jingbai doesn't even live at the school? One goes east, the other west, how could that possibly be on the way?" He suddenly slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh crap. The alcohol had dissipated somewhat, and it dawned on him that his good friend might truly be experiencing a rare bloom of affection. Liu Yuzhou, a seasoned playboy over the years, had not overlooked the subtle undercurrents of flirtation between the two. He suspected that one party was blissfully unaware of the budding emotions. Feeling genuinely happy for his friend, Liu Yuzhou prided himself on his keen perception of character, believing that a night spent together was enough to discern that Wen Luan was a genuine good girl. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding for Wen Jingbai's future. Yuzhou, we're leaving now, someone interrupted Liu Yuzhou's thoughts as groups began to disperse. A voice asked, Yuzhou, do you need a ride? He waved his hand absent-mindedly. Once everyone had departed, he casually grabbed a cigarette from the table, placing it between his lips as the flame illuminated his contemplative eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up his phone. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, the car glided smoothly along the road. I in the back seat, Xin Jianan linked arms with Wen Luan, her voice soft and inviting. Li, did you enjoy yourself today? Wen Luan replied with a gentle millimeter. The memory of Xin Jianan's earlier warning about a potential little vixen trying to entice Jinqi crossed her mind, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened to the little vixen you mentioned earlier? Xin Jianan smiled slyly before explaining, you're always studying or working part-time. You should occasionally take a break. After a brief silence, she continued, I genuinely thought there would be other girls, but it turned out to be just that group of wealthy boys. Her sparkling eyes shifted, noticing the remnants of cream on her lashes, and suddenly she exclaimed, I know. It must be because when Jingbai is here, he detests any girl with ulterior motives towards him. Wen Luan's heart skipped a beat, fixating on that one sentence, he detested girls with ulterior motives towards him. What about her? Jinqi, having indulged too much in alcohol, was now dozing off beside them, when Jingbai, one hand on the steering wheel, rested his other arm lazily on the car window, his striking black eyes fixed intently ahead, seemingly absorbed in his own world, completely oblivious to the whispers of the two girls behind him. When Jingbai sensed that Wen Luan appeared relaxed in the presence of his friends, unlike when she was with him. A notification chimed, he nonchalantly glanced at his phone. Are you serious? Read the 4 simple words from Liu Yuzhou's message. He promptly turned off the screen, dismissing the thought. Chapter 6 Not accepting verbal gratitude seriously, he carelessly set his phone aside, his eyelids slightly lifted, as his dark, penetrating gaze scrutinized the girl in the backseat through the rearview mirror, whose eyes were crinkled in a gentle smile. It was unclear what Xin Jianan had conversed with her, but her expression radiated warmth. The delicate lips that had previously been tightly pressed together now curled into an attractive arc, losing their earlier aloofness. As if sensing the gaze directed at her, she instinctively turned her head in his direction. Their eyes collided unexpectedly, and upon catching sight of the inexplicable complexity in his deep eyes, Wen Luan was the first to fluster and lower her head, avoiding his gaze. He let out a barely audible chuckle. She had claimed not to be afraid of him. Jinqi did not miss the faint sound, lazily opening his drowsy eyes, turning his head to appraise the person beside him. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, still that of indifferent leisure, as he skeptically remarked, Jing, am I hallucinating? When Jinbai offered no reply, merely glancing at him with disinterest, he said nothing, but Jinqi inexplicably felt that his demeanor seemed rather pleasant. We've arrived. When Jinbai announced, casting a glance at the individuals in the backseat through the rearview mirror. Upon discovering that she had not looked up, he turned his attention disinterestedly to the window. Jinqi, upon hearing this, immediately perked up, casually opening the car door, eager to stretch his legs. The night breeze was even cooler, and the leaves, swaying precariously, succumbed to the sudden gusts, occasionally fluttering down. Put this on, you girls just love to look good. Jinqi removed his black, lightweight jacket and handed it to the shivering Xin Jianan, who wore a strapless dress. Xin Jianan, slightly flustered, accepted it, saying, thank you, before slipping it on without hesitation. No need for thanks. If I fail to take care of you, I'll have to endure Mrs. Song's nagging later. Jinqi spoke nonchalantly, considering that she was the daughter-in-law favored by Mrs. Song. After shedding his jacket, he was left in a thin short-sleeved t-shirt and retreated into the car before the night wind could further invade. Xin Jianan blinked her beautiful eyelashes, remaining silent. Subsequently, she grasped Wen Luan's hand and approached the driver's side, politely smiling at the figure inside the window. "Thank you, Brother Jibai, for bringing us back." Wen Jibai discreetly cast a glance at Wen Luan before his eyes settled on Shen Jianan. "You're welcome," he replied curtly. Shen Jianan tugged at her lips, deciding to forgo any further pleasantries. Straightening up, she prepared to lead when Luan away. A gentle and melodious voice emerged beside her. "Thank you. Please drive safely on your way back." It was Wen Luan expressing her gratitude to Wen Jibai through the window. Shen Jianan had anticipated hearing another "You're welcome." To her surprise, she was mistaken. A magnetic, nonchalant voice responded, "It seems that classmate when quite enjoys verbal gratitude. Why not consider something more tangible?" The brim of his hat obscured his brows, revealing only the sharp line of his jaw from the side, leaving his emotions indiscernible. Not only Shen Jianan but even the passenger, Jin Qi, could not help but be taken aback. What was wrong with him? The girl was merely being polite upon their first meeting. Why was he taking it so seriously? Wen Luan was equally unprepared for such a response. After a brief moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and softly inquired, "Shall I treat you to a meal another day?" Millimeter. His deep, resonant voice resounded. The others were left in a state of confusion. Wen Luan had merely intended to be courteous, not expecting him to agree. After all, it was rumored that he disliked girls, and even Shen Jianan had mentioned that he detested their proximity. Jin Qi and Shen Jianan remained in a dazed state, astonished as they watched the normally carefree and indifferent Prince Charming casually retrieve his phone to display a QR code. He spoke with earnest intent. "Let's keep in touch." As if fearing she might forget about their meal together, the phone extended through the car window, his pale wrist prominently displaying visible veins, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Wen Luan retrieved her phone from her bag, scanning the QR code before declaring, "Done." Wen Jibai retracted his phone, turning off the screen without confirming the addition. He started the car, the engines were breaking Shen Jianan from her stupor. In the dormitory, Shen Jianan's delicate brows furrowed as she rested her chin on her palm, her eyes following Wen Luan's figure. Though she had removed her makeup, she remained strikingly alluring. "Lili, you must confess." She shifted into a more comfortable position and continued, "What is the situation between you and Wen Jibai?" Wen Luan had just finished removing her makeup and was holding a towel, preparing to shower. Upon hearing Shen Jianan's inquiry, she set down the towel and sat a short distance away. "Nan, to be honest, I don't quite understand it myself." The unusual glimmers in Wen Jibai's eyes that night stirred ripples deep within her heart. She spoke candidly, "He truly is enigmatic." Hearing this, Shen Jianan's brows knitted even tighter, fearing her close friend might suffer emotional turmoil. Everyone knew of Wen Jibai's allure. "Lili, I'm telling you, do not fall for Wen Jibai." Her tone carried an unprecedented seriousness. "You saw me with Jin Qi. Even if he has had a girlfriend, even if he doesn't like me, I will still become his fiancé. Wen Jibai is no different. Our marriages are not our own to dictate." In just a few sentences, Wen Luan grasped the underlying meaning. The future wife of Wen Jibai would undoubtedly be a match of equal social standing, a member of the aristocracy, unattainable for ordinary people. Even if he were to indulge in a fleeting romance, it would be merely a transient affair. Wen Luan's heart plummeted, fully aware of this truth. If it weren't for attending a birthday party outside her social circle that night, she would never have crossed paths with him. "Lili." Shen Jianan interrupted her reverie. "However, if you're merely seeking a brief romance, then having an affair with Wen Jibai wouldn't be a loss. After all, his qualifications are remarkable. Whether it be family background or personal attributes, any aspect alone was enough to captivate a woman." Wen Luan understood that her friend was concerned for her well-being, suppressing any inappropriate feelings. She smiled, "There is nothing between him and me." With that, she stood up, towel in hand, and headed for the bathroom. She certainly did not possess the confidence to believe that Wen Jibai would take an interest in her. As for the events of that night, they could simply be attributed to his momentary whim. Yet Shen Jianan thought differently, gazing at the bathroom door with a heavy heart. She did not know Wen Jibai very well, but at least she had some understanding. Because of Jin Qi, she had met him on numerous occasions. In all those encounters, he had never actively engaged in conversation with any girl, regardless of how stunning or alluring they were. He either treated them with icy indifference, as if they were invisible, or unleashed scathing mockery. Tonight, him willingly offering his seat and allowing Wen Luan to sit beside him was already an exception, and his subsequent initiative to seek someone outside the private room was strikingly out of character. Yet she had merely regarded it as a display of his gentlemanly qualities finally surfacing. But how could a young master like him concern himself with the triviality of someone else's meal? Adding someone on WeChat was even less significant. She absolutely could not believe that Wen Jibai harbored pure intentions toward Wen Luan. However, no matter how hard she tried to comprehend it, she could not fathom why this young master had suddenly taken an interest in her dear friend. Chapter 7. Have you taken a liking to her? On the other side, Jin Qi observed his unusually restless brother tonight, and all traces of drowsiness vanished. Jing, what do you think of Wen Luan? He hesitated, searching for the right words. Speak your mind. Wen Qingbai, gazing ahead, spoke casually. Jin Qi voiced the question that lingered in his mind. Have you taken a liking to her? A smirk played at the corners of Wen Qingbai's lips as he inadvertently accelerated the car. He countered, Is there a problem? Jin Qi was taken aback by his candid admission, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Shaking his head in disbelief, he uttered, no problem. The car came to an abrupt halt, steadying itself in front of a villa. It was only then that Jin Qi realized he had been lost in thought, and they had already arrived home. Before disembarking, Wen Qingbai's indifferent voice rang out, succinctly advising, don't meddle in other people's affairs. The implication was clear. Do not inform anyone else. So, he intended to quietly pursue his own affairs. Jin Qi retracted his foot, turning to regard the languid man in the driver's seat, unable to suppress his curiosity. Are you planning to let it go? With a swift motion, Wen Qingbai lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as white smoke billowed from his lips, shrouding his enigmatic gaze. Let it go. He was accustomed to living recklessly, never understanding the concept of restraint. Moreover, the affection evident in that girl's eyes was so blatant it could not be concealed. Wen Luan had taken a considerable amount of time to dry her hair after her shower. Grabbing her phone casually, she noticed a notification. The other party has added you as a friend. Upon parting, Wen Qingbai had not accepted her request, and after this long interval, the message must have just come through, likely as he arrived home. His profile picture depicted a scene from a rainy night, exuding an air of solitude. Switching to handwritten mode, she meticulously noted down a Wen Qingbai before reverting to the standard keyboard. After finishing, she instinctively tapped on his profile picture, only to find his moments were rather sparse, merely 2 posts related to academics, with not a single picture of himself. A sense of disappointment washed over her, though she could not quite articulate it. She seemed to yearn for a deeper understanding of him through his social media, yet found herself empty-handed. Then, she recollected that she ought not to indulge in such hopes. He was a luminary, akin to a star in the heavens, while she was but an ordinary speck of dust. However, this dust had once blossomed under the radiance of that star. Ding-dash, her WeChat notification abruptly disrupted her reverie. Lowering her gaze, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish on the spot. She was filled with regret for having forgotten to lock her screen after returning to her previous task. Wen Luan sat smiley GHJJ, Wen Qingbai sat smiley. Seeing the message she had unintentionally sent while distracted, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, retreating into her blankets, her delicate fingers clutching her phone in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wen Qingbai had just finished his shower, casually draping a grey bathrobe around himself. After removing his baseball cap, his slightly tousled hair glistened with droplets of water, cascading down his forehead. He loathed the feeling of losing control, hence he had abstained from drinking all night at the club, and now that he was home, he relaxed with a transparent glass in hand, indulging in a leisurely sip. His sharp Adam's apple moved rhythmically as he swallowed. The phone screen still glowed, lingering on the moment their friendship had just been established. He cast a casual glance at the display, his deep black eyes clouded with inscrutable thoughts. Suddenly, a string of letters appeared, prompting him to raise an eyebrow as he briefly pondered the meaning. It was perplexing. Given his encounter with Wen Luan that night, she did not strike him as someone who would initiate a conversation. Wenli Wan sat Smiley Sr. I'm sorry, I sent that by mistake. As expected, Wen Qingbai clicked his tongue, setting his glass down, carelessly pushing back the damp hair from his forehead, revealing his prominent brow bone. Intrigued, he took his phone and strolled back to his bedroom. When Luan anxiously glanced at her phone screen, after sending her last message, the other party had yet to respond. Would he think her too forward? Her heart sank. Lily, are you asleep? Came Shen Jianan's voice from just outside the bed curtain, interrupting her anxious thoughts. Wen Luan's mind was a whirlwind as she sat up and replied, her voice calm, not yet. In the next moment, a corner of the bed curtain was lifted, revealing Shen Jianan's beaming face. Lily, when do you plan to invite Wen Qingbai to dinner? Wen Luan clenched her fists, her throat tightening. I haven't asked him when he is free. Then why not just ask him? Do you need me to accompany you? Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Luan declined her friend's kind offer. When Qingbai had suggested she thank him alone, bringing Shen Jianan along would be somewhat inappropriate. Shen Jianan pouted, then remarked, I'm just worried you might be at a disadvantage if you're alone with him. Wen Luan chuckled, perplexed, why would you think that? Shen Jianan lowered her bed curtain and returned to her own side, applying body lotion as she spoke. I just have a feeling that Wen Qingbai has ulterior motives. Wen Luan believed her friend was overthinking it. Whenever Wen Qingbai desired female company, he could simply beckon, and a throng of admirers would eagerly flock to him. Why would he bother with her? That won't happen, don't worry. It's just dinner. She dismissed Shen Jianan's concerns. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Shen Jianan ceased to press the matter. Retreating to her bed and quietly picking up her phone, she promptly sent a message to Jin Qi. Have you noticed that Wen Qingbai seems a bit different towards Li Li? Jin Qi responded quickly, and not at all. Shen Jianan pouted in dissatisfaction. Did she truly misinterpret the situation? She typed a few more words. Don't you think he was acting unusually tonight? Jin Qi's reply was even faster, and not really. Frustrated, Shen Jianan tossed her phone aside, her mind racing back to earlier that evening outside the club, wondering if anything had transpired between Wen Qingbai and Wen Luan. Reluctantly, she returned to the chat with Jin Qi. I feel like Wen Qingbai was overly gentlemanly towards Li Li tonight. She is your friend. If he is courteous to her, it's also a courtesy to me. Jin Qi's explanation lacked any persuasive weight. When had Wen Qingbai ever shown him such deference? The very notion was hard for Jin Qi to believe, yet, recalling the warning look Wen Qingbai had given him upon exiting the car, he decided to let it go. If they chose not to believe, then so be it. He had no desire to be the scapegoat. Shen Jianan replied with a liar emoji and switched off her phone. Typically, she played the role of the dutiful fiancée in front of Jin Qi. However, when it came to her dear friend, she was dissatisfied with Jin Qi's indifferent attitude. She resolved that if Jin Qi truly aided Wen Qingbai in undermining her friend, she would no longer harbor feelings for him. Meanwhile, Jin Qi dialed a number. Liu Yuzhou, let us go out for a couple of drinks. How could he sleep with so much on his mind? Liu Yuzhou's voice came through, laced with irritation. You should have said so earlier. I just managed to call a ride and have only just arrived home. Grumbling aside, he nonetheless grabbed a jacket and stepped out. After all, what could he do for his brother, other than indulge him? Chapter 8, Her Covetous Heart. Wen Luan sat Smiley Sr., are you free this weekend? Wen Luan sat Smiley, I would like to treat you to a meal. After sending the first message, Wen Luan felt it was somewhat abrupt and hurried to add a follow-up. Wen Qingbai sat Smiley, sure. He seemed to be a man of few words, always bearing with them. This was the impression Wen Luan had of him. She typed cautiously, afraid of repeating her earlier mistake. Meanwhile, Wen Qingbai lounged against the headboard, chuckling softly at the flickering typing notification. He could almost envision her delicate, ethereal face, now tinged with caution and apprehension. Wen Luan sat Smiley, how about hot pot? Or would you prefer Chinese cuisine? Wen Qingbai sat Smiley, I'll leave it to you. The phrase I'll leave it to you left Wen Luan in a quandary. She lifted the curtain of her bed and glanced over at Shen Jianan, who was engrossed in a drama with a blissful expression. Nan, when you go out alone with Jin Qi, Do you usually have hot pot or Chinese food? Shin Jianan, captivated by the thrilling scene, responded without a moment's thought, hot pot. Wen Luan murmured an acknowledgement, lowered the curtain again, and illuminated her screen. Wen Luan sat smiley, then let S go for hot pot. She happened to know a place with delightful flavors, one she often visited with Shin Jianan. The establishment boasted a commendable ambience and a variety of dishes, though its sole drawback was its steep prices. Wen Jingbai sat smiley, all right. Wen Jingbai sat smiley, I'll pick you up this weekend. Wen Luan initially intended to decline, wishing to send him the location so they could meet directly at the restaurant. Yet, she felt such a response might come off as overly pretentious. After a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced to his suggestion. Wen Luan sat smiley, okay. The other party did not reply further, leading her to think that perhaps she had been overthinking things. The weekend soon arrived. Shin Jianan had stayed up late watching dramas the previous night, and after lunch, she promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. As she put it, a sleeping beauty. Beauty is derived from sleep. Staying up late was acceptable, but lacking sleep was not. As when Luan prepared to leave, Shin Jianan groggily woke, admonishing her with a drowsy, be safe, before drifting back to sleep. Suddenly recalling something, she roused a bit more and added, if Wen Jingbai bullies you, remember to call me. Though I may not dare to retaliate, I can certainly help you escape. She had not forgotten how he had insisted on receiving thanks that night. A smile crept onto Wen Luan's lips, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Just days prior, Shin Jianan had remarked on Wen Jingbai's disinterest in women, yet now it seemed she was taking precautions as if guarding against a wolf. In a soft and sweet voice, she said, got it, you rest well. Before leaving, she made sure to close the dormitory door securely. Wen Luan had deliberately checked the weather forecast before stepping out, as the recent temperatures had been erratic. The forecast indicated it would not be too chilly, so she opted for a thin, soft grey knitted sweater paired with light blue fitted jeans. Though her outfit was quite simple, it still accentuated her graceful figure. Upon reaching the school gate and surveying her surroundings, she heard a horn blaring in the distance. Following the sound, her gaze fell upon a familiar vehicle, one that Wen Jingbai had driven when he had dropped them off that night. With a composed smile, she approached the car. Meanwhile, Wen Jingbai, upon seeing Wen Luan walking toward him, felt a fleeting thrill in his heart. The last time he had seen her was in the evening, under the soft, hazy glow of the lights. But now, in the daylight, that haze dissipated, and she approached him slowly, illuminated by the sun's rays. In an instant, he was entranced. As she drew closer, he noticed she wore only light makeup today, her features revealing her most authentic self. While not as alluring as she had appeared that evening, her pure and unpretentious beauty ignited a desire within him to claim her as his own, to gradually fill her presence with traces that belonged solely to him. His gaze remained fixed on Wen Luan until she opened the car door, at which point he casually diverted his attention. Send me the address, he said, his voice deep and resonant. Wen Luan steadied her nerves. This marked the first time the two of them would be alone together since that rainy night. Just a moment, she replied, opening their chat and searching for the address to send. Due to their proximity, Wen Jingbai caught a glimpse of her screen. What does that period mean? He inquired, his low voice breaking the silence. Wen Luan, momentarily puzzled, responded with an R as she turned to the man beside her. What do you mean? Only then did she realize that Wen Jingbai was not wearing his baseball cap today. His hair appeared tousled yet meticulously styled, revealing his pronounced brow. Despite being in his early 20s, he exuded a mature charm that was hard to conceal. With his sharply defined features unshadowed by a cap, he radiated an aura of subtle dominance. As Wen Luan sensed herself losing focus and was about to turn away, Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes gesturing toward his phone screen. She lowered her head, instantly realizing the nature of his earlier question. The period. It was something she had deliberately added when saving Wen Jingbai's name, never anticipating it would be noticed by him. She forced a smile, avoiding his gaze. It's just a personal habit. Others do it too. I see, Wen Jingbai replied nonchalantly, nodding as he withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and started the car. Due to the weekend, the hot pot restaurant was moderately busy, but since Wen Luan had made a reservation for a private room in advance, they did not have to wait. The private rooms were designed for larger groups, yet Wen Luan knew that Wen Jingbai preferred a quieter atmosphere, so she opted for one. The spacious room felt empty, with only the two of them present, and they could faintly hear the lively chatter from the main dining area. It's a bit crowded today since it's the weekend. If you don't like it, we can choose another place, Wen Luan suggested, her tone laced with concern, when Jingbai casually pulled out a chair and settled down, his long legs comfortably bent. No need, I'm fine with this place. He thought to himself that since she chose it, she must enjoy it. Seeing him seated, Wen Luan took a chair beside him just as the server entered the room, an older lady with a warm smile. Upon seeing Wen Luan, her eyes crinkled with delight. Oh, the young lady has come. Her tone was familiar and friendly. Turning her gaze towards Wen Jingbai, her smile widened. This is the first time I've seen you bring a young man. Are you dating? Wen Luan, who adored hot pot, had become a regular at this restaurant after discovering its delectable offerings since arriving in the capital. Her striking appearance had left a lasting impression on the staff, and her polite demeanor had fostered a sense of familiarity, with some of the older ladies treating her like their own daughter and often adding extra dishes for her. Previously, she had only come here with Shen Jianan, so it was indeed the first time she was accompanied by a striking young man of exceptional charm. Auntie, you've misunderstood. Yes, my senior. Upon hearing the word boyfriend, Wen Luan felt her ears flush crimson. She hurriedly sought to clarify their relationship, fearing that her concealed covetous heart might be laid bare. Chapter 9. Dear Junia, have you never been embraced by anyone? Upon witnessing the earnest explanation of Wen Luan, her ears tinged with crimson, the aunt decided to stow away her light-hearted banter. Yet, she could not resist continuing, what a pity, that young man is quite the catch and compliments you splendidly. Wen Luan refrained from further comment, instead stealing glances at the composed Wen Jingbai beside her. Noticing his indifference to the aunt's teasing, her heart felt a modicum of relief. After the aunt departed, she pondered for a moment before speaking. Senior, I apologize, she was merely jesting. As she spoke, she deftly assisted him in arranging the chopsticks and bowl, handing them to him. When Jingbai lowered his gaze to the delicate fingers she extended, pristine and unblemished, taking the utensils from her with deliberate slowness, he placed them down before reaching for the ones at her table, opening them for her as he remarked, I actually think she has quite discerning taste. His languid tone suggested he was in a rather good mood. What did that mean? Their meal progressed at a pace quicker than usual. In Wen Luan's presence, she often felt a tad awkward, even the dishes she usually relished losing some of their allure. Meanwhile, when Jingbai seemed not to have a penchant for spicy food, she observed him only sampling a few bites of the less piquant offerings. By the end of the meal, a considerable amount of food remained uneaten. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of wastefulness, her gaze lingering on the fresh vegetables that had yet to be cooked. Not satisfied, came Wen Jingbai's mellifluous voice beside her, perhaps having succumbed to temptation and sampled a morsel from the spicy pot, his tone now tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Wen Luan turned to him, shaking her head, I'm full. The tender petals of her lips, slightly swollen from the chili, did not escape his attentive notice. He swallowed hard, his usually composed gaze momentarily floundering as he averted his eyes. Grabbing a cup of water, he downed it in one go before stating, let's go. Wen Luan detected the added rasp in his voice and, recalling his recent gulp of water, assumed that the spice had indeed affected him. A wave of guilt washed over her. Had she known, she would have opted for Chinese cuisine. When Wen Luan approached the counter to settle the bill, she was informed that it had already been paid. The familiar proprietress winked at her playfully, her eyes conveying the message, oh, he covered it. Following her gaze, Wen Luan spotted the tall figure of the man leaning against the shop's entrance. He was casually holding a phone to his ear, the other hand resting at his side, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers. Is he your boyfriend? Yes, stunning. Why can't I ever find someone like that? The proprietress exclaimed, her tone rife with envy. The owner, seated nearby, interjected without mercy, what pot suits what lid. Feigning indignation, the proprietress playfully smacked his shoulder. Wen Luan offered no further explanation, simply accepting a bottle of water from the proprietress before exiting the establishment. As she stepped out, she found Wen Jingbai distractedly listening to the person on the other end of the line. When his gaze fell upon her, he coolly remarked, "Not going," hanging up. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call and casually slipped the phone into his pocket, extinguishing the cigarette with his other hand. Wen Luan handed him the water she had just purchased, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes searching his, voicing her curiosity. "Didn't we agree that I would treat?" Meeting her pure and innocent gaze, he replied earnestly, "Everyone says I'm your boyfriend. Isn't it a joke for a girlfriend to foot the bill?" Wen Luan blinked her lovely eyes, thinking to herself, does he truly care about others' opinions? After receiving the water, Wen Jingbai instinctively asked, "Aren't you going to drink?" Wen Luan shook her head, "I don't need to." She continued, "I heard your voice was hoarse. I gather you dislike spicy food." Wen Jingbai hesitated, recalling his earlier impulsive thoughts, his gaze towards Wen Luan deepening. "Excuse me, please." Suddenly, a young man rushed past them, nearly colliding with Wen Luan. At that moment, a pair of warm, strong hands clasped her shoulders, pulling her into Wen Jingbai's embrace, where she was enveloped by a rich scent of wood mixed with masculine allure, her body pressing against his firm muscles. With a thud, Wen Luan felt as if she might ignite, her cheeks and ears flushed with an undeniable heat. Once the other person had departed, Wen Jingbai released her shoulders. When he glanced down at the girl before him, she was quietly looking down, the rosy hue of her ears betraying her emotions. Finding the situation amusing, he, typically indifferent, suddenly felt a mischievous urge. In a low voice, he teased, "Wen Junior, have you never been embraced before?" Wen Luan, feeling uneasy, diverted her gaze to the bustling street, attempting to shift her focus. "It's getting dark. Shall we head back?" Her sweet voice carried an unconscious allure. Wen Jingbai, eyes lowered, his dark gaze unusually brightened with mirth, replied, "No rush." Noticing her evident shyness, he decided to temper his playful teasing. "It's easy to get stuck in traffic at this hour. Shall I wait a bit before driving you back?" To alleviate the embarrassment, Wen Luan took out her phone and checked the time. Indeed, it was the evening rush hour. She put her phone away and replied, "That works." The heat in her cheeks had lessened somewhat, and she looked up at the man before her, suggesting, "Then, shall we stroll around nearby first?" "Sure." Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Not far from the Hot Pot restaurant lay a commercial street, and the two walked in that direction with a harmonious silence. Passers-by occasionally stole glances, captivated by the sight of such a handsome couple strolling amidst the throngs of people, the scene exuding an undeniable beauty. Wen Jingbai broke the silence, "Aren't you a local?" Wen Luan softly replied, "No," her thoughts drifting to her hometown, her expression softening, "I'm from Lin City." Wen Jingbai responded with an intrigued, "Oh," and inquired, "Lin City? That's quite far. What brought you to Beijing University?" "Because of my dreams," she declared, her gaze resolute yet tender. For a fleeting moment, Wen Jingbai found himself lost in thought. Lin City, a place he had heard of and visited once during his high school graduation, accompanying his grandfather to visit relatives. It possessed the charm of a southern water town, distinct from the capital. It dawned on him that this was Wen Luan's hometown. Wen Jingbai smiled, unabashedly praising, "It's beautiful there." Wen Luan seemed unsurprised by his compliment, responding with a knowing smile. Suddenly, Wen Jingbai halted, turning to look down at her, "Aren't you curious how I know?" "Not really." Wen Jingbai clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, resuming his stride. People often described him as aloof and unfeeling, yet at that moment, he felt that it was Wen Luan who truly embodied indifference. From their very first meeting, he had sensed that her polite demeanor was merely a protective facade. Even though her eyes betrayed her admiration for him, she harbored no desire to covet him. This realization left him feeling unexpectedly unsettled. Chapter 10, Elopement. Recently, the weather forecast proved to be rather inaccurate. As the sky gradually darkened, ominous clouds began to gather. The bustling crowds on the streets soon erupted into a flurry of people running, eager to escape the sudden downpour. As Wen Luan contemplated whether to purchase an umbrella or hasten back to her car, her wrist was unexpectedly seized by a warm, strong hand. In the next moment, she was pulled along by a force, trailing closely behind Wen Jingbai. As they ran, the subtle scent of woodsy perfume emanating from him wafted into her senses. "Senior," Where are we headed? Wen Luan stumbled along, trying to keep pace with his strides. To evade the rain, he replied tersely. The ground became slick with raindrops, mirroring the dampness that enveloped her heart. Her gaze fell to the hand that Wen Jingbai firmly held. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though this scene was less about seeking shelter from the rain and more akin to an elopement. With that thought igniting within her, she began to run with intention, no longer merely relying on Wen Jingbai's strength. Meanwhile, Shen Jianan, who had only awakened from her slumber in the afternoon, noticed that dusk was swiftly approaching and her dear friend had yet to return. The unexpected downpour outside only heightened her concern. After deliberation, she dialed Wen Luan's number, but the call went unanswered. Deepening her anxiety, Shen Jianan scrolled through her contacts and decisively called Jin Qi. He sounded as though he had just awakened, his tone languid and tinged with a barely detectable irritation. What is up? Why the sudden call? Not one to be deterred by his demeanor, Shen Jianan spoke urgently. Wen Jingbai took Luan out for a meal, and now that it's dark, hasn't he brought her back yet? Luan isn't he answering her phone either. Could you please call Wen Jingbai for me? Upon hearing that his good friend had taken the girl out alone and had yet to return her, Jin Qi's drowsiness evaporated instantly. He exclaimed, "What the hell?" In disbelief, he mused to himself, wondering if the perpetually single Wen Jingbai had finally succumbed to temptation. Despite his thoughts, he sought to reassure Shen Jianan, "Don't worry just yet. Jing is a good person, your friend is safe with him." Still unconvinced, she implored softly, "Jin Qi, could you please check for me? Luan is my closest friend, she is beautiful and innocent, and I can't help but worry." Noticing her genuine distress, Jin Qi suppressed his curiosity, replying, "All right, I'll call him now." He dialed Wen Jingbai's number, but to his surprise, it rang several times before being abruptly disconnected. His suspicions grew. It seemed clear that Wen Jingbai was engaged in something untoward, otherwise, he would have answered a call from a friend. Yet, how could he explain this to Shen Jianan? After much contemplation, he decided to reach out to Lu Yuzhou. He cut to the chase. "Can you get in touch with Jing?" Lu Yuzhou, oblivious to the unfolding drama, was amidst raucous revelry, shouting over the noise, "What did you say?" Never mind, what could he possibly do? Jin Qi hung up, sighed, and sent Wen Jingbai a message, silently wishing for him to take a moment to respond. On the other side, the two individuals seeking refuge from the rain experienced a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Just as they found a place to pause, Wen Jingbai's phone rang. He casually checked the caller ID. Upon seeing it was Jin Qi, he promptly ended the call. He relished the gentle patter of the rain, enjoying the serenity of the night. As the rain fell steadily, another message chimed in. He clicked his tongue in mild irritation before opening it. Jin Qi sat smiley. "What's going on?" "Shen Jianan can't reach her friend and has come to me for answers." Wen Jingbai glanced at the girl beside him, who was intently watching the curtain of rain, her lashes glistening with droplets, giving her an ethereal appearance. He couldn't help but think how lovely she must look when she cries. Noticing his gaze, Wen Luan turned her head, her earlier cheer still lingering in her eyes as she asked, "What's the matter?" Wen Jingbai's deep-set gaze softened slightly as he replied, "Check your phone, your friend has been trying to reach you." Her phone lay nestled in her handbag. Upon retrieving it, she saw Shen Jianan's missed call and, "Nan, I was just caught in the rain and didn't hear my phone. Is everything all right?" "Okay, I'll head back as soon as the rain eases." Wen Jingbai stood close, catching Shen Jianan's poignant inquiry. "Wen Jingbai, hasn't he bullied you?" "Has he bullied?" He chuckled lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He certainly entertained the idea, but it was not yet the right moment. He would wait for the day when she would willingly express her affections. Wen Luan noticed his soft laughter and pondered if he had heard Shen Jianan's loud voice. After a brief hesitation, she felt compelled to clarify, "Senior, please don't misunderstand. Nan is just worried about me." Wen Jingbai regarded her earnest explanation with a newfound softness in his demeanor, his tone losing its usual aloofness as he offered a gentle reassurance, "It's wise for girls to be cautious." Wen Luan was taken aback by his unexpected remark and couldn't help but scrutinize him further. The corners of his mouth curved upwards. "What is it?" "I misspoke." She quickly shook her head, denying it. "I merely thought you were different from the rumors." Wen Jingbai's meticulously styled hair was now tousled, lending him an air of casual nonchalance. After hearing Wen Luan's assessment of him, he raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with temptation. "And how does Wen Shueshing perceive me?" When Luan found the sight of him smiling irresistibly captivating, he typically exuded an air of indifference, seeming unapproachable, yet now, as he leaned closer, his dark, profound eyes sparkling with mirth, his expression softened as he gazed deeply into hers, inquiring about her perception of him. When Luan felt her breath hitch slightly, she found herself ensnared in the depths of his gaze, her body tense, her ability to articulate faltering. It was when Jingbai who broke the spell first, standing upright and stepping back. Once the intoxicating aura enveloping her faded, when Luan gradually regained her composure, when Jingbai took note of her flustered demeanor, feeling a pang of regret for his eagerness, he masked his smile and reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Once when Luan settled into the car, her heart had yet to resume its normal rhythm. She mused that perhaps she had been infatuated with him for far too long, unable to withstand even the slightest of his flirtations. As the vehicle came to a smooth halt in front of the university gates, when Luan hastily exited. When Jingbai followed suit, striding over to her side and draping the jacket he had retrieved from the back seat over her shoulders, his tone remained casual and detached, yet an unbidden concern lurked beneath. "You just got caught in the rain. Don't you catch a chill?" Before when Luan could protest, he returned to the driver's seat. Chapter 11, The Choice of the WN Family's Daughter-in-Law. The coat was intentionally left in the car by WNJNGBI, pristine and unworn. In the dormitory, WNLWN carefully stowed the coat away, placing it alongside a baseball cap. Her delicate fingertips gently grazed the fabric. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to possess more than she had realized, yet she was uncertain whether to feel fortunate. "LL, why have you been lost in thought ever since you returned?" NGNN, adorned with a facial mask, observed her with curiosity. WNLWN's reverie was abruptly interrupted as she turned to face NGNN, exclaiming, "R." A fleeting moment of confusion crossed her features as she inquired, "What did you just say?" NGNN casually grabbed a wet tissue to wipe her hands, then waved her freshly cleaned hands before WNLWN's eyes, repeating, "I asked what you're thinking about." "You've been daydreaming, just spacing out," she replied with a hint of curiosity. "And what is the story behind this coat? It's clearly a guy's. It wouldn't he happen to belong to WNJNGBI, would it?" WNLWN's expression remained nonchalant as she withdrew her fingertips from the garment, pursing her lips and softly murmuring, "HMM.SHNGNN's face lit up with incredulity, her facial mask contorting in surprise. She furrowed her brow and promptly peeled off the mask, her tone laced with conviction. "I knew it. WNJNGB, I must feel something special for you. How could JNQ possibly deny it?" The previous incident had left her astounded, prompting her to probe JNQ for his insights, yet the situation had unfolded just as she had feared. Her expression turned serious, and her gaze towards WNLWN was earnest. "LL, you must tell me honestly, do you have feelings for WNJNGBI? I concede he is rather handsome and possesses significant charm, but you are no less remarkable, beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptional, with virtues that surpass his. WNLWN felt a sense of relief as her friend so fervently defended her. The clouds of worry that had lingered in her heart dissipated somewhat. She smiled, her lips curving slightly. "I'm not as wonderful as you claim. SHNGNN replied earnestly, "but in my eyes, you are indeed that extraordinary." Suddenly realizing something, she regarded WNLWN with renewed seriousness. "Hey, you still haven't shared your feelings about WNJNGBI. WNLWN's smile faded, her eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes as she fell into silence for a moment before speaking. "NNNN. Actually, I've liked him for quite a while. SHNGNN was taken aback. "What? How is that possible? You two have only just met, haven't you?" WNLWN shook her head and replied softly, "I've seen him before. It took NGNN a considerable amount of time to recover from her shock." Though still incredulous, her emotions began to settle. She couldn't suppress her curiosity. "But that night at JNQ's birthday, you didn't seem to know each other?" WNLWN's expression remained placid, devoid of emotion. "We indeed did not know each other. She had fallen for him even before she learned his name. It was simply him." Seeing her friend's melancholic demeanor, NGNN refrained from pressing further, though her concerns deepened, prompting her to remind, but LL, about what I mentioned earlier WNLW and understood her hesitance. She was all too aware that WNJNGBIS marriage would never intertwine with someone of her standing. Why should she plunge into perilous waters, risking injury? The mere chance of their encounter had already been a blessing. Sometimes, feelings of affection should be tempered, rather than indulged. She could not afford such folly. A wave of bitterness washed over her. WNLW and unconsciously clenched her fist, feeling a pang of pain, and finally released her tightly pressed lips, murmuring, I understand. Sure, NGNN wished to comfort her but found herself at a loss for words. She, too, was not exempt from feeling trapped, albeit luckier, as her fiancé happened to be the man she adored. Were WNLW merely seeking a romantic relationship, she would undoubtedly rejoice for her dear friend. However, she understood WNLW far too well. Her approach to love was earnest, and she would never engage. Yet, she had confessed her long-standing affection for WNJNGBI. Contemplating this, Sure NGNN felt a twinge of sympathy. The thought of binge-watching their favorite series. After a brief period of introspection, the two retreated to their respective beds. Once lying down, Sure NGNN found herself unable to sleep. She opened a chat with JNQ, deleting and rephrasing her thoughts until she finally sent a message. What kind of girl do you think WNJNGBIS family would want him to marry? JNQ replied. Are you hoping to marry into the WN family? Upon reading his response, Sure NGNN felt a surge of irritation, her earlier melancholy momentarily forgotten. How could his thought process be so perplexing? Angrily, she typed back, suppressing her frustration, and quickly sent another message. Not me. JNQ sad smiley. Then who? Sure NGNN. I asked first. Feeling her emotions were inadequately conveyed, she added a humph emoji. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, after dropping WNLW off, WNJNGBI did not return to his apartment but instead took out his phone to call JNQ. Care for a drink? He asked succinctly. JNQ's curiosity ignited, and he teased, RJing. Is this a post-date rendezvous? Remembering your brother? Ah oui. WNJNGBI ignored his jibe, turning the steering wheel with one hand as he replied coolly, cut the chatter, are you coming or not? Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, JNQ reined in his playful remarks and asked seriously, sure, the usual place. WNJNGBI replied with a faint hum before ending the call. On the rain-soaked night, the streets lay desolate and lonely as a car accelerated down the road. When JNQ arrived at the bar, he found WNJNGBI already seated, seemingly unfazed by his presence. He had anticipated hearing something intriguing, but instead, WNJNGBI sat there, silent, drowning his thoughts in drink, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Ever since the incident when he had been drunkenly embraced by a girl, he had rarely indulged in alcohol. What was troubling him tonight? Just as he pondered this, a WeChat notification chimed. Upon reading the message, he nearly choked on his drink. WNJNGBI caught the fleeting expressions on his face and, having casually set his glass down, glanced at him with a disinterested look. What's up? While responding to the message, JNQ couldn't help but grin. You won't believe this. Someone is inquiring about you, and they've even come to me for information. By the way, does your family have any prospects in mind for a daughter-in-law? The moment WNJNGBI heard this topic, he instantly lost interest. He drummed his fingers. What is going on? JNQ exclaimed. You just got here. Why are you leaving? Are you kidding me? WNJNGBI rarely explained himself, but this time he said, I need some alcohol to help me sleep. JNQ thought to himself, is he facing some troubles that require such assistance? He put away his phone and quickly followed suit. RJing, how about a weekend getaway next week? Let us unwind a bit. WNJNGBI did not even glance back. No, thanks. Chapter 12 has Wen Jingbai fallen in love. After lying down, when Luan found herself unable to sleep, when would it be convenient for me to return it to you? The response arrived promptly. Wen Jingbai sat smiley, no rush. Just two succinct words, devoid of any mention of time, leaving Wen Luan perplexed. Moments later, she realized that indeed, he likely did not need the garment at all and perhaps had never intended for her to return it. Wen Luan, still polite, inquired Sad Smiley, have you arrived home safely? This time, her message seemed to vanish into the as anxiety crept in, making her question whether she had overstepped. A brief notification chimed again, prompting her to look down. Wen Jingbai, Sad Smiley millimeter, just got home. Such a long time. Wen Luan mused, was it not on his way? How could he be so far? Just as her confusion deepened, another message appeared. Wen Jingbai, Sad Smiley, still awake. Wen Luan gathered her thoughts, her delicate fingers tapping the screen as she sent back a few words. About to sleep. Their exchange, though frequent, lacked familiarity. In an effort to quell the ambiguous emotion swirling within her, she opted for a rather neutral, neither cute nor overly serious, expression sticker, sent it off, and then exited the chat, allowing her screen to dim. Upon entering his abode, Wen Jingbai flicked on the lights, illuminating the room in an instant. After changing into slippers, he did not hasten to the bedroom for a shower, but instead, leisurely made his way to the sofa. His dark, profound eyes fixated on the phone screen, yearning for a deeper conversation. To his surprise, the other party sent a "good night" sticker, its meaning unmistakable. He chuckled softly, a slight smirk gracing his lips, as he pondered, was he being dismissed? A sudden wave of amusement washed over him. Not wishing to impose, he decided to respect her choice and lightly tapped the screen to send a simple reply. Wen Luan, believing he would not respond further, set her phone aside and closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Suddenly, an unexpected notification sounded, and as she opened her screen, she heard Shen Jianan's voice. "Lily, are you still awake?" Glancing at the message box displaying "good night," she blinked in surprise. Unbeknownst to her, the sound of her phone had disturbed Shen Jianan, who had yet to succumb to sleep. With a soothing tone, she replied, "Not yet. Did I wake you?" "No, I'm still awake," Shen Jianan replied, rising to her bedside, lifting the "We'll have some fun, and you can unwind." She playfully tugged at Wen Luan's blanket, her enthusiasm palpable. "The resort is stunning and vast, very enjoyable. My father took me there once. Moreover, Jinchi mentioned that since Wen Jingbai, come on, Lily, let us go." Seeing Shen Jianan's genuine eagerness, Wen Luan, her eyes soft with drowsiness, smiled gently. "All right then, I'll accompany you." Shen Jianan, delighted by her acquiescence, exclaimed in glee and playfully shook Wen Luan's arm. "Lily, I knew you were the best." She blew a kiss towards Wen Luan from her own bed, returning contentedly to her side. Wen Luan smiled helplessly, a hint of indulgent affection in her expression. Their dormitory was originally a 4-person room, but the other 2 roommates had boyfriends and rarely returned, leaving Wen Luan and Shen Jianan with a sense of companionship in the sparsely occupied space. Shen Jianan was vivacious and warm-hearted, while Wen Luan was more reserved, yet it was evident that Shen Jianan genuinely cared for her, and thus, despite their short acquaintance, their bond had grown unexpectedly deep. A week passed swiftly. On Friday, shortly after her class concluded, Wen Luan received an unexpected message. "Wen Jingbai, Sad Smiley, are you free tomorrow?" Leaves fluttered in the breeze, and for a moment, she was lost in thought. She brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her gaze returning to the message that had come through. Her heart, which had fluttered, now settled back into place. Blinking her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, she walked while replying, "Senior, I'm sorry, I have..." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he queried, with Shen Jianan. Given her presence in Beijing, it was undeniable that Shen Jianan was her only friend. "Yes, with Jianan." After she sent this reply, there was no further response from Wen Jingbai. Confused, she chose not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, Wen Jingbai directly called Jinchi. A languid voice answered, "Jing, what is up?" Wen Jingbai got straight to the point, his tone firm. "You're meeting Shen Jianan this weekend. Are you sure?" "Not going." The last 2 words hung unspoken in the air as Wen Jingbai's indifferent voice cut in, "Send me the address." Before Jinchi could make a teasing remark, Wen Jingbai hung up decisively. A WeChat notification chimed, and he glanced down, remembering only the words Yunding Resort, deliberately overlooking Jinchi's playful undertones. Jinchi, intrigued, stared at the chat box. This man was indeed vengeful. It was merely a jest, and though he knew there was no affection between him and Shin Jianan, the mention of Fiang Yi seemed a deliberate provocation, yet he was unbothered, as he had always accepted his relationship with him. Moreover, while he did not harbor feelings for Shin Jianan, he found her increasingly intriguing with each encounter. Wen Jingbai, however, was different. If he were to develop feelings for someone, would he truly be content with a mere fleeting romance? Jinchi stifled his playful inclinations, feeling a twinge of annoyance as he lit a cigarette. Opening his phone, he navigated to Shin Jianan's chat and messaged, "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Don't you forget." When Shin Jianan received the message, she found it inexplicably puzzling. When had he become so attentive? Shin Jianan said, "Smiley, got it. What time?" Jinchi said, "Smiley, 9 o'clock. Don't forget to bring your friend." Shin Jianan, now even more puzzled, furrowed her delicate brows and could not resist asking, "Why are you suddenly so concerned about Li Li?" "Jinchi, are you jealous?" Shin Jianan said, "Smiley." He was overthinking it. Chapter 13, Willing to Fall. The Yunding Mountain Villa is situated in the affluent outskirts of Beijing. Liu Yuzhou had reserved the entire villa in advance, and the young gentlemen who had previously been on amiable terms with him had all arrived, most accompanied by their partners. The atmosphere was vibrant and visually delightful. Jinchi had taken a detour to fetch Shin Jianan and her companions, thus arriving later than the others. As Shin Jianan helped Wen Luan out of the car, familiar faces began to greet them before heading inside. She had always relished lively gatherings, especially during weekends when one could truly unwind. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Li Li, let us hurry inside." However, Jinchi instinctively raised his arm to glance at his wristwatch and casually remarked, "Hold on, I need to grab something." Although Shin Jianan was usually quite carefree, she still paid heed to Jinchi's words, pausing in her steps, with Wen Luan standing beside her in wait. After a moment, seeing him bent over rummaging through the car without emerging, Shin Jianan released Wen Luan's hand and stepped forward. Approaching the vehicle, she softly inquired, "What do you need? Can I assist you?" Jinchi chuckled awkwardly as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from a crevice, saying, "It fell in here, no wonder I can't find it." With that, he opened the car door, ready to step out, thinking to himself, "Brother, I've done my best." Just as the door closed, a distant buzzing sound reached their ears. Jinchi smirked, unable to conceal his meaningful smile. Shin Jianan cast him a curious glance, asking, "What are you laughing at?" Jinchi touched the corner of his mouth, feigning seriousness as he looked at her. "Did I laugh?" Before Shin Jianan could respond, the buzzing grew closer. A sleek black sports car came to a halt behind them. When Jingbai stepped out of the car, he noticed the fleeting look of panic on Wen Luan's face. He discreetly averted his gaze. Jinchi approached with a tone of surprise. "Jing, what brings you here?" He added, "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" Feigning ignorance and astonishment, when Jingbai let out a soft scoff, casually glancing at him. He thought to himself, "Not even married yet, and already cowed." He replied nonchalantly, "I was bored at home, so I decided to take a stroll." Shin Jianan furrowed her delicate brows and greeted, "Hello, Jingbai Ji." After that, she shifted her focus back to Jinchi. Jinchi pretended not to notice her shift, maintaining his warm demeanor towards Wen Jingbai. "Since you're here, let us all go in together." Standing nearby, Wen Luan faced the group, and as they turned towards her, all eyes fell squarely upon her. Intentionally avoiding Wen Jingbai's gaze, she heard a deep, magnetic voice say, "Wen Shuezhe, what a coincidence." At this point, it was impossible for Wen Luan to feign unfamiliarity. She smiled and replied, "Hello, senior." Wen Jingbai was wearing a black baseball cap today. Despite the chill in the suburban air, he donned a black leather jacket. His previously languid demeanor now bore a hint of ruggedness. His lips, always a vibrant red, contrasted sharply with his pale complexion, creating a striking presence in all black. Under the sunlight, he resembled a being that was half angel and half demon, irresistibly alluring yet profoundly perilous. Yet, his deep-set eyes sparkled with mirth, fixated on her intently, as if enticing her to willingly ignore the thorns of danger and succumb willingly to temptation. "Li Li, let us hurry inside." Shin Jianan interrupted her reverie, stepping forward to link arms with her once more. After they had stepped aside a bit from the two men, Shen Jinan leaned closer and whispered, Lily, you're not angry with me, are you? Jinchi clearly told me he wasn't coming. Wen Luan shook her head, responding softly, it's all right. The two men behind them, hands in their pockets, stood quietly observing the two girls whispering to one another. Jinchi suddenly spoke up, Jing, you really came, ho. Wen Jingbai's dark eyes, now softened, gazed at the figures ahead. After a moment, he smirked, when have you ever seen me come in a false manner? Jinchi received this confirmation and couldn't help but glance at him. But just that one glance revealed to him that his brother was truly caught. The seriousness in Wen Jingbai's eyes was something Jinchi had never witnessed before. As they conversed, the group had already entered a spacious courtyard. In the center stood a long table laden with a splendid array of delicacies and an assortment of beverages. Liu Yuzhou, with a charming young lady in his embrace, was being fed liquor by her. Spotting the four from a distance, he exclaimed, wow, momentarily forgetting his drink as he pushed the young lady aside. He strode over to Wen Jingbai and the others, brimming with enthusiasm, equally shocked, Jinji, you're here. His astonishment was genuine. Wen Jingbai cast a glance at the flamboyant Liu Yuzhou, offering a faint hum. Liu Yuzhou's gaze then landed on Wen Luan, flashing her a warm smile, sister, you've come. Jinchi told me you were coming. I was so happy I could hardly sleep. Suddenly, Wen Jingbai's displeased voice cut through, as he cast a pointed look at Liu Yuzhou, stating coolly, what's there to be happy about her coming? Liu Yuzhou, seemingly oblivious to someone's irritation, continued to grin, if she's willing to come, it shows she's willing to give me face. Isn't that right, sister? Wen Luan, aware of his good intentions, smiled in return, this place is beautiful. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuzhou instantly puffed up with pride, of course, the place I chose cannot be lacking. Seizing the moment as they conversed, Shen Jinan discreetly stepped aside, pulling Jinchi away. She furrowed her brow, calling his name seriously for the first time, locking eyes with him, Jinchi, did you deceive me? Recognizing the earnestness in her gaze, Jinchi dropped his playful facade. He helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose and confessed, I didn't deceive you. Under Shen Jinan's scrutinizing gaze, he explained, I only found out a night earlier than you. Really, I absolutely did not deceive you. Shen Jinan, puzzled, asked, then why didn't you say anything last night? Jinchi smiled helplessly, Jing will, do you think I dared? Upon hearing this, Shen Jinan's finely crafted brows gradually relaxed. Jinchi spoke the truth. Despite their camaraderie with Wen Jingbai, no one dared to oppose his wishes. Shen Jinan ceased to hold it against him, yet, her thoughts lingered on the true intentions of Wen Jingbai. Why was he concealing things from them? Did he sense that Lily wished to maintain her distance? But he had come along, exuding an air of determination. What were his true feelings for Lily? Shen Jinan was left in a quandary, ultimately turning to Jinchi beside her. Jinchi, don't you feel that Wen Jingbai treats Lily differently now? Surely you're not suggesting it's out of regard for us. Seeing that he could not understanding without discussing boyfriends, Shen Jinan comprehended his implication. Although Jinchi did not articulate it directly, he acknowledged Wen Jingbai's intentions. A bold thought emerged in her mind. Lily harbored feelings for Wen Jingbai, and Wen Jingbai seemed to reciprocate those feelings. Perhaps she could make an effort. The scales of her heart began to waver. As for what lay ahead, she could not fathom a resolution. While both were lost in their thoughts and enveloped in silence, Liu Yuzhou suddenly approached, a look of curiosity. Jinchi cast a glance at his flamboyantly dressed cousin and languidly asked, what do you want? It was only then that Liu Yuzhou recalled the matter at hand, exclaiming, oh, I almost forgot. Brother Jing said he would be sleeping with you tonight. At this revelation, Jinchi nearly let slip an expletive. The thought of sharing a bed with another man was far from appealing. Liu Yuzhou scratched his head, sheepishly offering an explanation. There are only 2 rooms left. Brother Jing said he wouldn't come, so I didn't reserve one for him. He continued, everyone else has settled in. I can't just kick someone out, can I? Jinchi expressed his dissatisfaction, then let him sleep in your room. Liu Yuzhou immediately protested, that won't work, I have a girlfriend tonight. Besides, I certainly don't want to share a room with Brother Jing. Jinchi retorted, you don't want to, but do I? Liu Yuzhou was left with no choice but to play his trump card. Moreover, Brother Jing has already agreed to share a room with you. Jinchi was skeptical. He glanced over to see Wen Jingbai completely engrossed in conversation with Wen Luan, his gaze fixed intently on the young woman, who, in turn, was avoiding his eyes. Jinchi scoffed quietly to himself. It became clear to him that this was a case of hidden intentions. With Shen Jianan and Wen Luan sharing a room, he would merely be next door. Let us go, we should return to the room to drop off our things, Jinchi said, taking Shen Jianan by the hand. Slightly resistant, Shen Jianan protested, wait for me, I'll call Lily over. Jinchi grasped her arm firmly and urged, they are currently engaged in conversation, why don't you come with me to put down our things first? You can find her afterward, all right. Brother Jing won't eat her, why do you look like a thief guarding his treasure? Shen Jianan pouted, non-committally, glancing at the two individuals not far away. She felt an inexplicable sense of harmony, dispelling her desire to seek them out. Liu Yuzhou had already dashed back to find his girlfriend as soon as Jinchi had agreed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Wen Jingbai, Wen Luan belatedly noticed the surrounding quietness. She lifted her gaze and scanned the vicinity, realizing Shen Jianan was nowhere to be seen. Just as she pondered this, Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly and asked, are you looking for Shen Jianan? Wen Luan nodded, yes. Wishing to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, she spoke softly, she was over there just a moment ago. I am not sure where she's gone now. Noticing her anxious glances, Wen Jingbai's eyes deepened slightly with a teasing smile playing on his lips. Of course, she's off cultivating feelings with her fiancé. She can't be overly affectionate in public. You must not have had a boyfriend before, right? You don't quite understand, do you? Upon hearing this, Wen Luan felt her ears flush slightly. She was dressed in a black knitted dress today, which accentuated her graceful figure. Her usually straight, dark hair was loosely pinned up, revealing a slender, fair neck. Though her demeanor was inherently cool, the black dress only heightened her air of aloofness. Yet, paradoxically, while she appeared poised in front of others, she harbored a touch of shyness whenever she was with him. Instead of becoming angry at his teasing, she seemed to soften further. After a moment, she bit her lip and retorted, are you saying you've had a girlfriend and thus know everything? Her response lacked any sting. When Jingbai chuckled, his smile deepening, the curve of his lips becoming more pronounced. Oh. So you understand me so well that you even know I've never had a girlfriend. Ultimately, she found herself at a disadvantage. Having set down her belongings, Shen Jianan eagerly sought out Wen Luan. As she approached, she was taken aback to find her usually composed and quiet friend now blushing. Ignoring Jinchi's attempts to hold her back, she rushed over, positioning herself protectively in front of Wen Luan. Brother Jing, if it's nothing important, we'll be taking our leave now, she declared, promptly pulling Wen Luan away. When Jingbai observed their retreating figures, his earlier amusement fading into his customary indifference, Jinchi hastily approached, playing the peacemaker with a smile. Our Jianan means no harm. When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, his tone cool as he replied, what are you so flustered about? Jinchi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why should he be anxious? If Shen Jianan were to cause trouble, it would be him who bore the brunt of his mother's ire. Exactly, that must be it. He redirected the conversation. Bro, I've been quite loyal. I've taken on the role of a scapegoat just to facilitate your budding romance. When Jingbai leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting one and placing it between his lips. After inhaling deeply, he narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly, when I pursue someone, I hardly require your assistance. His tone brimmed with arrogance. Jinchi was momentarily speechless, realizing he had been overly concerned. After finishing a cigarette, when Jingbai turned his gaze back to Jinchi, his lips parting slightly, however, I do need you to assist me with something. Jinchi responded with a hesitant hey, wondering why he had so adamantly declared he didn't need his help before. Despite his thoughts, he inquired, "What do you need help with?" When Jingbai scoffed lightly, his tone laced with coolness. "Your sister-in-law is guarding me like I'm a thief. It's hindering my pursuit." Jinchi understood immediately and couldn't help but admire Wenluan's prowess. When Jingbai need not tread so carefully, yet out of consideration for her, he still afforded Shinjinan a measure of respect. Recalling Shinjinan's earlier impulsiveness, Jinchi readily agreed, smiling as he patted, "Leave it to me." Before departing, he added a couple of warnings, "But let it be known, under no circumstances should you harm that girl. Otherwise, Shinjinan's protective instincts will definitely lead to trouble for me." When Jingbai's expression darkened slightly, his deep voice affirming, "Rest assured, I'm well aware." Seeing his demeanor, Jinchi chose not to elaborate further. After years of camaraderie, he knew Wen Jingbai well enough, since he claimed to be aware, there was no need for excessive skepticism. In the pursuit of romance, aside from sincerity, a little external assistance was hardly a disgrace. Moreover, he could sense that Wen Jingbai was genuinely smitten, rather than merely indulging a fleeting whim. Chapter 15 It's hard to resist him. Li, has Wen Jingbai been bullying you? Shinjinan scrutinized Wenluan's delicate and charming face with a look of suspicion, appearing quite certain. At that moment, Wenluan's ears had returned to their fair complexion, and she smiled as she shook her head, "Not at all. We merely exchanged a few words." She tilted her head and asked Shinjinan, "Why do I sense that you harbor some wariness towards him?" Shinjinan did not conceal her thoughts, stating, "I believe he is indeed interested in you." Wenluan chuckled lightly, finding it improbable. "Didn't you previously tell me that he is indifferent to women?" "That's precisely the point. A person who has always been aloof and disinterested in women has completely changed since meeting you. He has been proactive in approaching you and even sought your contact information. Take today for instance. Jinchi mentioned he wouldn't come, yet as soon as we arrived, he appeared. This must be for your sake." Wenluan listened intently to her analysis and pondered, finding little to counter. Something within her was bubbling up. Despite her efforts to suppress and ignore it, she could not deceive her most primal instinct. Perhaps, just perhaps, Wen Jingbai truly harbored feelings for her. Then again, she thought, maybe it was merely a fleeting whim. The feeling of elation within her instantly deflated. She pressed her lips together, then spoke again, her tone laced with a hint of bitterness. Nan, it seems I find it exceedingly difficult to resist him. Whenever he approaches me and flashes that smile, she could not help but yearn to draw nearer to him." Seeing Wenluan's melancholic expression, Shinjinan felt a pang of sorrow in her own heart. A paragon like Wen Jingbai, even if he were cold and indifferent, had many girls who would eagerly offer their hearts to him. For Wenluan, who held feelings for him, his attentiveness was nothing short of temptation. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Wen Jingbai was not merely indulging a fleeting fancy and genuinely cared for Wenluan, would such feelings suffice to withstand the pressures from his family in the future? Shinjinan was unsure. Though she had heard Wenluan express her affection for Wen Jingbai for quite some time, she was not privy to the specifics. After pondering, she tentatively suggested, "Li, what if we find someone else to like? What about that academic prodigy from our department, Zhu Chen? Hasn't he always been quite attentive to you?" Shinjinan began to list his virtues. "I find him to be a wonderful person, gentle and chivalrous. His appearance and physique are commendable as well. Why not take the time to get to know him? You might just find yourself liking him." Wenluan gazed into the distance, her expression contemplative. After a moment, she replied, her lips tinged with bitterness, "I suppose I am unlikely to develop feelings for anyone else." Over the years, the two instances of her heart fluttering had both been for him. It began with infatuation and ended with reason. Upon hearing this, Shinjinan let out a deep sigh. Indeed, if emotions could be controlled, she wouldn't still be holding on to Jinchi, hoping to win him back. Long before he began dating someone else, she should have kicked him to the curb instead of clinging to the illusion that he would eventually marry her. Wenluan noticed Shinjinan's sigh and snapped back to reality, interrupting her friend's melancholy with a smile. "It's all right, Nan, I'm fine." Seeing her friend's demeanor brighten, Shinjinan composed herself. "All right then, let us enjoy ourselves today. We shan't return until we're thoroughly tipsy tonight." Wenluan readily agreed. "Sounds good." In their harmonious agreement, it felt as though they had truly cast their worries aside. Shen Jianan led Wen Luan into the bustling crowd, where they discovered Jin Qi and Lu Yuzhou engrossed in a game of cards. They joined the group, and Lu Yuzhou was the first to notice them. Being a connoisseur of beauty, he was immediately captivated by Wen Luan's exquisite features, his eyes narrowing into a smile as he stood up to invite her to sit. "Sister, come play a few rounds. I'll teach you. If you win, it's yours, but if you lose." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Then it's Jing Ji's." Upon hearing this, the others looked at Wen Luan with heightened curiosity and scrutiny, their tone becoming more courteous. Clearly, from Lu Yuzhou's words, this young lady shared a close relationship with Wen Jingbai. Wen Luan attempted to decline, waving her hand and saying to Lu Yuzhou, "I think I'll pass." "You go ahead." Shen Jianan, however, was not pleased. She glared at Lu Yuzhou with her finely shaped brows, though her expression lacked any real menace. "What do you mean by that, Lu Yuzhou? Why should it count towards Jingbai? If you're not sitting in your position, then the losses should count as yours. Lu Yuzhou was quite astute. On the night of the birthday banquet, he had sensed the unusual attention Wen Jingbai had for Wen Luan. Not wanting to overstep, he fabricated an excuse. "I'm covering for my sister's betting losses. My girlfriend might get jealous." He discreetly signaled to his girlfriend beside him, who quickly nodded in agreement. He then turned back to Wen Luan with a warm smile. "Besides, sister, you are also Jing Ji's junior." The others warmly invited Wen Luan to join the game. Reluctantly, she took a seat. Shen Jianan, knowing that arguing with Lu Yuzhou would yield no results, merely pouted in resignation. Jin Qi, leaning back lazily in his chair with a card in hand, appeared indifferent, though the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his thoughts. It turned out his cousin, that wayward son, had already noticed Wen Jingbai's affections. Jin Qi glanced at the sulking Shen Jianan, pulling her closer to him. Remembering how Wen Jingbai remarked that she was as cautious as if guarding against a thief, he found it amusing and coaxed her. "Since Jing has plenty of money, if your friend loses, how about I just give you whatever I win?" The moment Shen Jianan heard this, she brightened up. She blinked at Wen Luan across the table, her voice playful. "Li, lose a bit more. Wen Jingbai's money should not go to waste." Shen Jianan knew that although Lu Yuzhou claimed that winnings would count for Li, her friend's nature would lead her to refuse. However, she herself would certainly not hesitate to accept whatever Jin Qi offered. Wen Luan felt a sudden wave of embarrassment as Jin Qi and Shen Jianan spoke without regard for the others present. The curious gazes from those around her made it clear that she would have to learn to play well, lest she truly end up losing. Lu Yuzhou teased, "Brother, are you counting on Jing Ji to cover your bets? Aren't you afraid he'll come after you?" Jin Qi scoffed, knowing that Wen Jingbai was currently preoccupied with thoughts of Wen Luan and likely would not spare him a second thought. As Wen Luan began to play her cards, she often glanced at Lu Yuzhou for confirmation. True to his word, he diligently offered guidance. With Wen Luan's quick comprehension and Lu Yuzhou being an experienced player, she soon filled the table with chips. Shen Jianan was engrossed in observing the cards in Jin Qi's hand, completely forgetting her earlier scheming. "Jing Ji is here." Lu Yuzhou's voice reached Wen Luan's ears. Her fingers, which were gripping the cards, trembled subtly. She sensed the familiar woody fragrance mixed with a hint of smoke wafting from behind her, causing her spine to stiffen slightly. When Jingbai uttered a soft hum, then his deep, magnetic voice broke the silence, tinged with curiosity. "Do you know how to play?" Chapter 16 Senior, do you know how to play? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Wen Luan. Those with a modicum of perception understood that the subject of Wen Jingbai's seemingly casual inquiry was the young lady that Shen Jianan had just introduced. It appeared that there was indeed something brewing between the two. The girls present gazed enviously at the girl quietly seated there, playing cards, her demeanor tranquil and reserved, her beauty standing out even amidst a throng of flamboyantly dressed young women. Most notably, she had captivated the attention of the aloof prince, who had initiated conversation with her, yet her expression bore no trace of pride or flattery, as if she were indifferent to this unique attention. Wen Luan disregarded the stares of those around her, not turning back at the sound of her name. With delicate fingers, she meticulously selected cards, her voice sweet and soft as she replied, "I only know a little." Lu Yuzhou rose, looking at Wen Jingbai with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "Brother Jing, I told my sister that if she wins, it counts for her. If she loses, it's on you." Wen Jingbai responded with an amused, drawn-out, "Oh," his tone inscrutable. Liu Yuzhou then boldly inquired, "You don't mind, do you?" Wen Jingbai cast a glance at the straight-backed figure before him, his voice laced with a deep, magnetic mirth. "Not at all." Liu Yuzhou continued to tease his cousin. "My brother just attempted to persuade my sister-in-law to sway our little sister, claiming he would give her the money he won from you." Wen Jingbai shot a sidelong glance at Jin Qi, who appeared completely unfazed, returning a challenging look. It was evident that Wen Jingbai had found a chink in his armor. He let out a scoff, disregarding Jin Qi's provocation, and shifted his focus back to Wen Luan, who now appeared even more engrossed in her game. "Play this card." He suddenly leaned down, drawing a card for her. His body leaned closer, his arm brushing against her shoulder, his breath warm against her ear. Wen Luan felt her breath quicken, allowing him to discard the card for her. Eventually, she lost her capacity for thought, surrendering to Wen Jingbai's guidance from behind. Liu Yuzhou, noticing this, stepped aside to switch places with Wen Jingbai, positioning himself behind Wen Luan to observe. However, he soon detected something amiss. Ever since Wen Jingbai had taken a seat beside her, the chips in front of Wen Luan were dwindling at an alarming rate. Not only her chips, but the others were also rapidly depleting, save for Jin Qi, whose stack towered high. Liu Yuzhou racked his brain, puzzled over Wen Jingbai's peculiar strategy. Meanwhile, Shen Jianan, observing Jin Qi's mountain of chips, was incredulous. Her mind raced, quickly realizing that Wen Jingbai was doing this purposefully. He was deliberately losing, and by extension, causing the others to lose as well. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Wen Jingbai, finding no trace of displeasure on his face. Instead, he appeared relaxed and at ease, the corners of his lips subtly turned up, as if everything were under his control. Shen Jianan's expression grew complex. He had only met Wen Luan twice, yet he seemed to know her character inside out. As Wen Luan watched her dwindling chips, she couldn't help but question Wen Jingbai's skill. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to him. "Do you know how to play?" Their proximity allowed the dark, deep-set eyes beneath his baseball cap to meet her anxious gaze, the corners of his lips curling in a teasing arc. After effortlessly guiding her through the last card, he slowly replied, "Not really." As his words settled, Wen Luan's beautifully arched brows furrowed in disbelief. "What did you say?" "Not really." Why, then, was he offering her guidance? Her expressive eyes seemed to convey her confusion, and in an instant, when Jingbai comprehended her sentiment, a smile danced in his deep-set eyes, exuding a sense of justified confidence as he patiently reiterated, "I said, I don't really know." Wen Luan felt a surge of indignation. She had clearly won, yet he had led her to lose. What was more, the loss was at his expense, leaving her indebted to him. When Jingbai observed her reaction with quiet amusement. It was the first time he had seen her slightly vexed, a spark of vitality contrasting with her usual demure demeanor. He feigned ignorance of her discontent and casually stated, "It's over." Wen Luan turned to see that the final card had been played, resulting in a loss. All their chips had been claimed by Jin Qi. He lounged lazily, his lips still curled in a smirk, seemingly indifferent to his winnings, his interest directed elsewhere. Shen Jianan gleefully approached, pulling Wen Luan to leave, while reminding Jin Qi, "Don't forget what you promised. Remember to transfer me." Jin Qi nodded with a smile, "Understood." After their departure, Liu Yuzhou proposed another round, while Wen Jingbai nonchalantly took a seat in Wen Luan's place. Those nearby hadn't he missed his earlier declaration of not really knowing. They were eager to seize the opportunity to win some of the prince's money. The other two players at the table, however, hastily retreated. Despite their earlier valiant efforts, they found themselves outmatched. They were unconvinced by his claim of not really knowing. Liu Yuzhou and Jin Qi exchanged knowing glances, opting not to join the table. Before long, Liu Yuzhou couldn't contain his amusement as he observed the three who had previously clamored to play now on the verge of collapse. One couldn't resist asking, "Didn't he Wen Xiao say he doesn't he really know? This doesn't he seem to be the case?" In front of Wen Jingbai lay a mountain of chips, and with a good-natured response, he replied, "Just lucky." Liu Yuzhou grinned widely, thinking to himself how absurd it was to attribute his success to luck. Jin Qi couldn't help but lament the cunning nature of it all. The stakes in this round were significantly higher than before. Others sought to capitalize on the chance to profit from Wen Jingbai, only to end up losing their shirts. Ultimately, Wen Jingbai, with a playful jest towards Wen Luan, emerged with even greater winnings. Jin Chi mused on the irony. While others were teasing their girlfriends, they were all taking things far too seriously. After the game concluded, a young gentleman who often associated with Liu Yuzhou whispered to him, "Zhu Ji, does Wen Shao really not know how to play?" Liu Yuzhou lightly patted his shoulder, revealing the truth with a hint of sympathy. "He taught me everything I know." He added with a teasing tone, "Do you still have enough money for meals this month?" Without waiting for a response, he gleefully departed, leaving the young man in a state of regret. Wen Luan, glancing at the notification of funds received on her bank card, felt a wave of panic wash over her. She turned to her friend beside her, asking, Nan, why did you transfer me so much money?" Shen Jianan, wearing a mischievous grin, winked. It was from Jin Chi. "Look, I got some too, we split it evenly." She then showed Wen Luan the transfer record sent by Jin Chi. Wen Luan was perplexed. "Why would you split it with me?" Shen Jianan shook her arm playfully. "Oh, you contributed half the effort, after all." Fearing rejection, she feigned seriousness. "You can't refuse, it's only fair. Besides, it's winnings. If anything, you can just treat me to a meal next time." Seeing her unwavering determination, Wen Luan relented. She glanced at her balance, her thoughts in disarray. The chips lost by Wen Jingbai had ultimately circled back to him. Chapter 17. What face is needed to pursue a girlfriend? Shen Jianan was still reveling in the delight of receiving free money from Wen Jingbai when her phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, it was a message from Jin Chi. Jin Chi said, "Smiley, want to go to the racetrack?" The mere mention of the racetrack ignited her enthusiasm, and she gently tapped the pensive Wen Luan, her tone brimming with excitement. Li, how about we go to the racetrack?" Wen Luan, who had never ridden a horse and had only seen it on television, felt her interest piqued. Her drifting thoughts were brought back to focus. With bright eyes sparkling with joy, she replied, "Sure." Seeing her prompt agreement, Shen Jianan quickly responded to Jin Chi. "Wait, we'll be there soon." After hitting send, she tucked her phone away and, with an exhilarated expression, led the way to the changing room to don their gear. As they entered the changing room, it was eerily quiet. Shen Jianan assumed there was no one else present and spoke without hesitation, chatting with Wen Luan as they usually did. "Li, have you ever ridden before?" she inquired while changing. Wen Luan's soft voice echoed from the adjacent stall, "Never." In Shen Jianan's presence, she always concealed her aloofness, her tone as gentle and sweet as her demeanor. Not far away, in another stall, Wen Jingbai, already dressed in his gear, leaned casually against the wall, listening to their conversation without interrupting. Just moments ago, Jin Chi had expressed a lack of interest in riding, yet after donning his gear, he had playfully informed Wen Jingbai that Shen Jianan and Wen Luan would be joining them shortly. Under Jin Chi's teasing gaze, he made his way toward the changing room without reservation. A lazy voice trailed behind. "Jing, didn't you say you weren't going?" He paid no heed and continued on his path. What face is needed to pursue a girlfriend? Just as he finished changing and was about to open the partition door, a familiar voice rang out from outside, prompting him to withdraw his hand from the lock. Initially, he had no intention of interrupting their conversation, but now he found himself curious to eavesdrop. He smirked at his own thoughts, suddenly feeling a twinge of shame. Perhaps it was better to refrain. Just as he was about to push the door open, Shen Jianan's words halted his intentions. "Let me tell you something interesting. My writing skills are quite average." As if recording something, her tone rose a few notches. "But speaking of writing skills, I must commend Wen Jingbai. He is truly exceptional. I witnessed him compete once when I was out with Jin Chi. No wonder so many girls are eager to pursue him." Wen Luan hesitated, a hint of unnoticeable bitterness in her voice. "Are there many people chasing him?" Without a second thought, Shen Jianan replied, "Absolutely, there are quite a few I know of, and surely more I don't." After a brief pause, she added, "However, I've never heard of him liking anyone before." Wen Luan responded with a faint millimeter. "Li, are you ready yet?" Shen Jianan called out from the stall. "Not yet, but almost," she replied, having been lost in thought and moving slowly. "I'll wait for you outside. Just come out once you're ready." "All right, you can head out first," she said, and as Shen Jianan's voice faded, When Luan hurriedly finished changing. As she unlocked the door, a sudden force swung it open, and a tall figure squeezed in. Startled, Wen Luan nearly gasped but was interrupted by a soft, "It's me." With another person suddenly in the cramped space, the air felt noticeably thinner, especially as they stood quite close. Wen Luan looked up at the man before her, her eyes filled with confusion as she exclaimed, "Senior, what are you doing here?" He replied nonchalantly, "Just like you." Wen Luan felt a flicker of annoyance at his casual response, "But I'm changing." "Why did you come in?" Hearing her question, Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, a playful grin at the corners of his mouth. "Just wanted to chat with you." Wen Luan bit her lip, cautiously suggesting, "We could talk outside." "No hurry," he replied with a teasing tone that lingered in her ears. Their bodies were already close, and he suddenly leaned down to gaze into her eyes, the intimacy of the gesture palpable. "Wen Junior, it seems you're quite curious about me." As his words fell, Wen Luan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "You were eavesdropping on us." Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, "Not quite eavesdropping. Just happened to overhear." "So, does this mean Wen Junior is admitting something?" Realizing she had been drawn into his playful banter, Wen Luan feigned composure. "No, I was merely asking." However, her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Wen Jingbai, not receiving the answer he desired, remained unfazed, his smile undiminished, his voice low and melodious. "There are indeed many pursuing me," he paused, then continued slowly, "but no one has succeeded yet. So, would you like to give it a try?" His words were laced with allure. His dark, deep-set eyes focused intently on her, seemingly seeking a response. Wen Luan blinked rapidly, her heart racing as she looked down. Avoiding his burning gaze, observing her reaction, he casually straightened up. The potent scent of his cologne mixed with a hint of woodsy aroma filled the air, allowing Wen Luan to breathe a little easier, yet, her thoughts were still consumed by the question, "Would you like to give it a try?" "Try what?" To pursue him, the sound of a knock suddenly interrupted the escalating tension between them. Wen Jingbai turned his head with irritation, already guessing the identity of the intruder. "Lili, are you ready yet?" Shin Jianan's voice called from outside. Wen Luan gasped, quickly crafting an excuse, "I just received a phone call and got delayed, I'll be out shortly." Shin Jianan, upon hearing this, accepted it without suspicion and left, urging, "Then hurry up." After her footsteps faded, the previously charged atmosphere dissipated. When Jingbai looked down at the young woman before him, she had changed from her dress into a sleek riding outfit, accentuating her graceful figure. Her hair was neatly tied up and hidden beneath a hat, revealing only her delicate features. At that moment, her striking dark eyes held his gaze as she softly asked, "Senior, could you let me go first?" When Jingbai responded with a casual millimeter, inexplicably stepping aside for her and even unlocking the door. Once when Luan had walked away, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Just a glance from her sparkling eyes, filled with a hint of yearning, had softened his heart completely. He couldn't even imagine what he might do if she offered him something more. As when Luan stepped out of the changing room, she spotted Shin Jianan standing by the path, engaged in a phone conversation. Approaching her, she overheard Shin Jianan say, "Yes, I understand. We're on our way." Upon hearing this, when Luan realized it was Jin Qi on the other end, she then heard Shin Jianan add, "I haven't seen Wen Jingbai. There's no one in the changing room." Wen Luan paused for a moment but quickly regained her composure. After hanging up, Shin Jianan smiled at her, saying, "Lili, hurry up, Jin Qi has already picked out our horses." She then muttered softly, "He asked if I saw Wen Jingbai, saying he also came to the changing room. Strange, I clearly remember it being empty just now." Shin Jianan remarked as if speaking to herself. But while the speaker was oblivious, the listener was not. When Luan bit her lip, choosing to remain silent, she couldn't very well disclose that not only had Wen Jingbai been in the changing room, but he had also eavesdropped on their conversation and even intruded into her stall. Chapter 18, What's the Problem? From a distance, Jin Qi spotted Shin Jianan, and when Li1.as they drew closer, he lazily smiled and remarked, "It has certainly not been easy. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Wen Luan offered him an embarrassed smile, acknowledging that they had indeed taken a bit of time. Shen Jianan hurriedly urged, let us go, I can hardly wait. Jinji grasped her arm and said, wait a moment, our Jing is coming too. He has been changing his gear for quite some time. He should be here shortly. Just as he finished speaking, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man sauntering towards them from afar, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His long, straight legs were accentuated by his equestrian attire. Jinji shook his head, exclaiming, TSK, unable to deny that his brother was truly a favorite child of heaven. It was one thing to be born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but to possess a face that even men envied, along with such an impressive physique, was quite another. After his moment of reflection, Jinji could not resist glancing at Wen Luan, hoping to catch a glimpse of the expression he anticipated in her eyes. However, to his surprise, she had not even looked in his brother's direction. Shen Jianan inquired, what are you looking at my Luan for? She pouted her lips, adding, don't harbor any ulterior motives. Jinji, caught off guard by her words, glanced at the approaching man and quickly denied, oh, come on, don't say such things. Are you trying to bring harm to your own fiancé and then live as a widow? Shen Jianan knew he harbored no such intentions, but the thought of Jinji playing matchmaker for her sister irked her. If he hadn't been so eager to orchestrate things, how could it be that only when Jingbai had shown up, realizing he could not hide this matter from her, Jinji quickly pulled her aside and spoke earnestly, little ancestor, our Jing is serious. Even if I don't assist him, do you think he would be at a loss? Every move he makes is under your watchful eye. You should feel a bit more at ease, shouldn't you? Shen Jianan considered his words and slowly relaxed her furrowed brows. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, has Wen Jingbai mentioned that he is serious about Luan? What about his family? This question stumped Jinji. After a moment of contemplation, he replied honestly, he didn't bring that up, and I can't make any assumptions. Shen Jianan huffed lightly, then let him sort that out before pursuing our Luan. With that, she turned and walked away. Left standing there, Jinji pondered deeply. It seemed that the outcome was not entirely in their hands. As when Jingbai approached, he casually glanced at the pair of whispering individuals before his gaze settled on Wen Luan. Junior, do you know how? He lifted his chin slightly, indicating the horse not far away. Wen Luan shot him an irritated look. What was he up to? He had clearly heard her and Shen Jianan's conversation in the changing room, yet he feigned ignorance. She turned her head away, not responding. When Jingbai observed the girl before him, who seemed to be sulking, and let out a barely audible chuckle, with a tone laced with indulgence, he said, shall I teach you? Wen Luan glanced at the horse in the distance, feeling a flutter of excitement. She turned her gaze back to the smiling Wen Jingbai and cautiously asked, is that all right? With his hands in his pockets, he resumed his usual nonchalance, a smirk playing on his lips. What's the problem? Wen Luan, shedding her defenses and distance, looked at him and softly expressed, thank you, senior. Suddenly recalling something, she added, I will treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. I'll cover the bill this time, Wen Jingbai replied, looking down at her without committing to an answer, yet the amusement at the corners of his mouth deepened. After a moment, he slowly said one word, all right. Just then, Shen Jianan approached, interrupting them with a polite greeting, Brother Jingbai, you're here too. When Jingbai reined in his smile and discreetly assessed Shen Jianan, finding her somewhat disruptive to the atmosphere. However, remembering that she was concerned about Wen Luan, he relaxed his demeanor and responded with a faint millimeter. Jinji also walked over and asked, Our Jing, why did it take you so long to change? When Jingbai discreetly glanced at Wen Luan before meeting Jinji's gaze, and after a moment, he replied nonchalantly, I went out for a smoke. Jinji didn't dwell on it and said, then let us go. Jianan has been eager to get started. Suddenly reminded of her purpose for coming, Shen Jianan perked up, but upon realizing that only the four of them were present, she questioned, aren't there any staff members? Jinji casually responded, they are all busy. Besides, with our Jing and me here, what more do we need? Without waiting for Shen Jianan's protest, he pulled her along and left. Shen Jianan, reluctant, exclaimed, Jinji, what are you doing? Luan is still behind. Jinji took a deep breath and couldn't help but remind her, don't you think you look like a glowing light bulb? You're the one who looks like a light bulb. Jin Qi's words successfully redirected Shen Jianan's attention, and he comforted her. You've seen our Jing's riding skills. It would be perfect for him to teach your friend. Besides, it's broad daylight, what else could happen while learning to ride a horse? Shen Jianan found his reasoning sound and ceased her resistance. As Wen Jingbai noticed the two walking away, he turned to Wen Luan and said softly, shall we go as well? He stepped forward, and she followed closely behind him. With only 2 horses remaining, Wen Jingbai chose a gentle one and lightly stroked its neck. To her surprise, the horse affectionately nudged his palm as if recognizing him. Wen Luan's eye sparkled with delight as she couldn't help but ask, does it know you? Noticing her interest, Wen Jingbai turned his head to look at her, raising an eyebrow slightly. Yes, I've been here often before. He then asked, would you like to pet it? Wen Luan met his gaze, her eyes brimming with joy. Can I touch it? Wen Jingbai, with a knowing smile, replied enigmatically, how would you know unless you try? Wen Luan sensed a deeper meaning in his words, recalling how he had assertively asked her in the changing room, do you want to give it a try? Instead of responding to him, she lifted her hand and mimicked his earlier gesture, gently stroking the black horse before her. However, unlike before, it did not nuzzle against her palm. Though a twinge of disappointment flickered within her, she deemed it normal, as they were still strangers. Wen Jingbai seemingly recognized her feelings, patting her shoulder and gesturing for her to mount the horse. After Shen Jianan and Jin Qi had enjoyed their turn, they came upon this picturesque scene. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the girl sat atop the horse while the seemingly imperious man willingly led it, strolling leisurely alongside her. From time to time, he would glance up at the girl on horseback, the hazy light softening his angular features, yet illuminating the depth of his gaze with an undeniable brilliance. Within that brilliance lay uncontainable affection and tenderness. Jin Qi withdrew his gaze and looked at the incredulous Shen Jianan, confidently stating, I didn't deceive you, did I? Chapter 19. She was angry when Luan felt that she had mastered the rhythm of the moment. Her initially tense body had unconsciously relaxed. She lowered her head and asked the person holding the horse, Senior, aren't you going to join in? Ever since they arrived at the stable, he had been teaching her, while he himself had not indulged in any play. When Jingbai glanced at her, his eyebrows slightly raised, have you got the hang of it? Wen Luan softly responded with a yes and nodded. He smiled and said, then hold on tight. Wen Luan did not comprehend his meaning, and just as she was about to inquire, she saw him leap onto the horse's back in one swift motion, her back now pressed firmly against his chest. Startled, she stammered, Senior, what are you doing? Wen Jingbai's light laughter rang clearly in her ears, followed by his deep, resonant voice, I want you to experience what true horseback riding feels like. As he embraced Wen Luan from behind, he kicked the horse's belly, and the previously slow-moving black steed suddenly surged forward, galloping freely as if this was its true essence. The wind howled past her ears, and objects raced by in a blur. The sudden acceleration frightened Wen Luan, prompting a scream as she tightly gripped the reins, her heart racing with panic, desperate to freeze the scene in that moment. Wen Jingbai, please stop. This was the first time she had called his name, uttered in a moment of sheer loss of control. Sensing her fear, Wen Jingbai tightened his embrace slightly before asking, what did you just call me? Wen Luan, unable to think clearly, instinctively replied, Wen Jingbai. A smirk played on his lips, and a glimmer of amusement danced in his dark, deep-set eyes. He relished hearing her soft, tender voice utter his name, far more pleasant than the distant and formal Senior. Especially now, as her voice carried a hint of a broken sob, infused with a pleading tone that urged him to halt. The mischievous side of him couldn't help but stir. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, earnestly stating, Wen Luan. Wen Luan, her eyes still shut, was oblivious to his proximity, her heightened senses making her question, Wen Jingbai's voice turned somber as he slowly continued, from now on, call me by my name. Wen Luan assumed he was proposing a condition and hurriedly agreed, okay, I promise. Her voice trembled, can we stop now? Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, realizing he was resorting to both coercion and persuasion. As the horse's speed gradually decreased until it came to a complete halt, she finally dared to open her eyes. The landscape before her was entirely different from the stable, serene and secluded. It was evident that, given their earlier speed, they must be quite far from the stable now. When Jingbai's voice interrupted her thoughts. "What are you thinking?" His tone was teasing, laced with intimacy. Upon hearing his magnetic voice from behind, Wen Luan snapped back to reality and turned to face him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes betraying her irritation. She had nearly been frightened to death, and recalling his playful antics made her forget that he was the person she had cherished in her heart for 3 years. Her lips, which had been tightly pressed together in fear, now parted as she voiced her discontent. "Senior, how could you do that?" When Jingbai's gaze locked onto her gradually reddening lips, his expression deepening with interest as he retorted, "How did I do that?" Wen Luan found herself momentarily speechless at his nonchalant demeanor. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong, he had simply accelerated the pace, and she had agreed to let him teach her. Seeing that she could not retort, she decided to dismount. However, when Jingbai swiftly stopped her, dismounting first and standing firm, then wrapping his strong arms around her waist, gently lowering her to the ground, Wen Luan wanted to resist, but he merely cast her a glance and asked, "Are your legs weak?" At his words, Wen Luan instantly resigned, allowing him to guide her. Once out of danger, she mustered her weakened legs and moved to a nearby patch of ground to sit down, ignoring him, when Jingbai chuckled, raising an eyebrow, pondering whether he had perhaps gone too far. Yet at that moment, he had simply acted on impulse, never one to understand the meaning of restraint. He sat beside her, patiently asking, "Are you angry?" His tone carried a hint of unawareness as he coaxed her. Wen Luan turned her head away, still refusing to acknowledge him. When Jingbai, her current sulky demeanor appeared endearing and more genuine. She was always polite and distant with others, gentle with Shinjianan, yet evasive around him. He preferred to see her authentic self. Wen Luan, when Jingbai suddenly called her name with seriousness, instinctively, she turned to look at him, her beautiful almond eyes filled with confusion. It seemed that today, he was particularly fond of calling her name, rather than the casual Junia or Wen Junia of the past. Unable to hold back, she asked, "What is it?" When Jingbai gazed into her clear, innocent eyes, feeling as if something had pricked at his heart, this was her. Despite being angry just a moment ago, she could instantly forget his past misdeeds due to his unspoken words. Such a Wen Luan rendered him utterly soft-hearted. He composed himself, smiling while meeting her gaze directly, half jokingly, half seriously. "Have you thought it through?" Wen Luan, caught off guard, asked, "Thought through what?" When Jingbai did not answer immediately, merely watching her with a deep-seated smile, akin to a cunning hunter waiting for his prey to step into the trap. Wen Luan blinked, quickly recalling the conversation, and suddenly realized. She averted her gaze and lightly replied, "Senior, stop joking with me." It was not the usual discomfort but carried a hint of bitterness. He had no intention of changing the subject. Raising an eyebrow and observing her profile, he asked again, "What if I'm not joking?" The atmosphere fell into silence. After a moment, it seemed Wen Luan had made a decision. She turned to meet his eyes directly, no longer shying away. "Why me?" Why did he repeatedly tease her? Why did he deliberately utter ambiguous phrases, prompting her to pursue him? Why did he openly display their unusual relationship in front of others? When Jingbai was taken aback, not expecting her to boldly address a topic he had always avoided, his momentary silence confirmed Wen Luan's growing certainty. She spoke earnestly, "Because you were merely intrigued by me. Because other girls are proactive with you, and I am not, thus igniting your desire to conquer." She had never regarded herself as particularly exceptional. Aside from her appearance, which had indeed drawn some admiration, she believed that such superficial attributes held little weight in the eyes of the powerful heir of the Wen family. So what did she truly possess? She had heart, yet she was also self-aware, never indulging in delusions. After speaking, she maintained eye contact with him, her gaze steady and unwavering, devoid of the usual evasion. It seemed she had summoned enough courage to lay bare her innermost thoughts, when Jingbai had already recovered from his surprise, his brows furrowing slightly. To be honest, he had never imagined that Wen Luan harbored such thoughts. He knew she intended to keep her distance, but he was unaware that she had been in a state of self-denial, doubting his feelings all along. Suddenly, he tucked away his desire to confess. There was plenty of time ahead. He would make her believe in him and in his feelings. He would also ensure that she willingly took the initiative. Little theatre, bye-bye. If I say I'm not just momentarily interested, will my wife believe me? Lily, oh, not really, bye-bye. The road to win her heart is still long and arduous. Jinchi. I believe it, Nan, I think I'm starting to believe it too. Juju, count me in, I believe it as well, bye-bye. What use is it for you all to believe? Pouting, my wife will eventually trust in my sincere heart and will come to me willingly. The other four, absolutely not. Chapter 20, The Tiny Scent of Love. As Wenluan and her companions returned to the equestrian venue, Xin Jianan and her group had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Wenluan being embraced from behind, Xin Jianan hesitated in her approach. Bewildered, she wondered what had transpired in such a short span of time. How had the two become physically intertwined? Wenluan took the initiative to walk over to her side. Nan, are we heading back? Xin Jianan snapped out of her astonishment with a soft, "Oh," before managing to utter, "Yes, we're leaving. Lu Yuzhou just called to say that dinner is ready." "Then let us go," Wenluan said, taking her hand and leading the way. She offered a polite nod to Jinchi as they passed by. Once the two had walked away, Jinchi sauntered over to Wen Jingbai's side, teasing languidly, "Jing, why do I get the feeling she's a bit reluctant to engage with you?" Wen Jingbai cast a silent glance at him. Noticing his unabated enthusiasm, he slowly inquired, "Are you rather idle?" His tone was notably indifferent. Jinchi clicked his tongue, realizing he had been aptly described. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he pulled out his phone and exclaimed with a flourish, "Let me show you something that is sure to lift your spirits." Wen Jingbai, lacking interest, casually looked down at his screen. The moment he comprehended the image before him, his languid demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. The picture depicted him leisurely holding a horse while gazing ahead, with Wenluan bowing her head, her gentle gaze fixed on his back. Set against the backdrop of the sunset, this frozen moment was as exquisite as a painting. With a confident smirk, Jinchi scrutinized him. "What do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I?" When Jingbai did not glance at him, his eyes still riveted on the screen. He simply stated, "Send me the photo." "Consider it done," Jinchi replied readily, yet curiosity got the better of him, and he eagerly asked, "What on earth did you do to catch her attention?" When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, raising an eyebrow, "Which aspect are you interested in?" Jinchi appeared incredulous. "Which? Is there more than one?" When Jingbai chuckled softly and fell silent, after Wenluan shared her thoughts, he realized how shallow his initial perceptions had been, and he better understood her concerns. He refrained from further explanations, believing that even if he spoke, Wenluan would not take his words at face value. He never engaged in endeavors without certainty. When he attempted to help her mount the horse, Wenluan stubbornly resisted getting close to him, and he did not press the matter, merely asking, "Are you planning to walk back?" Wenluan glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, her tightly pressed lips finally loosening. "What are you pondering?" Jinchi gently nudged his arm against Wen Jingbai's. "Just say anything." Wen Jingbai tenderly petted the affectionate black horse and remarked, "Let's go." After Jinchi sent the photo, he pocketed his phone and kept pace with him. "Hey, you're keeping me in suspense." Hearing the notification sound, Wen Jingbai opened his phone, glanced at the photo once more, and saved it. Jinchi did not miss a beat, murmuring, "I can smell the tiny scent of love." When they changed out of their gear and returned to the hall, everyone had already gathered. Following the recent game, a mutual understanding had formed among the group, designating Wenluan as the girlfriend of the prince. Their attitudes becoming notably warmer, seats were readily offered to the couple, and by a twist of fate, Wenluan found herself sitting next to Wen Jingbai once again, while Xin Jianan and Jinchi were drawn to the opposite side by Lu Yuzhou. "Hey, sister-in-law, come sit with my brother over here." "I have space," Jinchi called out. Xin Jianan was once again forced to separate from Wenluan. She suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. It was she who had brought Wenluan here for enjoyment, yet now it seemed as though Wen Jingbai was the one accompanying her. Once seated, Wen Jingbai casually placed his phone on the table. With a ding, Wenluan instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, and upon a mere glance, she froze. The screen displayed a picture of her and him. She could not deny the beauty of the moment captured. When had it been taken? Unable to resist, she stole a glance at Wen Jingbai. He noticed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes, understanding the confusion reflected there. Raising an eyebrow, he asked nonchalantly, "Is it beautiful?" What does he mean by beautiful, the picture or the person? Wen Luan feigned ignorance, slowly turning back, however, Wen Jingbai was not inclined to let it slide. Leaning closer to her ear in full view of everyone, he murmured, "If you like it, I can give it to you." Wen Luan's ears instantly flushed crimson. How could he be so brazen? Although she was aware he referred to the photo, his flirtatious tone led her thoughts astray. The others could hardly ignore the exchange, teasingly chiming in. Wen Xiao and his girlfriend seemed quite affectionate. What did Wen Xiao say to make his sister-in-law blush? I've never seen Wen Xiao with a girlfriend before. Is this the blooming of a long-forgotten flower? Wen Jingbai took the playful banter in stride, displaying no hint of displeasure. He was accustomed to his carefree demeanor, yet Wen Luan felt distinctly uneasy, rarely a participant in such discussions among the crowd. Sensing her discomfort, Wen Jingbai interjected, "All right. That should suffice." Upon hearing his directive, the group fell silent, though their minds were still in a whirlwind, contemplating the gravity of his words. Ding. This time, both of their phones chimed simultaneously, though Wen Jingbai's notification outnumbered hers. They both instinctively reached for their devices. Shinjin and Satsmiley, come clean, what s going on? Pounding emoji. Wen Luan. Satsmiley, nothing s going on, really. At the same time, Wen Jingbai received messages from his two friends. Jinchi. Satsmiley, brother, tone it down, be careful not to provoke her. Liu Yuzhou. Satsmiley, Jingji, what is the situation? Have you become close with my sister? Wen Jingbai ignored Jinji and typed a few words in response to Liu Yuzhou. Who is your sister? He hit send. Liu Yuzhou. Satsmiley, who else could it be? My sister-in-law's friend. Wen Jingbai found Liu Yuzhou's intelligence somewhat concerning and decided against responding further. Just as he was about to lock his screen, a thought crossed his mind, and he playfully toyed with his phone for a moment before setting it down. Meanwhile, Wen Luan felt her cheeks flush upon seeing a new message. Wen Jingbai. Satsmiley, I know you like it. Wen Jingbai. Satsmiley image. The simple declaration of affection felt like a secret unveiled, causing Wen Luan to abandon the dialogue box in haste, slamming her phone on the table. The soft laughter of the man beside her reached her ears, but she feigned ignorance. Due to the presence of numerous female guests, Liu Yuzhou had prepared an array of fruit wines in addition to the stronger spirits. The remnants of the afternoon's exhilarating ride still lingered, and Wen Luan found herself unconsciously indulging. Wen Jingbai swapped her fruit wine for water, saying, drink less, it won't feel good if you get drunk. With misty eyes clouded by alcohol, Wen Luan instinctively reclaimed her cup, asserting, this has a very low alcohol content. Her voice, already sweet, now softened further by the effects of the drink, made Wen Jingbai perceive her protest as an endearing plea. Unable to resist teasing her, he replied in a coaxing tone, what if you do get drunk? I'll take care of you, all right. Chapter 21, mistakenly took his wine glass when Luan shook her head in refusal of his proposal. Although she was slightly tipsy, her mind remained remarkably clear. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, she gazed directly into his eyes and queried, is your consideration for interested girls a common trait among seniors? Upon hearing this, Wen Jingbai smirked, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, there is only one that I am interested in, but she does not believe it. Wen Luan was taken aback by the raw honesty of his response. Feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, she averted her gaze with a hint of indignation. Just then, Shin Jianan approached, squeezing a chair between Wen Luan and the girl beside her. Wen Jingbai cast a dispassionate glance at Jin Qi. Jin Qi chuckled, pretending not to notice, and poured himself a drink from the cup before him. Liu Yuzhou observed the entire scene, raising his glass to lightly clink with Jin Qi's, inquiring, brother, are you just going to let your sister-in-law be a third wheel? Are you not concerned that Jingji might be displeased? Jinji replied with a resigned smile, taking a sip of his drink before adding, she has long been unable to contain herself. Let her be. Our Jing will understand, Liu Yuzhou remarked, clicking his tongue in amusement. Didn't he they say this was merely a family alliance? Yet, I can distinctly sense the fragrance of romance. Jinchi merely responded with an indifferent, "Oh," swirling the contents of his glass as he raised an eyebrow at him, non-committal in his demeanor. "Is that so?" Noting Jinchi's ambiguous stance, Liu Yuzhou chose not to press further, taking a sip of his drink while directing his gaze toward the trio in the distance. Since Shen Jinan's arrival, Wen Jingbai had not had another opportunity to converse with Wen Luan. Moreover, the two girls had cozied up to each other, inadvertently creating a substantial gap between him and Wen Luan. Wen Jingbai, his interest waning, poured himself another glass of wine, savoring a sip before setting it down and idly fiddling with his phone. Shen Jinan tilted her head, noticing that Wen Jingbai's attention was not directed toward them. She leaned in and whispered to Wen Luan, "Li Li, did he confess to you?" Wen Luan's ears flushed crimson at the inquiry, and she quickly covered Shen Jinan's mouth, murmuring, "Don't say such things." Shen Jinan emitted a couple of muffled sounds, her delicate brows knitted in confusion. Wen Luan leaned in closer, whispering, "We truly have nothing going on." With her mouth covered, Shen Jinan could not articulate her thoughts, but she nodded earnestly in response. Once Wen Luan saw that she was convinced, she gradually released her hand. Just as she regained her freedom, Shen Jinan immediately chimed in, "But now everyone is saying you are Wen Jingbai's girlfriend." In a fluster, Wen Luan grasped her wine glass, exclaiming, "They are mistaken." With that, she took a hearty gulp. Just as the fiery liquid hit her throat, tears sprang to her eyes. Wen Jingbai, hearing the commotion, quickly turned around, gently patting her back while offering her a glass of water. His brow furrowed with concern as he asked, "What happened?" Wen Luan, still choking, was unable to respond for a moment. Shen Jinan took it upon herself to explain, "I don't know, she just suddenly started choking after taking a sip of wine." "Wine?" Wen Jingbai glanced at the table, and indeed, Wen Luan had mistakenly taken his glass, with their cups placed closely together. It was entirely understandable for her to have made such an error. "Take a sip of water, slowly," Wen Jingbai said softly, bringing the glass to her lips. Unbeknownst to him, the intimacy of the gesture was palpable. Wen Luan accepted the glass, taking a small sip, feeling the sharpness in her throat subside. "Thank you," she uttered to Wen Jingbai. When she lifted her gaze again, her eyelashes were dampened with tears, evidence of her recent ordeal. She glanced curiously at the wine glass still clutched in her other hand, but before she could ponder further, Wen Jingbai clarified, "You took the wrong glass. That one is mine." He gestured lightly toward the cup in her hand. Wen Luan felt a rush of embarrassment at having drunk from Wen Jingbai's glass. Hastily, she placed the cup back on the table, eager to distance herself from their connection. "I'm sorry, senior, I didn't notice." Wen Jingbai replied lazily, "It's nothing." Seeing that she had somewhat recovered, he withdrew his hand from her back. Wen Luan suddenly felt the absence of warmth where his palm had rested. "Li Li, are you feeling better?" Shen Jinan asked with concern. "I'm fine, just choked a bit," she reassured with a smile. Shen Jinan sighed in relief, "That's good to hear." The others at the table had also taken note of the commotion, with someone asking, "Sister-in-law, would you like something else to drink?" Wen Luan quickly waved her hands, "No need, and please, don't call me sister-in-law." "I am not." The person laughed heartily, "Oh, don't be shy." Exactly, others chimed in, teasingly, with her eyes still glistening. Wen Luan looked toward Wen Jingbai, who, however, did not meet her gaze. She reluctantly tugged at the hem of his clothing, calling out, "Senior." When Jingbai seemed oblivious to her call, she shifted her approach, using a different name, softly uttering, "Wen Jingbai." Wen Jingbai's lips curled into a smile, the corners of his eyes lifting with a slyness reminiscent of a fox. He turned to meet her glistening eyes, inquiring, "What is it?" Wen Luan asked, "Why don't you clarify things for them?" Feigning ignorance, Wen Jingbai responded, "Clarify what?" She sighed in exasperation, "Well, they've misunderstood our relationship." Wen Jingbai replied with a nonchalant, "Oh," his gaze lingering on her for a moment before he slowly articulated, "If they choose to think so, explaining would be futile. I can't very well silence everyone, can I?" He added, showcasing a hint of helplessness. Seeing that their conversation was going nowhere, Wen Luan turned her body away, choosing not to speak further. Yet, the smile on Wen Jingbai's face remained undiminished, though he maintained his laid-back demeanor. It was evident to anyone that he was in good spirits. Shen Jianan had not missed the exchange between the two. The notion that others might misunderstand, and that he could not clarify, plainly indicated that he was rather pleased for them to think so. Poor Li Li, it seemed she was no match for this cunning fox. Liu Yuzhou was thoroughly entertained by the lively atmosphere, his broad smile never faltering. His gaze lingered on Wen Jingbai, yet he leaned toward Jin Qi, asking with keen interest, "Brother, do you think Jing Ji is truly smitten this time?" Jin Qi, maintaining his composure, shot a glance in that direction before lazily responding, "It's hard to say, but he certainly ought to experience the trials of love." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Liu Yuzhou reminisced about Wen Jingbai's previously aloof demeanor, devoid of warmth, and couldn't he help but feel a surge of anticipation. A man who has fallen in love is a rare sight indeed. His thoughts shifted, suddenly tinged with melancholy, prompting him to question Jin Qi, "Brother, do you think Jing Ji's family patriarch would approve?" Jin Qi's smile faded, his expression contemplative as he finally replied, "He most certainly would not." "But," Liu Yuzhou inquired, his curiosity piqued, "but what? Do you trust our Jing?" Liu Yuzhou's expression conveyed incredulity. "Of course." Jin Qi smiled knowingly, "Then that's all that matters." Indeed, Jin Qi had initially harbored concerns, yet he understood Wen Jingbai well. He would not embark on anything without certainty, thus, he was likely more clear-headed than anyone else in this matter. Chapter 22, Captivated. The following day, Wen Luan awoke to find the sun high in the sky. She had indulged a bit too much the previous night and had fallen asleep immediately upon returning to her room after dinner, completely unaware of how Shen Jianan had eventually turned in. After a brief wash, she stepped out of her room, only to discover the estate shrouded in silence, devoid of the previous day's liveliness. She retrieved her phone and called Shen Jianan. As soon as the call connected, Shen Jianan's excited voice rang out, "Li Li, you're awake." Wen Luan replied, "Yes, I just got up, where are you?" Shen Jianan's side was rather noisy, "I'm at the racetrack. Jin Qi and Liu Yuzhou are racing horses, it's thrilling, are you coming?" The thought of horse racing still sent a shiver down Wen Luan's spine, and without a second thought, she declined, "You all enjoy yourselves. I'll just wander around nearby." Seeing that Wen Luan was indeed uninterested, Shen Jianan did not press further, instead cautioning her, "Just be careful, okay? I'll come find you when I'm done here," Wen Luan assured before hanging up. The weather today was splendid. She leisurely strolled around the lawn, occasionally glancing about, pausing to admire anything that piqued her interest. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, she found a spot to rest, squinting against the sunlight as it bathed her in warmth, leaning back against the chair. She resembled a languid, regal cat, basking in comfort. "Why aren't you out enjoying yourself?" A deep, magnetic voice broke the tranquility. Upon hearing Wen Jingbai's voice, she felt a flicker of surprise and slowly opened her eyes. The midday sun was somewhat blinding, prompting her to instinctively raise a hand to shield her brow. Once her eyes adjusted to the light, she could finally discern the man standing a short distance away. Wen Jingbai was clad in a black hoodie and sweatpants today, foregoing a baseball cap. His hair was artfully tousled, exuding an air of nonchalance, and his youthful spirit was even more pronounced. Wen Luan blinked her long eyelashes and inquired, "Senior, you didn't go either?" Wen Jingbai smirked slightly, responding with a soft millimeter. Only then did Wen Luan remember to answer his question, "I woke up late, so I didn't go." Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, asking, "Is that truly the only reason?" After hearing his words, Wen Luan felt increasingly that he enjoyed asking questions he already knew the answers to, almost as if he relished teasing her. She turned her head away, choosing to close her eyes again, pretending to doze. Though her heart was in turmoil, her expression remained undisturbed. Wen Jingbai seemed unperturbed by her indifference, leisurely striding closer and asking, "Aren't you hungry? Let us go. I'll take you to find something to eat." His words triggered a sudden awareness of her own hunger. She had scarcely eaten the night before and had consumed alcohol, leaving her stomach quite empty. She opened her eyes and asked, "Where to?" It was likely past meal times by now when Jingbai grasped her arm, pulling her to her feet. "Come on, would I deceive you?" Wen Luan glanced down at his pale wrist, which appeared to glisten in the sunlight. She lost her ability to think, allowing him to lead her, just as he had the previous night in the commercial district. It was only when they reached the entrance of the villa that she regained her senses, hesitating as she asked, "Are we going out?" Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow. "What else would we do?" His question left her momentarily at a loss for words. The sound of a sports car's engine roared to life, yet her thoughts were in disarray. She felt as though her ties to Wen Jingbai were deepening unnoticed, veering her off her own course. However, another voice within her whispered that she relished this entanglement. Wen Luan glanced at Wen Jingbai inadvertently. He was intently focused ahead, his profile sharply defined, his eyelashes gracefully arched. Most striking were his deep, dark eyes and his vividly red lips, an unusual hue for a young man. Yet, on his strong visage, it appeared not jarring, but rather inviting. Wen Jingbai caught her gaze out of the corner of his eye, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "What's the matter? Are you captivated?" Wen Luan shook her head, "No." Wen Jingbai pressed further, "Then what is it? Do you think I look good?" His tone was laced with jest. Surprisingly, Wen Luan did not deny it, instead smiling and replying earnestly, "Senior, you've always looked good." Wen Jingbai seized on her words, "Always? Have you known me for a long time?" Wen Luan chose silence this time, not for too long, but certainly longer than he assumed. As their light banter continued, the black sports car came to a halt in front of a private dining establishment. "We've arrived." Wen Jingbai exited the vehicle and opened the door for her. "Let us go." Perhaps due to it not being peak hours, the restaurant was quiet, and the dishes were quickly served. Wen Jingbai first poured her a bowl of soup, saying, "Drink this first, it's light and good for your stomach." Wen Luan felt warmth at his attentiveness. Observing the other light dishes on the table, he added, "I know you love spicy food. I'll take you for hot pot another day. Let us keep it simple today." She felt a gentle warmth in her heart. After expressing her gratitude, she reached for his bowl, intending to serve him soup as well. However, Wen Jingbai halted her movement. "Be careful, it's hot, I'll do it." Wen Luan paused, withdrawing her hand. She lowered her eyelashes, cradling the bowl in her hands and taking a small sip. It was delicious. Noticing Wen Jingbai's adeptness in ordering, she surmised that he must frequent this place often. Remembering their previous hot pot outing, she realized he had also exclusively consumed the clear broth. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Senior, don't you like spicy food?" Wen Jingbai set down the soup and tilted his head, intrigued. "What makes you think that?" After she truthfully explained, Wen Jingbai smiled, "It's not that I dislike it. I just haven't had much of a chance to try. You should try more in the future." Wen Luan averted her gaze, avoiding his eyes, softly replying, "Oh." She found it curious how even a simple discussion about tastes with Wen Jingbai seemed to carry flirtatious undertones. Perhaps truly hungry, they both devoured their meal with great enthusiasm. When Wen Luan went to the restroom, she took the opportunity to settle the bill at the bar, only to be informed that Wen Jingbai was a member here, and the payment was automatically deducted. She sighed, realizing that her debt for the meal would have to wait until next time. In the car, as Wen Jingbai started the engine, he asked her, "Are we heading back to the villa?" Wen Luan did not respond directly, instead asking him, "Are you going back?" Wen Jingbai casually replied, "I'm flexible. It's up to you." After all, he had only come because of her. Considering his words, Wen Luan thought for a moment and said, "Then could you please drop me off at school?" "Sure." Once the car was in motion, Wen Luan took out her phone to send a text to Shin Jianan. Nan, I went out for a meal and will head back to school. Have fun." No sooner had she sent the message than her phone rang. "Lily, I'm still at the racetrack, how are you getting back?" Wen Luan covered the receiver, speaking softly and somewhat awkwardly, with Senior. Shin Jianan's voice suddenly escalated, "Who?" "Wen Jingbai." Chapter 23, May I pursue you? Wen Luan, fearing that she might inadvertently utter something inappropriate, hurriedly responded with a simple, millimeter. She felt compelled to add, "We are currently on our way back." After a brief moment of silence from Shin Jianan, her voice emerged, tinged with uncertainty. Just be careful, all right. Wen Luan glanced sideways at Wen Jingbai, observing his undisturbed demeanor, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She stated, Nan Nan, please remember to bring my bag back when you return, I forgot to take it with me. Shin Jianan acknowledged with a good. Just as she was about to hang up, Wen Jingbai suddenly interjected, wait. Please ask Shin Jianan to inform Jin Qi to bring my things back as well. Wen Luan shot him a sidelong glance, contemplating why he didn't simply call Jin Qi himself. However, she kept her thoughts to herself and relayed his message to Shin Jianan. After the call ended, Shin Jianan remained in a daze, utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events that unfolded far beyond her imagination, and perhaps a tad too swiftly. As Jin Qi exited the equestrian grounds, he spotted Shin Jianan lost in thought, staring at her phone. He lightly tapped her on the back of the head and inquired, what are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed. Shin Jianan's thoughts returned to the present as she raised her gaze to Jin Qi and repeated Wen Jingbai's request, when Jingbai asked you to bring his things back. Jin Qi twisted the cap off a water bottle and took a hearty swig before asking, where is he? He went back. Jin Qi nearly choked, exclaiming, what? Didn't he come to pursue someone? Why did he leave so soon? Shin Jianan observed him in silence, her expression inscrutable. Suddenly, Jin Qi seemed to realize something, asking, what about your friend, why haven't I seen her? Though a vague answer had already begun to surface in his mind, he still found it hard to believe and yearned to hear it confirmed. Shin Jianan waved her phone in front of him. She just messaged, saying she left with Wen Jingbai. Furrowing her brow, she continued, but I'm puzzled, I brought Luan out to have fun, how did she end up being taken away by Wen Jingbai? Jin Qi smirked, attempting to console her, you must understand. It's rare for a Jing to develop such feelings. Shin Jianan pouted, protesting, he has taken my sister away and expects me to understand. Unable to resist teasing her, Jin Qi lazily quipped, well, you could always take his brother away. At this, Shin Jianan's cheeks flushed. She lowered her head, stifling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, muttering, shameless. Though her words were barely audible, Jin Qi caught them and leaned closer, asking playfully, hey, who are you talking about? Is it common to speak of one's fiancé in such a manner? Just as their playful banter escalated, they were interrupted by an unexpected guest. Bro, what are you up to? Are we still competing? Lu Yuzhou approached them. Jin Qi lazily replied, of course, we are still competing. After draining the remaining water from his bottle, he turned to Shin Jianan, fiancé, are you brave enough to compete? Shin Jianan lifted her chin defiantly, unwilling to back down, why wouldn't I? With that, the two set off side by side, leaving Lu Yuzhou behind in a state of confusion. He stared after the receding figures, bewildered. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He had intended to join them, not be cast aside. No way, he didn't want to be alone. He hadn't had enough fun yet. The group he had brought along was simply too inexperienced, lacking any challenge. Lu Yuzhou pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The ring echoed halfway before the other end leisurely picked up. Hello. Lu Yuzhou spoke with a grin. Jin Ji, how about a match over here? When Jingbai responded coolly, I've returned to the city. Lu Yuzhou found this hard to believe and, without hesitation, asked, aren't you here to pursue a girl? Why are you leaving so soon? The car was connected to Bluetooth, and every word Lu Yuzhou uttered was heard by Wen Luan. Suddenly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wanting to feign ignorance, yet feeling conspicuously exposed. What did Lu Yuzhou mean by pursuing her, when Jingbai had never shown any intention of doing so? When Jingbai calmly interrupted him, showing no signs of being flustered by the revelation, are you done? If so, I'll hang up. Lu Yuzhou, brimming with curiosity, retorted, wait, Jingji, you haven't answered me yet. Before Wen Jingbai could respond, Wen Luan cleared her throat softly, attempting to alleviate the tension in the car while subtly signaling to Lu Yuzhou. Upon hearing Wen Luan's voice, Lu Yuzhou was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered. Oh, so you're with Jingji. Completely unaware of any potential faux pas, he continued to jest. Wen Luan replied with a gentle millimeter, the senior is giving me a ride back to school. Since the day they met, Liu Yuzhou had always been warm towards her, and she could feel the goodwill behind his playful banter, so she didn't find his teasing intrusive. Liu Yuzhou's smile widened. "All right, take your time on the road." Just as Wen Jingbai was about to end the call, Liu Yuzhou's voice chimed in again, half jokingly and half seriously. "Hey, sister, I was just joking with Jingji, don't take it to heart." Wen Luan pressed her lips together and replied softly, "It's fine." "All right, then I won't disturb you two any longer." His tone was laced with uncontainable delight. After Liu Yuzhou hung up, an abrupt silence enveloped the car, leaving the two occupants momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, when Jingbai broke the silence, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Why don't you ask me?" Wen Luan blinked. "Ask you what?" Seizing a moment at a red light, he turned to her with serious intent, his tone casual yet focused. "About pursuing you." Wen Luan felt a flicker of discomfort and turned her gaze to the window, uncertain whether she was speaking to him or to herself. "But you're not pursuing me." Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, unable to suppress the charming curve of his lips. He drawled, "Oh." Wen Luan instinctively regretted her words, sensing a hint of lamentation in her tone, as if she were reminding him of his pursuit. She quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. It's just that what others say is merely hearsay. It's not the truth." After she spoke, noticing Wen Jingbai's lack of response, she turned to look at him. Her gaze met his deep, dark eyes, twinkling with amusement, his lips curving into an enchanting smile as he regarded her intently. In that fleeting moment, Wen Luan felt her heart skip a beat. She sensed that, at this instant, silence spoke louder than words. Her explanation seemed superfluous. Beep, the sound of a horn interrupted them. As the light turned green, Wen Luan, attempting to steady her erratic heartbeat, announced, "The light is green." Wen Jingbai's smile remained unchanged as he turned back and pressed the accelerator. The car glided smoothly along the expansive road, and Wen Luan diverted her gaze to the window, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. Suddenly, she heard Wen Jingbai's deep, melodious voice, "Wen Luan." She instinctively responded with a soft millimeter. Wen Jingbai began slowly, "You don't need to pursue me. I will pursue you, all right." Chapter 24, Grandfather, do you wish to embrace your great-grandchild? Wen Luan felt as though, in an instant, her mind was ablaze with a myriad of fireworks. The very instinct to think seemed to elude her. All she could distinctly recall was the phrase, "I will pursue you, shall I?" Time appeared to stand still, with only the scenery outside the window shifting incessantly. After what felt like an eternity, she finally emerged from her disbelief. Wen Luan steadied her racing heart and feigned composure as she turned to face Wen Jingbai. She studied his profile, asking, "Senior, are you serious?" The sports car veered off its original path, edging closer to the roadside until it came to a halt. Wen Jingbai unbuckled his seatbelt, turning his body towards Wen Luan. His gaze was profound, unwavering as it locked onto hers, and in a solemn tone, he replied, "What if I said I am serious?" Wen Luan felt her heart, which had only just begun to calm, spiral into chaos once more. She blinked her long lashes, her palms gripping the sides of her skirt tightly, and unconsciously swallowed, her breath faltering. She was unequivocally certain of her feelings for Wen Jingbai, having cherished him for 3 years. She had even questioned whether her affection was genuine love or merely a form of idolization. Yet, in the subsequent days and nights, whenever she recalled the boy who had placed a baseball cap atop her head on that rainy night, his deep voice urging her, "Go home," she felt a seed within her slowly sprouting, spreading at a pace she could not control. Her heart had been unknowingly filled to the brim, yet, she had never considered uprooting the vine. She allowed it to flourish, nurturing it with care. Little did she anticipate that one day, a magnificent flower would bloom from that very seed. While astonished, she found herself unable to believe it, fearing it might merely be a fleeting moment. "What are you thinking about?" His deep, melodious voice interrupted her reverie, echoing the memory of "Go home," but now it carried a gentler tone. Wen Luan snapped back to reality, unable to discern whether Wen Jingbai truly harbored feelings for her or if it was merely a whim. However, she leaned towards the latter. After a brief silence, she lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with an undeniable bitterness. "Senior, I am aware of your illustrious family background. Even if you are sincere, there exists an insurmountable chasm between us. I am just from an ordinary family. We have no future. Wen Jingbai, upon hearing her concerns, appeared slightly more serious. What if we set that aside? Wen Luan managed a bitter smile. How could we set it aside? She grew increasingly convinced that Wen Jingbai's interest was but a fleeting fancy, as he had likely never contemplated a future with her, thus rendering familial considerations unnecessary. Wen Jingbai softened his tone. You need not worry about that, leave it to me, all right. Wen Luan shook her head, speaking earnestly. Senior, I am not like you. There are many who adore you. You need not fret over matters of the heart. You can date freely now, but after graduation, you will have a fiancé of equal standing. At that time, feelings may merely become an impediment. Amidst repeated obstacles and difficulties, when faced with significant choices, your heart is bound to waver. Wen Jingbai's dark, profound eyes had not strayed from her since she began to speak. His words bore a hint of conviction. Wen Luan. If I am not merely acting on impulse, if I can transcend all hindrances, would you be willing to trust me just this once? Would you be willing to wholeheartedly surrender the affection you have concealed? Wen Luan's lashes fluttered, and she discerned the seriousness and determination in Wen Jingbai's gaze and words. With a hint of evasion, she averted her eyes. Let's discuss it then. She admitted her lack of courage, yet she could not recklessly take that step when everything felt beyond her control. Despite his past rescue of her, throughout history, love has proven to be a perilous affair, especially with a man like Wen Jingbai, who exudes both allure and danger. She loved him, but that did not entail relinquishing her heart without reservation. Seeing her neither relent nor press him, Wen Jingbai merely smiled, a confident glimmer in his demeanor. So there's a 50-50 chance then. Wen Luan neither affirmed nor denied it. She simply repeated, somewhat uncomfortably, I already said we will discuss it later. Wen Jingbai returned to his previously casual demeanor, his voice low yet laced with delight. All right. As the car resumed its journey, upon arriving at the school gates, Wen Luan requested Wen Jingbai to wait for a moment. Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, questioning, what's the matter? She had just appeared keen to maintain distance from him. Wen Luan explained, your jacket is still in the dorm, I'll fetch it for you, it won't take long. So that was it. Wen Jingbai smirked, amused by his own overthinking, and nonchalantly replied, just leave it for now. He waved her off. Noticing his refusal, Wen Luan chose not to press further, deciding to wait until next time to return it. After all, she still owed him a meal, and she could bring it along then. Wen Jingbai inquired once more, is there anything else? Wen Luan shook her head. Well, then hurry inside. Okay, senior, drive carefully. After taking a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back toward the roadside, discovering Wen Jingbai's car still parked in place. He had a cigarette between his lips, and as she turned, their eyes met amidst the swirling smoke. His eyes were deep, slightly narrowed at that moment, and Wen Luan had to concede that every gesture of Wen Jingbai carried an unspoken allure. She blinked her lashes and turned away, continuing her journey into the school, yet, the person seated in the car clearly perceived her retreating figure, which bore a hint of fleeing. Wen Jingbai slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, a smile creeping onto his lips. Some things that had always eluded his understanding were now becoming increasingly clear. After finishing the cigarette, he started the car and executed a U-turn. He dialed a number, and a serious, aged voice soon answered, tinged with undeniable pleasure as it spoke. You rascal, what prompted you to call your grandfather? Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, gradually responding, grandfather. I found a granddaughter-in-law for you. It was evident that he shared a close bond with the elder. His tone relaxed. After a brief pause on the other end, as if recovering from shock, the voice elevated slightly. What did you say? I have a granddaughter-in-law. Which girl is it? Hurry and bring her to show this old man. It should be noted that the Jin and Lu families had long since secured girlfriends, while his own grandson, Wen Jingbai, not only lacked a girlfriend but was also rumored to be uninterested in women, causing the old man to feel a sense of urgency. Wen Jingbai laughed lightly, self-deprecatingly. What's the rush? I haven't even pursued her yet. The voice on the other end expressed displeasure. Then why are you talking about a granddaughter-in-law? Are you teasing me? Wen Jingbai disregarded the complaints, his tone half serious and half jesting, stretching his words playfully. Grandfather, do you wish to embrace your great-grandchild soon? If so, then help me with a favor first. Chapter 25. Do not scare people away. After Wen Jingbai clarified the purpose of his call, he intended to hang up. The elderly gentleman on the other end wished to utter a few more words, but was gently rebuffed under the pretext of driving, showing no consideration for the curiosity piqued in the elder's mind. Wen Zhenhua, having been cut off by his own grandson, exhibited no signs of displeasure. Rather, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that refused to wane. He summoned his devoted steward, Old Shen. Quickly prepare the car. I am heading to Peking University. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened slightly. Old Chen, having served Wen Zhenhua for decades, immediately set about making the necessary arrangements. It was a rare occasion to witness his master so unabashedly elated, and unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired with a grin, "Master, has the young master shared some delightful news with you?" Wen Zhenhua was deep, and he has found himself a granddaughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Old Chen's laughter was heartfelt. Congratulations, master. Having watched Wen Jingbai grow up, Old Chen had developed a profound affection for the young master. Learning of his romantic involvement brought him genuine joy. Once when Zhenhua was seated in the car, it struck him that after persistently coaxing his grandson, he had only learned that the young lady was 2 years his junior. No further details had been disclosed. He did not even know the girl's name, having been too caught up in his excitement. Squinting slightly, he regained his composure and turned to Old Shen. Old Shen, contact that young man from the Liu family. Old Chen immediately understood he was referring to Liu Yuzhou. After the call was connected, he respectfully handed the phone to Wen Zhenhua. Hello, who is this? Liu Yuzhou's casual tone rang out. Yuzhou, it's me, Wen Zhenhua replied, his voice authoritative yet calm. Liu Yuzhou, who had been languidly enjoying his time at the racetrack, instantly straightened up upon realizing it was Wen Jingbai's grandfather on the line. Grandfather Wen, greetings, he said, his demeanor shifting to one of respect. What prompts your call? Wen Zhenhua got straight to the point. What is the name of the girl that Jingbai likes? Before Liu Yuzhou could respond, he added, I trust you are not going to tell me you are unaware. Liu Yuzhou chuckled awkwardly. How could that be, although he had indeed contemplated saying just that. Ignoring Liu Yuzhou's jest, Wen Zhenhua lowered his voice a notch. Speak freely, I want he disclose this to Jingbai. Liu Yuzhou hesitated, caught in a dilemma, but I cannot betray Jingbai. If he wished to inform you, he would have done so himself. There would be no need for me to reach out. Wen Zhenhua thought to himself that this young man was not easily swayed. Seeing that soft coaxing was futile, he decided to take a firmer approach. Then I shall simply contact your grandfather. Liu Yuzhou hurriedly interjected, No, please, Grandfather Wen, I will tell you. Just don't trouble my grandfather with your incessant chatter. After acquiring the information he sought, Wen Zhenhua hung up the phone with satisfaction. Old Chen, ever observant, promptly reclaimed the device and instructed the driver, let us depart. Following the disconnection, Liu Yuzhou, feeling a pang of guilt, sent a text to Wen Jingbai. Jingbro, my apologies, your grandfather employed both threat and persuasion, compelling me to divulge your secrets and that of your sister. While still en route, Wen Jingbai heard the notification and glanced at his phone. Slowing the car, he replied, ? Liu Yuzhou sat smiley. Your grandfather inquired about your sister's name. With a sudden brake, the car spun around. Wen Jingbai felt a surge of annoyance. He had underestimated his grandfather's inquisitiveness. The vehicle swiftly returned to Peking University. Liu Yuzhou, noticing his message had seemingly vanished into the void, found himself perplexed. To his surprise, Wen Jingbai did not reproach him. At that moment, Wen Jingbai had no time to spare for such trivial matters. He merely hoped to arrive at Peking University before his grandfather, for who could predict what mischief the old gentleman might undertake in secret. Unbeknownst to him, the car's speed increased once more, and upon reaching the university gates, he breathed a sigh of relief upon not spotting any familiar vehicles. Stepping out, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, leaning casually against the car as he lit it. From a distance, a group of girls eagerly approached, yet each time they neared, they were deterred by the coldness in his gaze. As the cigarette neared its end, a familiar vehicle gradually pulled to the roadside. Old Chen exited first to open the door for Wen Zhenhuo, not forgetting to mention, "Master, the young master is also here." Wen Zhenhuo replied with mild surprise, "Oh, is he waiting specifically for me?" Old Chen glanced at Wen Jingbai, who appeared relaxed and nonchalant, his gaze casually directed their way, and chuckled softly, "It seems so." Upon hearing this, Wen Zhenhuo stepped out of the car and instantly spotted his beloved grandson, nonchalantly smoking. His arrival did not take Wen Jingbai by surprise. It was evident he had indeed been waiting for him. Wen Jingbai extinguished his cigarette and sauntered over, arching an eyebrow and feigning ignorance. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Wen Zhenhuo, feeling somewhat guilty, huffed, "I came to see my granddaughter-in-law." "What of it?" Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, "I am in no rush, why are you so eager?" "Didn't I say I would bring her home to meet you in due time?" Wen Zhenhuo shot him an irritated glance. "You cannot even win her over, yet you boast of bringing her home." "I merely wish to see her." "Is that not permissible?" Wen Jingbai sighed in resignation, "I called you to help guard against my father. Yet, it seems I must guard against you instead." Wen Zhenhuo, hearing this, expressed his displeasure. "You insolent boy, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly intimidate you?" Wen Jingbai chuckled before responding, "Just wait patiently and don't create any disturbances. If you frighten her away, where shall I find her again?" Wen Zhenhuo turned to Old Chen, inquiring, "Am I truly so intimidating?" Old Chen, with a straight face, replied, "Master is not frightening. You merely appear rather stern." Wen Jingbai smirked, placing a hand on his grandfather's arm as they walked towards the car. "All right, grandfather, let us return home. I will be going back today as well." Old Chen promptly opened the rear door with utmost respect. Wen Zhenhuo, undeterred, asked once more, "Is it truly impossible to catch a glimpse?" Wen Jingbai ushered him into the vehicle, his tone resolute, "It is not." Casting a glance at Old Chen, he casually instructed, "See grandfather home." Old Chen complied, entering the car and instructing the driver to start the engine, not forgetting to ask, "Young master, will you join us?" Wen Jingbai nodded towards the sports car parked by the roadside and replied nonchalantly, "I will arrive shortly." Wen Luan returned to her dormitory and opened the chat window with Wen Jingbai. The latest message was a photograph. She gazed at it silently for a while, long pressing the screen to save it. Then, she created a new album in her gallery to store the recently saved image, lingering there without exiting. After some time, she reopened the chat window, contemplating her words before typing out a message. "Senior, have you arrived home?" Wen Jingbai said smiley, "Not yet." Wen Jingbai said smiley, "If any unfamiliar persons contact you recently, do not engage." Suddenly, Wen Zhenhuo, seated in the car, let out a sneeze. Chapter 26. Your girlfriend comes to watch the game. It was only in the evening that Shen Jianan returned to the dormitory. After 2 days of pent-up curiosity, she finally found the opportunity to inquire. "Lily, are you and Wen Jingbai together?" She pulled a chair beside Wen Luan and sat down, her face alight with curiosity. Wen Luan, engrossed in her book, blinked in surprise at the question, feeling it was absurd. "How could that be? Why would you think that?" Shen Jianan's eyes shifted slightly, and she continued, "Ever since that day when we returned from horseback riding, I sensed something peculiar between you two. I can't quite articulate it, but there's this subtle feeling." The mention of horseback riding unwittingly drew Wen Luan into her memories. That was the day when Jingbai had first lifted the veil between them, transitioning from tentative explorations to outright revelations. Unsure of how to explain the current ambiguous nature of her relationship with Shen Jianan, she opted for honesty. "It's a bit complicated right now, and I'm not sure how to articulate it. Don't worry about me. Rather, how are things between you and Jin Qi?" Upon hearing Jin Qi's name, Shen Jianan exhibited a rare girl-like shyness, her lips curving into a beautiful smile. "I feel like there's a budding romantic connection between us." Wen Luan felt genuine happiness for her friend. She gently embraced Shen Jianan, speaking in a soft tone, "That's wonderful, Nan Nan, you'll surely find happiness." Shen Jianan reciprocated the hug, her tone resolute, "Lily, you will too." After releasing each other, Shen Jianan added, "Lily, if one day you truly end up with Wen Jingbai, I will support you." Both Jinqi and I will always be your steadfast allies. Wen Luan, touched by her words, simply smiled. Okay, I understand. Shen Jianan's statement was not made lightly. She had already sensed that many things were unfolding in that direction. She wished to offer a reassuring thought to her anxious friend, Wen Luan. That night, after washing up and lying down, Wen Luan heard a notification sound from her phone and casually glanced at it. Wen Jingbai said, "Smiley, have you slept yet?" Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Not yet." Wen Jingbai said, "Smiley, do you have class tomorrow afternoon?" Tomorrow afternoon, Wen Luan said, "Smiley, yes, is there something?" Wen Jingbai. No, just asking. Wen Jingbai said, "Smiley, get some rest early, good night." After replying good night, Wen Luan found herself unable to fall asleep. The two casual messages from Wen Jingbai were like pebbles cast upon a tranquil pond, creating ripples in her heart. She opened her album and gazed at the solitary photo, feeling the flower within her bloom even more vibrantly. Meanwhile, Wen Jingbai reclined lazily on his bed, his robe loosely draped, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of his toned abdomen. His deep-set eyes were also fixed on the same photograph, contemplating that perhaps he had been too hasty. Initially, he had intended for Wen Luan to open her heart willingly, yet he found himself unable to contain his emotions. Some feelings were increasingly beyond his control. Aware of her deep-seated concerns, and fearing any unforeseen complications, he had even summoned his grandfather for reassurance. The following day during the lunch break, Shen Jianan announced her plan to skip class to attend the school basketball game. Wen Luan was puzzled and inquired, "What has suddenly piqued your interest in basketball?" Although the afternoon class was optional, skipping it just to watch a game did not seem characteristic of Shen Jianan. With a playful wink, Shen Jianan replied, "Jinqi's team is competing today, I need to cheer him on." Aware of Wen Luan's diligent nature, Shen Jianan did not expect her to accompany her. Wen Luan bit her lip and softly asked, "Are they all going?" Clever as she was, Shen Jianan immediately understood whom Wen Luan referred to. Unable to resist teasing, she quipped, "You mean Wen Jingbai, right? He's going too." After the events at the Yunding Mountain Villa, Shen Jianan had grown less anxious and adopted a more relaxed, natural perspective. Wen Luan responded with a quiet millimeter. Suddenly, she recalled when Jingbai had asked her about afternoon classes last night. He must have been hinting at this very event. She made a decision she would have never considered before, glanced at Shen Jianan, and declared, Nan, I'll go with you." Shen Jianan's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, are you really going to skip class?" Wen Luan replied with certainty, "Yes, the afternoon class isn't crucial. I can miss it." Shen Jianan couldn't help but marvel at the influence Wen Jingbai had on her. She asked again, "Are you really sure about this?" Wen Luan affirmed, "Yes, let us go." As they approached the basketball game, the crowd was nearly overflowing, drawn in by the rumor that Wen Jingbai would also be participating. With each passing moment, more and more people gathered. By the time Wen Luan and Shen Jianan arrived, it was nearly impossible to push their way to the front. Shen Jianan had no choice but to call Jinqi. "Lily and I are here, but we can't get to the front. It's too crowded." Upon hearing Wen Luan was present, Jinqi exclaimed, "Wait at the entrance, I'll come to get you." After hanging up, he scanned the area but couldn't spot the person he was looking for. He casually grabbed a nearby player and asked, "Have you seen a Jing?" The player looked around and replied, "He's probably still in the locker room." As Jinqi went to fetch them, he sent a message to Wen Jingbai. Jinqi said, "Smiley, your future girlfriend has come to watch your game." Wen Jingbai said, "Smiley." Wen Jingbai said, "Smiley, what do you mean?" Jinqi said, "Smiley, Wen Luan is here, watching the game with Shen Jianan." In the locker room, Wen Jingbai, while smoking, couldn't suppress a smile upon reading the message. After changing his clothes, he pocketed his phone and headed directly towards the court. Jinqi quickly retrieved Shen Jianan and Wen Luan. When his gaze fell upon Wen Luan, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed that today, victory would come easily without much effort on his part. Shen Jianan looked at him with suspicion. "What are you smiling about? What are you plotting?" Jinqi gently patted her head, his tone laced with affection. "Is there a way to speak about your fiancé like that?" Each time Shin Jianan heard him refer to her as his fiancée in that languid manner, her cheeks flushed. Observing her dear friend's flustered expression, Wen Luan couldn't help but feel happy for her. It seemed these two were finally on the path to a happy ending. Jin Qi led them in through the back entrance, finding the optimal viewing spot, instructing them to stay put. Wen Luan scanned the court and immediately spotted Wen Jingbai in his red jersey. His tall and imposing figure stood out among the crowd, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Even before the game commenced, numerous girls were already calling out his name. After giving his instructions, Jin Qi made his way back to the court. Upon reaching Wen Jingbai, he lazily nodded towards the direction of Wen Luan. Before Wen Luan could shift her gaze, their eyes met, and she instinctively lowered her head, flustered. Chapter 27, Pursuers not far away, a commotion erupted. Look, Wen Jingbai is glancing this way, one girl exclaimed. Is he looking at me? Another girl gasped, unable to hold back her sarcasm. A third remarked, you're overthinking it. His gaze is clearly not directed at you. Nearby, someone inquired, did you notice the two girls Jin Qi just brought over? Yes, they are both stunningly beautiful, replied the questioner. She added, I have a feeling that Wen Jingbai's attention is directed towards them. The girls engaged in lively discussion, while Wen Luan could only catch fragments of their conversation, not entirely comprehending. After a moment, she lifted her gaze once more, only to find that Wen Jingbai had already averted his eyes. Shin Jianan suddenly asked, Li, do you think they will win? Wen Luan pondered briefly before answering, I suppose so. After all, Wen Jingbai was renowned for his basketball prowess, although he no longer frequently participated in the school's basketball matches. Yet, his records remained unsurpassed. The crowd erupted in cheers, louder than before. As the match officially commenced, Wen Luan's eyes remained fixated on Wen Jingbai, and she could not deny the magnetic pull he had on her. Even amidst a throng of players, she could always spot him effortlessly. As if sensing her gaze, Wen Jingbai, after successfully scoring a point, flashed a smile towards a corner of the spectator stands. Drops of sweat trickled down his chin, and he casually lifted his shirt hem to wipe it away. Wen Luan could not help but notice the accidental revelation of his defined abs and V-line. Her ears flushed with embarrassment, and she averted her eyes, yet, Wen Jingbai's playful dark eyes remained locked onto her, and for the first time, she bravely met his gaze amidst the crowd. He did not miss this change in her demeanor, subsequently redirecting his focus entirely back to the game. Members of the opposing team exchanged glances, unable to suppress their expletives. One player, drenched in sweat, could not resist asking his teammate, isn't this supposed to be a friendly match? Why are we being crushed to the ground? Another, equally soaked, grimaced and replied, how would I know? Meanwhile, Jin Qi, with a nonchalant demeanor, glanced at the score and silently mourned for the opposing team for a few seconds, thinking, blame it on your bad luck. The match concluded without suspense, ending in a crushing defeat for the other team. Afterward, one of Wen Jingbai's teammates quietly asked Jin Qi, Bro Qi, what's up with the boss today? He seems like a peacock flaunting its feathers, he replied, unable to suppress a grin. Jin Qi, still playful, retorted, you single dog, what do you know? This piqued the curiosity of the teammates further. What do you mean? Is the boss dating someone? Jin Qi shrugged, I didn't say that. You better not spread rumors. The teammate responded with a straightforward, understood. Within half an hour, everyone in the team was aware that Wen Jingbai had a girlfriend. When he returned to the locker room to change, the first thing he heard was that he had a girlfriend. Raising an eyebrow, he lazily inquired, how come I didn't know about this? The others exchanged glances, then turned to the one who had spread the news. Feeling nervous, he closed his eyes and blurted out, Bro Qi said so. Wen Jingbai responded with an intrigued oh, leaving the others to speculate whether he was confirming or denying the rumor. One audacious teammate could not contain his curiosity, asking, boss, so do we have a sister-in-law or not? Wen Jingbai lowered his eyelashes, recalling the girl from the stands, and a smile crept onto his lips, not for now. Upon hearing his response, the teammates felt a twinge of disappointment, as they genuinely believed he was in a relationship. Once everyone had changed, Jin Qi sauntered in lazily. He approached Wen Jingbai and remarked, I've already sent her off. Wen Jingbai paused in his actions, responding with a low millimeter. Jinqi then asked, "Why didn't you go yourself?" Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly at the question but remained silent. If he had gone to see her off, rumors would surely spread throughout the school in no time. He didn't want Wen Luan to be subjected to gossip. If they were to go public, it should be after she formally agreed to be with him. Noticing Wen Jingbai's silence, Jinqi chose not to press further, casually grabbing some clothes to change. Suddenly, he remembered something and glanced at the nearby teammates. "By the way, my girlfriend says she'll treat us to dinner tonight to celebrate. Are you in?" Upon hearing this, the teammates erupted in excitement. "Absolutely. How could we refuse a treat from our sister-in-law?" Another chimed in, "Bro Chi, did you change girlfriends? Weren't you just single?" Jinqi's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. "This is my fiancé. You're not allowed to mention the past." Despite knowing he had a betrothal, his youthful arrogance had led him to date before, but now he inexplicably wished to avoid letting this affect his relationship with Shen Jianan. The teammates readily agreed, "Sure thing. Don't worry, Bro Chi, we will ensure sister-in-law is happy." Someone then turned to Wen Jingbai, "Boss, are you going?" Jinqi resumed his lazy demeanor, watching Wen Jingbai with a playful glint in his eyes, as though waiting for his response. Amidst the expectant gazes, Wen Jingbai calmly took out his phone and sent a message. "We're having dinner together tonight, want to join?" After a moment's thought, he added, "Pursuers, Wen Luan. Millimeter." After shutting off his phone, he nonchalantly looked up and replied to everyone, "Let us go." He turned on his heel and left, completely ignoring Jinqi's teasing glance. After Wen Jingbai departed, the teammate who had initially spread the gossip approached Jinqi again. "Bro Chi, are you sure your information is correct? The boss said he isn't dating anyone." "He might want to," Jinqi replied, grabbing his clothes and walking away, leaving the teammate standing there to ponder the implications of his words. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped that the boss desired a relationship, but the girl wasn't interested. Realizing this, he found it hard to believe who could possibly be so extraordinary that they wouldn't want to date Wen Jingbai. This only deepened his curiosity about someone he had yet to meet. In the dormitory, Shen Jianan stood before the mirror, trying on various outfits. She paused to ask Wen Luan, "Li, which one do you think looks better?" Wen Luan glanced over, considering for a moment before pointing to a black dress. "Perhaps this one, but will it be cold tonight?" Shen Jianan giggled playfully, then it settled. "The chill will prompt Jinqi to lend me his jacket, which will definitely enhance our closeness." Wen Luan suddenly recalled that when Jingbai's jacket was still with her, she got up to find a bag and neatly placed the jacket inside. Chapter 28, When Jingbai's white peacock displays its feathers. Shen Jianan chose a barbecue restaurant as the dining venue. Since she was treating, she arrived early with Wen Luan to secure a table. After they had placed their orders, Jinqi and a group of team members made their entrance. A few of the team members, meeting Shen Jianan and Wen Luan for the first time, greeted them warmly, and Jinqi introduced with a hint of pride, "Allow me to introduce my fiancé." They all smiled and chorused, "Hello, sister-in-law." Shen Jianan responded with grace, inviting them to take their seats. "Today, I'm treating, so please don't stand on ceremony." "Thank you for your hospitality, sister-in-law," they replied as they settled in. One of the team members, curious, glanced at Wen Luan and asked Jinqi, "Brother Qi, who is this younger sister?" As they were all 2 years her senior, they naturally referred to her as a younger sister. Jinqi couldn't suppress a smirk and teasingly warned, "Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Mind your manners." "She is also called sister-in-law." Wen Luan felt her cheeks flush upon hearing Jinqi's introduction and quickly added, "I'm Wen Luan, just call me by my name." Shen Jianan tugged at Jinqi's arm under the table. "Hey, why are you saying such things?" Jinqi chuckled and retorted, "Am I really saying anything out of line?" After arranging the utensils for Shen Jianan, he continued, "Our Jing isn't he here yet? I must keep an eye on his girlfriend to prevent these rascals from having any ill intentions." One of the team members quickly caught on and inquired, "Could it be that this young lady is the one who has made our captain display his feathers?" Before anyone could respond, a deep, magnetic voice approached, "What about a fairy?" At this, everyone tactfully made way for Wen Luan, allowing Wen Jingbai to sit beside her without hesitation. He glanced at her briefly before diverting his gaze, then asked the team member who had spoken earlier, "What were you discussing about me?" Seeing him in good spirits, the team member playfully reiterated, "We were just saying how beautiful the captain's fairy is." Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying the remark, and casually asked, "Is the food arriving soon?" The others exchanged glances filled with curiosity, but out of respect for the presence of the parties involved, they refrained from prying further and turned their attention back to Wen Luan with renewed warmth. One of the team members poured a glass of wine for both Wen Luan and Shen Jianan, cheerfully saying, "Sisters-in-law, please enjoy." Wen Luan hesitated to decline the drink, merely reaching out for the glass. However, before her fingers could touch it, a large, well-defined hand swiftly removed the glass, casually declaring, "I'll take that." After making this statement, Wen Jingbai summoned a waiter to request a small bottle of yogurt. Once it was in his hands, he offered it to Wen Luan, his voice low and gentle, "Drink this." The others watched in disbelief. Their usually aloof and unapproachable captain had become unexpectedly considerate. Meanwhile, Jin Qi and Shen Jianan observed with nonchalance, silently watching him display his affection. Wen Luan glanced at him and softly remarked, "I could just drink water." In response, Wen Jingbai discreetly poured her a glass of water and placed it before her. The others couldn't help but cluck their tongues in amusement and teased, "Captain, I'd like some water too." Wen Jingbai turned his head slightly, casting a disinterested glance at them, and replied coldly, "Don't you have hands?" As the meal progressed, Wen Luan began to feel somewhat full. She looked at the person beside her who was continuously grilling meat for her and couldn't help but say, "I'm full." Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, turning to look at her with a smile, and replied, "All right," before putting down the tongs. Wen Luan, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Wen Jingbai replied, "No, I'm not hungry." "So you came to eat barbecue just to watch, or rather, just to grill and not eat?" Sensing her thoughts, Wen Jingbai suddenly leaned closer to her ear, his voice deep and alluring, "I merely wanted the opportunity to be near you." After saying this, he promptly leaned back, maintaining a respectful distance. Surprised by his bluntness, Wen Luan felt a wave of heat wash over her, as if the restaurant's temperature had suddenly risen. She raised her hand to fan her face. Shen Jianan, catching sight of her gesture, paused in her grilling and turned to ask, "Luan, are you feeling hot?" Shen Jianan's voice was a bit loud, and her question drew everyone's attention to Wen Luan. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wen Luan mumbled, "It's a bit warm." She took a sip of the yogurt, attempting to ignore the stares. As she lowered her gaze, she heard a low, magnetic laugh nearby. One observant team member, sitting across from them, did not miss their earlier interaction. With enthusiasm, he raised his glass toward them. "Captain, sister-in-law, may you enjoy 100 years of harmony and be blessed with children soon." But Shen Jianan couldn't help but spit out her drink. She quickly grabbed a napkin to clean the table, while Jin Qi calmly handed her a tissue, turning her face towards him to help wipe her mouth, lazily commenting, "Was that really necessary?" Shen Jianan thought to herself, how could this not be considered excessive? Wishing for children so soon, Wen Luan was also taken aback by his bluntness, casting a pleading glance at Wen Jingbai. Wen Jingbai, being a man, was somewhat immune to such topics. However, upon meeting Wen Luan's beseeching gaze, his heart softened immensely. Adopting a more serious demeanor, he straightened up and addressed the team member who had made the toast, his voice cool and composed, "Mind your words. Drink your own." The team member sheepishly retracted his glass and, with a playful grin, apologized, "My mistake, I'll drink 3 glasses as penance." He promptly downed his drink and reached for the bottle to refill his glass. Wen Luan, understanding his good-natured enthusiasm, waved her hand to stop him, softly saying, "It's fine, no need to apologize." Hearing her response, Wen Jingbai casually remarked, "Let this be a lesson learned." The team member cheerfully replied, "All right." After Wen Jingbai returned his gaze to the table, he leisurely stood up, picked up a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the table, and instinctively told the girl beside him, "I'm stepping outside for a smoke." Wen Luan replied with a soft millimeter, and only then did Wen Jingbai stride away, leaving the others in stunned silence. They couldn't help but think their captain must be under his wife's influence. Now, Their gazes towards Wen Luan were no longer merely admiring but filled with reverence and awe. How could she be so remarkable as to tame their usually indifferent leader? Moreover, it seemed that she was not even his girlfriend yet, indicating that their captain was pursuing her, and apparently had yet to succeed. No wonder Brother Chi had mentioned this afternoon that he was interested. The group increasingly felt that this meal was well worth it, fortunate to witness such an unprecedented scene. Chapter 29. Is this how you distinguish yourself from me? Wen Luan was not accustomed to being the center of attention. Since she had already satiated her hunger, she casually glanced at everyone and remarked, "Please, take your time. It's a bit warm, I shall step outside for some fresh air." The others exchanged knowing glances. Shen Jianan, not one to remain idle, looked up at her and inquired, "Li Li, do you need me to accompany you?" Wen Luan smiled and politely declined, "You enjoy your meal, I will return shortly." Among them, a particularly familiar teammate could not resist teasing, "Sister-in-law, are you off to find our boss?" Wen Luan gently cleared her throat, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, and attempted to correct his address but thought better of it, simply replying, "No." Jin Chi poured a glass of water for Shen Jianan before turning his attention to the playful teammate, lazily stating, "Do you wish for a Jing to deal with you later?" The questioned teammate immediately fell silent, chuckling, "My apologies, I was merely too curious." Wen Luan chuckled softly, saying it was no trouble, and then rose to leave. She could discern their genuine curiosity regarding her relationship with Wen Jingbai. Upon exiting the establishment, she decided to visit the restroom, which was conveniently located just a short turn to the right from the main entrance. Although the lighting here was bright, the crowd was relatively sparse, prompting her to quicken her pace. Wen Jingbai had only stayed in the smoking area for the duration of one cigarette before returning inside. However, as he approached his seat, he noticed that Wen Luan was inexplicably absent. He sauntered over to where Shen Jianan was enjoying her grilled meat, casually inquiring, "Where is she?" With her mouth still full, Shen Jianan looked up and mumbled, "She just stepped out for some fresh air." Another teammate chimed in, "Boss, is it true that sister-in-law isn't he seeking you out?" Wen Jingbai cast a sidelong glance at him without a word and turned on his heel, striding out of the establishment once more. As Wen Luan emerged from the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered a drunken man. Spotting her alone, he suddenly harbored inappropriate intentions and staggered forward to block her path. "Hey, girl, all by yourself?" he slurred. "How about joining us for a drink?" he leered at her, reeking of alcohol. Wen Luan's exquisite brows twitched in distaste, noting that he showed no inclination to step aside and realizing there were no others nearby, she opted for silence, intending to retreat back to the ladies' restroom and call for assistance. Just as she turned to leave, the heavy scent of alcohol followed closely behind her. "Hey, where are you running off to?" he called, reaching out to grab her arm. Panic surged within her. She regretted coming alone. As she felt the grasp of his hand approaching, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the corridor, "Baby." The sound was jarring in the quiet atmosphere. The drunken man halted midway, glancing back at the towering figure of a man, whose cold, dark eyes were fixed on him. He instinctively swallowed hard. "Aren't you coming over?" Upon hearing that familiar term of endearment, Wen Luan froze in her tracks. She was all too familiar with Wen Jingbai's voice. Realizing he was intervening on her behalf, she promptly responded, "Oh," and maneuvered past the inebriated man towards Wen Jingbai. The previously intoxicated individual now seemed to sober up, instinctively yielding to her as she passed. Once she reached Wen Jingbai, the panic that had consumed her began to dissipate. His warm, strong hand rested lightly on her shoulder as he lowered his gaze to her misty eyes, which reflected her earlier fear. A knot tightened in his chest at the thought that had he arrived just a moment later, that man might have seized her. His expression turned frostily cold. Guiding Wen Luan to a more populated area, he gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Wait for me here for 2 minutes." He then turned to leave. "What are you going to do?" Wen Luan instinctively asked. Wen Jingbai replied, "I'll have a word with him. In less than 2 minutes, when Jingbai returned. As she observed him approaching, Wen Luan casually rubbed her wrist, opting not to pry further. As they walked back into the establishment, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for saving me once again." Having dealt with the drunken man, Wen Jingbai's mood had significantly improved. He glanced down at her and replied, "No need for thanks." He added, "But do refrain from wandering into sparsely populated places alone at night." Wen Luan softly acknowledged, I truly did not anticipate this. After taking a few steps, her curiosity got the better of her. Senior, why did you call me that earlier? Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, asking which way. It was somewhat difficult for her to articulate. Well, you called me baby. Wen Jingbai elongated his tone, a low chuckle resonating as he explained leisurely. In such situations, one must assert dominance to instill caution in others. Is that so? Wen Jingbai halted, pivoting to lean closer to her, his dark, profound eyes unable to conceal their amusement. Why do I sense a hint of disappointment in your voice? Wen Luan instinctively turned her head to rebut. You must have misheard. Upon locking eyes with him, she realized he was intentionally teasing her. She pressed her lips together, deciding it wiser to refrain from further conversation, knowing she could not outmaneuver him in a verbal spar. When they returned to their seats, the others had nearly finished their meals. Shen Jianan, now sated, languidly leaned back in her chair, glancing at the pair. Li, where have you two been for so long? Jin Qi lightly tapped her on the back of the head, affectionately chiding. You're becoming quite the gossip, aren't you? The teammates around them groaned in unison. Is there no respite for us? We came out for dinner, only to end up tasting dog food. Another chimed in. Not just a taste. Jin Qi chuckled lazily, seemingly accustomed to their camaraderie. Wen Jingbai wore a smile at the corners of his lips, and once the playful banter subsided, he nonchalantly declared, all right. If you're done eating, let us depart. The teammates chimed in, all right, we're leaving now. I refuse to be the third wheel, neither will I. Sisters, could you perhaps introduce us to some girlfriends? Upon hearing this, Shen Jianan readily agreed, we'll arrange it for another day. The teammates beamed with delight. Great, it's settled then. As everyone rose to leave, Wen Luan returned to her seat to collect her bag. Wen Jingbai stood by, waiting for her. As she approached, he extended his hand, asking, may I carry that for you? Wen Luan hesitated for a moment, then, realizing he was offering, she willingly handed it over, remembering to say, Senior, your coat. Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, you can keep it for now, there's no need to go out of your way to return it to me. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and asked, is this how you wish to distance yourself from me? His deep-set eyes bore into hers unwaveringly. Chapter 30. The romantic mind is a man's finest dowry. The group, having indulged in some libations, had hailed a taxi in advance. Once when Jingbai and Wen Luan emerged, the team members bid them a spirited farewell before departing. What was once a lively gathering had now dwindled to just 4 individuals. Jin Qi inquired of Wen Jingbai, is it on your way? Wen Jingbai nodded slightly, get in the car. Today, he drove the very vehicle that had first taken Wen Luan back to school. After addressing Jin Qi, he turned his gaze to Wen Luan, let us proceed, I shall escort you back to campus. Shen Jianan was the first to unceremoniously open the rear door, adding, thank you, brother Jingbai. Jin Qi, ever perceptive, followed suit and took his place beside her in the back seat. Wen Luan glanced at the now vacant front passenger seat, hesitating momentarily, sensing her indecision, when Jingbai raised an eyebrow and looked down at her. What's the matter? Wen Luan shook her head, and nothing. Wen Jingbai opened the door for her, and after she settled in, he bent down to fasten her seatbelt, closing the door behind him before returning to the driver's seat to start the engine. Shen Jianan, seated in the back, did not miss the seemingly natural gestures Wen Jingbai exhibited. Initially, she had reservations about him pursuing Wen Luan. While she recognized her dear friend's exceptional beauty and talent, she felt that Wen Jingbai, with his myriad experiences, must have encountered countless women. She worried that his interest in Wen Luan was merely a fleeting whim, even if he were sincere. What of his family's approval? If they opposed Wen Luan, she feared it would be her friend who ultimately suffered. However, she increasingly sensed that it was Wen Jingbai who was more deeply infatuated. His intense gaze and gentle actions made her question the rumors of his disinterest in women. Perhaps he was indeed a romantic at heart. Jin Qi, too, observed the unfolding dynamics with a keen eye, his demeanor always one of detached amusement. Unlike Liu Yuzhou. As he lazily surveyed the front, he caught a glimpse of his fiancée's contemplative expression and could not suppress his curiosity. What are you thinking about? So focused. Shen Jianan glanced at Wen Jingbai before gradually returning her gaze to Jin Qi, leaning closer to him, her voice lowered. She blinked her elegantly adorned eyelashes and mused, do you think Wen Jingbai might be a romantic at heart? The car was filled with the latest popular music, drowning out Shin Jian'an's words. Upon hearing her, Jin Qi, ever the instigator, leaned forward slightly and playfully tapped the driver's seat. Jing, someone suggests you might be a romantic. As Shin Jian'an realized she had been betrayed, she swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, her voice lacking any real threat. Jin Qi, stop talking. Despite his mouth being muffled, the amusement in Jin Qi's eyes was unmistakable. After a moment, seeing he had quieted, Shin Jian'an released her hand, offering a sheepish smile to the front. Brother Jingbai, please disregard Jin Qi's nonsense. She cleared her throat and continued, what I meant to say is that a romantic mind is a man's finest dowry. When Jingbai, gripping the steering wheel with singular focus, appeared intrigued by Shin Jian'an's statement. Is that so? He asked with interest. Recognizing his curiosity, Shin Jian'an eagerly engaged him. Absolutely true. She patted the back of the passenger seat, asking, Luan, I'm not mistaken, am I? When Luan, momentarily distracted by the night scenery outside, was jolted back to reality by her friend's question. What? She replied, slightly bewildered. Shin Jian'an, perceptive as ever, noted her friend's absent-mindedness. What were you daydreaming about? You seemed so engrossed in thought that you didn't hear our conversation. When Luan opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. She certainly couldn't confess that she was still reflecting on how when Jingbai had just called her baby, nor could she reveal his protective embrace that felt possessive in nature. After a moment of silence, she turned to Shin Jian'an. Oh, what was your question again? Shin Jian'an repeated, I asked if a romantic mind is indeed a man's finest dowry. Having not paid attention to their exchange, Wen Luan instinctively replied, yes. Shin Jian'an, satisfied with her response, triumphantly turned to Wen Jingbai, see, brother Jingbai. I didn't deceive you, did I? Wen Jingbai, with a languid millimeter allowed a smile to grace his lips. Meanwhile, Wen Luan began to sense that she might have inadvertently revealed something inappropriate. The vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of Jing University. The dormitories were a considerable distance from the gate, and the temperature had dropped noticeably in the early autumn night, particularly at this late hour. Shin Jian'an was delighted to find herself wrapped in Jin Qi's coat, winking at Wen Luan in the process. Wen Luan recalled her friend's earlier suggestion about it being conducive to deepening their relationship. Just as she was lost in thought, she felt a coat draped over her shoulders, the faint scent of wood notes permeating the air. Glancing down, she recognized it as the very coat she had returned to Wen Jingbai. It's a bit chilly, don't catch a cold, came his deep, resonant voice from above. It turned out that the coat he had been carrying all afternoon was meant for her. Indeed, it was quite cool at this hour. She instinctively adjusted the collar. Looking up at Wen Jingbai, she quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, senior. I suppose I must wait until next time. There was a hint of resigned humor in her tone. Wen Jingbai smirked, but didn't we just agree that there's no need to be so formal? Wen Luan's lovely eyelashes fluttered, and she bit her lip before responding, yes, understood. Luan, let us go, Shin Jian'an called from a short distance, interrupting them. She stood beside Jin Qi, who wore a look of resigned amusement directed at Wen Jingbai, shrugging in a manner that suggested, I can't help it if she wants to interrupt. Wen Luan smiled in response, all right. She then followed Shin Jian'an through the school gates. As they walked and chatted, Shin Jian'an remarked, I feel like you two already seem like a couple. Wen Luan, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disorientation. Have they really reached that point? Yet, she knew they had not. Shin Jian'an, unable to contain herself, added, I can't help but imagine how clingy Wen Jingbai would be in a relationship. Wen Luan shot her a puzzled glance. What makes you think that? Shin Jian'an replied, don't you think he is quite attached to you? Wen Luan could only respond with silence. Upon returning to the dormitory and completing her nightly routine, Wen Luan lay on her bed to rest. She occasionally glanced at her phone screen, hoping for a WeChat message. She knew that Wen Jingbai would message her once he got home. Just as she looked at the screen for the third time, a notification chimed. Without a second thought, she opened it. Wen Jingbai said, smiley, I'm home. Wen Luan said, smiley, okay, good night, senior. The message window indicated that the other party was typing. Patiently, she lingered in the chat, awaiting his response. After a while, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared. When Jingbai sat smiley when Luan, is a romantic mind truly a man's finest dowry? Chapter 31. How conscientious, when Luan, upon being questioned by him, suddenly recalled the intriguing expression he wore in the car after hearing the answer. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to respond with a few words. I was just joking with Jianan. When Jingbai replied, is that so? Despite the simplicity of his 3 words, Wen Luan discerned a teasing tone. Just as she contemplated how to respond, another message chimed in. When Jingbai sat smiley, may I ask you a question? Wen Luan sat smiley, what question? When Jingbai sat smiley, what made you suddenly decide to watch the match this afternoon? Don't you have classes? Wen Luan was taken aback by his inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she gradually tapped the screen. Wen Luan sat smiley, senior helped me a lot. It's only right that I cheer for you. When Jingbai sat smiley, how conscientious of you. How conscientious, it struck her as rather peculiar. When Luan sat smiley. The following day, during the break between classes, Shin Jianan suddenly exclaimed, oh my. Luan, look, you're trending on the forum. When Luan lowered her gaze to her phone screen at her words. May I ask which department this beauty is from? I've never seen her before. She's from our media department, the serene goddess, always exceptionally low-key. Oh, I think I'm falling in love. May I have her contact information? The photo featured a side profile of Wen Luan, with a basketball court in the background. The angle clearly indicated that it had been surreptitiously taken. If she wasn't mistaken, it was likely captured when Jin Chi had brought them in yesterday, making them rather conspicuous, resulting in someone snapping a photo and uploading it to the forum. The post seemed to be gaining traction. Wen Luan furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat distressed. Meanwhile, on the other end, when Jingbai was preparing to start a game out of sheer boredom when Liu Yuzhou suddenly approached him. He held out his phone before Wen Jingbai, saying, Brother Jing, you should take a look at this. It seems like your sister has become famous. Upon hearing Liu Yuzhou refer to his sister, Wen Jingbai promptly exited the game he hadn't even started. He took the phone from Liu Yuzhou with one hand and casually scrolled through it, though his expression darkened with each passing moment. After a brief interval, he returned the phone to Liu Yuzhou and casually remarked, have someone delete the post. Liu Yuzhou, puzzled, asked, why isn't fame a good thing? When Jingbai clicked his tongue, a hint of irritation evident in his tone. Liu Yuzhou quickly grasped the situation, sporting a playful grin. Brother Jing, you wouldn't be jealous that others are seeking your sister's contact information, would you? When Jingbai shot him a nonchalant glance, I instructed you to take care of it. Why the unnecessary chatter? Though Liu Yuzhou perceived that when Jingbai was changing the subject, he found it amusing rather than disconcerting. He first took care of business by making a phone call to have the post deleted, then playfully leaned closer to Wen Jingbai. When did you become so insecure? It's merely a request for contact information. It's not as if they could steal her away. When Jingbai chose to disregard his frivolous remarks, fixating instead on the notion of someone stealing her away. He scoffed softly, contemplating who would dare. Yet, for all his musings, he still wished to assert his claim sooner rather than later. Wen Luan, accustomed to maintaining a low profile, felt a sense of relief when the content about her suddenly vanished. Shin Jianan, bewildered, swiped up and down the screen, her expression one of disbelief. What's going on? How did it just disappear? Musing aloud, she wondered, could it have been deleted? Upon hearing the possibility of it being deleted, Wen Luan breathed a sigh of relief. All she desired was to navigate her university life in peace, without becoming the center of attention. She recalled being labeled the department's flower upon her arrival, but her low-key demeanor, spending her days solely in the classroom or dormitory, often without makeup, quickly quelled any fleeting fame. She had never anticipated that a candid side profile would reignite such interest. Who could have deleted the post? Noticing Shin Jianan still engrossed in her analysis, she interjected, all right, Jianan, it's for the best that it was deleted. Let us not dwell on it. Shin Jianan, still slightly regretful, remarked, why must you be so low-key? Wen Luan smiled, fluttering her beautiful eyelashes, and asked, isn't it better to live quietly and peacefully? Shin Jianan considered her words, nodding in agreement. That makes sense. With that, she exited the forum, no longer fixating on the post, although the post had been deleted after the morning classes, a few boys from other departments still sought her out in the media department. Upon seeing Wen Luan, they eagerly vied for the chance to invite her to dinner or present her with gifts, all of which she politely declined. Once they dispersed, one boy lingered behind, undeterred, asking, "Does Wen have a boyfriend?" She did not. Wen Luan shook her head and gently replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm not considering that right now." The boy quickly retorted, "As long as you don't have a boyfriend, I still have a chance. I will wait until you decide to date." Wen Luan found herself momentarily speechless at his persistence, while Shen Jianan, despite her extensive experience, was momentarily taken aback as well. She stood at a distance, overhearing the boy's declaration in its entirety. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a casual voice suddenly interrupted, "Oh, what is going on here?" Everyone at the school knew who Liu Yuzhou and his group were. Upon seeing Liu Yuzhou, the boy greeted him politely, "Hello, senior." Liu Yuzhou cast a glance at him, offering no response, and turned his attention to Wen Luan. "Sister, let us go, I'll take you to dinner." Wen Luan, as though she had spotted a savior, hurriedly joined Liu Yuzhou, pulling Shen Jianan along. She smiled and replied, "Let us go." Liu Yuzhou casually instructed, "You two go ahead." After Wen Luan and Shen Jianan turned to walk ahead, the boy who had just confessed asked, bewildered, "Senior, is Wen your sister?" Liu Yuzhou turned his head to look at him. "Not just that." Pausing briefly, he then adopted a serious tone, "I advise you to rein in those unwarranted feelings." The boy's face paled at Liu Yuzhou's words, and he dared not retort. After delivering his message, Liu Yuzhou turned and hurried after Wen Luan. Inwardly, he mused, as expected of Wen Jingbai, he truly had anticipated it. After the post was deleted, Wen Jingbai invited Liu Yuzhou to lunch, requesting a favor. Curious about the nature of the request, he inquired, only to learn it was to help fetch Wen Luan. He was also cautioned, if anyone bothers her, remember to assist her. It seemed that everything was within Wen Jingbai's foresight. Liu Yuzhou, where are we going to eat? Shen Jianan interrupted his thoughts, then asked with confusion, "Wait, why are you suddenly treating us to a meal?" Liu Yuzhou resumed his carefree demeanor, leading the way, "Har, Brother Jing is treating you, I'm just here to do the heavy lifting." Shen Jianan. She instinctively glanced at Wen Luan, realizing the underlying intention was not simply about the meal. Chapter 32, The Joy of Amusement. As they arrived at the school gate, they immediately spotted Wen Jingbai's car parked by the roadside. "Mission accomplished," Liu Yuzhou proclaimed, approaching the man in the driver's seat with a hint of pride. Wen Jingbai responded with a nonchalant millimeter, followed by a brief, "Thank you." He then turned to Wen Luan, stating, "Let us go, I'll take you out for lunch. There's a newly opened private dining restaurant that I've heard great things about." Since learning that Wen Jingbai had descended into the mundane world, Shen Jianan found herself bolder in his presence. Unable to resist teasing, she remarked, "Brother Jingbai, do you want to take us all, or are you just interested in Li Li?" Upon hearing her jest, Wen Luan turned around and lightly slapped her arm, her face displaying a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "Stop joking around." Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, "All right, get in the car." Liu Yuzhou, ever the gentleman, opened the back door and glanced at Shen Jianan. "Sister Jianan, you go first." As she climbed in, she corrected him, "I've told you to call me sister-in-law." "You really have no sense of propriety," Wen Jingbai commented, casting a glance at Wen Luan, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Wen Shuijie, get in the car." After a brief pause, he added, "Are you waiting for me to open the door for you?" "No need," she replied, somewhat irritated by his teasing, and promptly opened the passenger door to take her seat. Just as she settled in, the man beside her leaned closer, their breaths mingling. Wen Luan instinctively held her breath, feeling her heartbeat slow for a moment. With a soft click, Wen Jingbai leaned back, his voice laced with amusement, "Let me fasten your seatbelt." After he said this, Wen Luan realized belatedly that she had almost misinterpreted his intentions. She thought to herself, does fastening a seatbelt require such closeness? In high spirits, Wen Jingbai deliberately overlooked her embarrassment and started the car. Suddenly, Shen Jianan remembered something and asked Liu Yuzhou, "Where's your brother?" Clearly caught off guard, Liu Yuzhou turned to Wen Jingbai in the driver's seat and inquired, "Brother Jing, didn't you call him?" After a moment of thought, he added nonchalantly, It wouldn't he be right for just the three of us to indulge ourselves? Wen Jingbai let out a soft snort, keeping his gaze fixed ahead as he retorted, you don't exactly shy away from indulging yourself. Wen Luan found their banter quite amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing her laughter, Wen Jingbai instinctively glanced at her and noticed the girl's eyes twinkling with delight, as if she had stumbled upon something amusing. After a brief pause, he explained to Shen Jianan, Jinqi went to the restaurant ahead of us. Once Lu Yuzhou heard this, he ceased to inquire further, though he was determined to maintain his dignity. I never indulged myself. It's clearly you, Brother Jing, who chooses not to join us. Suddenly, he leaned forward, addressing the driver in a playful tone, Sister, let me tell you something. I've never seen a man as pure as Brother Jing. You wouldn't believe it, but every time there are girls around, he always stays away. Those who don't know might think he likes me or my brother. But Shen Jianan couldn't hold back her laughter. Lu Yuzhou, are you that narcissistic? Wen Luan's sweet voice chimed in, seemingly in response to Lu Yuzhou's words, is that so? Upon hearing her inquire, Lu Yuzhou perked up, absolutely. Sister, let me tell you, encountering a good man like Brother Jing is worth it. You won't regret it. I assure you. His conviction was palpable. Wen Luan found Lu Yuzhou amusing and was accustomed to his playful teasing. She smiled but remained silent. Shen Jianan, however, countered, you should change your name to Lu Matchmaker. Upon hearing Matchmaker, Lu Yuzhou immediately protested, raising his voice slightly, have you ever seen such a handsome matchmaker? Shen Jianan relished in his flustered state. Lu Yuzhou was about to retort when Wen Jingbai glanced at him through the rearview mirror, casually stating, be quiet, you're quite loud. Buoyed by Wen Luan's presence, Lu Yuzhou's courage surged. He asked, Sister, am I noisy? Wen Luan shook her head, chuckling, not at all. You're quite entertaining, she added, not forgetting to compliment him. Upon hearing her praise, Lu Yuzhou felt elated, his spirits soaring. He caught a glimpse of Wen Jingbai's gaze in the rearview mirror, brimming with pride, your girlfriend finds me amusing. When the car came to a steady stop outside the restaurant, they noticed Jinqi's vehicle already parked in a space. After Shen Jianan exited, she exchanged a few words with Wen Luan before heading inside to find Jinqi. Realizing he had become a third wheel, Lu Yuzhou quickly followed her into the establishment. Hey, wait for me. I want to find my brother too. Once Wen Jingbai locked the car, only he and Wen Luan remained. He approached her, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, do you enjoy amusement, Shuijie? Wen Luan responded with a surprised what? She was taken aback by his sudden question. When Jingbai hesitated, opting not to repeat himself, he chuckled softly, it's nothing, let us head inside. Upon entering the private dining room, they found the table already laden with dishes. Upon seeing Wen Jingbai, Jinqi languidly leaned back in his chair, saying, Jing, I ordered the dishes you specified, let me know if you think we should add anything. Wen Jingbai scanned the table and replied coolly, it's fine. After Jinqi finished, Wen Luan instinctively glanced at the spread, pleasantly surprised to find several dishes among them that she particularly enjoyed, reminiscent of the last private dining restaurant Wen Jingbai had taken her to. She bit her lip, turning slightly to glance at Wen Jingbai. He must have ordered these for her, right? Wen Jingbai sensed her gaze and looked down to meet her glistening eyes, his voice low and tender, you must be hungry, right? He pulled out a chair for her, go ahead and eat. After Wen Luan sat down, Wen Jingbai also took a seat beside her. During the meal, Jinqi abruptly spoke up, Jing, you had me come early to order dishes, why did you two arrive so late? Before Wen Jingbai could respond, Lu Yuzhou interjected on his behalf. It's because a guy was pestering my sister to confess, which delayed us. Jinqi was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized the humor in the situation and couldn't help but laugh, so that's what happened. It was amusing to think someone dared to encroach upon Wen Jingbai's territory. As he served himself, he slyly glanced at Wen Jingbai, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression, yet, Wen Jingbai maintained an impassive facade, leaving no one aware of his true thoughts. At that moment, Shen Jianan joined the conversation, you all have no idea, a bunch of guys suddenly approached, and I was taken aback, let alone Li Li. Lu Yuzhou chimed in, it must be because of the posts online. Fortunately, Brother Jing foresaw this and had someone delete the post. Otherwise, even more people would have come to bother my sister. Shen Jinan made a gesture of admiration, truly worthy of being Brother Jing. When Luan had been quietly enjoying her meal, upon hearing Liu Yuzhou's words, she paused her movements and turned her head to look at the man engrossed in his food. When Jingbai noticed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes, which were deep and focused, anticipating what she wanted to say, he smirked and preempted her, "No need to thank me." After a while, when Luan's phone chimed, she glanced down to see a message, when Jingbai. She blinked in surprise and skeptically opened the chat, when Jingbai said smiley, "No need to thank me, because this time, it was for myself." Chapter 33. He felt heartbroken when Luan comprehended his meaning but was at a loss for a suitable response, ultimately deciding to turn off her screen and stow her phone away. Just as she placed it back in her pocket, an abrupt ringtone pierced the air. Glancing down, she saw the caller ID, Mother. Furrowing her brow, she wondered why her mother would call at this hour. Turning to Wen Jingbai beside her, she said, "I need to step out to take this call," and rose to exit the private room. "Lili, your father collapsed this morning." Su Ruyan's voice, laced with a hint of tears, came through as soon as the call connected. "He is still in the emergency room." Wen Luan felt her heart constrict painfully, drowning out the surrounding noise, desperately wishing she had misheard. Yet, Su Ruyan's choked voice resonated clearly through the receiver. Clenching her fist until the pain became unbearable, she managed to utter, "Mom, which hospital is Dad in?" After Su Ruyan provided the hospital's address, Wen Luan's heart remained suspended in anxiety. She hadn't wanted to trouble her daughter, who was far away in the capital, but the fear of something happening to Wen Chenglin compelled her to inform her. Memorizing the address, she stifled her inner turmoil and gently reassured Su Ruyan, "Mom, don't be afraid. Dad will be fine." She began walking back towards the private room, adding, "I'll ask my professor for leave this afternoon and head back." Once she hung up, Wen Luan entered the room but did not take her seat again. Instead, she directly grabbed her bag and glanced at Shen Jinan. Nan, please help me request a leave from the professor this afternoon." Ignoring the puzzled gazes of everyone around her, she hurriedly made her way out. "You all eat. I'll go take a look." When Jingbai, having noticed her reddened eyes, quickly grabbed his car keys and followed her outside. Reaching the entrance, Wen Luan anxiously scanned the street for a taxi. Noticing the absence of any cabs, she opened her phone and clumsily navigated the ride-hailing app. Her fingers trembled slightly when suddenly, someone tugged at her arm. "Where are you headed? I'll take you." For the first time, Wen Jingbai's usual nonchalance vanished, replaced by an unprecedented concern. With her eyes even redder than before, Wen Luan grasped his arm as if seizing a lifeline, her voice tinged with urgency and gratitude. "Could you please take me to the airport?" "The airport? I need to go home," she explained in a flurry. "My dad is in the hospital." When Jingbai led her towards the parking lot, his tone unusually grave, "I'll drive you. Lincheng doesn't have an airport. You'll still have to transfer." "All right, I appreciate it, senior." At that moment, Wen Luan couldn't afford to be polite. After all, he was speaking the truth. All she desired was to reach the hospital as swiftly as possible. As the car sped along the highway, Wen Luan bit her lip tightly, her hands gripping the straps of her bag with intensity. When Jingbai understood her anxiety and worry but felt at a loss for words to comfort her, so he pushed the speed to its limit. "Send me the exact address on my phone," he interrupted her thoughts. Wen Luan replied with an "oh," retrieving her phone from her bag. After sending him the address, she belatedly realized her palms were marked with the impressions of her nails. By the time they arrived in Lincheng, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. During the journey, Wen Luan had received a call from Su Ruyan, informing her that when Chenglin had regained consciousness and had been moved to a regular ward, she was told not to worry. Upon reaching the hospital, as she alighted from the car, it dawned on her that she hadn't considered what to do about when Jingbai, sensing her thoughts, he reassured her, "You should go see your father. I'll wait here for you." Wen Luan nodded, "All right." After casting a glance at Wen Jingbai, she hurried into the inpatient department. Inside the ward, Wen Chenglin lay on the hospital bed, looking somewhat frail. Upon hearing the door open, both he and Su Ruyan turned their gazes towards the entrance. Lily, why have you returned? A faint smile graced Wen Qinglin's weak features. Lily. Su Ruyan's voice still trembled with residual fear as she stepped forward to embrace her. Wen Luan patted her mother's back, tears spilling over as she replied, "It's all right, Mom." After they separated, Wen Luan sat by the bedside, her eyelashes still glistening with tears, as she looked at Wen Qinglin with a hint of reproach. "Dad, you scared me. You're grown now. Why are you still crying?" Wen Qinglin's voice was tender yet weary. He smiled softly and added, "It must be your mother overreacting, calling you back." Su Ruyan's eyes were still red and swollen as she feigned annoyance. "It's not overreacting at all. Do you know how close you came to frightening me to death?" Wen Luan gently held his hand, pretending to be angry. "Exactly, such a serious matter, and you didn't let me come back." Wen Qinglin chuckled, all right. Having my daughter back makes me happy. That's all that matters." "That's more like it, Dad, you should rest well for now." Wen Luan remained by Wen Qinglin's side until he drifted off to sleep before quietly rising. Turning around, she noticed Su Ruyan, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, now with her eyes closed. Perhaps the prolonged tension had worn her out, and she had unknowingly fallen asleep. Wen Luan fetched a jacket and gently draped it over her mother. Although her movements were light, Su Ruyan, who had been on high alert, startled awake in an instant. Upon seeing it was Wen Luan, her expression softened. "Is your father asleep?" Wen Luan replied softly, "Mm. Mom, you should rest too." "Lily, will my calling you back suddenly affect your studies?" Su Ruyan spoke with a hint of guilt. Wen Luan embraced her arm, offering comfort. "Not at all, Mom." She understood the fear and worry that plagued her mother's heart. "I've taken leave, and my coursework isn't too demanding at the moment. Dad's health is what matters most." Su Ruyan chose not to respond further, knowing her daughter was always independent and sensible. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "By the way, how did you get back so quickly?" "Oh no." Wen Luan abruptly realized she had completely forgotten about Wen Jingbai, who was waiting downstairs. "Mom, you keep an eye on Dad. A classmate brought me back, I'll go check on him." Without waiting for Su Ruyan to respond, she quietly slipped out of the ward. By the time she reached downstairs, night had fallen. She retraced her steps to find the familiar vehicle, tapping on the window. As the window rolled down, Wen Jingbai's slightly fatigued face appeared. "How is he? Is Uncle feeling better?" He opened the car door and stepped out, removing his jacket to drape it over Wen Luan's slender shoulders. "It's too chilly outside, we're mine for now." Wen Luan had been gone for a while, and he had worried for just as long. He had considered smoking to alleviate his anxiety but realized he had left his cigarettes behind in his rush earlier. He thought about buying some nearby but feared that Wen Luan might not find him if she came down. "Much better. He's already resting." "I'm sorry, Senior. I was too anxious earlier and completely forgot you were still downstairs," she said, looking into his eyes, guilt etched on her face. "It's fine as long as he is better," Wen Jingbai reassured her, his previously tense expression now relaxed. He pinched the bridge of his nose and softly inquired, "Do you need to go home to get anything?" Wen Luan shook her head. "Dad is sleeping now, let us go get you something to eat." He had barely had a bite at lunch before coming to see her. After driving all afternoon, he must be very hungry. "All right, text your mother to ask what she wants, we can bring it back for her." Wen Luan nodded and glanced at his thin t-shirt. "Wait here. I'll go grab my jacket." Wen Jingbai gently grasped her arm, understanding her concern, and looking down at her clearly tear-streaked eyes, his voice husky and tinged with tenderness, "It's all right. I am not cold." Chapter 34, Is the young man downstairs my future son-in-law? As Wen Luan noted that when Jingbai claimed to be indifferent to food, she decided to take him to a noodle shop that appeared to be quite clean and well-kept. Upon their entrance, a waiter greeted them warmly, "What can I get for you two?" Wen Luan glanced up at Wen Jingbai, inquiring, "Senior, would you prefer noodles or wontons?" After casually surveying the other diners' tables, Wen Jingbai replied, "Noodles, I suppose." Very well. Turning back to the waiter, Wen Luan offered a polite yet detached smile. 2 bowls of noodles, please. She added a reminder, one without scallions. The waiter promptly acknowledged, of course, please have a seat while you wait. Once the waiter departed, Wen Qingbai raised an eyebrow and remarked, I recall you enjoy scallions. Wen Luan took a tissue and wiped the table in front of him, responding, the one without scallions is for you. Wen Qingbai fell silent, his deep gaze fixated on her for a moment, the corners of his lips curving in a subtle smile. He seemed pleasantly surprised that she had noticed such a small detail. After she finished wiping the table, she attended to her side as well, disposing of the tissue in the trash. She felt his unwavering gaze upon her. Raising her eyes in curiosity, she asked, is something the matter? Wen Qingbai shook his head with a smile. Senior, is it all right if you don't return home tonight? Wen Luan suddenly recalled something and posed the question. What, do I look like the obedient child who listens to his parents? He retorted with a teasing smile. Not quite, Wen Qingbai interrupted her concern. Don't worry, whether I go home or not, no one keeps track of me. Wen Luan felt a fleeting curiosity, but it quickly dissipated. Wen Qingbai clarified, I live alone. I see, she replied, blinking her long eyelashes and shifting her gaze away. By the way, when do you plan to return to school? Wen Luan pondered before answering, tomorrow, I suppose. She continued at a leisurely pace, my father's condition has stabilized. The doctor said we should observe for another couple of days. If all goes well, he just needs to rest at home for a while. After she finished speaking, Wen Qingbai's expression grew serious. Then I'll wait for you to return together tomorrow. Wen Luan pressed her lips together and replied, all right. I need to stay at the hospital to care for my father tonight. I'll take you to find a hotel later. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Qingbai declined, no need, you can just head back to the hospital. I'll manage on my own. Wen Luan furrowed her brow, but it was only reasonable to ensure his accommodations were settled, especially since he was unfamiliar with the area and had come here to assist her. Wen Qingbai chuckled softly, interrupting her worries, his tone returning to its usual nonchalant laziness, laced with playfulness, but what, afraid of losing me? Your noodles are here. The waiter timely interrupted the suddenly awkward atmosphere. Wen Luan, feeling somewhat flustered, urged, Senior, eat up. She gently pushed the bowl without scallions toward him. Wen Qingbai, unwilling to let her off their hook, remarked with a barely concealed smile, Junior, you still haven't answered me. Wen Luan picked up a portion of noodles, I'm not thinking about that. She replied, taking small bites. Perhaps due to the steam, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Very well, it seems I have been overly sentimental, Wen Qingbai said languidly, his tone tinged with regret. Wen Luan, noticing him pick up his chopsticks, felt her embarrassment gradually fade away. Perhaps she had been genuinely hungry earlier, coupled with the release of her tense emotions. As her bowl of noodles quickly neared its end, Wen Qingbai set down his chopsticks and suddenly inquired, what should I bring for your mother? Wen Luan paused, wiped her lips, and replied, wontons would be nice. All right, you continue eating. After saying this, Wen Qingbai stood up and walked to the cash register, instructing the waiter to pack an additional order of wontons before settling the bill. After paying, he returned to his seat, his tone indulgent, take your time, no rush, the wontons will take a few more minutes. Wen Luan acknowledged with a soft millimeter and resumed her small bites of noodles. To ease her discomfort, Wen Qingbai casually took out his phone and began scrolling absent-mindedly. Noticing unread messages, he clicked to open them. Luyu sat smiley, is everything all right with you? Jinqi. Aching, are you okay? He quickly replied to both messages with the same content. All is well, I'll return to school tomorrow. Just as he sent the messages, Jinqi's call came through, and he answered it with a casual swipe. Aching, what are you up to? Wen Qingbai glanced at Wen Luan, who was quietly eating, and replied nonchalantly, just having a meal. You all left so suddenly at noon. We were quite worried. Wen Qingbai responded with an millimeter, it's all settled now. He observed Wen Luan, who was putting down her chopsticks and wiping her mouth, and softly asked, have you eaten well? Wen Luan, noticing he was on a call, merely nodded. Seeing this, Wen Qingbai returned the phone to his ear. I'll hang up for now. Though Jinqi hadn't heard the girl's voice, he swiftly deduced that Wen Qingbai was inquiring about someone. Before Wen Qingbai ended the call, he hurriedly asked, still together, his tone teasing. Wen Qingbai disregarded the jest, responding lightly within a millimeter before hanging up. At that moment, the waiter approached with the packed wontons, saying, please take care, and we welcome you back anytime. Wen Qingbai picked up the bag and waited for Wen Luan to step out first before following her. Behind them, the waiter beamed with admiration, enviously observing the attractive couple, marveling at the young man's striking good looks and tall stature, while the girl beside him radiated an aura of elegance and grace, her beauty complemented by her courteous demeanor. As Wen Luan carried the warm wontons towards the inpatient department, she hesitated, glancing at Wen Qingbai. Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? Leaning casually against the car, with his jacket draped over his arm, Wen Qingbai waved his hand dismissively, a carefree smile on his face. No need, just head inside. If you wait any longer, the food will get cold. Upon hearing his words, Wen Luan finally turned to leave, though she found herself glancing back multiple times. Noticing her reluctance, Wen Qingbai couldn't help but tease, if you keep this up, I might just refuse to let you go. Wen Luan suddenly realized her feelings for him were a secret she had kept hidden in her heart. However, the events of the day had overwhelmed her, causing her to lose control momentarily. She masked her concern, ignoring his playful banter. Just message me when you arrive. Wen Qingbai leaned against the car, nodding in a laid-back manner. Hurry up and head inside. This time, Wen Luan said nothing further and directly entered the inpatient building. Upon reaching the ward, she found Su Ruyin gazing out the window. Mom, what are you doing? Come and eat, Wen Luan said as she opened the food container. Reluctantly, Su Ruyin moved away from the window, and as she approached Wen Luan, a gentle smile graced her lips, her voice filled with warmth. That young man downstairs is my future son-in-law, isn't he? Chapter 35. Meeting the parents. Wen Luan suddenly grasped the meaning behind Su Ruyin's words. She stepped over to the window and peered down, noticing that Wen Jingbai's car was parked in a position that allowed for a clear view. Feeling slightly uneasy, she returned to the sofa, meeting Su Ruyin's teasing gaze, and pouted, Mom, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Su Ruyin chuckled, I saw it all. That young man is quite handsome, perfectly suited for our Li Li. He's my senior, just giving me a ride home. Wen Luan quickly conjured up an excuse. However, she soon realized that Su Ruyin was not so easily deceived. After taking a bite of her wonton, she laughed and said, it's quite all right, your mother would never oppose you falling in love early. Really, it's not like that, Wen Luan replied with a resigned smile. Su Ruyin's face was alight with amusement, her eyes clearly filled with skepticism. Is it really not? She added, you are my daughter, how could I not know you? Her demeanor toward the young man clearly indicated her fondness for him. Wen Luan was reluctant to acknowledge her feelings, finding it awkward to discuss such matters with her mother. She swiftly changed the subject. Mom, you should eat, I'll go check on Dad. Su Ruyin recognized her shyness, smiled knowingly, and did not stop her. Yet, she couldn't help but think that her daughter had truly grown up. When Chenglin had slept quite a long time, during the night, a nurse came in to change the four, waking him briefly before he fell back into a drowsy slumber. Wen Luan sat quietly by the bedside, glancing up at the four bottle and noting it was still half full. She took out her phone to check. There were several unread messages on WeChat, all from Shen Jianan. Shen Jianan sat smiley Li, I've taken care of your leave. Shen Jianan sat smiley, what happened? Do you need my help? Shen Jianan sat smiley, focus on what you need to do, there's no rush to return to school. Reading these messages brought a smile to Wen Luan's face, a warm feeling blossoming within her. Her expression softened, and she gently tapped the screen to reply. Wen Luan sat smiley, there's something at home, so I'm heading back for a bit. Don't worry, I'll be back at school tomorrow. Just as she sent the message, a new notification popped up. Shen Jianan sat smiley, that's good to hear, I was so worried. Shen Jianan sat smiley, by the way, I heard from Jinqi that when Jingbai is with you, is he at your home? Shen Jianan. Are you two Haven T met the parents already, have you? Meeting the parents, Wenluwan suddenly recalled Su Ruyan's earlier words. While it couldn't be considered a formal meeting, it certainly felt like a one-sided introduction. Wenluwan sat smiley. He gave me a ride back. He is staying at a hotel now. Shinjin and sat smiley. I'm beginning to ship your romance. Wenluwan sat smiley. Ding, another message alert, and Wenluwan quickly tapped to open it. When Jingbai sat smiley, I've arrived. When Jingbai sat smiley picture, it was a photo of their hotel entrance, the name clearly visible. When Jingbai sat smiley, just checking in, no need to worry about me getting lost. Upon reading the first two messages, Wenluwan felt nothing unusual, but the third made her ears flush slightly. How does he always manage to tease her with such serious words? Wenluwan sat smiley. All right, make sure to rest early. When Jingbai sat smiley. Wenluwan sat smiley. When Jingbai lay on the sofa, looking at her ? For a fleeting moment, he desperately wanted to confess his feelings. Seeing the tears welling in her eyes earlier, and the evident signs of having cried, he yearned to hold her tightly and comfort her. Yet, due to their circumstances, he could only endure. He typed and deleted, over and over, before finally chuckling to himself, deciding against it. Now was not the right time. Meanwhile, Wenluwan noticed he was typing several times, only to receive a simple response in the end. When Jingbai sat smiley. See you tomorrow. After Su Ruyan finished eating and tidied up the trash, she approached the bedside and gently patted Wenluwan's shoulder, saying softly, Li, you should head back to rest. I can stay here at the hospital. Wenluwan turned to look at her and lowered her voice. Mom, I'll stay here tonight. You should go home and get some rest. I have to return to school tomorrow. You need to conserve your energy, as your father will need your care. Seeing her daughter's resolute stance, Su Ruyan didn't press further but felt a twinge of worry. All right, but remember to call me if anything happens. Wenluwan took her hand and nodded with a smile. Just moments after Su Ruyan left the room, when Chenglin woke up, after an afternoon of sleep, he appeared much more spirited. Sensing his awakening, Wenluwan mustered her energy. Dad, do you feel any discomfort? When Chenglin looked at his daughter with tenderness in his eyes, shaking his head slowly. I'm much better. You don't need to worry. Has your mother gone home? Wenluwan nodded, pouring a glass of water as she spoke. She wanted to stay here, but I insisted she go back. When Chenglin's eyes reflected guilt, I must have frightened you, right? You were in class, and now this has disrupted you. Wenluwan smiled sweetly. As long as you're healthy, nothing else matters. Then, recalling something, she advised him, Dad, you should balance work and rest. I can earn money now, so you don't have to work so hard. When Chenglin disagreed with her sentiment, your primary task now is to study. There's no need for you to earn money. Wenluwan reassured him, don't worry. I am aware of what I need to do. When Chenglin had always trusted his beloved daughter, and hearing her words, he didn't press further. A smile of contentment spread across his face. My daughter has truly grown up. Wenluwan's expression softened, her lips curving into a smile. When Chenglin encouraged her to rest on the sofa for a while, initially reluctant, Wenluwan eventually yielded to her father's insistence. However, despite closing her eyes, she found it impossible to sleep. The events of the day felt surreal, having transitioned from Jing City to Lin City within mere hours. Moreover, the fact that when Jingbai was so close by in her hometown added to her restlessness. Unable to sleep, she decided to open her phone and, without realizing it, clicked on her conversation with Wen Jingbai. Curious to see if he had updated his moments, she accidentally tapped twice. I just tapped Wen Jingbai. Wenluwan felt a surge of panic. This was something she couldn't retract. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, a message popped up. When Jingbai sat smiley hum. Wenluwan sat smiley. I clicked by accident. When Jingbai. Oh, what a coincidence that you accidentally clicked on me. Wenluwan could almost envision his lazy yet intrigued expression. She decided to steer the conversation in a different direction. Wenluwan. Senior, why are you still awake? When Jingbai sat smiley. I can't sleep. Wenluwan sat smiley. Oh. Lying on the hotel bed, when Jingbai paused for a moment upon seeing that single word. How heartless. Upon hearing he couldn't sleep, she merely replied with an "oh." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled softly, his fingers flying over the keyboard. As when Luan pondered whether her response was too curt, another message appeared. When Jingbai sat smiley. When Luan, can you tell stories? Chapter 36, Do you care so much for me? The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, the soft chime of a notification roused Wen Luan from her slumber while she lounged on the sofa. With drowsy eyes, she instinctively reached for her phone, when Jingbai sat smiley woke up and messaged you, bringing breakfast. She blinked, glancing at the time in the upper left corner, 6:30 a.m., last night, when Jingbai had requested her to tell him a story, and inexplicably, she had felt no inclination to refuse. Thus, she had earnestly recounted a tale. By the time she had settled down to sleep, it was already past 1. Shaking off her thoughts, she tapped on her phone screen to reply. When Luan sat smiley, it's fine, you should get some more rest. I can just grab something nearby. Soon, another message arrived, when Jingbai sat smiley, consider it a token of gratitude for last night. A reward for telling a story. Aware that refusing him was futile, she acquiesced. When Luan sat smiley, all right, just come over after 7:30. By that time, Su Ruyin should also have arrived, she would feel more at ease going downstairs. When Jingbai sat smiley, okay. When Luan sat smiley, remember to eat something first. When Jingbai sat smiley, sure. She smiled gently, tucking her phone away. Rising cautiously, she approached the hospital bed, glancing at the still sleeping Wen Chenglin, whose breath escaped him in soft snores. Turning, she made her way to the window. At a mere glance, she found herself momentarily frozen, her eyes widening in disbelief as she confirmed what she saw. A familiar car was parked in a familiar spot. Suddenly, her throat tightened, and her eyes felt a sting. Autumn in Lincheng was colder than in Jing City, and the morning air was particularly brisk. Below, a few passers-by were bundled in thick coats, while when Jingbai leaned against his car in a thin jacket, his long legs casually crossed. One hand hung at his side, holding his phone, while the other held a freshly lit cigarette. The white smoke swirled around his deep-set eyes as he lifted his gaze to glance at the hospital building. Knowing full well he would not see her, Wen Luan could not help but fixate on his eyes, as if they might meet hers. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, she opened his chat window and initiated a voice call. She watched as he casually picked up his phone, and upon seeing the screen, a smirk tugged at his lips as he moved the cigarette away from his mouth. Hello. His voice was magnetic and languid, laced with a hint of amusement. Wen Luan's throat felt constricted, her voice slightly hoarse as she uttered, Wen Jingbai. He momentarily collected himself, perplexed by the seriousness in her tone. He recalled the last time she had called his name so frantically, when he had startled her while teaching her to ride a horse. Hearing the rasp in her voice now caused a flicker of concern within him. Yes, I'm here, he replied, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Wen Luan paused, gathering her thoughts to steady her tone. Where are you right now? When Jingbai had not anticipated that she would coincidentally spot him. He feigned nonchalance. I'm at the hotel, getting ready to buy breakfast. Liar. Though she recognized his deception, she chose not to confront him, a pang of sorrow swelling within her. Her star in the heavens was descending into the mundane world for her sake. Suppressing the unknown emotions welling inside, she quietly replied, all right, then just bring it over when you get it. When Jingbai, slightly taken aback, said, but isn't it after 7:30? Wen Luan chuckled softly, her tone gentle, yes, but I'm feeling a bit hungry now. His side of the line resonated with a light chuckle, okay, I'll be quick. The affection in his tone was unmistakable. After ending the call, Wen Luan stepped away from the window, hastily tidying her slightly disheveled hair and replacing the cooled water on the cabinet with hot water. Once finished, she settled onto the nearby sofa, idly scrolling through her phone for nearly 10 minutes, her mind elsewhere. Feeling the time was right, she glanced at the still sleeping Wen Chenglin and cautiously opened the hospital room door to step outside. As she passed the nurses' station, she greeted them with a smile, asking them to keep an eye on room 302, explaining, I'm just going downstairs to grab something, I'll be back shortly. The nurses, having seen such a gentle and beautiful girl who was exceptionally polite, readily agreed. One of them stood up and headed toward the patient rooms. Sure, you go ahead. After thanking them, Wen Luan's phone chimed with a notification. Without a second thought, she hurried toward the elevator, her heart racing as the numbers changed from 1 to 2, filled with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. As she exited the inpatient building, she jogged toward where the car was parked. When Jingbai had not anticipated her speed, he remained in the car, unable to exit in time. The sudden appearance of the girl he had been longing for at the window momentarily stunned him. However, he quickly regained composure, raising an eyebrow with a teasing tone, hungry enough to run over. Noticing her slightly breathless state, he couldn't help but jest, "I'm not your delivery service, you know." Ignoring his playful banter, Wen Luan inquired with genuine concern, "Aren't you cold?" When Jingbai, noting her lack of response to his jest, casually replied, "Nope." After a moment of reflection, he added, "I run hot, so I don't mind the chill." Wen Luan cast a skeptical glance at his thin jacket, feeling unconvinced. Her thoughts were written all over her face, and when Jingbai could read her easily, he chuckled softly, "Don't believe me." Peering down at his attire, he smirked, half-jokingly suggesting, "How about I roll it up, and you can feel the temperature with your hand? Another try?" His every suggestion to try felt like a subtle provocation. Wen Luan's cheeks flushed visibly, and she shyly declined, "No need." When Jingbai, sensing her embarrassment, shifted his focus, retrieving the warm breakfast box from the passenger seat. He opened the car door and handed it to her. "It's warm. I just picked up a few things, not sure if they'll suit your taste." Wen Luan accepted it, stating, "I'm not picky, anything is fine." He responded with a drawn-out, millimeter, playfully teasing her, so easy to please. Wen Luan shot him a mock glare, her expression a mix of annoyance and amusement. This inexplicable joy stirred within Wen Jingbai, as if his long-dormant heart was beginning to stir. The loneliness he had felt before dawn was now replaced with warmth. Knowing she had concerns weighing on her mind, he urged, "You should head back up now. Just send me a message before you leave." Wen Luan blinked, instinctively asking, "What about you?" "I'll just take a nap in the car, I have to drive later," he replied, uncertain of how long he had slept the previous night. She nodded. As she prepared to remove her jacket, Wen Jingbai swiftly stopped her. "What are you doing? Aren't you cold? You might catch a chill if you sleep in it," she insisted, continuing her motion. Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, his deep black eyes fixed on her with unwavering attention, half joking and half serious. He slowly said, "Do you care for me so much?" Chapter 37. It turns out he heard everything until Wen Luan returned to the hospital room, her ears still echoed with that alluring phrase. As she stared vacantly at the meal box, the door to the room creaked open. She turned to see Su Ruyin, her face brightening with a smile as she softly called out, "Mom." She then inquired, "Why did you come so early?" "I couldn't sleep at home, so I came to check on you," Su Ruyin replied with a warm smile, glancing at the diverse array of breakfast laid out on the makeshift table, her smile deepening. "Did your son-in-law send this?" It was evident that Su Ruyin was quite pleased with her future son-in-law, whom she had yet to meet. Wen Luan, feeling a flush of embarrassment, earnestly corrected her, "He's just a classmate." "What son-in-law?" Suddenly, Wen Chenglin, who lay in his hospital bed, interjected, perhaps due to a restful night, he appeared much more spirited today, resembling someone who was not unwell and hospitalized. Su Ruyin turned to look at the recently awakened Wen Chenglin, whose face radiated warmth and vitality. The anxiety of the previous day had finally dissipated. She approached the bedside, gently assisting him to sit up, smiling as she said, "Of course, he's our son-in-law." Wen Chenlin's gaze shifted toward the blushing Wen Luan, a puzzled smile gracing his features as he asked, "Has our daughter started dating?" Wen Luan quickly denied it. "That's not true, Mom is just being silly." Wen Chenglin exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, a silent understanding passing between them, and chose not to press the matter further. Like Su Ruyin, Wen Chenglin possessed a good understanding of their daughter, if not wholly, at least to a great extent. When had she ever displayed such a youthful shyness? Typically, she wore an obedient and aloof demeanor, and her occasional playful antics with them were merely light-hearted. It seemed, even if she had not yet embarked on a romantic relationship, it was imminent. After a moment, Wen Chenglin looked at her with affectionate indulgence, saying, all right, if you say so. However, your father is not an old-fashioned relic. I will not oppose your dating. As long as your partner is a good person and treats you well, your mother and I will certainly support you. Su Ruyan promptly chimed in, yes, your father speaks true. When Luan attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere, I understand, let's eat before it gets cold. She opened the meal box and began to unpack the dishes carefully prepared by Wen Jingbai. In the midst of their meal, as Wen Chenglin and Su Ruyan ate, Wen Luan quietly slipped over to the window to glance down. The car was indeed parked there. Wen Jingbai must have fallen asleep, she thought. She checked the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. After taking a sip of kanji, Wen Chenglin slowly spoke, daughter, I'm feeling much better now. You should head back to school early, don't let your classes fall behind. Wen Luan, distracted, nodded absent-mindedly and smiled at Wen Chenglin. Yes, I've already discussed it with Mom. We'll leave around noon. Wen Luan spent the morning keeping the elderly couple company. The results from yesterday's examinations had mostly come back. The doctor assured them there were no significant issues, just that he needed to be mindful of rest and monitor his blood pressure due to his age. Once all the results were in and deemed normal, arrangements for discharge could be made. Hearing this, both Wen Luan and Su Ruyan felt their anxieties lift entirely. The morning passed swiftly, and soon it was almost lunchtime. Mom, Dad, I need to head back to school now. Please take care of yourselves, Wen Luan said, gathering her belongings in preparation to leave. Wen Chenglin, concerned, remarked, let your mother accompany you for lunch and see you off. He reminded Su Ruyan as he spoke. Before Su Ruyan could respond, Wen Luan interjected, no need, my classmate is waiting for me. I'll take him to lunch first, then we'll go together. Wen Chenglin, unaware of the situation, smiled and acquiesced. Su Ruyan, however, wore a look of heartfelt satisfaction and urged, go on, don't keep him waiting. Wen Luan smiled back at Su Ruyan, responding with a hint of exasperation, I understand. After Wen Luan departed, Su Ruyan looked at Wen Chenglin, a smile of contentment gracing her features as she remarked, our daughter has truly grown up. Wen Chenglin remained silent, simply returning her smile and gently patting her hand in affection. Wen Luan did not send a message. Instead, she directly took her bag and descended the stairs, making her way to the car with ease. Through the gap in the window, she caught a glimpse of Wen Jingbai, his eyes closed in rest. Beneath his strong brow, his usually dark eyes were now gently shut, with long, thick lashes casting shadows downward. He appeared somewhat distant when not smiling. She raised her hand and lightly tapped on the car window. Upon hearing the sound, Wen Jingbai abruptly opened his eyes, and any irritation from being awakened vanished the moment he saw Wen Luan. His furrowed brow relaxed, the windows rolled down, and his voice, still heavy with sleep, inquired, why didn't you send a message? Wen Luan simply responded with a soft millimeter, let us go eat, then we'll head back to school. All right, Wen Jingbai replied, unlocking the car door. After Wen Luan settled into the passenger seat, he deftly fastened her seatbelt and asked, is everything all right with your father? Wen Luan nodded, he should be discharged tomorrow. Wen Jingbai acknowledged her with a millimeter as he started the car. Both of them had not rested well the night before and found their appetites lacking. They settled for a light meal nearby before heading back onto the highway to Beijing. As they neared the exit, Wen Luan's phone rang, breaking the silence in the car. Wen Jingbai casually turned down the music. Li, have you arrived? Su Ruyan's voice came through the receiver in the confined space. Wen Luan glanced at the navigation screen and replied softly, we're about to exit the highway. Su Ruyan exchanged pleasantries as she typically did, while Wen Luan quietly responded with obedient agreement. Unexpectedly, Su Ruyan mentioned Wen Jingbai. Unaware that Wen Jingbai could hear her, she spoke freely to her daughter. Li, your father and I are looking forward to you bringing home your future son-in-law next time. Wen Luan was clearly taken aback by her mother's sudden comment. Instantly, she raised her other hand to cover the receiver, attempting to change the subject. Mom, I'll talk to you when I get back to the dorm, I have to hang up now. Without waiting for Su Ruyan's reply, she abruptly ended the call. She tucked her phone away, casting a cautious glance at Wen Jingbai, only to find him still focused on the road ahead, his expression unchanged. She thought to herself, he must not have heard, right. Just as she began to relax, a deep, melodious voice broke through her thoughts, laced with curiosity, what future son-in-law? Without a second thought, Wen Luan felt a twinge of unease as she explained, "You must have misheard." Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying her claim, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. As the car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Beijing University, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the sky had taken on a dusky hue. Before Wen Luan exited the car, Wen Jingbai called out to her, his deep, black eyes sparkled with mirth, and a teasing smile played on his lips as he said, "Whenever you wish to bring me home, just let me know. I am always available." Wen Luan felt her mind go blank, a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks. It turned out he had heard everything. She had no idea how she managed to escape the car, only recalling the faint sound of his amused laughter trailing behind her as she hurriedly stepped out. Chapter 38. How impressive. Just as Shen Jianan was preparing to step out, Wen Luan happened to open the dormitory door. A radiant smile instantly adorned her face, and her tone was filled with delight. "Lily, you're back." Wen Luan's eyes curved joyfully. "Yes, just arrived." She glanced at the small bag slung over Shen Jianan's shoulder and playfully inquired, "Are you going out?" Upon hearing the question, a charming shyness washed over Shen Jianan's features. "I'm going to have dinner with Jin Qi." "Then you should hurry along," Wen Luan urged with a smile. From the outset, she was aware that Shen Jianan had a fiancé named Jin Qi, but she also understood that their relationship had been rather lukewarm. Now, witnessing the couple engage in a genuine romantic relationship brought her heartfelt joy for Shen Jianan. "All right, I'll bring you something delicious later," Shen Jianan replied, waving goodbye with a smile as she departed. Due to having missed 2 days of classes, Wen Luan had dedicated her time to studying during her breaks. Apart from sleeping. It was only after catching up on her missed lessons that she realized, somewhat belatedly, that Wen Jingbai had not contacted her since that night he sent her a message. Their exchanges on WeChat had never been frequent, and it felt inappropriate to inquire too directly. Thus, she spent a distracted afternoon, until Shen Jianan, noticing her apparent free time, invited her to lunch. Shen Jianan mentioned that Jin Qi would be joining them, and she had anticipated seeing Wen Jingbai. However, upon arriving at the restaurant, she found only Jin Qi and Liu Yuzhou present. Jin Qi greeted her politely before engaging in conversation with Shen Jianan. Liu Yuzhou enthusiastically called out, "Sister, it's been a while." Wen Luan nodded with a smile, glancing toward the entrance. Sensing her curiosity, Liu Yuzhou explained without hesitation, "Jin Ji caught a cold and hasn't he been to school these past few days?" Upon hearing this, concern involuntarily crossed Wen Luan's face as she blurted out, "Is it serious?" Liu Yuzhou's eyes flickered, and he altered his response at the last moment, "Very serious. And he won't he go to the hospital? I am not sure if he has any medicine at home. He lives alone and doesn't he have anyone to take care of him? He might not even be able to eat." Liu Yuzhou sighed, his expression unusually grave. Wen Luan, without a second thought, took his words to heart, her demeanor growing increasingly troubled. Shen Jianan stared blankly at Liu Yuzhou's earnest performance, and just as she was about to call him out, Jin Qi quickly fed her a piece of pastry. With her mouth full, Shen Jianan shot a disgruntled glance at the instigator. After swallowing slowly, she murmured, "What are you doing?" Jin Qi, noticing the confusion in her delicate features, smirked lazily, "This is really delicious. You should try it." Shen Jianan's attention was effortlessly diverted, completely forgetting her intention to confront Liu Yuzhou. Throughout the meal, Wen Luan found it difficult to focus. When it concluded, she declined Jin Qi and Shen Jianan's offer to accompany her back, glancing at Shen Jianan. Nan, you two head back first. I'll return on my own later." Shen Jianan hesitated, "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Wen Luan offered a gentle smile, her tone reassuring, "Don't worry." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Shen Jianan assumed she simply didn't want to intrude on her and Jin Qi's time together, hence she did not press the matter further. "Sister, where are you going?" "Let me give you a ride," Liu Yuzhou remarked, having noticed the worry in her eyes, and he couldn't help but reflect if he had been too dramatic earlier. Wen Luan politely declined his offer with a soft smile. After parting from the other three, Wen Luan stood by the roadside, retrieving her phone to open a familiar chat window. Wen Luan said, "Smiley Senior, have you eaten yet?" She recalled Liu Yuzhou's words, very serious, no one to take care of him, might not even be able to eat. After a long wait with no response, her message seemed to vanish into the void. Various thoughts raced through her mind, and she couldn't resist initiating a voice call. After some time, a low, hoarse voice finally answered, "Hello." It carried the remnants of sleep. "Senior, it's me," Wen Luan spoke softly, as if afraid of disturbing his rest. Wen Jingbai paused, recognizing her voice, and a lazy smile crept into his tone. What prompted this sudden call? Wen Luan tightened her grip on her phone, biting her lip as she softly inquired, "Have you eaten?" Wen Jingbai appeared taken aback by her question, initially thinking she was referring to a long overdue meal between them. His voice still raspy, he joked, "What is this, are you inviting me to dinner?" Wen Luan had no doubt that if she said yes, he would drag his ailing self out to meet her. Moreover, from the implication in his words, it seemed he hadn't eaten yet. Indeed, Lu Yuzhou's words were not unfounded. After some contemplation, she decided to be straightforward. "I heard from Lu that you caught a cold. Haven't you gone to see a doctor?" Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, the deep timbre of his laugh sending tingles through Wen Luan's heart. After a brief silence, he teasingly asked, "Wen Luan, are you worried about me?" Wen Luan softly affirmed with a gentle yes. Given that he was unwell, whether it stemmed from genuine concern or gratitude, she truly felt anxious for him. Wen Jingbai was surprised by her candidness, leading to a momentary silence. Wen Luan bit her lip, summoning her courage. "Senior, where do you live?" After a brief pause, she added, "Is it convenient? If it is, I'd like to come and check on you." Wen Jingbai never expected that the girl who usually kept her distance would take the initiative to visit him. Nevertheless, he found no reason to refuse. "Sure, it's convenient," he replied, giving her an address while reminding her, "Be careful on your way." After ending the voice call, a new message appeared in the chat, revealing a location. Wen Luan opened it, suddenly recalling the night of her birthday banquet when he had said it was on his way as he drove her back to school. She blinked, lost in thought, before finally putting her phone away. Before hailing a taxi, she stopped by a supermarket to buy some tomatoes, eggs, and vegetables, followed by a visit to a pharmacy for cold medicine. By the time she arrived at Wen Jingbai's residence, it was already evening. Wen Jingbai opened the door for her, immediately noticing the bundles in her arms, unable to resist a teasing remark, "Are you here bearing gifts?" After he took the items from her, she brushed aside her wind-tousled hair, aware of his playful jibe but choosing not to engage. Lifting her gaze to him, she noted his pallid complexion, the vibrant color usually present in his lips now absent, and his hair slightly disheveled. He wore a silk black loungewear, with a couple of buttons carelessly fastened, leaving the collar wide open, revealing a swath of his pale skin. It appeared he had hastily thrown it on before answering the door. Wen Luan felt her cheeks flush and quickly averted her gaze, awkwardly asking, "Can you cook here?" Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, skeptically responding with her hum. "That's good," she said, opening one of the bags. Upon seeing the colorful contents, Wen Jingbai instantly understood. A smile played at the corners of his lips, his voice still hoarse but infused with a hint of amusement as he remarked, "So you can cook? How impressive." Chapter 39, The distance between us again. How remarkable it is, how peculiar it sounds when it escapes his lips. Wen Luan cast a slightly bashful glance at him and softly clarified, "I can only cook simple noodles." Wen Jingbai, arms crossed, observed her earnest demeanor with an air of amusement. After she retrieved the ingredients, she lifted her gaze to inquire, "Where is the kitchen?" Wen Jingbai took the ingredients from her hands, saying, "Follow me." With that, he turned and led the way. Wen Luan glanced at the immaculate, pristine kitchen, feeling unsurprised. It was evident he had no experience in cooking. Boiling noodles was a simple task for her, and as she deftly went about it, Wen Jingbai leaned against the sliding door frame, quietly watching her profile. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something. "I don't have an apron here, will your clothes get dirty?" She was wearing a light beige knitted sweater that matched her clean complexion. Wen Luan instinctively replied, "It's fine. I'll be careful." Without turning her head, she continued to focus on her task. Wen Jingbai fell silent for a moment before retreating to his bedroom, quickly returning with a large black shirt in hand. "Wen Luan," he called softly. "Are?" She turned to him, her expression one of confusion. "Put this on." He had already stepped into the kitchen by the time he finished speaking. Wen Luan glanced down at the exquisite black shirt he held. Surely, it was worth far more than her current attire. An apron. No, thank you. If it gets dirty, I can just wash it when I return to my dorm, she declined without a second thought. Wen Jingbai assumed she felt awkward and chuckled lightly. What is this? Have we become distant again? Not at all, Wen Luan blinked, denying it. Besides, even if they had grown distant, it was only natural. She was not anyone significant to him. I just thought it might get dirty. She spoke candidly. Wen Jingbai was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a reason. He chuckled and handed the shirt to her, his tone laced with teasing. Feel free to use it. If it gets dirty, I won't make you pay. A few minutes later, clad in the oversized black shirt, Wen Luan brought a steaming bowl of noodles to the dining table. The sleeves had been rolled up by Wen Jingbai to a length that perfectly concealed the cuffs of her knitted top. Meanwhile, Wen Jingbai had been banished to the living room a few minutes prior for being a hindrance in the kitchen. Before Wen Luan could call him, his rumbling stomach led him to the dining area. Drawn by the enticing aroma, Wen Luan glanced at him, who appeared somewhat unwell, and spoke nervously. I'm not sure if it tastes good. After all, it had been quite a while since she last cooked. Wen Jingbai looked at the solitary bowl on the table and asked, aren't you eating? Wen Luan shook her head. I had something earlier this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Wen Jingbai bent down to inhale the fragrance, remarking, it smells delightful. With that, he pulled out a chair and sat down. After taking a bite, he raised his gaze to meet Wen Luan's, who sat opposite him, her eyes filled with anticipation as if awaiting his assessment. Noticing her tension, Wen Jingbai could not help but smile, slowly saying, it tastes delightful too. The anxiety in Wen Luan's eyes was replaced by a glimmer of happiness, the corners of her lips curling into a soft smile. Minutes passed as she watched Wen Jingbai eat, feeling a profound sense of tranquility in that moment. Due to his cold, his eating pace was slower than usual, and Wen Luan quietly waited across from him. Her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the unopened bag she had brought along. Rising, she walked over to retrieve the cold medicine she had brought, carefully studying the instructions. Wen Jingbai had noticed her movements the moment she stood up. Watching her focus intently, he chose not to interrupt, instead sipping his soup. As the warmth of the broth settled in his stomach, he felt a comforting heat spread throughout him. When the bowl of noodles neared its end, Wen Luan approached, puzzled, and asked, Senior, is that enough? How could he have eaten it all so cleanly? Wen Jingbai took a tissue, leisurely wiping his lips, and with a playful smile, replied, what do you think? Surely, it was sufficient, considering the large bowl. He did not miss the subtle expression on her face, and he smirked, all right, I won't tease you anymore, I'm finished. Half joking yet half serious, he added, thank you for today, otherwise, I would truly have gone hungry. A gentle smile graced Wen Luan's face as she politely responded, it was nothing. You've helped me so much. Wen Jingbai appeared dissatisfied with her answer, raising an eyebrow, oh, so if someone else helped you, would you also cook for them? Wen Luan fell silent, having never considered such a question, and she was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to his unexpected inquiry. Just as she hesitated, the doorbell rang. In an instant, she felt a wave of relief, glancing toward the door and then back at Wen Jingbai, her eyes silently conveying that someone was outside. Wen Jingbai smiled, clearly amused by the expression on her face. He casually said, go answer the door. As if it were the most natural thing, he seemed to forget that this was his home. Leaning lazily against the back of his chair, Wen Luan stood across from him, their gazes locked in disbelief. Wen Luan regarded him incredulously. Surely, she hadn't misheard, this was his house. Wen Jingbai's low and husky voice suddenly softened a bit, I'm sick, I lack energy. With his trump card laid bare, Wen Luan pursed her lips and, with a sense of resignation, walked toward the door to unlock it. As the door swung open, old Shen stood outside, surprised to see such a beautiful young woman. He instinctively glanced at the floor number, confirming it was indeed correct. Behind him, Wen Zhenhuo was perplexed and spoke with a commanding tone, what is the matter? Master, you should see for yourself. Old Shen quickly stepped aside to let him pass. Wen Zhenhuo approached, and upon seeing Wen Luan, his eyes reflected a similar astonishment. both men hesitated at the threshold, silently scrutinizing the young woman before them, their expressions filled with curiosity. Wen Luan, too, hadn't he anticipated such a situation. The two elderly gentlemen, especially the one who had just arrived, exuded an air of authority. Just as she contemplated speaking, a low, languid voice echoed from a distance, laced with amusement. "Have you been standing at the door for so long?" It had only been a minute. As he spoke, Wen Jingbai had already reached the entrance, his tall figure towering over Wen Luan as he spotted the two men outside. "Grandfather, what brings you here so suddenly?" he asked, furrowing his brow slightly, a hint of distress evident. Upon hearing him address the elder as grandfather, Wen Luan instinctively stepped aside, politely saying, "Please, come in." Wen Zhenhuo, upon hearing her invitation, stepped into the house, followed closely by old Chen. Wen Luan lingered at the door, feeling slightly at a loss, her mind racing as she contemplated whether she should leave to avoid intruding on them. In the midst of her thoughts, the elder huffed lightly. "Am I not allowed to visit?" His tone held a hint of dissatisfaction, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed otherwise. "You can't even invite me in, and you let this young lady do it for you." Wen Luan bit her lip, feeling an uncomfortable sense of being singled out. Nervously, Wen Jingbai approached her, closing the door behind him and leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Don't worry, if you're uncomfortable, you can wait in my bedroom." Chapter 40. Unconcealable affections. Though Wen Zhenhuo walked into the living room with an expression of calm, his ears were particularly attuned to the sounds at the door, his steady steps were deliberately slow. Unfortunately, his grandson was whispering sweet nothings into the ear of a young lady, and given his age and slight hearing loss, discerning their conversation proved to be quite the challenge. However, old Chen, his devoted steward of many years, was not without skill. He had honed the art of being observant and attentive. He was well aware of Wen Zhenhuo's intentions as he slowly approached, discreetly commenting, "The young master is asking if that lady would like to return to his room first." Wen Zhenhuo raised a hand to his mouth, lightly clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his discomfort. He hadn't anticipated that his grandson had already managed to charm the young lady into coming home. He had certainly noticed she was clad in a gentleman's shirt, indicating their rapid progression. A mix of uncontainable joy and mild irritation swirled within him. His grandson had promised to bring a girl home if he succeeded in his pursuit, but it seemed he was merely fooling the old man. Upon reaching the sofa, he sat down directly, while old Chen stood respectfully by his side. His gaze inadvertently fell upon an empty bowl on the dining table, prompting him to gesture towards the direction of the dining area. Wen Zhenhuo followed his line of sight, slightly surprised that he knew his grandson well. He never ventured into the kitchen and typically dined at a few established eateries. The bowl on the table, distinctly homey in appearance, was clearly not takeout. It could only mean, to his astonishment, that rascal had indeed enjoyed some good fortune. Old Shen, having reached the same conclusion, bore a faint smile. Moments later, Wen Luan, dressed in a cream-colored knit sweater, approached the sofa to greet the two elders, preparing to take her leave. Only just realizing she was still wearing Wen Jingbai's black shirt, she pondered whether his grandfather might misinterpret the situation. The bright lights of the living room illuminated her outfit, allowing Wen Zhenhuo to scrutinize her openly. Though seated, his imposing aura remained undiminished. Wen Jingbai, fully aware of his grandfather's keen interest, was unfazed, while Wen Luan, unfamiliar with his demeanor, felt slightly awkward. Nevertheless, she spoke with poise, a polite smile gracing her lips. "Please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave now." With a slight bow, she turned to exit, when Zhenhuo suddenly interjected, "Wait." His voice, firm yet unyielding, commanded attention. He had not expected to encounter his granddaughter-in-law under such circumstances, but he understood that a proper introduction warranted a token of acknowledgement. With no gifts or red envelopes at hand, he signaled to old Shen. The perceptive steward retrieved a wallet from his suit pocket and, after extracting a card, approached Wen Luan, presenting it with both hands. "Miss Wen, this is a small token of our master's appreciation. I hope you will not find it lacking." He had learned her name during a phone call with Lu Yuzhou. Given that no other young lady had ever graced Wen Jingbai's side, it was clear she was the one. Wen Luan glanced at the card in his hands, her eyes wide with astonishment, then looked at Wen Zhenhuo, puzzled. Was it customary in the realm of the affluent to present cards upon meeting? She had not even considered the possibility of being his granddaughter-in-law. When Jinhua nodded, "Please accept it." His authoritative tone softened slightly. "A token of our first meeting, I shall provide you with a proper gift when you visit our home." At that moment, Wen Luan comprehended his intent. She quickly waved her hands, a shy smile breaking across her face. "You misunderstand, I merely came to check on my senior who has fallen ill." When Jinhua's gaze shifted to his grandson, hoping for a different response. To his dismay, Wen Jingbai wore a grin, relishing the unfolding drama. "That's precisely what she said." When Jinhua glared disapprovingly at his grandson, unfazed, Wen Jingbai replied nonchalantly, "You can sit quietly, grandfather. I shall see her out." With that, he grasped Wen Luan's arm and led her towards the door. Old Chen glanced at Wen Jinhua, still holding the card. Just as he turned, Wen Jingbai casually snatched the card from Old Chen's grasp, flashing a smile at Wen Jinhua, his tone playful. "Thank you, grandfather. I'll keep it safe for now." Before Wen Jinhua could respond, he whisked Wen Luan away, angered. Wen Jinhua sat on the sofa, puffing in frustration. That scoundrel, unable to even bring his future wife home. IV raised him for nothing. Old Chen returned to his side, resuming his customary gentle smile. "Do not be vexed, my lord. I can see that this young lady is quite invested in the young master. When the time is right, they shall naturally come together." Though Wen Jinhua was annoyed, he could not deny the truth in Old Shen's words. After a moment of silence, Old Shen hesitantly added, "About the situation with the young man and lady." These words were not typically his place to utter, but the bond of many years between him and Wen Jinhua compelled him to speak. Wen Jinhua narrowed his eyes, the wrinkles around them deepening. After a lengthy pause, he sighed. "Jingbai has finally found a young lady he fancies. As his grandfather, it is my duty to assist him." Hearing this, Old Shen felt a measure of relief and nodded in agreement. In the bright, spacious elevator lobby stood a striking pair, a young man and woman. The young man, tall and upright, donned dark loungewear, while the young woman, slender and elegant, wore a white knit sweater paired with light blue jeans. They stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a moment that radiated warmth and harmony. "Senior, it's quite cold outside, you should head back," Wen Luan remarked, discreetly glancing at the expanse of pale skin revealed at his collar, then turning her gaze to the flickering numbers on the wall. Feeling a bit warm, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, noticing her flushed pink ears. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you feeling hot?" Wen Luan replied, "Ho. Not at all." He chuckled softly, "Then why are your ears so red?" Ignoring his expression, she instinctively denied, "I don't think so, perhaps you're unwell and seeing things." Suddenly, her ears felt a cool sensation from his fingertips. Realizing what was happening, her ears burned hotter. She stood frozen, her breathing becoming erratic, her heartbeat slowing. "So warm, yet you refuse to admit it." When Jingbai's magnetic voice resonated above her. Stripped of her ability to think, Wen Luan could only allow his fingers to brush against the tips of her ears. It wasn't until the elevator's arrival chime echoed that she snapped back to reality. "Senior, I must take my leave," she declared, and without waiting for a response, she hurried into the elevator, pressing 1 and averting her gaze from the outside, fixating on the nearby number pad. This time, Wen Jingbai respected her wishes and did not follow. Just as the elevator doors began to close, Wen Luan could not resist glancing back. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, revealing the unambiguous affections they could no longer conceal. Chapter 41, If you wish to see me, here I am. They've taken their leave. The old man, noticing his grandson sauntering in with long strides, sought to initiate conversation, when Jingbai cast him a sidelong glance, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. "Did you not witness it yourself?" With that, he proceeded directly into the dining room, retrieving the solitary empty bowl to the kitchen. Upon his return, he picked up the cold medicine from the table, examined it briefly, and leisurely made his way back to the living room. As if oblivious to anyone else's presence, he poured himself a glass of water and, tilting his head back, swallowed the pills along with it before lowering his gaze to the elderly gentleman seated upright on the sofa. "Grandfather, why did you not inform me of your visit beforehand?" he remarked, nonchalantly settling into a nearby armchair, legs crossed in a relaxed manner. When Jinwoo observed his grandson's nonchalance, seemingly accustomed to it, he turned to the young man, saying, "I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you." He then teased, "I merely did not expect that this old fellow would be the one overly concerned." Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, unabashedly acknowledging, "Indeed." When Jinwoo, rendered speechless by his grandson's indifferent demeanor, huffed in response, "It has been quite some time, and you have yet to bring your wife back to me, such a lack of ambition." Unfazed by his words, Wen Jingbai cast a glance his way and languidly remarked, "Did you not notice? She is quite apprehensive of you." When Zhenhua was unwilling to accept this notion, his face beaming with pride as he retorted, "And my granddaughter-in-law just smiled at me. How could she possibly fear me?" To validate his statement, he turned to the nearby Lao Chen and inquired, "Lao Chen, am I mistaken?" Lao Chen chuckled and nodded, affirming, "No, sir. Miss Wen must certainly understand your approval of her," he added. When Jinwoo, satisfied, uttered a contented HM, acknowledging Lao Chen's insight, leaning back against the sofa, when Jingbai clicked his tongue lightly. He then issued an implicit dismissal, "Grandfather, you have seen me, it is quite late. You should return and rest." When Jinwoo felt an urge to scold him, but, upon witnessing his grandson's fatigued expression, restrained himself. Rising, he began to exit. After taking a couple of steps, he could not suppress his concern any longer, saying, "Dress warmly if you have a cold." "If I dress like that, who else would catch a cold?" When Jingbai replied, following his grandfather's gaze to his own attire, finally realizing he had carelessly donned his loungewear without even fastening the buttons. So that was it. At that moment, he understood why Wen Luan's ears had been flushed all evening. When Jinhua observed his grandson's inexplicable smile, choosing to ignore it. "Lao Chen, let us take our leave." Lao Chen complied, following closely behind him. As they reached the door, Wen Jingbai's deep voice floated back, "Grandfather, do not forget your promise to me." The only response was the decisive sound of the door closing. The following day, Wen Luan awoke to find a message from Wen Jingbai sent 10 minutes prior. Wen Jingbai said, "Smiley, thank you for the medicine, I am feeling better now." Not exactly a miracle cure, Wen Luan thought with a smile. After a brief pause, she replied, "You're welcome." During class that afternoon, her phone vibrated, and she glanced at it. Wen Jingbai said, "Smiley, are you free this afternoon?" Wen Luan said, "Smiley, I have something to attend to this afternoon." Since returning from Lin City, she had begun searching for part-time tutoring jobs. That morning, she had just confirmed with the family the location was not far from the school, and she was scheduled to conduct a trial lesson that afternoon. When Jingbai said, "Smiley, all right, then you focus on your tasks." Wen Luan had intended to inquire if he needed anything, but was interrupted by other classmates. By the time she glanced back at her phone, several minutes had passed, so she decided against asking. In the afternoon, she arrived as promised at the student's home. The parents were quite satisfied with her and had agreed on the subsequent tutoring schedule. By the time the two classes concluded, the sky had already darkened outside. As she descended the stairs and had yet to exit the community, she heard someone call her name. Instinctively turning, she was surprised to see her classmate, Jua Chen. "It really is you, I thought I was mistaken." Jua Chen wore a gentle smile, his expression one of pleasant surprise. Wen Luan smiled back, "Hello." Jua Chen maintained his warm demeanor, his tone familiar, "Do you live here as well?" Wen Luan tilted her head to glance at the neighborhood and suddenly understood. "No, I'm here to tutor." Jua Chen's expression shifted slightly, tinged with disappointment. "I see." Yet, he quickly resumed his usual gentle demeanor, "I live around here. The next time you come, I can give you a ride." Wen Luan hurriedly declined his offer, "Thank you, but there's no need for trouble. I can easily take the subway." Jua Chen sensed her intention to maintain distance and understood that it was not the right time for him to express his feelings. He smiled and replied, "All right. However, I need to return to school now. Shall we go to the subway station together?" Wen Luan looked at him quizzically, "Aren't you driving?" Jua Chen had already prepared an excuse, explaining effortlessly, "My car was borrowed by a relative this afternoon. It hasn't been returned yet." Wen Luan did not dwell on it and simply replied, "Okay." The two walked slowly toward the subway entrance, Jue Chen deliberately slowing his pace to match hers, occasionally discussing academic matters. His demeanor was considerate, like that of a friendly classmate, instilling no sense of apprehension. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the gate of Jingdar just as they were about to enter. A gust of wind blew, causing leaves to fall, one of which landed atop Wen Luan's head. Jue Chen, walking beside her, courteously raised his hand to remove the leaf. "Thank you, I can manage," Wen Luan said, smiling gratefully. Jue Chen couldn't help but glance at her a moment longer, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wen Luan, not meeting his gaze, missed the intense interest reflected in his eyes. Meanwhile, a black car parked by the roadside caught the attention of Wen Jingbai, who was seated in the driver's seat. He did not overlook the scene that struck him as particularly glaring. He retrieved his phone and accessed the pinned conversation. Without hesitation, he initiated a voice call. Soon, a soft, melodious voice answered, "A hello?" Wen Jingbai's tone was low and commanding. "I'll look to your left." Following his cue, Wen Luan turned and immediately spotted the familiar vehicle parked by the roadside. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and her tone brightened. "What brings you here?" At this hour, he should have been at home when Jingbai unabashedly revealed his possessiveness. "I wanted to see you, so here I am." Wen Luan was taken aback by his forthrightness, feeling a bit uneasy as she shifted the subject. "Is there something you need?" "Yes, come here," he replied succinctly. Wen Luan responded with a simple "okay" and ended the call. She turned to glance at Jue Chen beside her, her expression reverting to a polite detachment. "You should go in first, I have a few things to attend to." Jue Chen forced a smile. "All right." How could he not understand? Ever since Wen Luan received that phone call, her demeanor had shifted, revealing a hint of girlish shyness. Moreover, he could faintly hear the voice of a male on the other end. A wave of bitterness surged within Jue Chen as he reflected on his earlier clumsy excuse. Chapter 42, Wen Jingbai's jealousy. Wen Jingbai wished to avoid drawing attention to himself at the school gate, thus he remained seated in the car, reluctant to disembark. As Wen Luan approached, he lowered the window slightly, saying, "Get in first." Wen Luan responded with a soft millimeter, effortlessly taking her place in the passenger seat. From the moment she opened the door, Wen Jingbai's deep-set gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon her. Wen Luan, feeling somewhat perplexed, touched her cheek and inquired, "Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face?" His reaction elicited a slight smile from Wen Jingbai, who unabashedly revealed his true feelings, stating slowly, "You look beautiful." Upon hearing this, Wen Luan felt a warmth creep into her cheeks, and she lowered her hand in an attempt to shift the topic. "You mentioned you had something to discuss earlier. What is it?" Wen Jingbai leaned back slightly, extending his arm to the back seat to retrieve a bag of pastries, which he then handed to her with a glint of amusement in his eyes. A token of appreciation. Initially, he had intended to take her out for a meal, but upon learning she had other commitments, he settled for purchasing some delightful treats favored by girls. Wen Luan glanced into the bag, filled to the brim with cakes and confections, and paused before exclaiming, "This is far too much, I can't possibly eat all of this." Even if she and Shen Jianan were to share, it would still be in abundance. Wen Jingbai observed her earnest expression, smirking as he resolved her dilemma. "Just pick out what you like, and leave the rest for me." "Do you even like sweets?" she asked, somewhat doubtful. Wen Jingbai remained silent, merely raising the corners of his lips in affirmation while nodding at her skeptical gaze. "All right then, just make sure you finish them. We wouldn't want to waste anything." She had heard of this particular patisserie, known for its limited daily offerings and steep prices. "Of course," he replied, bowing his head to thoughtfully rearrange the contents of the bag, leaving the remaining pastries to languish in the backseat. Wen Luan, after everything was in order, Wen Jingbai's melodious voice suddenly broke the silence. Wen Luan responded with a startled "R," instinctively looking up at him. Their eyes met, and she blinked, sensing a hint of seriousness in his gaze. "I wanted to ask you about that guy from earlier." He was acutely aware that, given his current position, he should refrain from such inquiries. Yet, he also knew that Wen Luan likely harbored feelings for him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of unease and trepidation. Wen Luan recognized the fleeting uncertainty in his eyes, a clear indication that he cared about her. It dawned on her that perhaps Wen Jingbai was genuinely invested in her, not merely a fleeting whim, but a sincere concern. His pursuit of her was not a jest, but rather a serious endeavor. Her thoughts were in disarray, however. She did not wish to prompt any misunderstandings, so she replied candidly, "He is a classmate from our department." Wen Jingbai responded with an millimeter, raising an eyebrow, seemingly eager to hear more. For instance, what had led to their return to school together? She had mentioned having something to do in the afternoon. Did it perhaps involve him? He wanted to inquire further but felt that Wen Luan was not his possession. Whatever she chose to do was entirely her prerogative. Wen Luan, sensing his inner turmoil, met his gaze and gently explained, "I was tutoring this afternoon, and we happened to run into each other in the neighborhood afterward." Upon hearing this, Wen Jingbai felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he could ascertain that Wen Luan harbored no feelings for that boy. Yet, conversely, he was acutely aware that the boy likely had feelings for her. It seemed imperative that he establish his claim sooner rather than later. Wen Jingbai regarded her with a soft expression and casually inquired, "When is your next tutoring session?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Luan replied, "Tomorrow afternoon." Wen Jingbai murmured a millimeter, his tone becoming more coaxing, "Shall I drive you then?" Wen Luan contemplated declining, deeming it too much of a hassle. However, confronted by his earnest and penetrating gaze, she found herself at a loss for words to refuse. In her moment of silence, Wen Jingbai seemed to perceive her hesitation. He leaned in slightly closer, his tone softening further as he playfully suggested, "Would you grant this suitor an opportunity?" Wen Luan, almost inexplicably, nodded in agreement. With her acquiescence, Wen Jingbai's lips curled into a smile. "Then it's settled. I shall await you here tomorrow afternoon." Upon returning to her dormitory, Wen Luan, with the bag of pastries in hand, was greeted by Sun Jianan. "Li Li, why are you so late?" as she asked, her face adorned with a facial mask that rendered her words somewhat indistinct. Before Wen Luan could respond, Sun Jianan's gaze fell upon the bag she was carrying, and her expression morphed into one of realization. "Oh, so you went on a date, did you?" Her tone was playful. Wen Luan shot her a look, smiling as she denied the implication. "No, you're just being ridiculous. We only spent a few minutes together. It hardly qualifies as a date." Sun Jianan playfully shook her arm. Still denying. "This must be from Wen Jingbai, right?" She gestured toward the bag. "I could never gather so many assorted treats even if I made a reservation," Sun Jianan quipped. "Who else could it possibly be?" Wen Luan laughed, trying to clarify, "We merely met for a brief moment. It doesn't count as a date." Sun Jianan was unconcerned with such trivial distinctions. She was simply delighted to bask in the benefits of her best friend's connections and enjoy the free delicacies. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she added, "By the way, Li Li, I believe Wen Jingbai's birthday is next weekend. I heard Jinqi mention it a couple of days ago." Wen Jingbai's birthday. For a moment, Wen Luan was lost in thought. Sun Jianan continued, "He always throws a grand celebration each year. I imagine this one will be no different. Are you planning to go?" Wen Luan was uncertain. She shook her head, "I don't think so, he hasn't mentioned it." Sun Jianan responded with a thoughtful millimeter, "Well, we'll see when the time comes." Despite her words, Sun Jianan was convinced that Wen Jingbai would undoubtedly invite Wen Luan, and she would likely be the person he wished to see the most on that day. That night, after washing up and lying in bed, Wen Luan found herself restless, her mind preoccupied. The weekend was approaching swiftly. Regardless of whether she attended or not, she ought to prepare a birthday gift for him. However, Wen Jingbai seemed to lack for nothing. Perplexed, she opened his chat window. "Wen Luan Satsmiley Sr., what do you like?" As soon as she sent it, she felt the question was somewhat absurd and quickly attempted to retract it. However, Wen Jingbai's reply came swiftly. Wen Jingbai Satsmiley retracted. Wen Luan had not anticipated such a prompt response. As if he had been lingering in the chat window, she fervently hoped he had not seen her previous message. Yet, fate had other ideas, for another message arrived. "Wen Jingbai Satsmiley, what do I like? Surely you must know." What had initially seemed an innocuous question now felt laden with implications due to his retort. Resolutely, she decided to embrace the moment. Wen Luan sat smiley. I don't know. Wen Jingbai sat smiley. Then it's my fault, I must not have expressed it clearly enough. Feeling somewhat vexed at not receiving the answer she sought, she found herself ensnared in his playful banter. She opted for a more suitable approach. Wen Luan sat smiley. Is there anything you particularly like? Wen Jingbai sat smiley. People, yes, things, no. Chapter 43. He must pamper his girlfriend. The following afternoon, as Wen Luan stepped out of the school gates with her backpack, her light-hearted footsteps echoed in the air. A familiar vehicle was parked by the roadside, occupying the same spot as the previous day. The occupant seemed to have noticed her as well, instinctively activating the hazard lights, as if to welcome her. Have you eaten? Wen Jingbai blurted out as soon as she got into the car. Wen Luan replied with a soft millimeter, nodding her head, and you? I have as well. Upon entering the vehicle, Wen Luan noticed that he was wearing a black baseball cap today. She turned her head slightly, catching only a glimpse of his sharp jawline. Sensing her gaze, Wen Jingbai glanced at her and casually inquired, "What's on your mind?" She pursed her lips, smiling as she replied, "Nothing." In truth, she wanted to ask if he was being too considerate. She could easily take the subway, yet he had rushed through the evening rush hour to drive her. However, recalling his words from yesterday about giving him a chance to pursue her, she swallowed her thoughts. Before she realized it, the car had arrived at the entrance of her residential complex. As outside vehicles were prohibited from entering, he parked in a nearby open space. "Senior, I've arrived." "Thank you for the ride," she said, preparing to exit the vehicle. "Wait," Wen Jingbai called out to her. What time will you finish?" Wen Luan looked at him in confusion. Could he possibly be coming to pick her up again? Before she could ponder further, his voice broke through her thoughts. "I'll come to pick you up when you finish." As expected, she hurriedly waved her hand. "No need, it'll take quite a while. I wouldn't want to waste your time." Wen Jingbai clicked his tongue, his tone low and deliberate. "Wen, Li, Wan." His words carried a hint of jest. "You should learn to utilize the rights you possess." He was pursuing her. Wen Luan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. In truth, it wasn't necessary. Even if he weren't pursuing her, she would still like him, yet she had her reservations, hesitant to take that step. Nevertheless, seeing his determination, she no longer insisted otherwise. "It'll be 2 hours." As she spoke, Wen Jingbai indicated that he understood, gesturing for her to go inside. After Wen Luan left, Wen Jingbai found a parking spot by the roadside. Once the car was secured, he turned off the engine and, feeling rather bored, opened a game on his phone. Before he could finish a round, an incoming call notification flashed on the screen. He glanced at it, choosing to ignore it. Once the game concluded, he exited the application, retrieved a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and inhaled deeply. As the smoke curled upward, he nonchalantly dialed the missed call. "Why didn't you answer the phone earlier?" A middle-aged man's voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, came through as soon as the call connected. "I was busy." Wen Jingbai replied leisurely, taking another drag before exhaling the smoke slowly. The man on the other end seemed accustomed to his indifference, responding with a slight grunt of dissatisfaction before proceeding to the matter at hand. "Are you celebrating your birthday outside again this year?" "Millimeter. You can do whatever you want this year. I won't interfere. But next year, it must be held at home. You're not getting any younger. It's time to consider serious matters." Wen Jingbai was fully aware of what those serious matters entailed. It was merely an excuse for his father to arrange a well-matched fiancé during the birthday celebration. His voice remained indifferent, irregardless of next year or the year after. "You needn't worry about it." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean it literally. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." Without waiting for a response, he unceremoniously ended the call. The man on the other end, infuriated, vented his frustration. "This ungrateful son, always managing to upset me." "And what of it?" A regal woman, seated on the sofa, took a delicate sip of her tea, her tone indifferent yet laced with authority. Her inquiry bore no trace of genuine curiosity, as if she were already accustomed to such exchanges. What else can I say? I told your son he should settle down by next year, and guess what he said? Before she could respond, he continued, he audaciously claimed that I needn't concern myself. If I weren't his father, would I have any say? The woman set down her teacup, smiling lightly, your son has a point. We didn't pay much attention to him when he was young. It's only natural he would want to be independent as he grows. The middle-aged man shot her an exasperated glance, displeased by her defense. You've spoiled him. I don't spoil our son. I indulge you. You. Frustrated by the conversation, the man stormed out of the living room. Thus, another unpleasant dialogue concluded without resolution. Yet, the party in question, Wen Jingbai, remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the phone call. He glanced at the time in the upper left corner. There was still a while to wait. He opened a certain app, searching for nearby beverage shops, his gaze settling on a highly rated establishment. After confirming the address, he started the car and drove away from the parking spot, heading toward his destination. Welcome. Upon entering, the enthusiastic greeting of the staff filled the air. The girl taking orders, upon noticing the tall, handsome figure, became even more animated. Hello, you can also scan the QR code on the table to place your order, she said, smiling as she pointed to the code. However, before her excitement could linger, it quickly dissipated. What type of drinks do girls generally prefer? Wen Jingbai didn't pay attention to the QR code but casually surveyed the menu, speaking in a relaxed manner. Upon hearing the mention of girls' preferences, the girl at the counter quickly composed herself, adopting a professional demeanor as she began to introduce the options. These two are our best sellers, and they have the most repeat customers. Wen Jingbai, now following her gaze, replied nonchalantly, I'll take one of each, adding, to go, please. Once he exited the store with the packaged drinks in hand, the girl at the counter couldn't contain her excitement any longer, exclaiming, Did you all see that? He's really so handsome. She turned to her colleague at the counter, her tone filled with certainty. What a shame he has already taken. He must really pamper his girlfriend, the colleague chimed in, approaching with uncertainty. He seems to be Wen Jingbai from our school. Though he was wearing a hat, I couldn't see his full face from where I stood. The order girl gasped in surprise. What? Is he really that legendary figure Wen Jingbai from your school? Yes, he looks very much like him. The colleague, also a student from Peking University but working part-time at the beverage shop, pondered for a moment before adding, but the rumors say he is not interested in women, so he probably wouldn't be buying bubble tea for his girlfriend. The order girl retorted with conviction, not necessarily. Who knows, he might have been captured by some enchanting fairy. Her face radiated with curiosity, and she lightly nudged her colleague's arm. Hey, if it's true, remember to show me a picture of the girl once it's public. I am genuinely curious about what kind of fairy could win over such a cool and aloof handsome guy. Chapter 44. A love intruded. After finishing her work, Wen Luan had not yet left the community when she unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Standing in the same spot where they had crossed paths just the day before was Jue Chen. Upon noticing her, he approached with a gentle smile, his demeanor as warm as ever. Wen, I forgot to exchange contact information with you yesterday. I never imagined I would run into you again today. Jue Chen was not entirely confident he would encounter Wen Luan again, he merely wished to try his luck. He had heard she was working part-time here but was uncertain if she would be present today. To his pleasant surprise, fortune smiled upon him. Wen Luan, evidently taken aback by his deliberate wait, maintained a polite but distant smile. Is there something you need? Jue Chen recited the carefully crafted words he had prepared. Do you remember the issue we discussed in class yesterday? Wen Luan pondered for a moment before nodding. I have a vague recollection. Jue Chen continued in a tone of humble inquiry. I find this particular topic rather challenging. May I seek your guidance? Though Wen Luan often exuded a sense of aloofness, she was inherently inclined to help others. Moreover, Jue Chen was regarded as a model student by both teachers and peers. Given her commendable academic performance, she found no reason to refuse a classmate's earnest request for assistance. Of course. Upon receiving her consent, Jue Chen eagerly retrieved his phone, cautiously asking, May I scan your QR code? Wen Luan responded with a soft millimeter, pulling up the code. Just as she was about to extend her hand, a tall, shadowy figure approached them. The chill of the evening breeze made her cheeks flush with warmth. Instinctively, she looked up to see a significant portion of Wen Jingbai's face, partially concealed by the dim yellow light. Due to the angle and his height, she could discern his eyes, which revealed an unmasked possessiveness that pierced her gaze. "Are you not cold?" he asked, his lips parting slightly, the tone tinged with reproach yet laced with affection. It was only then that Wen Luan realized her hand had subconsciously reached for the warm drink resting against her cheek. Observing her acceptance, Wen Jingbai relaxed his grip, his fingers gently brushing against her skin, a fleeting reminder of their earlier contact. "Just a little," Wen Luan replied candidly. Upon hearing her words, Wen Jingbai skillfully removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. When she attempted to return it, she protested, "You've just recovered from a cold, you shouldn't be exposed to the chill." He halted her gesture, nonchalantly saying, "It's all right. I have more cold medicine at home." Wen Luan found his unusually loquacious demeanor this evening somewhat perplexing. Meanwhile, Jue Chen, who had been virtually invisible since Wen Jingbai's arrival, wore an expression that was difficult to decipher. He, of course, was well aware of Wen Jingbai. It was hard to find anyone at Jing University who was not. However, he never anticipated that he and Wen Luan would not only know each other but that their relationship appeared to be quite extraordinary. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, he endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. "Hello, Senior Wen," he greeted, when Jingbai turned at the sound of his voice, responding with a curt millimeter. He did not possess the gentle charm of Jue Chen. Instead, he emanated an air of aloofness and an unapproachable demeanor, coupled with a subtle sense of authority. Jue Chen sensed the shift in atmosphere and gradually realized that the phone call Wen Luan received the previous night was likely from Wen Jingbai. Unaware of the undercurrent swirling between the two, Wen Luan glanced at Wen Jingbai's thin black t-shirt, her only thought being to urge him back to the car. The notion of adding Jue Chen on WeChat slipped entirely from her mind. She tugged at Wen Jingbai's arm. "Senior, let us go." With a polite nod to Jue Chen, she turned and followed Wen Jingbai away. Jue Chen watched the pair retreating into the distance, a thought he had been suppressing resurfacing in his mind. Senior, surely they were not yet together. Was there still a sliver of hope for him? Since shortly after starting school, he had noticed Wen Luan. She was unlike other girls, possessing a purity of spirit as if untouched by the world. Her beauty was evident, and her dedication to her studies was equally captivating. He had longed for an opportunity to grow closer to her, but she predominantly kept company with her roommates. The sole moment he had to interact with her was during their serendipitous encounter yesterday, only to be disheartened by the realization that she seemed to have affections for someone else. The dim light elongated the shadows along the roadside, casting Jue Chen's silhouette in a lonely hue. If he had been a bit earlier or more proactive, might the outcome have been different? "Senior, why did you come in?" Wen Luan inquired after taking a sip of her milk tea, feeling a warm sweetness envelop her. Wen Jingbai turned his head, casting a fleeting glance at her. "I was concerned when you took so long to emerge." He chuckled lightly, teasing, "I didn't expect someone to steal you away." Wen Luan understood his implication and shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you talking about?" He was merely seeking assistance with his studies. Wen Jingbai, not one to unwittingly create a rival for himself, realized she had not interpreted his words as he intended. He followed her lead. "Oh, is that so?" "Yes," she affirmed, her tone unwittingly laced with a hint of playful reproach. Wen Jingbai, picking up on her tone, leaned closer, his voice low and enticing. "Then I, too, wish to seek your guidance, Wen." Wen Luan felt her ears flush with warmth, raising a hand to touch them. "What could you possibly want to learn from me?" As she turned to look at him, she collided with his form, which had not retreated in time. The distance between them shrank, their breaths mingling in the narrow space. Wen Luan caught a whiff of his faint, woody scent, while Wen Jingbai inhaled the sweet aroma of her milk tea. His throat suddenly tightened, and she blinked, acutely aware of the synchronized rhythm of their heartbeats. Ultimately, it was Wen Luan who faltered first, diverting her gaze. The intensity in Wen Jingbai's eyes was too profound, drawing her in like a gravitational force. Once she looked away, Wen Jingbai slowly straightened, his voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. May I ask you when I think of something? Wen Liwan recalled her earlier question, wondering what he could possibly want to learn from her. Observing his serious demeanor, she responded with a slightly uneasy millimeter. The ambiguous tension between them gradually dissipated as they silently continued toward the community entrance. Upon entering the car, Wen Liwan discovered another cup of takeout milk tea. She glanced at it but remained silent. Wen Jingbai, noticing her expression, smirked playfully. What were you about to say? After a brief pause, she looked at him and inquired candidly, what is this cup for? Surely, wouldn't he be drinking it himself? He hardly seemed the type to enjoy milk tea. Wen Jingbai remained silent for a moment, then casually opened the straw and inserted it into the cup, handing it to her. Try it. The shopkeeper mentioned both are delightful. So, both cups were for her. What, did you think I bought it for another girl? Not at all, Wen Liwan quickly denied, her voice lacking conviction. Chapter 45, The milk tea is quite sweet. As Wen Jingbai observed her denial, he chuckled softly and averted his gaze, casually starting the car without further exposing her pretense. After all, the outcome remained unchanged. As long as she was not misled, that sufficed. There were no other girls involved, yet she seemed to harbor some concerns. Should she ever think there were other girls in the picture, he feared she might truly distance herself in the future. The car glided smoothly along the expansive road, and while waiting at a traffic light, when Jingbai glanced at the girl beside him, she sat quietly, gazing out the window as if savoring the night view. He noticed that she often assumed this serene demeanor, reminiscent of their first encounter when her quietness rendered her presence almost forgettable, yet, paradoxically, it tugged at his heartstrings. His gaze fell upon the two cups of differently hued milk tea, and unable to resist, he spoke, Wen Liwan. Upon hearing her name, Wen Liwan instinctively turned to look at him. Is it good? He inquired. She replied, finding the flavor rather delightful. After a moment's reflection, she asked, would you like some? Immediately regretting her question, she realized both cups had already been sipped from. What if he expressed a desire for some? Wen Jingbai, observing the hooked fish, smirked faintly, his voice low and laced with amusement. Mejem. As expected. Wen Liwan felt an urge to bite her tongue in frustration over her indiscretion. She glanced at the two cups of milk tea, pondering which one would be appropriate to offer him. Lost in thought, the traffic light turned green, and Wen Jingbai pressed the accelerator, steering the car to the right. Moments later, the vehicle came to a steady halt at a temporary parking spot by the roadside. Confusion flickered in Wen Liwan's eyes as she looked at him again. Why had he suddenly stopped? Wen Jingbai caught the look of bewilderment in her gaze and chuckled lightly, just handling a matter. What matter? She queried. He did not respond immediately, instead gazing at her with deep affection. He was unwilling to wait any longer. Jua Chen's two recent appearances had awakened a latent possessiveness within him. As he unbuckled his seatbelt, he slowly spoke. Do you remember I mentioned wanting to consult you? He leaned slightly closer to her. For reasons she could not comprehend, Wen Liwan felt an inexplicable hint of danger in the air, though not of a frightening nature. Nervously, she licked her lips and nodded in response to his gaze. The sweet aroma of milk tea lingered on her lips, easing some of her tension. I want to ask. Wen Jingbai's tone was slow and enticing. He deliberately left his sentence unfinished, igniting a sense of anxious anticipation within her. Wen Liwan focused intently on his eyes, waiting for his next words. Suddenly, he leaned in closer to her left ear, his voice a seductive whisper. Would you go out with me, with the intention of a romantic relationship? Wen Liwan felt as if fireworks had ignited in her mind. With half a cup of pink milk tea still in her hand, she felt it threatening to spill due to her clumsy grip. The warm breath that brushed against her ear cascaded down her neck. At that moment, she felt as if her very pulse had been seized, rendering her immobile. Only when Jingbai slightly withdrew did she feel as though she had been liberated from a spell. Blinking rapidly, she exhaled deeply, restoring the liquid within her cup to its original state. When Jingbai's eyes remained fixed on her, missing not a single change in her expression. Not only was she affected, but he too had been thrown off balance the moment he spoke those words, patiently awaiting the uncertain outcome. However, he was accustomed to a laid-back demeanor, If not for his suddenly quickening heartbeat, he might not have realized his own unease. Something in the air felt as though it was about to erupt. Wen Jingbai shed his nonchalance, his expression turning serious as he reiterated, "Wen Luan, would you engage in a relationship with the purpose of marriage?" Wen Luan's thoughts snapped back to the present, her response delayed as their gazes locked. On this tranquil night, he was asking her to date him, with marriage as the underlying premise. It was difficult for her not to feel a flutter in her heart. He was her first crush during her youth, and the only one she had ever truly liked. Her fears of a fleeting whim without a future were dispelled by his resolute words. How could she not be moved? She felt a tightness in her throat, instinctively swallowing before asking, "Are you serious?" Her voice was slightly husky. Wen Jingbai had not anticipated that his confession would bring a glimmer of tears to the young girl's eyes. It suddenly reminded him of when Jin Chi had posed a similar question. How had he answered back then? He could not recall, yet, in the presence of Wen Luan, all he wished was to offer his entire heart. He took her hand, guiding her palm to rest against his chest. "Do you feel it? It beats for you." Beneath her palm lay the steady, powerful rhythm of his heart. He had never been more earnest than at this moment. Wen Luan felt as if she were dreaming, as though time had reunited with the rainy night 3 years prior. This time, however, her youth was not met with a stranger's back but with someone who sincerely held her hand, allowing her to feel the strength of his heartbeat. When Jingbai raised his other hand, gently tracing the edge of her eye with his fingertip. Though she had no tears, he could perceive the complex emotion swirling within her gaze, an undercurrent of sadness and a resolute determination. When Jingbai understood with crystal clarity that any thought at this moment could shape the course of their future. Looking at her, he spoke softly, "You can entrust all your concerns to me." His tone carried a subtle, almost imperceptible allure. The balance within Wen Luan's heart, already tilting in favor of affection, decisively shifted under his gentle onslaught. She blinked her beautiful lashes, withdrawing her hand to meet his gaze, her voice laced with negotiation. "Can we keep it private for now?" Though she had resolved to give them a chance, she still needed time to adjust to the sudden shift in their relationship. Upon hearing her agreement, a smile broke through Wen Jingbai's deep-set eyes. His once turbulent heart finally found its calm. As for the request for discretion, he had no objections. Still, he couldn't resist teasingly asking, "Is your boyfriend really that embarrassing?" Wen Luan bit her lip, casting him a shy glance before candidly retorting, "You know it's not like that." "All right, I promise you," Wen Jingbai replied, appearing quite accommodating. But what?" Wen Luan instinctively inquired. Wen Jingbai's gaze drifted from her enchanting lashes to her elegantly sculpted nose, continuing its descent until it settled on her rosy, delicate lips. His eyes darkened with intent. "Let's seal the deal first, just to prevent you from reneging on our agreement." His voice was low and teasing. "Seal what?" Ishi asked, perplexed. Before she could finish, Wen Jingbai suddenly leaned in, the brim of his baseball cap brushing against her hair. Wen Luan's eyes widened as she felt his soft, warm, and slightly moist lips against hers. Their breaths intertwined, and for a moment, she forgot how to breathe. For the first time, she noticed the individual lashes of Wen Jingbai up close, each one thick and alluring. Whenever he looked at her, it felt as though he were casting a hook. It was merely a fleeting kiss, yet their bodies remained close. When Jingbai rested his head on her shoulder, his breathing slightly labored. After a pause, he chuckled softly, "It's quite sweet." His voice was deep and husky. When Luan felt her ears flush with warmth, fully aware that he was referring to the milk tea. Chapter 46. Are you really in love? When Luan returned to her dormitory, Shen Jinan was comfortably nestled in a chair, donning her star-dye fleece pajamas, engrossed in a drama. Upon hearing the door creak open, she instinctively glanced towards the entrance, her face lighting up with a smile. "Lily, you're back." Just as she was about to turn her attention back to the screen, she suddenly sensed something amiss. "Why is your face so flushed?" As she spoke, Shen Jinan had already risen and approached her, raising the back of her hand to Wen Luan's forehead to check her temperature, puzzled. "Are you running a fever?" She then pressed her hand against her own forehead, not hot at all. Wen Luan averted her gaze from Shen Jinan's inquisitive stare, awkwardly covering her cheek with her palm, and murmured, "Perhaps it's just a bit warm." "Warm?" Shen Jinan glanced out the window, where leaves were cascading down, accompanied by a cool breeze. It hardly seemed like weather that would induce warmth. Seizing the moment while Shen Jianan was distracted by the view, Wen Luan sidled over to the mirror. It was no wonder Shen Jianan was misconstruing the situation. When she caught sight of her own reflection, she felt a bit dazed. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes shimmering, and upon closer inspection, her lips appeared particularly vibrant, even slightly swollen. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, she couldn't tell. All of it was due to Wen Jingbai. Just before getting out of the car, he had concocted another excuse to steal kisses from her. Though they were merely fleeting pecks, they had left her with a complexion that was once again in disarray. "I can't shake the feeling that something's off with you," Shen Jianan suddenly remarked, leaning in closer. This time, she was quite near, and sensing something unusual, she wrinkled her nose and took a deep whiff. Wen Luan was perplexed and was about to step back when Shen Jianan seized her arm. "Wait, confess honestly. Why do you smell like a man? Ear. What does a man's scent even mean?" Wen Luan chuckled helplessly. Shen Jianan found herself at a loss for words in response, yet she knew instinctively that it was a scent that did not belong to Wen Luan. Moreover, it was quite potent, unless they had embraced, and for a considerable duration. The more she pondered, the more excited she became. "Li Li, you're in love." It was not a question, but a declaration. Wen Luan was taken aback, questioning herself. Was her demeanor so apparent? Shen Jianan could read her expression and knew she had hit the nail on the head. Her tone turned certain. "It's Wen Jingbai, isn't it?" Seeing that her friend was onto something, Wen Luan could only nod and explain. "We agreed to keep it under wraps, Nan. Just pretend you don't know." Shen Jianan was immediately displeased. Assuming it was Wen Jingbai who insisted on keeping it a secret, she felt a surge of protective instinct, her face a mask of indignation. "What? Is it Wen Jingbai who doesn't he want it public? Li Li, let me tell you, that's the behavior of a scoundrel. It's irresponsible. How can you acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand?" Fearing for her dear friend's well-being, Shen Jianan launched into a fervent tirade, attempting to rouse her from this potential deception. Standing nearby, Wen Luan had not anticipated that the decision to keep their relationship under wraps could be construed as such a serious matter. No wonder Wen Jingbai had warned her to be cautious of her own tricks. After a moment of silence, she resolved to clarify matters on Wen Jingbai's behalf, unwilling to let him bear the brunt of this unfounded blame. Nan, don't get worked up." She endeavored to convey the truth. "Actually, it was my idea to keep it private." Upon hearing this, she caught the fleeting change in Shen Jianan's expression: shock, confusion, but notably, no remorse. Soon, Shen Jianan's tone shifted entirely. "Li Li, you did the right thing. If he behaves poorly, you can just kick him to the curb. It won't hinder others from pursuing you." Wen Luan could only chuckle at her friend's perspective. Shen Jianan remained oblivious to any misstep in her reasoning, convinced that her sister had her own rationale for this decision. She had initially intended to probe further into the matter, but understanding Wen Luan's disposition, she reined in her insatiable curiosity, secretly anticipating Wen Jingbai's upcoming birthday celebration. Wen Luan, relieved that Shen Jianan had restrained her curiosity, promptly retreated to wash up and settled back onto her bed. Next week heralded an important examination. Upon learning this, Wen Jingbai, ever considerate, refrained from disturbing her, instead sending her a good-night message punctually each evening. Over the weekend, even the typically adventurous Shen Jianan chose to stay cooped up in the dormitory. Finally, the afternoon of the exam's conclusion arrived, and Wen Jingbai was eager to pick up the person he had been longing for. At the familiar roadside by the school gate, a familiar car awaited, and upon spotting Wen Luan, the hazard lights flickered on. "Have you been waiting long?" Wen Luan softly inquired as she got into the car. Since solidifying their relationship, this was their first meeting. Wen Jingbai shook his head. "I just arrived a short while ago." Afterward, he leaned in, deftly fastening her seatbelt. Startled by his sudden proximity, Wen Luan instinctively tensed. Wen Jingbai noticed her reaction, chuckling lightly. "It's been a few days since we've seen each other, and you're already nervous. Don't you miss me?" "I don't," she blinked, casually denying it. "That's good, otherwise your boyfriend would be sad," he said cheerfully, devoid of any hint of melancholy. Wen Luan noted how effortlessly he referred to himself as her boyfriend, causing the residual unease in her heart to dissipate subtly, aware that she had a tutoring session that day, when Jingbai took her to a private dining establishment they had visited previously. After their meal, he expertly drove her back to the same residential area as before. Upon arrival, the routine remained unchanged. Wen Luan headed to class while he found a parking spot along the roadside, the only difference being that he did not receive a call from home during his wait. As an hour and a half slipped by, he decided to revisit the beverage shop they had frequented last time. The girl taking orders was the same as before, and upon spotting his familiar figure, she exclaimed, "Welcome," while excitedly tugging at the arm of a nearby girl. Look. That handsome guy is back, he's not wearing a hat today. Do you think he's from our school?" The girl she was pulling was the same one who had come from Jingdao to work part-time. Intrigued, she turned to see the young man approaching the counter and couldn't help but gasp internally. Indeed, it was him. When Jingbai chose to overlook the girl's expressions, he clearly remembered that Wen Luan had finished the pink drink last time, while she had barely tasted the other. After glancing at the menu, he pointed to the pink drink and said, "I'll take one of these, to go." The order girl eagerly replied, "Would you like to add some fruit bits? Girls tend to like that." Her last remark carried a hint of suggestion, when Jingbai simply responded with a casual, "Sure, add some." After he left with the packaged drinks, the order girl was still processing the situation, while the part-time girl began to bubble with excitement. "Oh my gosh. He really is Wen Jingbai from our school. I can't believe he bought tea for a girl." At that moment, the shop was relatively quiet, allowing her to whip out her phone and share this sensational gossip with her dorm group chat. By the time when Jingbai returned to the residential area and parked the car, a WeChat notification chimed. He casually opened it. Jin Chi-sat smiley checked the school forum. Oh, what could warrant such a message from Jin Chi? Curious, when Jingbai opened the forum, and to his surprise, the headlines were all about him. When Jingbai suspected to have a girlfriend. When Jingbai transforms into a doting boyfriend. He was Wen Jingbai's mysterious girlfriend. Before he could finish reading, Jin Chi's call came through. When Jingbai picked up without hesitation from the other end, a languid voice drifted through the receiver. Jing, have you stirred up a hornet's nest?" There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. When Jingbai chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying, Jin Chi, puzzled, asked, "Should I track down the source of this rumor?" "Sure, it's time to express some gratitude," came Wen Jingbai's usual low and relaxed voice. Jin Chi. What? After a pause, his tone turned uncertain. "Are you really in love?" Chapter 47, Shall We Share a Room? As Wen Jingbai recalled the gentle tone in which Wen Luan had discussed their private matters, his heart softened. He responded somewhat dismissively, "It's a personal matter, not convenient to disclose." Jin Chi, uncertain due to his ambiguous attitude, could only watch as the fervor surrounding the post escalated. By the time of Wen Jingbai's birthday, many young elites in their circle had brought their female companions to join the festivities. In the past, everyone had been discreet enough not to bring girls, fearing that some would take the opportunity to provoke him. However, the news of Wen Xiao's girlfriend had already spread like wildfire at Jingdao, despite him never acknowledging it or having been seen alongside the subject of the rumors. Yet, everyone tacitly accepted that there must be some truth to it. Some among them had had the fortune of witnessing the interactions between Wen Jingbai and Wen Luan at Yunding Villa, and they speculated in hushed tones whether the demure and reserved girl had truly captured Wen Xiao's heart. If she had indeed secured his affection, one would expect her to announce it to the world without hesitation. The current scenario was rather intriguing. Everyone held a mix of anticipation and skepticism towards the unfolding events. However, if it were true, how many noble young ladies in the capital would be left disappointed? As it happened to be the weekend, when Jingbai had chosen a luxurious hot spring resort for his birthday celebration, complete with a myriad of entertainment facilities. He had arranged with Wen Luan to free up her weekend time even before that evening when he had taken her home after tutoring. On Saturday morning, his sports car was parked at a distance from the school. He refrained from waiting at the school gate, as Wen Luan had expressed discomfort with his recent notoriety. With no way to quell the rising tide of public interest in time, he acquiesced with a sense of unease. While waiting, the one he had been thinking of turned the corner. Upon spotting his car, Wenluan quickened her pace. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked, settling into the passenger seat with a slight breathlessness, revealing her evident rush. Wen Jingbai smiled, "I just arrived." Wenluan found it hard to believe this claim, given past experiences. It was only after she got into the car that he noticed she was carrying a delicate little cake. After taking it from her and giving it a once-over, he turned to meet her sparkling, mirthful eyes and said in a deep, melodious voice, "You knew, didn't you?" "Yes, I heard." When Jingbai had invited her, he had only mentioned a weekend outing. If not for Shen Jinan's previous hint, she would have been completely unaware. She smiled, her lips curving upward, and said earnestly, "Happy birthday." She then glanced at the cake in his hands, which she had baked that morning at a private bakery, uncertain of its taste or whether he would like it. She blinked her long lashes at him. "I didn't know what you liked, so I made this little birthday cake." She had indeed messaged him for guidance, but his reply had been rather flippant. Being inexperienced in romance, she struggled with the notions of surprises and romance between couples, yet, because it was him, she felt a budding anticipation, hoping he would be pleased with her gift, especially as it was the first birthday she would celebrate with him. Upon learning that she had personally baked it, a smile spread wider across Wen Jingbai's face. He spoke slowly. "So you asked me to come pick you up after 10, just so you could give me a handmade gift?" When Li Wan felt a sudden wave of embarrassment at his teasing, merely biting her lip and murmuring, "A millimeter." In that moment, Wen Jingbai felt an impulse to forego the birthday party entirely and simply spend time alone with her. After a brief pause, he remembered to answer her earlier question. "You know what I like." His voice carried a teasing lilt. The last time she'd heard him say that, it had seemed like playful banter. Yet, at this moment, when Li Wan found herself under the impression that he was being sincere, noticing her momentary silence, he added, "This is the best gift I have ever received. Thank you, girlfriend." Girlfriend. He seemed to take delight in addressing her this way. Upon hearing his unexpected sweet words, Wenluan felt a delightful flutter in her chest, as if something was bubbling over within her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mirth, and she replied, "No need to thank me, boyfriend." Wen Jingbai was clearly taken aback by her response, momentarily stunned. After all, she had rarely called him by name. Most of the time, she referred to him as a senior. But he quickly recovered, lifting a hand to gently pinch her cheek. "Your learning ability is impressive, truly a top student." Wenluan shyly swatted his hand away. Being a top student was one thing, but what did it mean to be a top elementary student? Wen Jingbai, sensing the moment was right, chose not to tease her further. He admired the exquisite little cake in his hands for a moment before placing it back on her lap. "Please hold onto this for me." After securing her seatbelt, he started the car and they set off. The hot spring resort was not particularly close to Qingdao, and the drive took over an hour. Upon their arrival, Jin Qi's car was parked at the entrance, waiting for them. "You and Shen Jinan can head in first," Wen Jingbai said, keeping the engine running as he turned to help her unbuckle her seatbelt. Wenluan instinctively asked, "And you?" Were they not going in together? Her confusion was almost palpable when Jingbai couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly asking, "Are you that attached to me?" Wenluan felt a flush of embarrassment. How could he be so brazen? He always seemed to twist her words. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I have a few things to take care of. I'll find you after the event. You can explore with Shen Jinan for now. If you get tired, you can head back to the room. Just mention my name at the guest services, and someone will escort you." When Li Wan chose to overlook the earlier part of his statement, her mind fixating on the mention of guest services. Was it too soon? They had only confirmed their relationship a week ago. Just as she was about to voice her hesitation, a knock sounded on the car window, drawing their attention. As the window rolled down, Shen Jinan's playful face appeared. "Brother Jingbai, are you going to keep her locked up? Jin Qi and I have been waiting for quite a while." They had received his call halfway to the resort, instructing them to wait at the entrance. Jin Qi had inquired about the matter, and he had simply said he needed to bring someone in. Jin Qi was unaware of who that someone was, but Shen Jinan was well aware and was positively thrilled. After waiting for over 20 minutes, they were eager to finally see him, yet the two remained in the car, lost in their own world. Coming right up. Without waiting for Wen Jingbai to respond, Wen Luan opened the car door. Just as she was about to step out, someone grasped her arm, prompting her to look back instinctively. Wen Jingbai nodded toward the cake in her hands. "I'll leave that in the car for now." The cake she had made was meant for him alone. Wen Luan responded with an "oh," and without further thought, she placed the cake securely back on the seat before stepping out of the car. Shen Jianan saw her chance to take Wen Luan away openly, linking arms with her and bending down to wave at the car, saying cheerfully, "Brother Jingbai, you continue with your business. I'll take care of Luan." With that, she led Wen Luan toward Jin Qi's car. Jin Qi, through the rearview mirror, cast a curious glance at Wen Luan. It was known that Wen Jingbai had never openly admitted to having a girlfriend, yet the current situation left no doubt that he was indeed involved with someone. Furthermore, he seemed quite attached to her, reluctant to part even as they exited the vehicle. Meanwhile, Wen Luan, lost in her own thoughts, was oblivious to the inquisitive gazes directed her way. All she could think about was whether she would be sharing a room with Wen Jingbai tonight. "Oh, I see everyone's been eagerly awaiting updates. I'm striving to provide you with more content. Wait for me, as the sweet romance between Luan and Jingbai is just around the corner." Chapter 48. Someone is bullying your girlfriend. Due to the presence of Jin Qi, Shen Jianan temporarily suppressed her curiosity. Once the vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot, she greeted Jin Qi and then took Wen Luan aside for a private conversation. "Lili, you mentioned earlier that you had something to attend to. Surely, it isn't to buy a cake for Wen Jingbai, is it?" Shen Jianan recalled that even before she had risen from bed that morning, Wen Luan was already hurriedly preparing to leave. Wen Luan, not wishing to keep it from her, smiled and replied, "It's not a purchase, I made it myself." Shen Jianan's mouth fell open in surprise, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You can actually do that?" "Well, I'm not particularly skilled at it," Wen Luan admitted. In fact, after her inquiry to Wen Jingbai that evening, the thought had begun to take root in her mind. Not knowing his preferences, she decided to present her own heartfelt intentions. She promptly searched for tutorials online and contacted a bakery that would allow her to create a delectable cake herself. Fortunately, her ability to learn quickly paid off, and she succeeded on her first attempt. "By the way, you seemed a bit distracted in the car. Is something bothering you?" Shen Jianan suddenly recalled something and asked. Wen Luan bit her lip, finding it difficult to voice such a personal matter. "Oh, I was just asking casually," Shen Jianan noted, perceiving her hesitation and smiling to cut off her contemplation. Just as she was about to change the subject, Wen Luan unexpectedly spoke up. Nan, what stage are you and Jin Qi at in your relationship?" She looked at her friend with the wide-eyed curiosity of a child seeking knowledge. Experiencing her first romance, she found herself rather bewildered. Furthermore, she rarely indulged in dramas, leaving her with no other means to gain insight. Given that Shen Jianan often watched idol dramas, perhaps she could glean some advice. After all, she did not wish for her relationship to be solely dictated by Wen Jingbai. Shen Jianan, clearly caught off guard by the sudden shift back to her relationship with Jin Qi, was nevertheless delighted to share with her close friend. "Well, we are at a typical stage of dating," she began, but then her expression shifted slightly as a hint of regret crossed her face. "Now that I think about it, it seems we have never been in a passionate phase." Wen Luan blinked, sensing that this wasn't quite what she was curious. Shen Jianan's face instantly lit up with joy. "Of course, isn't that what couples do?" Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked out of curiosity, "What about you and Wen Jingbai?" Wen Luan sighed. "We've only been dating for a week." Although they had shared a kiss, it had merely been a fleeting touch. Shen Jianan tutted dismissively. "A week is still a relationship, your pace seems rather slow. Could it be that Wen Jingbai truly lacks an interest in women, yet, why is he pursuing you then?" Shen Jianan pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, Wen Luan felt a warmth rising in her cheeks, contemplating that he likely wasn't disinterested in women, considering he had already suggested sharing a room with her. "I suppose it's fine," Wen Luan decided to close the topic. She had initiated the conversation, but delving deeper was indeed daunting. Seeing her reluctance to discuss further, Shin Jianan chose not to press the matter, yet she tucked it away in her mind. Could it be that when Jingbai truly had no interest in women, such a matter concerned the lifelong happiness of her close friend, and thus warranted careful consideration? Whenever an opportunity arose, she would subtly inquire with Jin Qi. As they conversed, the two had arrived at the opulent entrance of the hall. The space was already filled with elegantly dressed men and women. In contrast, Wen Luan and Shin Jianan appeared rather understated in their attire. Many recognized Shin Jianan and approached her with polite greetings. A few recognized Wen Luan as well, but having heard the gossip, and noticing that she had not entered with Wen Jingbai, they hesitated to address her as a sister-in-law, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Liu Yuzhou, following the gazes of the crowd, turned to look at them. Clad in a well-tailored black suit with impeccably styled hair, he resembled a dashing young gentleman. "Sister, you've arrived," he said, discarding the pleasantries with those around him and swiftly approaching. He casually draped an arm over Wen Luan's shoulder, maintaining a socially acceptable distance that did not invite rejection. However, before Shin Jianan could express her disbelief and remove his hand, another long, slender hand languidly pulled his arm away from her. Liu Yuzhou turned in annoyance, muttering, "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" Upon realizing it was Jin Qi, his expression shifted from annoyance to confusion. "Wait, bro, what is your problem?" "I was just bonding with my sister." Jin Qi smirked, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "I suggest you rein in your flamboyance." "What flamboyance?" Liu Yuzhou questioned, perplexed. But Shin Jianan's laughter rang out mercilessly. "Shin Jianan, you," Liu Yuzhou began, fuming as he was about to argue with her over her laughter. Before he could finish, Jin Qi activated his protective instincts, languidly stating, "Address her as sister-in-law." Instantly, Liu Yuzhou fell silent. After all, he was a few months younger than Jin Qi. He could only look up at Wen Luan with a pitiful expression, saying, "Sister, they're bullying me." Wen Luan couldn't help but smile faintly, replying softly, "Yes, I noticed." "Damn." Liu Yuzhou couldn't suppress a curse, his face filled with disbelief. "Sister, how come you sound just like Jing Ji now?" Casually observing the commotion, she was still able to deliver her words with utmost seriousness. Wen Luan felt a momentary daze. Had she inadvertently shared similarities with Wen Jingbai? Shin Jianan and Jin Qi exchanged incredulous glances. They were a genuine couple, how could they not share such traits? At that moment, someone approached Jin Qi, interrupting their lively banter. Disinterested in their conversation, Shin Jianan tugged Wen Luan away to explore elsewhere. As they meandered down a small path, they stumbled upon a secluded area obscured by leaves, where a group of girls sat gossiping animatedly. However, their conversation was far from friendly and centered around Wen Luan. "Did you see that girl who came with Shin Jianan?" one of them remarked. "I know her, her name is Wen Luan, and she also attends Peking University," another chimed in. "I thought she was involved with Wen Xiao, but look how quickly he has found a girlfriend. Her dreams of soaring to new heights are surely dashed," another added. "Right, I thought she was special, but she looks so innocent." Perhaps Wen Xiao was initially captivated by her appearance, only to discover her true nature later and seek another girlfriend. Their words dripped with malice, each girl contributing to the unkind narrative. "I want to tear their mouths apart," Shin Jianan seethed, ready to confront the girls, but was stopped by Wen Luan. Nan, there's no need. Even if we silence them, countless others will still chatter," Wen Luan stated resolutely. She had never felt the need to justify herself to those who were self-righteous and malicious. But Shin Jianan was still reluctant. Being a pampered young lady known in her social circle, she had never encountered such hostility before. Although this wasn't a personal attack, she could not tolerate anyone disparaging her sister. "Today is Wen Jingbai's birthday, and everyone should be happy," Wen Luan said calmly. Seeing that Wen Luan truly wished to avoid trouble, Shin Jianan held back for now. However, would she simply let them off the hook? Absolutely not. Though she lacked Wen Jingbai's WeChat, she had his phone number. Stealthily, she sent a text message. "Shin Jianan Satsmiley Jingbai, someone is bullying your girlfriend." Chapter 49, Have You Been Wronged? The exclamation mark suffices to demonstrate the gravity of the situation. Wen Jingbai had not yet completed his tasks when he heard. Taking a moment, he retrieved his phone and glanced at the screen. Just that fleeting glance transformed his previously untroubled eyes into something more somber and cold. With a light tap on the screen, he sent a message. Wen Jingbai sat smiley, what's going on? Shinjian sat smiley, it's complicated to explain in a few words, I'll tell you in person when you return. Wen Jingbai sat smiley, you stay with her for now. After sending the message, he did not immediately lock the screen but switched to WeChat to open the pinned chat window. Girlfriend, what are you up to? His finger hesitated for a moment before swiftly adding another line. Have you missed me? At that moment, Wen Luan was casually sharing some snacks with Shinjianan in a restaurant. The unkind conversations she had just overheard dampened her spirits. Suddenly, a ding sounded, and she absent-mindedly picked up her glass to sip some juice, not feeling the urge to check her phone. Meanwhile, Shinjianan astutely surmised that it was likely a comforting message from Wen Jingbai. After taking a sip of juice, she seemingly nonchalantly asked, Li, your phone just buzzed, aren't you going to take a look? Okay. Wen Luan's thoughts were pulled back, and she smiled gently, biting her lip. I didn't notice earlier. After saying that, she lifted her eyelids to glance at the phone resting on the table, and indeed, the illuminated screen revealed a new message. She casually tapped it open, surprised to find it was from Wen Jingbai. Sitting up straight, she picked up the phone and carefully tapped the screen to reply. Wen Luan sat smiley, I'm eating with Nan Nan. However, she felt a pang of difficulty at the second message. Did she miss him? Yes, but she found it hard to articulate. Furthermore, why did he take such delight in calling her his girlfriend? Frowning in contemplation, she decided to disregard his second question. Wen Luan sat smiley, are you done with your work? Wen Jingbai sat smiley, are you urging me? It seems you miss me. Fine, let him think that way. Due to Wen Jingbai's unexpected interruption, Wen Luan felt the slight pang of bitterness in her chest was inexplicably overshadowed. The phone vibrated in her hand, and she lowered her gaze. Wen Jingbai sat smiley, just wait, your boyfriend will be back soon. Wen Luan could almost envision the nonchalant yet rebellious expression on his face as he spoke those words. She chuckled and replied, take your time on the road and stay safe. Wen Jingbai sat smiley, okay. He tucked his phone away and returned to the car a few minutes later. Without further delay, he drove directly to the villa at maximum speed. Observing Wen Luan's noticeably improved demeanor, Shinjianan teased her, that was from Wen Jingbai, wasn't he it? Wen Luan looked at her in suspicion, her eyes almost spelling out, how did you know? They say being in love makes one's IQ drop to zero. Li, how come you're no exception? Wen Luan chuckled and countered, has Jinchi made your IQ plummet? Oh, you've certainly learned bad habits from Wen Jingbai. You've begun to mock me, Shinjianan said, rising to playfully poke her. Wen Luan recoiled, quickly conceding, I was wrong. Her neck was particularly sensitive, unable to withstand Shinjianan's teasing. Seeing her pleading expression, Shinjianan relented and decided to let her off the hook. As the two were playfully tussling, Jinchi's languid voice drifted from the entrance of the restaurant. I thought you two had disappeared. Who knew you were here feasting? He had rushed to the restaurant upon receiving a call from Wen Jingbai. Hearing the urgency in Wen Jingbai's tone had suggested something serious, yet upon arrival, he found only the two girls engaged in playful antics. His concern instantly dissipated. Shinjianan, spotting him, beamed and raised her voice slightly, what brings you here? Jinchi strolled closer to her leisurely, just came to mooch some food. Shinjianan cast him a dubious glance, feeling that his words lacked credibility, more like a casual excuse. Noticing her skepticism, Jinchi decided to drop the pretense, reaching out to ruffle her hair, which had become disheveled during their play. Wen Jingbai sent me here. He knew Wen Jingbai wouldn't call him without a reason. What happened? He inquired, looking down at Shinjianan. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a few gossips behind Li's back, and they were quite nasty. I could hardly restrain myself from tearing their mouths apart, Shinjianan replied, her expression tinged with righteous indignation. I see, Jinchi nodded, increasingly familiar with Shinjianan's protective nature, soothingly patting her on the back of her head. His gaze then shifted to the quiet girl sitting opposite them. It must have taken considerable courage for her to be with Wen Jingbai, otherwise, how could they have taken so long to get together? Now, hearing the whispers behind their backs, it was impossible not to be affected. He suddenly felt uncertain. Would Wen Jingbai, known for his laid-back demeanor, become angry if he found out? After some thought, he couldn't help but speak up. Don't pay any mind to their nonsense, just leave everything to Wen Jingbai. At that moment, Wen Luan had grasped the situation's context. Xin Jianan must have informed Wen Jingbai, who then sought out Jin Qi. She nodded in understanding and politely replied, "It's fine." Jin Qi chose not to pursue the topic any further, glancing at Xin Jianan. "Let me order some more food for you. The banquet doesn't start until the afternoon." Though Wen Luan was reluctant to be a third wheel, she felt it inappropriate to leave now that Jin Qi had spoken, so she stayed with the two for the time being. However, with a third person present, their interactions became noticeably more restrained. Moments later, a phone call suddenly rang out. Wen Luan glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered. The number had been saved on the night she and Wen Jingbai officially became a couple, the three characters boyfriend having been inputted by him personally. Prior to this, they had only communicated via WeChat. Still at the restaurant, his deep voice resonated. "Yes, are you back?" she replied, her tone betraying a hint of unintentional joy. "Yes." After a brief pause, he continued, "Come outside. I am at the entrance." His tone carried a touch of warmth. Wen Luan was unclear whether he meant the restaurant entrance or the Villas, but she didn't inquire further. After hanging up, she turned to Xin Jianan. Nan, I'm stepping out for a moment." Xin Jianan naturally guessed who was on the other end of the line and playfully winked. Go on. Realizing the situation, Wen Luan smiled helplessly at her and bid Jin Qi farewell before rising to leave. As she stepped outside the restaurant, she spotted the tall figure of a man standing casually at the foot of the steps. Upon seeing her, a fond smile blossomed in his eyes. "Aren't you coming down?" Hearing this, Wen Luan hurriedly descended the stairs. Just as she approached him, "How did you come back so quickly?" Before she could finish her thought, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. The bustling crowd was gathered in the lively hall, leaving the restaurant side blissfully quiet. At this moment, all she could hear was the rhythmic sound of their heartbeats resonating in her ears, each beat profoundly reassuring. Wen Jingbai leaned down, resting his head gently on her shoulder, and they remained in that embrace for an indeterminate time, perhaps a minute, perhaps two. He suddenly spoke in a low, husky voice, "Have you been wronged?" Chapter 50. "Baby, I am pure in body and mind." On his way back, he received a message from Jin Qi, which gave him a general understanding of the situation. Wen Luan had thought herself quite resilient, yet the moment he spoke to her with a tone laden with concern, expressing that she had been wronged, the suppressed bitterness surged forth anew. She had been accused of feigning superiority, of being a seductress. It was said that Wen Jingbai was merely toying with her, that she must have resorted to underhanded tactics to capture his attention. They even remarked that Wen Jingbai had a girlfriend, yet she shamelessly followed him. There were even harsher words she chose to ignore. She had assuredly not been indifferent. From the moment she agreed to be with him, she had prepared herself for anything. But why did it still feel insufficiently strong? Her throat tightened, fearing that her voice would betray her emotions, so she remained silent. Slowly, she raised her hand, tentatively wrapping it around his lean waist, her fingertips merely brushing against him. She gently shook her head. The decision not to go public had been hers alone. Others could speculate as they wished, but she had resolved not to be swayed. When Jingbai sensed her unusual emotions and attempted to release his embrace to gauge her expression. Just as he loosened his arms, preparing to step back, Wen Luan, who had moments ago been gently encircling him, suddenly tightened her hold. Her cheek nuzzled against his chest in a manner akin to a child seeking comfort. "Just hold me a little longer." Her voice was muffled. It was a warm embrace, one she had never dared to dream of. She found herself reluctant to let go, even wishing to hold onto it forever, when Jingbai, feeling her dependence, lifted his arms again to draw her back into his embrace, gradually tightening his hold as he indulgently said, "All right. You can hold on for as long as you wish." Wen Luan did not respond verbally. She simply felt as though she were recharging while being held by him. The atmosphere was one of tranquility and harmony. After about a minute, Wen Luan felt her shoulder suddenly lighten, and she heard Wen Jingbai's deep, displeased voice. Have you had your fill of watching? Confused, she instinctively withdrew from his embrace, following his gaze towards the entrance of the dining hall. Two figures stood on the steps. Shen Jinan's face practically radiated excitement, while Jin Qi stood with his arms crossed, leisurely observing them. Hearing Wen Jingbai's slight displeasure, he lazily remarked, "Apologies, we were merely passing by, unintentionally eavesdropping." Meanwhile, Shen Jinan was entirely focused on the embrace, thinking how at long last, her sister's lifelong happiness seemed within reach. The disparity in their heights and figures made the sight of them embracing all the more delightful. Wen Luan felt a tinge of embarrassment as she realized she was the subject of such scrutiny for the first time. Jin Qi, seizing the rare opportunity to witness Wen Jingbai in a state of vulnerability, could hardly let it go. He chuckled, "Jing, we shall take our leave now, you two carry on." With that, he tugged Shen Jinan down the steps. Yes, do continue, Shen Jinan chimed in, smiling in agreement. Wen Jingbai cast a casual glance at Jin Qi, disregarding his jest, feeling only that they had interrupted his moment with Wen Luan. Once the two had departed, he resumed his gentle demeanor, lowering his gaze to the girl before him. "Shall we return to the front hall?" Wen Luan replied, "All right." Upon hearing her response, Wen Jingbai extended his hand toward her. Wen Luan understood immediately. Without any hesitation, she placed her hand in his. The softness of her palm elicited a smile in his eyes. His well-defined fingers gradually slid into the spaces between hers, their hands intertwining perfectly. "Wen Luan, by taking my hand, you have become mine," Wen Jingbai asserted possessively. Wen Luan stifled a quiet laugh. Is it really so simple as holding hands to declare a lifelong bond? Wen Jingbai tightened his grip slightly, a teasing tone in his voice. "What, do you have any objections?" Not exactly. Not exactly. It sounded somewhat forced. He smirked, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "If holding hands doesn't count, then the first kiss surely must, my girlfriend." His voice trailed off lazily. After saying this, he watched with satisfaction as her ears turned a deep shade of red. Wen Luan realized that when it came to being shameless, she was no match for him. Moreover, "Why do you always call me my girlfriend?" It sounded so intimate. "Is that not what you are?" he retorted with a smile. "Or do you prefer, baby?" Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her expression intently. "If you don't like that, then, baby." Wen Luan was baffled as the conversation grew increasingly familiar. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. "Have you really never been in a relationship?" How could he be so adept at flirting? When Jingbai tacitly accepted the last term, his voice laced with playful charm as he leaned in closer to say, "Baby, I am absolutely pure in body and mind." As they approached the hall, Wen Luan hesitated, gently pulling her fingers away, her tone uncertain. "How about you go in first?" Wen Jingbai instantly grasped her meaning. He willingly released her hand, casually smiling. "You go in first, I'll step outside for a smoke." Wen Luan, feeling anxious, asked, "Will you be upset?" Wen Jingbai chuckled, asking, "What if I said I would be?" Before she could respond, a soft pop sound echoed as Wen Jingbai stood frozen in place, while Wen Luan had already dashed off, leaving behind her slender silhouette. After a moment, he pressed his lips together, seemingly still tasting a hint of sweetness. The desire to smoke evaporated, and the cigarette box he had just retrieved was returned to his pocket unopened. This was Wen Luan's first act of initiative. He stood in contemplation for 2 minutes before finally making his way into the hall. Upon entering, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, all eyes turning toward him with a mix of awe, flattery, and enthusiasm. The elegantly dressed women subtly showcased their perceived best selves in his direction. Ignoring the attention, Wen Jingbai casually surveyed the room before his gaze settled on Wen Luan in the corner. Shen Jinan was beside her, and they appeared to be engaged in conversation. Noticing the collective gaze upon them, both turned to look at him. Upon meeting his eyes, Wen Luan recalled their recent kiss and quickly averted her gaze. Liu Yuzhou was the first to approach, grinning broadly. "Ji Jing, you're the star of the evening. Why did you arrive so late? Everyone has been waiting for you." With his lead, others gathered around, raising their glasses in celebration. The attentive waitstaff also brought forth drinks. When Jingbai casually took a glass, raising it slightly before taking a sip, his demeanor relaxed and carefree, his voice, rich and resonant, carried a light-hearted tone. Everyone, feel free. Their hot spring resort was newly opened, boasting a myriad of entertainment options. Having made their introductions, the crowd began to disperse to enjoy themselves. Once they had scattered, when Jingbai set down his glass and silently made his way toward the corner, not far behind him, Liu Yuzhou wore an expression of incredulity. What had he just witnessed? He had heard his brother mention that Jing Ji was already there, and upon not seeing him for a while, he had planned to head out in search of him. Instead, he had just stepped outside to see Wen Luan on her tiptoes kissing when Jingbai.it turned out the rumors were true, and it seemed that it was Wen Luan who had taken the initiative. Chapter 51, standing up for her as their relationship remained undisclosed. When Jingbai made his way to the corner, casting only a fleeting glance at Wen Luan before his gaze settled on Shen Jianan. Most of the attendees in the hall had ventured out, with numerous couples eagerly retreating to secluded hot springs. Only a handful remained, all of whom were attempting to seize the opportunity to engage Wen Jingbai in conversation. Observing him approach the two girls, they recognized Shen Jianan as Jin Qi's Fiang Yi, while the other, a strikingly beautiful yet aloof young woman, was unfamiliar to them, leaving them hesitant to speculate on their connection. They quietly observed from a distance. "How's it going?" This question was directed at Shen Jianan. Upon hearing it, Shen Jianan confidently waved her phone, her tone assuring, "Brother Jingbai, you can trust me." She then unlocked her phone and handed it to Wen Jingbai. Wen Luan watched their interaction, perplexed. After glancing at the screen, Wen Jingbai nonchalantly turned to cast a sidelong glance at Liu Yuzhou, who was lingering nearby, eavesdropping. Though Wen Luan had been facing away from the entrance and had not noticed, Wen Jingbai's peripheral vision had not missed the fleeting figure. Having seen what he should not have, it was only right for him to put in some effort. "Liu Yuzhou, come over." He smiled, his tone languid. Liu Yuzhou sighed, resigned, and approached. "Brother Jing, is there something you need?" His voice carried a hint of guilt. Had he been discovered? When Jingbai handed Shen Jianan's phone to him, casually inquiring, "Do you know her?" Liu Yuzhou glanced at the screen. Having traversed through the sea of women, he possessed an uncanny ability to remember faces. If memory served him correctly, one of them was the girlfriend of a friend. He confidently replied, "Yes, I know her." Pointing to the woman in the blue gown on the far left, he began to introduce each in turn. When Jingbai, however, interrupted him with indifference, "I'm not interested in who she is. Whoever brought them here should take them away. Remember to come say goodbye before you leave." Although Liu Yuzhou did not grasp the situation, he sensed that it was not favorable. He could even faintly perceive Wen Jingbai's brewing anger. "I'll do that right away." He hastily returned Shen Jianan's phone and turned to leave. At this moment, Wen Luan realized that he intended to settle the score later. She subtly tugged at Wen Jingbai's sleeve, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. "Let it go, it's your birthday today. Don't let such matters affect your mood." As he felt her pull on his sleeve, Wen Jingbai looked down at her, comprehending that she preferred to endure discomfort rather than trouble him. An unidentifiable emotion flickered in his eyes. In the midst of their conversation, Shen Jianan had quietly stepped back, not forgetting to concoct an excuse to usher away the few onlookers nearby. Soon, only the two of them remained, facing one another in the now deserted hall. When Jingbai lifted her chin, their eyes locking, the casual tone was replaced by a serious one. "Baby, do you know that you are the most important person to me? If you are unhappy, it pains me too." Furthermore, he would not allow any circumstances arising from him to make Wen Luan a subject of public scrutiny. He would not permit any factor that might cause her to waver. "In the future, if you encounter similar situations, you need not endure. Do as you wish. All right, I will always be here for you." As long as she did not suffer because of him, that was enough. Wen Luan's chin was held captive by his hand, compelling her to meet his gaze. She seemed to perceive a hint of unease lurking in the depths of his eyes, though she could not fathom why. Blinking her eyes, she smiled and asked, "Why do I feel like you're teaching me to be arrogant?" Wen Jingbai's distinctly articulated fingers withdrew from her chin, and he affectionately pinched her cheek. "I'm teaching you to love yourself a little more." Wen Luan disagreed with this sentiment, grasping his mischief-making fingers and softly countering, "When did I not love myself?" Wen Jingbai chuckled, offering no further explanation. He believed Wen Luan was simply too considerate. Correspondingly, this understanding made her inner self clearer and more independent. Yet, Wen Jingbai hoped she would lean on him a bit more. He was well aware of her innocence. During their time in Lin City, he had noticed how she would only think of the other when she cared for someone deeply. Seeing him merely smile in silence, Wen Luan instinctively shook his hand. "Hey, you still haven't answered me." Only then did she realize how intimate her action was. Just as Wen Jingbai was about to tease her, Lu Yuzhou's voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. "Brother Jing, I've brought the people you requested." Meanwhile, the three girls who had been whispering behind them felt a surge of delight upon hearing Wen Jingbai's invitation. However, as they approached and witnessed the tenderness with which Wen Jingbai regarded Wen Luan, their expressions involuntarily shifted to one of guilt. It dawned on them why they had been summoned individually. Yet, they were puzzled as to how they had been discovered despite their hushed discussions. Typically, they were no strangers to gossiping about others, which had led them to overlook the adage that those who walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. The three young masters who had brought them were equally oblivious. Before entering the hall, one of them, who was close to Lu Yuzhou, had inquired cautiously. Yet, Lu Yuzhou dared not provoke Wen Jingbai. He merely advised, "Just pray for your own good fortune." Upon hearing the commotion, Wen Jingbai did not even spare them a glance. He guided Wen Luan to a nearby chair, waiting until she was seated before he leisurely took his own. Everyone except Lu Yuzhou was left in a state of shock. When had this typically aloof and arrogant man ever been so attentive to a woman? Wen Jingbai raised his eyelids slightly to glance at Lu Yuzhou, coolly stating, "You may leave now." The remaining six felt an immediate sense of pressure. The boldest among them cautiously asked, "Is there something you need from us, young Master Wen?" Wen Jingbai's expression darkened as he subtly gestured toward the girl standing next to him. "Ask them." As soon as the words fell, the three girls began to feign innocence, apologizing to Wen Jingbai in a manner that was both affected and pitiful. "Young Master Wen, we are sorry. We were simply unaware. We had no idea that Miss Wen was connected to you. We did not intend to offend her." The insincere apologies fell flat. Wen Jingbai remained silent, his brows furrowing deeper with irritation. The three young masters sensed his growing impatience, their backs slick with sweat, yet, in their confusion, they could only turn to the girls, whispering inquiries about what had transpired. One of them, looking down with reluctance, explained, "We were merely discussing Miss Wen." Wen Jingbai let out a vague, chilling laugh, but the threat in his tone was unmistakable. He nonchalantly tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, his voice frigid, "Just discussing." The girl in the blue gown quickly amended, "We apologize, young Master Wen, we shouldn't have spoken ill of Miss Wen." The other two hastily followed suit. The young masters, observing the shift, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Foolishness, they couldn't help but curse silently, even without knowledge of their relationship. It was evident to any fool that Wen Jingbai regarded Wen Luan differently from their previous encounters at the Yunding Villa, both at the card table and during dinner. How dare they criticize someone in his domain? Initially, they had intended to gain some familiarity during Wen Jingbai's birthday celebration, but now, each of the young masters was astute. They understood that the women's actions had provoked Wen Jingbai's wrath. They immediately shifted their focus to the seated Wen Luan, their tones now laced with cautious flattery. "Miss Wen, we apologize. Rest assured, this will not happen again." Wen Jingbai's silence indicated that their apologies were insufficient. They turned to glare at the girls beside them, harshly commanding, "Apologize to Miss Wen at once." These three women had climbed into their social circle through introductions, and now witnessing the ordinarily confident men grovel before Wen Luan made it clear that they were beginning to comprehend the seriousness of their misstep. One by one, they offered their apologies to Wen Luan, shedding the earlier insincerity, leaving only panic and regret in their wake. They feared they would no longer have the opportunity to step into this social circle, let alone seek to align themselves with any affluent families. Throughout this ordeal, Wen Luan remained a mere observer, silent and composed. She understood that their apologies were not genuinely directed at her, but it did not matter. Wen Jingbai had achieved his objective. He was there to support her, and to set an example for others. As the group awaited a response, Wen Jingbai's cold voice rang out, "Enough. In the future, do not bring just anyone around to embarrass yourselves. The three impeccably groomed women turned pale, yet their indignation remained unvoiced. Yes, we understand. Then, young Master Wen, we shall take our leave. They departed, acutely aware of their surroundings. Watching them exit awkwardly, Wen Jingbai suddenly called out, "Wait." They turned back to face the imposing figure of the man, and one familiar with Liu Yuzhou inquired nervously, "Does young Master Wen have any further instructions? What should be said and what should not be said, weigh it for yourselves." It was a warning. "Rest assured, young Master Wen, we will not speak out of turn." They wouldn't he dare. After making their promises, they hurriedly departed. Once the six were out of sight, Wen Luan turned to Wen Jingbai, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Why are they so afraid of you?" It seemed that during their last meal at Yunding Villa, everything had been jovial. Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, "It is not so much that they fear me, but rather my name." However, now was not the time to explain. He flashed a carefree smile. "So, do you now understand how formidable your man is?" Chapter 52. Wen Jingbai, why are you such a rogue? Her man. Wen Luan found herself processing these words in her mind. After a moment's pause, she pursed her lips and feigned seriousness, saying, "Could you refrain from speaking so recklessly?" Wen Jingbai chuckled lightly, "I could," but there was a hint of mischief in his words. "But what?" Observing her unguarded demeanor, he leaned in closer with a smile. Seizing the moment, he teased, "Kiss me once more." The diligent Wen Luan found it hard to withstand his flirtation. She shot him an embarrassed glare. "Wen Jingbai." "I'm here, baby," he replied, his tone straightforward and resolute. It took her quite some time to gather her thoughts. "Could you be a bit more serious?" Wen Jingbai couldn't help but laugh. The depth in his gaze intensified. This was merely the beginning. Little did she know what true frivolity entailed. Noticing her innocent eyes fixed on him, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush of embarrassment, he decided to temper his teasing. Fine, his darling could be gradually educated. There was no rush. After standing up, he took her hand, his voice low and inviting. "I won't tease you anymore, let us go for a stroll." Wen Luan responded with a soft millimeter, obediently rising to follow him outside the hall. They didn't venture into crowded areas but instead turned left upon exiting, choosing a secluded path. The ground was laid with stones, seemingly irregular in size, yet arranged with an artful randomness. On either side of the path, neatly trimmed greenery adorned the landscape, and beautiful colored lights twinkled on the tree trunks. Extending around the corner ahead, hand in hand, Wen Jingbai and she walked side by side. After navigating 2 corners, they came upon a small courtyard surrounded by a fence, the entrance secured with a lock. Wen Luan was particularly intrigued by the tranquility and design of the place, but upon seeing the locked gate, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face. Just as she prepared to bypass the fenced yard and continue forward, Wen Jingbai tugged her toward the small courtyard. "It's locked," she reminded him. Wen Jingbai glanced down at her, raising an eyebrow with interest. "And so? How could he be so brazen?" He easily discerned her thoughts. He slipped her hand into his pocket. Wen Luan blinked in confusion, her fingers stiff and reluctant to move. "Feel for yourself." "Feel what?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Wen Jingbai, how can you be such a rogue?" she accused, her cheeks flushed. This exceeded her understanding of romance. Wen Jingbai paused at her words, tilting his head as he pondered. How was feeling for a key considered rogue? Without further thought, he asked with a suppressed laugh, "Pray tell, how am I a rogue?" As he spoke, he guided her hand deeper into his pocket. Wen Luan's fingertips brushed against something cool, and her mind exploded with realization. She pulled it out to see it was indeed a key. Closing her eyes, she reflected on how absurd her thoughts had been. Sensing her face flickering between red and pale, Wen Jingbai suddenly leaned closer, his tone teasing. "Baby, you still haven't answered me." In truth, he had already guessed the misunderstanding from her expression after she retrieved the key. He found the situation amusing. Wen Luan lowered her gaze, embarrassed, and said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." She had completely misinterpreted his intentions. Seeing her apologize, Wen Jingbai suppressed his teasing demeanor, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, his voice laced with indulgence. "A misunderstanding is just that. You never need to apologize to me, you understand." With nowhere else to retreat, Wen Luan stared into his eyes, but no buts. I willingly accept being misunderstood. Willingly, Wen Luan blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. When Jingbai lowered his hand, let us go inside and take a look, this is my first time here too. He took the key from her hand and unlocked the gate. As the fence swung open, they were greeted by a breathtaking sea of purple flowers. Despite it being November, the blooms were astonishingly vibrant. As they traversed through the floral expanse, a faint steam rose ahead. Upon reaching the other side, they discovered a hidden hot spring pool. The flowers near the pool were of an even deeper hue. This hot spring was distinct from any of its surroundings, seemingly designed explicitly for couples. Nearby hung unopened swimsuits, their delicate fabric appearing as if it could be easily torn. The air was tinged with an elusive sweet fragrance, igniting a suggestive ambience that made one feel an excited warmth even before entering the water, though when Jingbai was taken aback by the sight, he remained composed. In contrast, Wen Luan, being a girl, couldn't he maintain his level of indifference? Her neck flushed crimson, she opened her mouth, struggling to find appropriate words. This, while when Jingbai was unfazed, he didn't wish for the girl he liked to truly believe he was a rogue. Frowning slightly, he opted to explain. It's my first time here, and I had no idea. Glancing at the opulent scene before them, he paused before adding, the owner here is a friend of mine. I suspect there's been some misunderstanding. He toyed with the key in his hand, which had been given to him by the resort manager during his arrival, who had specifically instructed that it be handed to him personally. Furthermore, the owner had mentioned it was a birthday gift for Wen Xiao. Wen Luan, realizing he was genuinely unaware, hesitated before suggesting, shall we head back? All right. When Jingbai agreed without hesitation, the two of them retraced their steps through the floral sea back to the entrance. Once outside the fenced yard, Wen Luan promptly locked the gate, as if fearing they might re-enter. Observing her flurry of actions, Wen Jingbai couldn't help but chuckle softly. Why did it feel as though his girlfriend was guarding against him like a wolf? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt an urge to correct the notion. Baby. Wen Luan, still lost in her thoughts, jumped at the sound of his alluring voice. She turned to face him, who was now mere inches away, shooting him a playful glare, her voice soft and whiny. What is it? You startled me. When Jingbai gently patted her back, soothingly asking with a smile, what were you thinking so intently? Nothing. She replied, her cheeks still flushed, avoiding the truth. When Jingbai leisurely leaned closer, his eyes assessing her, his voice enticing and playful, nothing. Then why is your face so red? Chapter 53, Do not corrupt his treasure. How should she explain that it was due to the difficult-to-voice question that lingered in her mind since their parting in the morning? Clearly, the current atmosphere, thick with ambiguity, was not conducive for such discussions. Wen Luan steadied her flustered heart and chose to disregard his query, urging them to leave this place instead. However, when Jingbai leisurely straightened his posture, appearing unhurried as he stood there, fixedly gazing at her, he had not forgotten to salvage his image. Don't be hasty, he remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the already locked gate, a smirk playing upon his lips as he continued, Are you afraid of me? Wen Luan lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering in surprise, her expression laced with suspicion. Despite her best efforts to mask it, had he truly seen through her? Indeed, since that lavish scene had flashed before her eyes, she felt not only a wave of embarrassment but also a flicker of trepidation. The vivid image of what might transpire if they were to immerse themselves in the water invaded her thoughts. After all, a luxurious crystal countertop, replete with an array of peculiar props, lay temptingly close beside the hot spring. She scarcely dared to reflect on it when Jingbai's dark eyes bore into hers, the clarity of his gaze revealing his intent. He chuckled softly, lifting a hand to gently pinch her delicate cheek, offering her a reassuring look. Rest assured, I have no interest in those. No interest in what? The props, or perhaps the rumored proclivity for women. Wen Luan was utterly perplexed, yet at that moment, she had no desire to unravel it. Nevertheless, she understood the weight of his words, her heart settling as she obediently nodded. Millimeter, I understand. Seeing that she had absorbed his message, when Jingbai withdrew his hand, lightly fiddling with his fingertips before adopting a serious tone, therefore, do not treat your boyfriend as if he were a predator, understand? Wen Luan was taken aback by his unrelenting candor, turning her head away in discomfort, leaving him with nothing but the sight of her crimson ears. At 8 in the evening, everyone returned to the hall as promised. Wen Luan stood alongside Shen Jianan, while Jin Qi and Liu Yuzhou lingered nearby. The presence of Liu Yuzhou and Shen Jianan ensured that the atmosphere remained lively, as the two were perpetually engaged in playful banter. Jin Qi listened languidly, occasionally casting amused and affectionate glances at Shen Jianan, while Wen Luan found herself reluctantly drawn into Liu Yuzhou's antics, serving as a silent ally amidst the laughter. The bright lights of the hall abruptly dimmed, prompting Liu Yuzhou to feign excitement and tease, "Is Brother Jing finally making his entrance?" Upon hearing Wen Jingbai's name, Wen Luan's heart skipped a beat. Though she could not see him from afar, she could not help but glance around. After spending the afternoon together, he had taken a call and left her to entertain herself with Shen Jianan. The thought of soon reuniting with him stirred a sense of anticipation within her. Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated the tall figure of a man clad in a tailored suit, standing atop the staircase. Wen Jingbai, bathed in the radiant glow, appeared as though his meticulously styled hair was aglow. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and crimson lips, combined with his broad shoulders and long legs, exuded an irresistible allure. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, their attention fixated on the dazzling man. Wow! Liu Yuzhou was the first to exclaim softly, "Brother Jing is about to bend me." "Dream on," Shen Jianan interrupted mercilessly, her eyes filled with adoration as she gazed at the figure not far away. "It's the first time I've seen Wen Jingbai in a suit. He's stunningly handsome." "Oh." Jin Qi looked at her with newfound interest, teasing lazily, "Are you considering a change of fianc?" Shen Jianan met his gaze, wrapping her arm around his, playfully smiling. "It's pure admiration." Jin Qi shot her a sidelong glance, satisfied enough to shift his attention back to the radiant man. Was this allure a deliberate tactic? Suddenly, Shen Jianan leaned closer to the slightly dazed Wen Luan, whispering conspiratorially, "Sister, you are certainly living the dream." Wen Luan was pulled back to reality by her words. "How?" She looked at her uncertainly, seeking clarity. Shen Jianan grinned mischievously, "With such a handsome man, others can barely get close. You can play however you wish." Play with Wen Jingbai. The implications of her teasing made Wen Luan doubt whether Shen Jianan was alluding to the kind of play she suspected. As the group conversed, Wen Jingbai descended the stairs with measured strides, his relaxed demeanor betraying no concern for the envious glances directed at him. Upon reaching the bottom, he paused, and as the beam of light shifted, a grand multi-tiered cake came into view, exquisitely crafted and evidently expensive. It had just been wheeled in by a waiter. As the candles flickered to life, the crowd erupted into a chorus of birthday wishes. Wen Luan recalled the unassuming little cake she had prepared, likely still in the car. A wave of inadequacy washed over her. And the presence of the shining figure that was he, the ordinary nature of herself, became starkly apparent. "I heard Brother Jing's birthday this year was all arranged by his cousin." "Quite extravagant," Liu Yuzhou remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. "Cousin?" Wen Luan instinctively inquired. "Yes, dear sister, you weren't aware." Liu Yuzhou, noticing her curiosity, eagerly divulged, "This estate is owned by his cousin, which is why the celebration is held here." She remembered Wen Jingbai mentioning that the owner was a friend of his. So it was his cousin. Just as Liu Yuzhou was about to continue, the hall abruptly lit up again. They turned to see that the candles had been extinguished. In that moment, Wen Luan's gaze collided with Wen Jingbai's. He smiled, the depth of his eyes sparkling with amusement, as if silently beckoning her. She felt utterly defenseless. Silently lifting her glass of juice, she took a nervous sip, lowering her gaze to evade his searing stare. Shen Jianan, privy to this silent exchange, leaned closer to Jin Qi, whispering, "Do you think the rumors about Wen Jingbai's disinterest in women are true?" Jin Qi glanced at her with a look of confusion. Shen Jianan sighed, feeling a bit awkward. "What if they are true? I should inform Luan in advance." To prepare her for the emotional turmoil that might ensue, Jin Qi quickly comprehended, chuckling helplessly as he ruffled her hair. "What on earth are you thinking all day?" "I'm just looking out for Luan," she retorted. Jin Qi, clearly, it takes two to tango. As the cake was being sliced, when Jingbai was surrounded by admirers, Jin Qi approached him, casually shaking his cigarette, gesturing outside with his eyes. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow and, after glancing at Jin Qi's retreating figure, made his way out of the hall, Jin Qi, seeing him exit, offered him a cigarette. "What else on your mind?" When Jingbai asked directly, playing with the cigarette between his fingers. Jin Qi, noticing he hadn't lit it, smiled and casually asked, "Care for a smoke?" Later, he replied, as he had other matters to attend to. Jin Qi, contemplating his forthcoming words, couldn't he help but grin. Carefully choosing his phrasing, he inquired, Jing, how far have you two progressed?" Not overly blunt, yet when Jingbai immediately understood, he furrowed his brow, reluctant to discuss such personal matters with others. Jin Qi, aware of his discomfort, hastened to clarify, "It's not that I'm curious." It was Shen Jianan who was, when Jingbai's expression softened slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance as he spoke in a low voice, "Don't speak carelessly in the future. She is still young." Jin Qi found it curious that when Jingbai was now considering others, he had assumed that given his nature, he would have no concept of restraint. Jin Qi chuckled knowingly, "You are aware of your own reputation. If Shen Jianan can take it seriously, I imagine your girlfriend will too." He left it at that. Upon hearing this, when Jingbai's expression darkened for a fleeting moment, his distaste evident as he remarked, "Teach your Fianqi some decency. Do not corrupt his treasure." Jin Qi chuckled lightly, activating his protective mode, "I believe she's learning quite well." When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, "Just indulge her. Little scene, cool Bai, rest assured, I have no interest in those. Peach, just wait until you get slapped in the face." Beautiful Li, Chapter 54. "Baby, is there still distance?" The two of them strolled back to the hall at a leisurely pace. Liu Yuzhou approached, "Jing Ji, we're going to sing, are you coming?" Some of them have already gone ahead. He then glanced at Jin Qi, "Brother, you're definitely going, right?" Unlike when Jingbai, he was not one to shy away from merriment. Jin Qi merely smiled, non-committal in his response. Observing Wen Jingbai's lack of enthusiasm, Liu Yuzhou quickly added, "Your sister is going too, she must have taken her seat by now." A flicker of surprise crossed the corners of Wen Jingbai's eyes. He cast a cold glance at Liu Yuzhou. "Who is your sister?" Understood. Liu Yuzhou realized he had inadvertently taken advantage of the situation. "Then should I also call her Lily?" he ventured. Jin Qi, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a laugh, though it was unclear whom he was laughing at. "Forget it. As you please," when Jingbai remarked ambiguously, shoving his hands into his pockets as he made his way toward the karaoke room. "Brother, what does Jing Ji mean by that?" Liu Yuzhou was perplexed. You think you're Shen Jianan?" Jin Qi replied languidly, "What does it have to do with your future wife, quarreling her so intimately?" Seeing that Liu Yuzhou was genuinely puzzled, Jin Qi reluctantly offered an explanation. Liu Yuzhou stood there, astonished by the absurdity of the possessiveness. "Hey, wait for me." He hastily followed the two who had walked away. Inside the karaoke room, the atmosphere was raucous, everyone was in high spirits, singing in a lively cacophony, and the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. The dim, flickering lights created a chaotic ambience, prompting Wen Jingbai to furrow his brow. He could not spot Wen Luan. The singers noticed the commotion at the door and abruptly fell silent. The sudden quietness led everyone to instinctively direct their gazes toward the entrance. The person nearest to the door rose to turn on the bright overhead lights, smiling as they greeted, "Wen Xiao, you're here." When Jingbai responded with a faint hum, his gaze subtly scanning the room before quickly landing on Wen Luan, who was seated on a two-person sofa beside Shen Jianan, the two women followed the crowd's gaze to him. However, Shen Jianan's attention swiftly shifted to Jin Qi, sporting a foolish grin, while his girlfriend was far less enthusiastic, lowering her head like a quail. Why was she suddenly avoiding him? When Jingbai resolved to investigate, he subtly curled the corners of his lips and addressed the crowd, "Everyone, make yourselves at home." Afterward, he personally turned off the bright lights. "Let us go." He directed his words at Jin Qi and Liu Yuzhou. There were already people seated beside the two-person sofa, yet everyone was well aware of Jin Qi and Shen Jianan's relationship, so they instinctively vacated a large portion of space. When Jingbai and Liu Yuzhou thus benefited from this courtesy and settled down together, there was one extra person among the five of them. Just then, a new song began to play on the screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yuzhou sprang up to grab the microphone, exuding the demeanor of a karaoke champion. "I'll do it, I know this song." Shen Jianan sensed the peculiar atmosphere. It seemed that since Wen Jingbai's arrival, Wen Luan had suddenly quieted down, assuming the two had quarreled. She turned her gaze toward Wen Jingbai. "Jingbai Ji, shall we switch places?" A nearby wealthy acquaintance, catching wind of the situation, teased, "Shen Jianan, are you that attached to your Jinqi?" Shen Jianan shrugged it off, responding playfully, "What do you know?" With that, she attempted to rise. Wen Luan gently tugged at her sleeve, trying to retain her. Shen Jianan, being carefree, thought Wen Luan was merely concerned about others discovering their relationship. She patted Wen Luan's hand reassuringly, whispering, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Wen Luan had no choice but to relent. Wen Jingbai rose leisurely, resuming his seat beside Wen Luan. Although some nearby noticed, the two behaved normally without any overt affection, thus avoiding speculation. It was the first time Wen Luan saw him in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication. As he drew closer, a potent blend of musk and woodsy fragrance enveloped her, causing her to feel slightly dizzy in the dimly lit environment. The warmth radiating from his leg through his trousers felt almost scalding against her own. She shifted uncomfortably to the side, but it seemed insufficient. She picked up the glass in front of her and took a sip of the visually appealing cocktail. It was not only pleasantly sweet but also surprisingly delightful. It appeared to be fruit wine, and she found herself unable to resist taking another couple of sips. When Jingbai glanced over, casually reaching out to take the glass away. "What are you doing?" she protested, guarding the glass against him. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, explaining, "This one has a high alcohol content. It's all right, it's quite sweet," she replied, yet obediently handed the glass to him. When Jingbai cast her a meaningful glance but said nothing, merely placing the glass on the table before him. To divert her attention, Wen Luan focused on Liu Yuzhou, who was earnestly singing. His voice was surprisingly pleasant, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. The current song had a slow and poignant melody, enhancing his melancholic charm. "Is it good?" A magnetic voice suddenly resonated in her ear. Wen Luan maintained her posture, refraining from turning around, striving to avoid the allure of his captivating gaze. She feigned composure. It's okay." Once Liu Yuzhou finished singing, the next song, upbeat and rhythmic, began to play. She felt her heart race and decided to step outside for some fresh air. Glancing at Shen Jianan, who was seated next to Jin Qi, she raised her voice slightly. Nan, I'm going out for a bit." Shen Jianan acknowledged her with a nod, encouraging her to return soon. Given that this was Wen Jingbai's territory, no one dared to cause a commotion, so she felt quite at ease venturing out alone. Not long after Wen Luan stepped outside, Wen Jingbai lifted his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. He then picked up the cigarette box Jin Qi had left on the table, intentionally clarifying, "Going out for a smoke." Jin Qi found it amusing. Despite knowing Wen Jingbai was merely putting on an act, he couldn't resist teasing. "Jing, you forgot to grab a lighter." Wen Jingbai replied, "No need." Those nearby assumed he had one, hence the lack of necessity. Only Jin Qi knew he didn't smoke at all, so how could he possibly need one? After Wen Luan stepped outside and felt a breath of fresh air, she belatedly realized the alcohol Wen Jingbai had mentioned was indeed potent. She walked straight into the restroom, turning on the faucet to splash some cool water on her unadorned cheeks. After the refreshing sensation, her flushed face gradually transformed into a soft pink, resembling the effect of blush. Her lips, too, bore a tempting shade of crimson. Gazing at her reflection, she couldn't help but think of the strikingly radiant Wen Jingbai. Were they truly together? She felt a bit dazed. Just as she was about to exit the restroom, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning to look, she saw Wen Jingbai casually toying with the cigarette box. Upon entering, he nonchalantly closed the restroom door behind him. "What brings you here?" Wen Luan inquired. When Jingbai did not answer her question, his voice was low and dangerous. "Baby, come here." After a brief moment of contemplation, she stepped toward him with slightly unsteady steps, stopping just a pace away. When Jingbai clicked his tongue, his tone affectionate, not obedient. He tossed the cigarette box onto the counter and pulled her waist against him, his other hand lifting her chin to gaze into her slightly dazed eyes, clouded by the effects of alcohol. Avoiding me, he had not missed the subtle distance Wen Luan had just exhibited. Wen Luan shook her head, the alcohol causing her movements to become sluggish. Then what's the matter? He noticed her subtle inebriation and instinctively lowered his voice, coaxing her softly. Wen Luan had always been defenseless against him, especially when he whispered temptingly in her ear. She confessed candidly, I just feel that the distance between us is so vast. Would the star that everyone admires always belong to her? When Jingbai finally comprehended her insecurities, even aware of her slight intoxication, he earnestly corrected her. Baby, remember, there is no distance between us. Why? Before she could voice her question, when Jingbai suddenly leaned down, without warning, kissing her lips. Unlike the previous fleeting kisses, this one was filled with an obsessive caress and a punishing bite. Moments later, as his dark eyes opened, they were filled with an intense shadow, fixing on her wide, bewildered gaze. His lips parted slightly, their breaths mingling as he spoke in a low, magnetic tone. Close your eyes. Wen Luan obediently shut her eyes, surrendering to the suffocating heat of the passionate kiss he led her into. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol intertwined between their lips, leaving her utterly dazed. Only when she felt herself on the verge of breathlessness did Wen Jingbai gradually pull away, his warm, sweet breath lingering in the air between them, reluctant to part. His voice was hoarse and thick. Baby, is there still distance? Chapter 55. Feeding him alcohol. Wen Luan felt utterly weakened. His kiss had come as an unexpected shock, overwhelming in its intensity, rendering her mind incapable of coherent thought. The faint remnants of her consciousness warned her that Wen Jingbai was a perilous presence at that moment. She harbored no doubt that if she admitted to anything, he would repeat the act with even greater fervor. Taking a moment to steady her rapid breathing, she shook her head, their noses nearly brushing due to their proximity. Noticing her denial, Wen Jingbai appeared somewhat satisfied as he gently caressed her lips before gradually withdrawing. As if to soothe her, he lifted his finger and tenderly stroked her slightly swollen lips, repetitively inquiring, really nothing? Wen Luan instinctively bit her lip, offering a soft millimeter in response. At this, Wen Jingbai's satisfaction deepened, a smile playing on his lips as he bestowed upon her a tender accolade, good girl. After Wen Luan departed, he retrieved the cigarette he had carelessly tossed aside, biting down on one as he prepared to light it, only to realize he had no means to ignite it. His brows furrowed slightly as he discarded it into the trash with a hint of self-mockery. Encountering Wen Luan had rendered his previously proud self-control utterly non-existent. Once the restlessness within him subsided, he left the quiet restroom. When Wen Jingbai returned to the room, the atmosphere was vibrant and animated. Apart from those singing and Wen Luan, who sat listening, the others had begun to engage in games. Upon his arrival, Liu Yuzhou boisterously inquired, Brother Jing, why did you take so long just to smoke? He then shook the cards in his hand. Care to join? Wen Jingbai chose to overlook the first remark, lazily responding, in a moment. Understanding this cue, Liu Yuzhou resumed playing on his own. Since his entrance, Wen Luan could not shake the feeling of guilt akin to that of a thief. She instinctively bit her lip, still able to feel the lingering warmth and his unique scent. The alcohol from that fervent kiss had nearly evaporated. At this moment, her mind was unusually clear, realizing how kissing could feel so different. It dawned on her that in the past, he had restrained himself too much. Taking advantage of the dim lighting, she dared to gaze at him without reservation. She observed as his long, elegant fingers manipulated the screen before he settled quietly to the side. A vague sense of speculation began to form within her. As the previous upbeat song came to an end, a soothing, melodious tune began to play. Within mere seconds, Wen Luan recognized it as David Dao's Love is Simple. In the next moment, Wen Jingbai cast a glance at the person holding the microphone, who promptly handed it to him. She gasped internally, realizing that she was about to witness Wen Jingbai sing. I've forgotten how it all began, perhaps it was simply this feeling towards you. His deep, resonant voice filled the room, and the players halted their games in unison. What were they hearing? Wen Jingbai was singing, and the song was Love is Simple. They stood there, cards in hand, mouths agape, staring at the man beside the screen, who would have imagined that this usually carefree individual could sing with such passion. Shen Jinan glanced at Jin Qi. Have you ever heard him sing? Leaning languidly, Jin Qi appeared to be quietly appreciating the performance. Upon hearing Shen Jinan's question, he replied with interest, Today is the first time. Liu Yuzhou chimed in, I can't help but feel that Brother Jing is using this song to confess. Some of the wealthy companions had already taken out their phones to record videos, while a few of the women present listened with a hint of envy, wishing the song was directed at them. Meanwhile, the true leading lady was attentively listening, her gaze fixed solely on the man not far away, as if he were the only one in her world. As the song neared its conclusion, he sang, if you still have some confusion, please lean close to my heart and listen, as I tell you I love you. Amidst the crowd and the dim light, Wenluan distinctly felt his gaze inadvertently shift toward her at this moment. She understood he was using his own way to reassure her. It would be disingenuous to say she was not moved. The shyness that had previously colored her eyes was now replaced by another emotion. It seemed she needed to be a bit braver. As the song concluded, he set down the microphone, and thunderous applause erupted from the gaming crowd. Perhaps it was due to his melodious performance or his esteemed identity, but ultimately it mattered not. He knew Wenluan would understand. Liu Yuzhou was the first to speak. Brother Jing, may I request another song? When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips, what do you think? Liu Yuzhou quickly retreated, I was just joking. What are we playing? When Jingbai moved into the throng. The others, aware of his aversion to crowds, found it intriguing and quickly made space for him. It's simple, young Master Wen, come join us for a couple of rounds. He did not refuse, casually taking a seat. Just then, Jinchi suddenly interjected with a lazy drawl, everyone should join in the fun. Liu Yuzhou was the first to follow suit, exactly, now that Brother Jing has sung, who else would dare humiliate themselves? Though somewhat exaggerated, his words rang true. No one else felt bold enough to take the microphone. A heartfelt song paired with a deep voice was simply unbeatable. Wenluan found herself reluctantly drawn into the game, the only available spot next to when Jingbai had just been vacated, and she, along with another singer, made her way to that side. The heat from their earlier kiss still lingered, causing her to walk slowly, wishing to maintain some distance, even if only a little. However, the other singer was equally intimidated and hastily took a seat on the opposite side. The last remaining position was now open, and everyone watched her expectantly as she resignedly sat closely beside him. The game resumed with a new round of card distribution. With so many participants, the rules were simple. Each player received 3 cards, and the holder of the red heart A had to choose someone to reveal their cards. If the total value was lower than their own, they won. Otherwise, the opponent won. The winner could then command the loser to do anything. Wenluan silently absorbed the rules, instinctively glancing at her cards before tightly concealing them. She managed to glide through several rounds without incident. Meanwhile, the ever-popular Liu Yuzhou was targeted multiple times, yet he seemed to possess an innate talent for games, rarely losing. Wenluan and Wen Jingbai remained untouched. Her unfamiliarity with the others ensured her safety, while others simply dared not challenge Wen Jingbai. However, when Wen Jingbai drew the red heart A, he casually glanced at it before casting a nonchalant eye toward his girlfriend. Red heart A, you should be aware, Liu Yuzhou teased. Wen Jingbai's long, elegant fingers tapped the table. He surveyed the group, idly gesturing toward Jinchi with a slight nod. Jinchi chuckled, are you certain? Wen Jingbai found him to be pretentious, replying, absolutely. Little did he know, like Liu Yuzhou, Jinchi was also a game aficionado. Jinchi flipped his cards with a carefree smile, and the crowd gasped, AAK. The odds of a comeback were slim when Jingbai raised an eyebrow, conceding. He casually revealed his own cards, AKK. Wenluan couldn't help but question whether they were even using the same deck, glancing again at her own 699. Thankfully, no one targeted her. When Jingbai noticed her subtle movements, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Liu Yuzhou, ever the instigator, remarked, Brother Jing, how can you be so pleased after losing? When Jingbai offered no comment, to each their own. Jinchi replied, very well, but you said so yourself. He surveyed the onlookers, languidly stating, invite a member of the opposite sex present to feed you a drink. Jing, isn't that a bit excessive? As his words echoed through the room, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, casting an inscrutable glance in Jinchi's direction, upon hearing feed him a drink, and knowing it must be a member of the opposite sex, Wenluan silently tightened her grip on her cards. Chapter 56, Loving me like this is truly not a good idea. Shin Jinan could no longer remain seated. She whispered, Jinqi, what are you doing? You know very well. If it were any other girl, Wen Luan would certainly feel uncomfortable. However, with Wen Luan, wouldn't their relationship be subject to speculation and doubt? Jinqi smiled reassuringly, saying, don't rush. Lu Yuzhou, intrigued, was quite eager to see how Wen Jingbai would respond. Other girls, upon hearing of this punishment, were practically bubbling with excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Wen Jingbai, each hoping to be the fortunate one. Wen Jingbai appeared unfazed by the punishment, leaning back lazily, his demeanor calm. After casting a casual glance at his glass, he addressed the crowd slowly. Everyone else is in pairs, inviting them seems rather unethical. His gaze suddenly shifted to his underground girlfriend beside him as he politely inquired, Junia, would you mind lending a hand? His light-hearted request effortlessly diffused the situation. Before Wen Luan could fully comprehend, he deftly lifted her glass and subtly withdrew the card from her hand, placing the glass into her palm. His warm, strong hand enveloped her delicate wrist, drawing it closer to his lips. Wen Jingbai tilted his head back, allowing the liquid from the glass to flow slowly into his mouth. Wen Luan could only feel the card in her hand like a hot potato. Time seemed to crawl. Her gaze was positioned perfectly to observe the graceful curve of his Adam's apple as it moved. How to describe it? It was undeniably sensual. As Wen Luan became momentarily lost in thought, she felt the fingers of his other hand subtly beckoning her. He was quietly pulling her towards him. When she incredulously met his eyes, she realized he was looking at her over the rim of the glass, seemingly aware of her distraction. Locking eyes with him made her heart skip a beat. In the dim light, the onlookers could only perceive their overt actions, while the undercurrents of their private world remained known solely to them. Once the glass was set down, Jinqi chuckled and asked, is this against the rules? Wen Jingbai replied nonchalantly, you never specified how to feed. Although the group desired to tease, they refrained, knowing that Wen Jingbai disliked raucousness. Besides, his point was not without merit, so they let it slide. The game continued with fervor. Eventually, the one who had been consistently losing could no longer tolerate it and insisted on ending the game. As they prepared to leave, Shin Jinan attempted to find Wen Luan but was intercepted by Jinqi, who remarked, don't you think you're a rather conspicuous light bulb? Shin Jinan glanced at the two still seated together. Well, Jinqi was right. After everyone had departed, when Jingbai finally took Wen Luan's hand and led her away, upon reaching the guest room area, the manager approached them. Young Master Wen, please follow me. Wen Luan momentarily hesitated. When Jingbai perceptively noticed, he turned to her and asked, baby, what's wrong? Wen Luan understood that if she didn't speak now, the opportunity would slip away. She glanced at the manager standing a short distance away, assessing whether he might overhear their conversation. Realizing he likely would, she tiptoed closer to his ear and whispered, isn't it a bit too early? Too early? When Jingbai raised an eyebrow and glanced at his wristwatch, confirming the time before showing it to Wen Luan. Teasingly, he asked, haven't you had enough fun yet? That wasn't what she meant. Wen Luan bit her lip, maintaining her position as she leaned closer to clarify, what I mean is it too fast? We just got together. When Jingbai immediately understood her intent, unable to suppress a chuckle, he pinched her cheek affectionately, saying in a tender tone, baby, I see you've learned some mischief. Wen Luan felt her face flush at his words. Let's go. Without further explanation, Wen Jingbai firmly took her hand and led her towards the elevator. After the room manager escorted them to the top floor and opened the door, he respectfully handed 2 room keys to Wen Jingbai, maintaining a professional smile. Young Master Wen, the other room is right next door. With that, he quietly departed. Upon hearing this, Wen Luan instantly understood that she had overthought the situation from the beginning. Once inside, they found a beautifully crafted birthday cake on the immaculate table, the very one she had made. A flicker of confusion and barely perceptible delight crossed her face. Wasn't it in the car? She had assumed the gift left behind had been discarded, only to discover that he had cherished it. When Jingbai chuckled, I had someone bring it up for me. All right, let us get down to business. Business, when Jingbai pulled her down onto the sofa and retrieved some candles from a bag. Observing her bewilderment, he teased, am I supposed to insert the candles myself? Hadn't they already celebrated earlier, when Jingbai, understanding her thoughts, gently explained, this is just for you and me. Wenluan felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness in her heart. When Jingbai glanced at the time, it's just past 11, there's still time. He then handed the candles to Wenluan. After she inserted the candles, she was unsure of what to do next. Sing the birthday song, Wen Jingbai reminded her with a smile. Do I have to? Singing it alone felt rather silly. When Jingbai was merely teasing her, he genuinely expect her to sing. You don't have to, he replied, lighting the candles and extinguishing the main lights. The soft glow of the candlelight illuminated his face, casting shadows beneath his closed eyes as he made a wish. Wenluan couldn't see his eyes and was unaware of his wish. Once he blew out the candles, the overhead lights flickered back on. It was at this moment that Wenluan realized what to do. She picked up a knife and fork and handed him the first slice. When Jingbai took it without hesitation, lifting the fork to her mouth, coaxing gently, baby, open up. It's all about reciprocity. Reciprocity. So because she had fed him wine, he was now feeding her cake. Wenluan obediently opened her mouth, taking a bite, finding it quite delectable. She wanted to cut him another slice. Before she could act, she saw Wen Jingbai take a bite from the fork he held. I've already tasted that, she hesitantly reminded him. Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow. And what's your point? What's his point? It was what was left. When Jingbai took another bite, his tone teasing, my baby is so talented, she can do everything. Unable to contain her curiosity, Wenluan asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, is it delicious? It's something I've tasted before, he paused, the best. Wenluan's dark eyes shone with delight, the smile within them unmistakable. She casually inquired, when did you learn to bake a cake? Feeling a bit bashful, she confessed, this morning. When Jingbai looked slightly taken aback, this morning. She nodded. When Jingbai's deep gaze remained fixed on her, and after a moment, his lips slowly curled into a smile, his tone earnest, Wenluan. Wenluan met his gaze with suspicion. Do you truly love me like this? Boom, her mind went blank. The secrets within her heart were laid bare, exposed in such a raw manner. Chapter 57. This is what a kiss is. Has it been learned? The secrets she had carefully concealed all this time, had he discovered them? Between them, it had always been Wen Jingbai who took the initiative, and she had thought he was oblivious. Did he perceive her initial hesitance and deliberate distance as a game of cat and mouse? As Wenluan contemplated this, her throat tightened. She lowered her gaze, her fingers still clutching the metallic blade, unsure how to articulate her feelings. When Jingbai noticed her hesitation and set aside the cake, gently placing the knife on the table. He then took a tissue and leisurely wiped the cake remnants from her fingers. What is this? Are you lost for words? His smile was laced with affection and compromise. You know I love you more, right? His casual declaration of love effortlessly quelled her rising anxiety. Wenluan exhaled softly, realizing her sensitivity had gotten the better of her. After a brief silence, she shifted the subject, her tone imbued with sincere admiration. Your singing is delightful. It far surpassed her own off-key attempts. Is that so? When Jingbai chuckled whimsically at her words. Before she could respond, he playfully continued, what if I said I sang just for you? Their eyes met, and he added, baby, you understand, don't you? It was a statement, not a question. Wenluan hadn't anticipated his forthrightness. I'm not quite sure, she admitted, meeting his deep gaze. Oh. He brushed aside the stray hair by her cheek, his fingers toying with it, his curiosity piqued. Why aren't you sure? He seemed intent on leaving her with no escape, determined to unravel all her uncertainties, to have her entrust her heart to him, never to depart again. I think, perhaps, it's just that you happen to like this song. His fingers stilled, the hair falling back into place. After a moment, he chuckled lightly, half joking yet half serious, my baby is so heartless. His tone bore a hint of naked grievance. It turns out the song I painstakingly chose is merely a coincidence in your heart. He had chosen it with care. Wenluan began to grasp his implication, she lowered her lashes, I understand now. Her tone resembled that of a well-behaved child, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable guilt. When Jingbai felt his heart soften. His girl was always one to admit her faults, her honesty strikingly sincere. He wrapped his arm around her, drawing her closer, their proximity intensifying. His warm, strong hand pressed against her slender waist, his voice low and enticing. Baby, what should I do? Wenluan gazed at him, waiting. When Jingbai confessed, I want to kiss you. Upon entering the room, he had already shed his suit jacket, now clad only in a black shirt. The warmth of the room had prompted him to help her remove her coat, leaving her in a thin, snug-knit top. The heat radiating from his body reached her unimpeded. His deep gaze traced her delicate features, moving slowly down to her pert nose, then languidly settling on her enticingly lush lips. Wenluan felt as though his smouldering gaze alone could render her legs weak, since sitting on his lap, her arms instinctively clung to his shoulders, her fingers soft and lacking strength. Even though she was perched on him, he still towered over her by a significant margin. Wenluan remained silent, and he made no move, embodying the patience of a masterful hunter. She had expected him to act after speaking, yet he remained steadfastly focused on her, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered, her eyes gradually filled with urgency and fluster. Is it all right? He inquired gently, like a true gentleman. The sweet aroma of cake lingered in the air. Wenluan bit her lip, averting her gaze as she nodded ever so slightly, when Jingbai let out a muffled chuckle, gradually leaning down. Their lips met, a sensation akin to nibbling and caressing. Wenluan's soft fingers clung tightly to his shoulder, her grip crumpling the fabric of his black shirt, sensing her body stiffen, when Jingbai reluctantly withdrew. This kiss lacked the voraciousness of the unexpected one in the restroom, yet it still left Wenluan's ears aflame. Before she could relax, he released one hand from her waist and began to gently caress the nape of her neck. This was her sensitive spot, and she instinctively shrank back, which when Jingbai keenly noticed. He softened his touch further and casually asked, Baby, do you know how to kiss now? Wenluan evaded his wandering hand, struggling slightly. Suddenly, the hand at her waist tightened, restraining her movement. His tone turned low and dangerous. Don't move. His seriousness was rare, and Wenluan froze in place. Only then did Jingbai ease his grip, softly explaining, not letting you move is for your own good. Don't overthink it. Seeing his expression return to normal, her momentary unease gradually dissipated, when Jingbai reiterated, his voice sultry and alluring, have you learned? Wenluan, still puzzled, cast him a glance, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, and nodded. Then now, it's your turn to kiss me. Wenluan's eyes widened, her lips parted in disbelief at the incredible request. When Jingbai softly asked, Baby, are you unwilling? His tone bore an air of sorrow and grievance. Everyone else has their girlfriends initiating kisses, yet I do not. At that moment, he resembled an ordinary man, pouting like a forlorn puppy due to the lack of affectionate reciprocation from his girlfriend. Unable to withstand his contrasting demeanor, Wenluan, clad in a well-tailored black shirt and trousers, felt her heart soften. Lower your head a bit, she instructed softly. At her words, when Jingbai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, yet his expression remained composed. He obediently inclined his head, his lips unwittingly drawing closer to hers, making it easier for her. Wenluan couldn't meet his profound gaze. Instead, she closed her eyes and tilted her head to press her lips against his, mimicking his earlier actions, though timidly, like a kitten lapping at water. Though she was an adept learner, she felt the need to temper her enthusiasm in such matters. When Jingbai, unable to contain his yearning, initially allowed her uncoordinated attempts, but soon he could no longer resist. He cupped the back of her head, pulling her closer, more firmly. The sweet essence of cake melded with their lips, and Wenluan tasted the delectable hint of strawberry, remnants of the half he had just consumed. Her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, just as she was sinking deeper into his embrace. The kiss was abruptly halted. In her daze, she felt herself being lifted from his scorching lap and gently placed back onto the sofa. As her awareness returned, she found herself enveloped in his arms, his chin resting on her shoulder, her ears filled with his warm, heavy breaths. After a long while, he finally released her, looking into her bewildered eyes, his voice unusually husky. Baby, this is what a kiss is. Have you learned? Upon returning to her room and lying on her bed, Wenluan finally grasped the reality of the situation. When Jingbai had, how could he? The heat surged through her entire being. Chapter 58, Jealousy and Consolation, ding dash, the notification sound of her phone echoed. Wen Luan lifted her head from the cocoon of her blanket and glanced at her phone. Wen Jingbai said, smiley baby, good night, remember to think of me. At that moment, Wen Luan could only perceive him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. The facade of being aloof and abstinent was merely superficial. Embarrassed, she typed 2 words and, after hitting send, turned off her phone. Meanwhile, just a wall apart, Wen Jingbai paused upon seeing the message, his fingers holding the cigarette, hesitating momentarily. A faint, ambiguous chuckle escaped his lips. Baby sad smiley rogue. He inhaled deeply from the cigarette, his lips parting slightly as the smoke curled upwards and gradually dissipated, revealing his eyes, deep and ethereal, clouded by desire. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled the rumors about him that Jin Qi had mentioned earlier that evening. The opinions of others mattered little, however. His girlfriend should now have a clear understanding. When Jingbai casually glanced down, a hint of helplessness washing over him, he recalled what he had said to Jin Qi, she is still young. At this moment, it felt as though he were trying to convince himself. As the cigarette burnt out and was extinguished in the crystal ashtray, he rose, striding directly towards the bathroom. Wen Luan did not sleep soundly through the night. She had tossed and turned due to Wen Jingbai's teasing, finally drifting into a hazy slumber in the latter half of the night. The hotel curtains were dark, and when she awoke, she initially assumed it was still early, only to discover, upon checking her phone, that it was already past 11. In a flurry, she hurriedly washed up and called Shen Jianan. As soon as the call connected, Shen Jianan asked, Li, are you just waking up? Yes, I accidentally overslept, where are you now? As she spoke, she pulled back the curtain, revealing a bright sunny day outside. Jin Qi and I had some matters to attend to and returned early this morning. I intended to call you before I left, but Brother Jingbai said you should rest a bit longer. Shen Jianan appeared to be busy on her end, with faint sounds of commotion in the background. Ever since she learned that the two were genuinely dating, her prejudice against Wen Jingbai had dissipated, and she had reverted to using respectful titles. Wen Luan softly replied, okay, you carry on, see you at school later. All right, the weather is lovely today. You and Brother Jingbai can enjoy yourselves. It seemed Shen Jianan was truly preoccupied, as she promptly hung up the call. Would she and Wen Jingbai be enjoying themselves? The scene from last night before they parted flashed involuntarily in her mind. She forced herself to cease her wandering thoughts and opened WeChat, only to find an unread message. Wen Jingbai said, smiley, find me when you wake up. Wen Luan chose not to reply. Instead, she donned her outerwear and stepped out of her room. She lightly knocked on the door of the adjacent room, and it was quickly opened. Wen Jingbai stood tall, clad in casual attire once more, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. Upon seeing Wen Luan, a smile graced his eyes as he teased, my baby sleeps so soundly, ho. Wen Luan, feeling a bit awkward, bit her lip and averted her gaze, whispering, I stayed up a bit late last night. A muffled chuckle emanated from above, insomnia. She glanced up at him, discomfort etched on her face. Yes. Next time you're sleepless, give me a call, he said, pulling her into the room. Realizing he was the very cause of her insomnia, she couldn't help but pout. You can't cure insomnia. When Jingbai guided her to the sofa, raising an eyebrow, I can tell stories to help you sleep. Telling stories. In an instant, Wen Luan was reminded of that night in Lin City. He had asked, Wen Luan, can you tell stories? A warmth enveloped her heart. At that time, he was not yet her boyfriend but had followed her to her city, silently standing guard beneath her building on that desolate morning. The shyness within her heart seemed to dissipate gradually when Jingbai made a phone call, and within 5 minutes, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, a waiter wheeled in a dining cart, briefly introducing the food before departing. Let's eat, Wen Jingbai said, placing a bowl of kanji in front of her. Haven't you eaten? She inquired. After waking up and tidying up, it was nearly noon. Was he not hungry? I waited for you, he replied casually. He added, I originally planned to take you out for a meal, but since you didn't want others to know, I had them bring it up. Wen Luan took a sip of the kanji, feeling warmth spread through her stomach, and her heart felt a sudden warmth as well. In truth, unbeknownst to her, she seemed to have grown less concerned about making their relationship public when Jingbai served her an egg yolk bun, treating her like a child, anxious that she wouldn't eat enough. "Baby, eat more." As they leisurely finished their meal and departed, most of the guests from the previous night's birthday celebration had already left. Shortly after the car pulled away from the villa, when Jingbai's phone rang, gripping the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, he lazily instructed, "Baby, answer it, just put it on speaker." Wen Luan tilted her head, pondering the source of the ringtone. It seemed to be coming from her side of the pocket, however, it was actually in his pocket. As the ringing showed no signs of stopping, Wen Luan steeled herself and reached in. She pulled out the phone and glanced at the caller ID, Jin Yang. Without hesitation, she answered the call. Just as she activated the speaker, a relaxed male voice drifted through. "What are you busy with? It took you so long to answer." His tone was teasing. When Jingbai hadn't he expected it to be Jin Yang, he raised an eyebrow, casually replying, "Driving." He had yet to confront him about the previous incident, and now Jin Yang had reached out first. Being mindful of Wen Luan's presence, he merely asked, "What's up?" A light laugh echoed from the other end. For some reason, Wen Luan felt that this laid-back demeanor was quite similar to Wen Jingbai's. "Are you satisfied with the birthday gift?" Wen Jingbai didn't believe he was unaware that his gift had gone unused. Wen Luan was bewildered by the mention of a birthday gift. She had switched to speaker mode and turned her gaze towards the window, appearing obediently uninterested in the conversation. Wen Jingbai, however, didn't he mind but preferred to keep Wen Luan oblivious to the mischievous banter among men. "It was terrible," he bluntly dismissed. Unfazed by his demeanor, Jin Yang chuckled, "I thought you would like it." When Jingbai inadvertently glanced at the phone, realizing it was still in Wen Luan's hand, a wave of regret washed over him. He shouldn't have teased her earlier. Had he known it was Jin Yang, he would have simply hung up. He chose not to engage with Jin Yang any further, instead addressing Wen Luan, "Baby, hang up the phone." Wen Luan exclaimed, as if she hadn't heard him correctly, considering the other side was still asking him questions. Nonetheless, she obediently ended the call, and just before hanging up, an enigmatic chuckle filtered through the receiver. Wen Luan felt that the barely audible laughter was more directed at her. On the other end, Jin Yang, abruptly cut off from the call, felt no irritation. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling streets below, finding the situation amusing. Had it not been for an urgent matter at the branch office, he would have genuinely liked to meet his brother and sister-in-law, especially hearing Wen Jingbai call her baby. It was evident he was thoroughly indulging her. A man with no worries, concerned about not letting his girlfriend hear anything inappropriate. He hadn't intended to call Wen Jingbai. It was only after hearing from the villa staff that they had not touched a thing in the hot spring courtyard that he felt compelled to call. Last he heard, their grandfather had quietly mentioned that he had a granddaughter-in-law, which surely couldn't be a lie. Curiosity piqued, he made the call. He didn't expect her to be so cherished. As Wen Jingbai's sports car approached the gates of Jing University, it came to a halt. Before Wen Luan could get out, he pulled her in for a lingering kiss. By the time she had washed up and lay down for the night, Shen Jianan returned to the dormitory. "Lily, I'm so tired." Having been busy all day, she couldn't even muster the energy to wash up and decided to play on her phone for a while. After opening her device and scrolling for a short time, she suddenly exclaimed, Lily, quickly check the forum." When Jingbai initially, Wen Luan was leisurely tapping the screen, but upon hearing Shen Jianan mention Wen Jingbai, she thought something might be wrong and hurriedly clicked in. Her eyes were met with a flurry of trending posts that were nearly exploding with activity. The uproar began when someone uploaded a video of Wen Jingbai singing from the previous night, instantly captivating many students at Jing University. "Don't stop me, I want to marry Wen Jingbai. I need a guidebook to win over senior Wen Jingbai, I'll pay any price. I declare that I will be Wen Jingbai's devoted admirer for life. Does no one think Wen Jingbai is simply stunning? The allure of his uniform is unbearable." Beneath these posts were countless similar comments. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The most significant detail was that the real Wen Jingbai had personally replied to the video. "Enough is enough. Jealousy necessitates consolation. In an instant, the comments surged like a tidal wave. Oh, a note from the author, below is my heartfelt gratitude post. I have seen all your nudges for updates, and they serve as my motivation to write diligently each day. Thank you for accompanying me as I pursue the sincere and sweet love story of my Lee and Kubai. I also appreciate the love you've sent my way, powering my writing with affection, giving me likes, and providing inspiration capsules. I'm still figuring out how to use gratitude posts, so I can only express it here quietly. Your recognition and companionship are etched in my heart. Sending love, Chapter 59. Missing you. If the previous post had left him ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying, then everyone could only speculate about his relationship status. However, this time, a mere 2 sentences not only acknowledged it but also subtly hinted at the significance of his mysterious girlfriend. Wen Luan lowered her gaze, diligently scrolling through a few comments before shutting her phone. The words that kept echoing in her mind were Wen Jingbai's reply, "Jealous, he still needs to coax me." Was there really a need for such coaxing from him? Wen Luan instinctively pressed her lips together, feeling an inexplicable warmth on her lips. "Lily, I take back what I said before." Shen Jinan suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Wen Luan responded with a puzzled hum and glanced at her, noticing that her attention was still fixed on the phone screen. Sensing her gaze, Shen Jinan shifted her focus from the screen to Wen Luan's face. "I was never really supportive of your feelings for him, always fearing that you might end up getting hurt. But now, I can't help but think that Wen Jingbai might truly be infatuated with you. I have a feeling he is quite taken with you." Shen Jinan unleashed her thoughts without reservation. After listening, Wen Luan chuckled lightly, finding the contrast in her words amusing. "What makes you say that?" Shen Jinan paused for a moment, carefully choosing her words. "I just feel that he genuinely adores and protects you, fearing even the slightest grievance upon you. Yesterday at the villa was proof enough, and when you wished to keep things private, he respected that, concealing your identity. Yet, this subtle display of affection is like cutting off the chance for others to covet his heart." As she concluded, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wen Jingbai truly embodies the virtues of a gentleman." Wen Luan listened quietly, tilting her head thoughtfully as she considered Shen Jinan's words. Suddenly, she heard the topic shift. "By the way, Lily, how far have you two progressed?" Shen Jinan's expression bore a hint of mischievous curiosity. Wen Luan felt her face flush at the question, recognizing its familiarity as if she had just asked the same the day before. Shen Jinan's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I knew it. No wonder when I tried to call you this morning, Wen Jingbai said to let you sleep a little longer and not to wake you." With a teasing smile, she added, "You two are moving at lightning speed." Clearly, her previous inquiries to Jin Qi had been unnecessary. Wen Luan understood that Shen Jinan had misinterpreted the situation, but discussing the kiss was rather difficult to articulate. She could only cast her a playful glare. Nan, don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think." Shen Jinan blinked, wearing an expression that said she understood. Wen Luan quickly contemplated that perhaps it was better to let her remain in her misconception than to delve deeper into the subject of two girls discussing such a delicate topic. She comforted herself with this thought. After indulging her curiosity, Shen Jinan returned to the forum for a while before yawning and heading off to freshen up. Once Shen Jinan left, Wen Luan picked up her phone, donned a jacket, and quietly slipped out to the balcony. She opened her contacts and dialed the most recent entry labeled "boyfriend." On the other end, 2 men lounged on a luxurious sofa in a lavish penthouse. One exuded an air of arrogance and aloofness, while the other appeared languid and refined. Jin Yang poured a glass of wine and offered it to Wen Jingbai. "Care for a drink?" Wen Jingbai, legs crossed, held a cigarette casually between his long, pale fingers, glancing indifferently at the amber liquid. "No, I still have to drive later." Jin Yang casually reclaimed the glass. "Very well." His eyes, framed by silver-rimmed glasses, sparkled with amusement. "You come over so late and don't drink. Are you here to settle a score with me?" Wen Jingbai let out a soft laugh, shooting him a sidelong glance. "So, you're aware of that, huh?" he continued nonchalantly. "I can only blame myself for trusting you too much. Now I bear the reputation of a rogue." Jin Yang couldn't help but chuckle, pausing before responding. "How was I to know you were playing the pure love card?" When Jingbai's expression turned serious, his emotions inscrutable. "Don't he make that kind of joke again?" His cherished one was so innocent and bashful. Jin Yang smiled, took a small sip from his glass, and resumed a more earnest demeanor. Are you serious? If he recalled correctly, he had never heard of the Wen family, unless they were from outside the capital circle. When Jingbai glanced at his phone, a hint of exasperation creeping in. The post had exploded with activity, yet, she, on the other hand, had said nothing, not a call nor a message. He pulled his gaze away, looking at Jin Yang with little emotion, and asked casually, "Brother, have you ever loved someone?" Jin Yang found the question laughable. The women around him were either after the power of the Jing family or his aid of propriety. If he were not out of his mind, he would never love them. Tilting his head back to take a sip of wine, he swallowed the sharp liquid, then replied in a languid tone, "Not really," when Jingbai was not surprised by his answer. Thinking of his own girl, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. His voice, deep and melodious, carried a teasing tone. "You truly are pitiful." Unlike him, he had someone to love, someone who adored him wholeheartedly, cherishing him with sincere affection. Jin Yang, hearing the sarcasm, burst into laughter. "You can flaunt your affection all you want, but what's the point of mocking me for being alone?" When Jingbai removed the cigarette from his lips, turned his head, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze filled with deep affection as he slowly replied, "Once you've loved, you'll know the difference between true and false." Understanding dawned upon Jin Yang, prompting him to inquire, "What does your family plan to do about it?" When Jingbai casually tapped on his WeChat dialog box, noting there were no new messages. After extinguishing his cigarette in the crystal ashtray, he lifted his eyelids and replied, "As long as the old man supports it, I'm fine. My parents rarely cared for me when I was young. Their interference now seems a tad unnecessary." There was some logic to that, however, seeing that when Jingbai appeared unconcerned about the matter, Jin Yang chose not to press further. Instead, he asked with keen interest, "Will you bring her back to meet us when you have the chance?" When Jingbai didn't hesitate to refuse, "Let us wait until she is ready to go public." Jin Yang was taken aback once more. "So all this secrecy is because she is not willing to go public?" When Jingbai shot him a sidelong glance, "Feel free to laugh. After all, there would come a day when he could openly claim her as his own." Jin Yang clicked his tongue. "Jing, you can't be the first love-struck fool in our family, can you?" When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, indifferent to the label, he recalled Shenjianan's words that a love-struck brain was a man's greatest asset. Most importantly, his precious one had acknowledged it. Jin Yang was about to say something else when an abrupt ring interrupted them. Before he could inquire, the previously nonchalant man suddenly smiled, his mood visibly lifting. He picked up the phone and sauntered to the window. Unaware of the conversation, his expression bore a hint of flirtation. Jin Yang chuckled lightly, left to his own devices. Wen Luan's call was answered almost immediately, as if the person on the other end had been waiting for it. "Baby," the deep, magnetic voice flowed through the receiver, sending tingles through Wen Luan's ears. She composed herself. "What are you doing?" Her voice was soft, and when Jingbai longed to hold her close. "Missing you since they began dating." His candor had become almost overwhelming. Wen Luan softly replied with an hum, then hesitantly added, "I saw your reply on the forum." When Jingbai chuckled softly, a low hum escaping him as he awaited her next words. She hesitated before asking, "Why did you say that?" It was rather ambiguous, wasn't he? "It, have I not coaxed you before?" His teasing smile resonated through the receiver. Chapter 60, "Are you certain you wish to stay here for the night?" Very well. He was indeed soothing her, comforting her. Wen Luan did not argue, contemplating for a moment before adding, "By saying that, everyone will know you have a girlfriend." "Indeed," he replied, his voice laced with playful persuasion. "This way, I belong solely to you. Does that make you happy?" It seemed to bring her joy. Wen Luan felt her heart swell with something sweet. "Baby, answer me." When Jinbai's gentle words carried an irresistible insistence, Wen Luan bit her lip and confessed without reservation, "Happy." Her voice was soft and light, as if she feared being overheard. A teasing chuckle came from the other end, when Jingbai thought to himself how soft and obedient she was. "Are you in the dormitory?" he inquired. On the balcony, Jianan has returned. As he listened to her voice, he could almost envision her hiding away to make the call. "It's cold outside. Hurry and go inside." After urging her to go in, when Jingbai hung up the phone and turned back to the sofa, casually picking up the coat draped over it and the car keys from the table. "I'm leaving." Jin Yang exclaimed, "Are you leaving just like that? Did you come here just to settle scores with me and flaunt your affection?" Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his gaze. What else do you want to do? Jing Yang chuckled helplessly. Fine then. He truly found his girlfriend far more entertaining. By the way, don't inform my mother. It carried a note of warning. Jing Yang felt wronged. Just because I don't say anything doesn't he mean they won't find out. There's no wall that doesn't he let the wind through. Wen Jingbai remained silent, turning to leave, but Jing Yang called after him, wait. His tone held an ambiguous humor. Hearing this, Wen Jingbai paused, glancing back at him. I've already instructed the villa, the key to the hot spring cottage is reserved for you. After a pause, he added, this isn't a birthday gift. Consider it a wedding present, if that suffices. Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, a faint smile escaping his lips as he replied, thanks. He then turned away. Jing Yang's statement also signified his stance. He, like the old man, was supportive of him. Ever since the post about Wen Jingbai went viral, Wen Luan had been the subject of much speculation at school, both in the classroom and the cafeteria. Everyone was guessing who the mysterious girlfriend of Wen Jingbai could be. Some claimed she was certainly from outside the school, while others speculated she might be the daughter of a prominent family. Each time Wen Luan overheard the gossip, she merely listened without letting it bother her. That day, it was once again time for her tutoring session, and as usual, Wen Jingbai parked his car at the school gate. Wen Luan was just about to get into the vehicle when a few female classmates walked by. Feeling somewhat guilty, she suddenly found herself unable to approach the car, pretending to merely pass by. From the driver's seat, Wen Jingbai watched as his girlfriend walked past him as if she did not recognize him. However, upon seeing the approaching girls, he instantly understood. He let out a soft laugh. It seemed he needed to make more effort to be presentable. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his pinned contact, wait for me at the corner ahead. After sending it, he dialed another number. A few seconds later, a deep, authoritative voice answered, you little rascal, you finally remembered to call me. Wen Jingbai chuckled, Grandpa, I'll bring my girlfriend to see you this weekend. Upon hearing this, Wen Jinhua's faint displeasure vanished instantly, his voice betraying his satisfaction. Really? This time you're not trying to fool this old man, are you? No, I have other matters, so I'll hang up now. He ended the call before Wen Jinhua could ask further questions, starting the car and turning toward the corner ahead. Wen Jinhua set down his phone, excitedly summoning Old Chen. Quick, prepare a welcome gift for my granddaughter-in-law. Old Chen smiled broadly. Congratulations, old master. Even before the weekend arrived, the old residence was already brimming with a festive atmosphere. Old Chen had instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast in advance. Meanwhile, upon receiving Wen Jingbai's text, Wen Luan obediently waited quietly at the corner, occasionally glancing around for familiar classmates. A black vehicle slowly approached, and as Wen Luan got into the car, she offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to avoid getting in, it's just that your popularity has surged recently. Wen Jingbai reached out and gently pinched her soft cheek. I understand, baby. Also, no saying sorry. After he expertly fastened her seatbelt, he suddenly asked as they drove, do you have time this weekend? Just an afternoon will suffice. Wen Luan nodded. Is there something going on? Yes, his tone held a hint of amusement. I want to introduce you to my parents. Wen Luan felt a rush of panic, incredulously asking, what? So soon? Wen Jingbai teased, now that I belong to you, don't you feel you should take responsibility for me? Having held his hand meant she was his, not to mention they had shared a kiss. Wen Luan opened her mouth to explain, no, it's just that, sensing her anxiety, Wen Jingbai reassured her, don't worry, I'm taking you to meet my grandfather, the old man you met in my apartment last time. Upon hearing it was his grandfather, Wen Luan silently breathed a sigh of relief. She nodded in acceptance. Should I bring a suitable gift? For a first visit, one must not forget proper etiquette, though she truly had no idea what the old man would like. Wen Jingbai smiled, your presence will be the best gift. Seeing her genuine distress, he tempered his teasing and said earnestly, don't worry, I'll handle everything. After hearing his words, Wen Luan on Saturday afternoon, around 2 o'clock, Wen Jingbai's car stopped not far from the entrance of Jing University, and upon seeing him, Wen Luan hurried over. As she approached, Wen Jingbai noticed she had made an effort to dress up today. She looked quite ladylike and wore a touch of light makeup, appearing delicate and refined, reminiscent of Shen Jinan's style. After getting into the car, Wen Luan felt a bit anxious under his scrutinizing gaze and hesitantly asked, "Is this all right?" "Jinan helped me." Just as she suspected, Wen Jingbai smiled, "My baby looks good no matter what." Wen Luan shot him a playful glare, "You know that's not what I meant." Meeting the parents was a serious matter, especially for a first encounter, so suddenly, she was still wearing his black shirt. Wen Jingbai smirked, "Baby, you'll make me jealous." Wen Luan gasped, puzzled as to why he felt that way. "You've never dressed up for me, yet you've made an effort for others." At a loss for words, Wen Luan could hardly comprehend his jealousy. She smiled and tousled his hair, "Those aren't just anyone, they are your grandfather." Oh, he elongated the sound, reassuring himself, "So that means I'm important, and thus my grandfather is important too." If he wanted to think that way, so be it. When they arrived at the old residence, Old Chen was already waiting at the entrance, raising his voice with a smile, "Old master, young master, they have returned." Wen Jingbai drove the car into the courtyard, parked, and motioned for Wen Luan to wait a moment. After exiting the vehicle, he walked to the passenger side, opened the door, unbuckled her seatbelt, and took her hand, saying, "Come down." Old Chen watched on, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The once rebellious boy had grown to be someone who cared for others. When Jingbai led Wen Luan to the entrance and handed the car keys to Old Chen, "Uncle Chen, please have someone bring in the things from the trunk." Old Chen chuckled, taking the keys and instructing a nearby servant to carry the items inside. The old master sat upright on the living room sofa, and upon seeing them, he suppressed the smile threatening to break free, setting down his teacup and speaking in a solemn tone, "You've arrived." "Hello, Grandpa." Wen Luan respectfully bowed slightly. Wen Jingbai playfully pulled her up, casting a glance at Wen Zhenhua, casually remarking, "All right, stop pretending. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wen Zhenhua feigned sternness, scolding him, yet anyone could discern the indulgence woven into his words. Wen Luan sensed the bond between the grandfather and grandson was quite strong, as evident from their previous meeting at the apartment. Wen Jingbai led Wen Luan to a nearby sofa, reassuringly patting her hand, "Don't be nervous. I am here." The servants, following Old Chen, brought in the items and arranged them on the coffee table. "This is a gift from Lily for you," Wen Jingbai casually introduced. Wen Zhenhua glanced over, noticing it was all to his liking, and instantly understood. Normally, he would have to plead for a meal here, let alone receive gifts. This was only possible thanks to his granddaughter-in-law. Clearly, his grandson was eager not to slight his girlfriend. Observing their affectionate relationship, he felt a deep sense of contentment. Wen Luan quietly sat on the sofa, listening to the conversation between the grandfather and grandson. Wen Zhenhua occasionally asked her a few casual questions, to which she responded with a gentle smile and honesty. As their conversation continued, Wen Zhenhua proposed that they stay for the night. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Jingbai declined, "We will return after we finish dinner." Wen Zhenhua's expression instantly reflected the loneliness of an old man. Being old means no one wants me around. I'm just an old man at home, longing for someone to talk to. Wen Jingbai glanced at Old Chen, wondering when the old man had become such a theatrical performer. Old Chen smiled faintly, indicating he was equally perplexed. Wen Luan thought of her own grandfather, who had already passed away, and felt a pang of sorrow, instantly understanding the old man's plight. She gently tugged at Wen Jingbai's sleeve. "How about we stay for the night? We could keep Grandpa company and watch some television." Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with uncertainty and a hint of danger. "Are you sure you want to stay here tonight?" Chapter 61. The love-struck family Wen Luan was somewhat perplexed by the deeper implications of his words. However, in such a vast house, the elder had taken the initiative to offer her a place to stay, suggesting there must be a suitable accommodation for her. Do you have other plans for the evening?" She blinked innocently, her mascara-enhanced eyelashes fluttering, drawing his attention and igniting a sense of yearning within him. "Not at all," Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, hesitating whether to expose his grandfather's intentions. He knew Wen Zhenhuo all too well and doubted his sudden display of vulnerability was born from genuine concern, yet, seeing the softness in her gaze made him want to indulge her filial piety. Noticing his grandson's wavering resolve, Wen Zhenhuo sighed, after over 20 years of pain, my grandson still hasn't he brought home a daughter-in-law who treats me well. His tone conveyed an indescribable sense of disappointment. Wen Luan gently tugged at his sleeve and, upon seeing the compromise in his eyes, turned to Wen Zhenhuo with a sweet smile, "Grandpa, Jingbai wishes to stay and keep you company." It was the first time when Jingbai heard her address him without a surname, evoking a feeling reminiscent of an elderly couple. Unable to suppress a smile, he glanced at Wen Zhenhuo. "Yes, we will stay with you," his voice laced with a mix of resignation and indulgence. Wen Zhenhuo, sensing the opportunity, lamented, "A grandson who has suffered for so long, yet in the end, it is the granddaughter-in-law who is kind to me." His tone softened as he added, "Little Li, our initial meeting was rather rushed, and I could not prepare a proper gift. This time, you cannot decline. As Jingbai's girlfriend, you are now part of the Wen family, we must not shortchange you." His seemingly casual words affirmed her place within the family. Wen Luan pressed her lips together, no longer resisting. Her smile radiated sincerity and emotion. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will gladly accept. This is merely what we, as elders, ought to do. Do not feel burdened. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, let it be by allowing me to hold my great-grandchild soon. While I am still in good health, I can help care for them," he concluded, his crow's feet deepening with his smile. When Jingbai was taken aback by his grandfather's eloquence and glanced at Wen Luan, who had lowered her gaze, her ears tinged with pink. Perhaps not wanting to dampen the elder's spirits, her obedient demeanor seemed to tacitly agree. Amused, when Jingbai took her hand, adopting a rare compliant expression, "Understood, Grandpa. We will do our best." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a gentle scratch on his palm. He turned to see the culprit, Wen Luan, casting him a shy glare. Although she said nothing, he could easily discern her silent rebuke, calling him a rogue. He chuckled softly, not bothering to deny it. Wen Zhenhuo was overjoyed by his grandson's affirmation and called to old Shen, "Bring me that bottle of fine wine from my cabinet, today is a momentous occasion." Old Shen, smiling, acknowledged the request and left the room. At 5:30, dinner commenced punctually. Wen Luan had barely settled when the table was laden with dishes. Wen Zhenhuo even instructed the servants to serve the special soup he had prepared for her. "Little Li, do try this. It's made just for you," he said, embodying the image of a doting elder. After tasting the soup, Wen Luan beamed, "It's delicious, thank you, Grandpa." When Jingbai noticed she was beginning to feel full. "Grandpa, that's enough," he interjected lightly, "she cannot possibly eat so much." He then casually lifted the bowl of soup and drank it himself. Wen Zhenhuo, witnessing his fastidious grandson nonchalantly consume the leftover soup, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Indeed, the Wen family had produced a romantic at heart. Though when Jingbai typically shunned alcohol, he indulged in a few extra glasses today to celebrate his grandfather's happiness. By the end of the meal, Wen Zhenhuo appeared slightly tipsy, while Wen Jingbai remained composed. After dinner, the group gathered on the sofa to watch television and chat casually, the atmosphere surprisingly harmonious. As the wall clock struck 9, Wen Zhenhuo glanced at his absent-minded grandson and abruptly rose, preparing to retire for the evening. "Little Li, enjoy your time, but do rest early." Wen Luan nodded obediently after checking the time. Once Wen Zhenhuo left the living room, the other servants quietly exited as well, leaving only her and Wen Jingbai in the spacious room. She rarely watched television and was simply eager to spend more time with the elder. Noticing her waning interest, Wen Jingbai asked, "Still watching?" Wen Luan met his gaze and gently shook her head, "I'm a bit tired." The nerves of meeting his grandfather had kept her restless last night, and she had risen early that morning, now feeling the weight of fatigue on her eyelids. "Let's go," Wen Jingbai said, rising and pulling her along. Confused, she instinctively looked at him. "Aren't you tired? I'll take you back to your room to rest." Without waiting for her response, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her effortlessly. Wen Luan, caught off guard by his action, felt a surge of alertness. "I can walk myself." Wen Jingbai chuckled, saying nothing further. They ascended the stairs in tandem. Upon reaching the second floor, Wen Jingbai guided her into a bedroom. Wen Luan glanced around at the dark grey decor and furnishings, surprised as she asked, "Is this your room?" Wen Jingbai regarded her with an inscrutable expression and replied softly, "Yes." "Which room will I sleep in?" she inquired. He slightly tilted his chin towards the large dark grey bed nearby. "You will sleep here." Wen Luan's eyelashes fluttered, hoping she had misunderstood, and attempted to resist. "I can sleep in the guest room." "I'm afraid there is no guest room for you," he replied matter-of-factly. "Why not? In such a large house, there should be a guest room." Wen Jingbai patiently explained, "There is a guest room, but it hasn't been tidied up. How would you sleep in it?" Wen Luan still seemed puzzled. He bluntly stated, "Do you think the elder invited us to stay just for you to keep him company? Isn't he it because he wants you to stay with him?" Wen Jingbai sighed in exasperation, pinching her cheek gently. "Darling, you are far too gullible." Chapter 62. "Baby, would you like a kiss?" At this point, even the innocent-hearted Wen Luan began to comprehend. She recalled what the elder had mentioned earlier that afternoon about wanting him to hold his great-grandson sooner. Suddenly, she felt a warmth radiating from her cheeks, which were being held by Wen Jingbai. Uncomfortably, she swatted his hand away and shot him a shy glare. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" If he had just given her a hint, she wouldn't have been so foolishly gullible. "I've been wronged. Did I not seek your confirmation?" His voice carried a hint of laughter, devoid of any trace of grievance, and really, what kind of reminder was that? "What do we do now?" Wen Luan bit her lip, a sudden thought illuminating her eyes with hope. "Could you have someone prepare a guest room for us?" "Silly baby, did you not notice that we were the only two left in the living room?" His tone dripped with an unawareness of his own affection. He strolled over to the grey sofa and casually patted it, nonchalantly stating, "I can just sleep here." Wen Luan glanced at the sofa, which measured just over a meter in length, her delicate brows knitting together. Would it even accommodate his tall frame of over $1.80 m? "Perhaps I should take the sofa instead," she volunteered, when Jingbai chuckled lightly, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "I would find that hard to bear." His sweet nothing seemed to flow effortlessly from his lips. Whatever, she decided to let him have his way, aware of her bashfulness. When Jingbai refrained from further teasing, he stood and guided her to the bathroom door. "You go wash up first, there's a bathrobe of mine inside for you to use after." He paused briefly before adding, "It's clean." As he turned to leave, Wen Luan instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" When Jingbai glanced back, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "Do you need company while you bathe?" Wen Luan blushed and shot him a reproachful look before entering the bathroom and shutting the door, ignoring him. She knew very well that wasn't her intention. Watching her movements, Wen Jingbai couldn't help but chuckle softly. He turned and walked to the balcony, closing the sliding door and drawing the indoor curtains. He leisurely sank into a chair, stretching his legs, and retrieved a cigarette and a metallic lighter from his pocket. Crack, in the pitch-black night, the bright flame illuminated his eyes, which concealed a deep-seated desire. The girl he cherished was now within the confines of the house he had grown up in, his territory, now infused with her presence. As the smoke wafted from his lips, he took a deep drag, attempting to suppress his uncontrollable thoughts. The smoke spiraled away, dissipating into the air. He noticed the faint sound of water from the bathroom and couldn't help but self-deprecate. He should have known better than to succumb to her pleading gaze that afternoon. The temperature on the balcony was noticeably cooler than in the bedroom, the brisk air and curling smoke gradually quelling his primal urges. He lingered outside, waiting for Wen Luan to finish her wash. When she emerged, she found the bedroom empty. Wondering where he had gone, feeling somewhat uneasy in the unfamiliar surroundings, she returned to the bathroom to retrieve her phone and sent a message in a familiar chat. "Where did you go?" When Jingbai, leaning back in his chair with his eyes half closed, had indulged in a fair amount of alcohol that afternoon and now felt a slight buzz from the breeze. When he felt the vibration from his pocket, he opened his eyes, now clear, and casually glanced at his phone. Upon seeing a baby, he quickly stood up and pulled open the balcony door. As he stepped inside, he spotted Wen Luan emerging from the bathroom, a look of confusion on her face as she held her phone. She was enveloped in his oversized bathrobe, which wrapped around her slender frame. The deep grey of the fabric accentuated the fairness of her skin at the collarbone, perhaps heightened by the steam. Her petite face was devoid of makeup, revealing her natural beauty, and her lips, once adorned with lipstick, now glimmered with a soft sheen. Her long black hair was still damp, having only been carelessly towel-dried, with droplets cascading down to her collarbone. The robe was too long, revealing only her delicate ankles. She stood barefoot, her pale toes resting against the cool floor. Wen Jingbai inhaled sharply, then averted his gaze, meeting her eyes that had transformed from confusion to delight upon seeing him. In that moment, he realized that his earlier actions had been unnecessary. Cursing himself inwardly, he swiftly approached her, bending down to envelop her in his arms, with his chin resting on her shoulder. His voice came out husky, "Baby, let me hold you for a moment." Wen Luan, unsure of his sudden change, allowed him to embrace her. After a while, she gently raised her arms, loosely wrapping them around his waist. His shirt carried a hint of chill, causing her exposed arms to shiver slightly. Wen Jingbai sensed this and, with reluctance, released her, lifting her arms to feel their coolness. "You should go to bed and cover yourself with a blanket." He intended to lead her to the bed, but his eyes caught a glimpse of her phone screen, and he abruptly halted. "What's wrong?" Wen Luan noticed his gaze and inquired. "Baby, who am I?" he suddenly asked. "Wen Jingbai." "Oh," he drawled lazily, "so I'm only worthy of a name, am I?" Wen Luan recalled his earlier glance at her phone screen, and realization dawned upon her. Was he bothered by how she had saved his contact? Under his watchful gaze, Wen Luan deleted Wen Jingbai and replaced it with a boyfriend. She looked up at him, seeking his approval. Was this acceptable? Wen Jingbai's lips curled into a smile. "Now we're getting somewhere." He then instructed her to get under the covers, saying, "I'll go fetch the hairdryer for you." "No need, I can manage on my own." "You should wash up first," she replied. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Jingbai agreed, maintaining some distance would be beneficial for both of them. Once he retrieved the hairdryer, he handed it to her. "Call me if you need any help." Wen Luan acknowledged him and headed straight to the bathroom. At first, the sound of the hairdryer drowned out the faint sound of water, but once it ceased, the water noise became distinct to Wen Luan's ears. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced as she suddenly understood why Wen Jingbai had chosen to stay outside on the balcony earlier. It felt peculiar, almost embarrassing. Choosing to avoid the situation, she set the hairdryer aside and burrowed under the covers, not wanting to show her face. When Wen Jingbai emerged, he found the deep grey bedspread devoid of any trace of Wen Luan, save for the slight rise of the covers. He chuckled softly and walked towards the wardrobe. With the bathrobe claimed by Wen Luan, the bathroom was left with only a towel. Perhaps it was for the best. If she saw him in his current state, she would surely become flustered again. After changing into his sleepwear, he noticed Wen Luan remained motionless. He approached the bedside and gently pulled back the covers, his voice laced with amusement. "Are you worried about ruining the blanket?" Wen Luan, peeking out from under the covers, blinked at the disheveled man beside her, her eyes shimmering with bashfulness. "Just fine," she murmured. Wen Jingbai chuckled, tucking the covers around her more snugly. "Sleep well." With that, he switched off the bedside lamp. As Wen Luan closed her eyes, she felt the sound of footsteps receding. Her heart, which had been racing, gradually found its calm. Not long after, she sensed the main light in the bedroom being turned off, followed by a soft rustling from the sofa that quickly ceased. In the enveloping darkness, only their synchronized breathing remained. "Baby," after an indeterminate span of time, Wen Luan heard his deep voice resonate from nearby. Hesitantly, she responded with a soft hum. "Are you unable to sleep?" Wen Jingbai raised his voice slightly, suggesting that his previous inquiry had been a mere test. "A bit. Are you also awake?" A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, "Is it because the sofa is too small?" Wen Jingbai's deep, magnetic laughter, laced with a teasing huskiness, replied, "It has nothing to do with the size of the sofa. The girl he adored was right there, sleeping in his bed. How could he possibly drift off to sleep?" "What is it then?" Wen Luan asked, completely unguarded. Wen Jingbai harbored a singular thought. though he knew he was treading dangerous waters, he couldn't resist the temptation to provoke. In a voice that was barely a whisper yet irresistibly alluring, he asked, "Baby, would you like a kiss?" Wen Jingbai is quite the charmer, my dear readers. I've noticed you all seem reluctant to comment, sobbing. Please indulge me with your comments so I don't feel so lonely writing this. Chapter 63. Little liar, are you done pretending? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the sound of breathing from the bed grew noticeably softer. After a moment, a gentle voice broke the stillness. "I'm going to sleep." So sleepy, the words came out muffled, as if laced with drowsiness. After speaking, she stretched a hand out from under the covers to lightly cover her lips as she yawned, then turned away from the sofa in one fluid motion. The moonlight seeped through the cracks of the curtains, and when Jingbai, after posing that question, found his deep black eyes fixed unwaveringly on the girl in bed, he watched her perform the entire act, leaving him with only a slender silhouette. Unable to resist, he chuckled softly. Her acting was far from exceptional, certainly not superior to the old man downstairs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to follow his instincts. Although Wen Luan had her back to the sofa, she too wished to see her performance through, keeping her eyes tightly shut. Yet, with her eyes closed, her hearing became extraordinarily acute, and she could not miss the unmistakable sound of his light chuckle, as if he were exposing her clumsy deception. Soon, faint sounds of movement emanated from the sofa, followed by the steady sound of footsteps approaching slowly, step by step. Growing increasingly distinct, the soft side of the bed sank slightly as Wen Luan clenched her eyes even tighter, her back subtly stiffening. Her palm beneath the blankets was tightly clenched, and her heart, which had just begun to steady, started to race once more. When Jingbai leaned in, his arm stretching across her body to support himself beside her. Their proximity was too intimate. He could see the flutter of her eyelashes and, with a light laugh, he leaned closer. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, causing Wen Luan to suddenly open her eyes and turn to push him away. Her delicate fingers pressed against his chest, and he could feel the solid strength of his muscles beneath her palm. In her flustered state, she quickly withdrew her hand. When Jingbai felt a stirring in his heart, his gaze fixed on her dark eyes, raising an eyebrow as he teased, "Little liar, are you done pretending?" Stripped bare of her facade, he held her captive on the bed. Wen Luan caught a whiff of the same fragrant shower gel that lingered on her own skin, mingled with the heady scent of hormones. Suddenly feeling flushed, her feeble protest lacked any conviction. "I was already asleep. You woke me up." "That is indeed my fault." He was far too accommodating. Wen Luan, in her bewildered gaze, he raised a hand to gently caress her soft, glistening lips, his voice gradually acquiring a low, husky tone. "What should we do now?" It sounded like a lover's whisper. Seeing his unabashed admission of guilt, Wen Luan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Before she could voice her thoughts, he interjected, his tone enticing, "How about I apologize to my little darling?" She, entirely defenseless against him, blinked in confusion, her beautiful lashes fluttering. Suddenly, his dark lashes were right before her eyes, their breaths intertwining, the sweet scent of peaches enveloping them. The fingertip that had been resting on her lips shifted away in that instant, tilting her chin up, making her even more vulnerable. Perhaps it was the setting, but she was trembling with tension, sensing her unease, when Jingbai gently stroked her a few times, and when he noticed her relax, he inadvertently shifted his position. Wen Luan felt a tingling sensation on her lips, her mind momentarily blanked by the unexpected kiss. She heard the sound of their breaths mingling. "Open your mouth, darling." Confused between reality and dream, she obediently parted her lips, the sweet taste of peaches flooding her senses, coaxing and guiding her. Her dazed eyes slowly closed, akin to a diligent student eager to learn, her arms unconsciously climbing onto his shoulders, when Jingbai sensed her surrender, and at that moment, he too was captivated. His long, slender fingers found their way to her delicate waist, with a gentle yet firm grip. The loose ties of her robe began to unravel under the friction of his fingertips. An intoxicating kiss left her utterly defenseless, her rationality crumbling. The fingers on her shoulder clutched weakly, and a helpless moan escaped her lips, tinged with an uncontainable whimper, when Jingbai, awakening from a dream, found their lips entwined and opened his entranced eyes. Noticing that she still had her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed, it was evident that she was affected. Innocent as she was, she remained blissfully unaware of her precarious situation, trusting him implicitly. When Jingbai exerted every ounce of self-control within him, closing his eyes and gently biting down on her lip, Wenluan winced in pain, her eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at him, still not fully awake, her expression dreamy. He raised a hand to cover her eyes, inhaling deeply, burying his face in her neck and holding her tightly. Wenluan gradually regained her senses, only able to hear their ragged breaths and the indistinguishable sound of their heartbeats. She felt the changes in his body, frozen in place. After a long moment, she heard his raspy voice, "Darling, you're driving me to madness." Suddenly, she recalled her earlier willingness and instinctively turned her head away in discomfort. When Jingbai noticed, rising from her side, his gaze drifting to the side as he helped her adjust her robe and pulled the blankets up, planting a kiss on her flushed eyes. "Good girl, go to sleep." She had intended to ask him the same question, but upon seeing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, she discreetly bit her lip and nodded, closing her eyes. Once when Jingbai left the bed, he headed straight to the bathroom and did not emerge for quite some time. Wenluan, exhausted from the earlier commotion, unknowingly drifted into slumber. When Jingbai finally emerged, he found her already deep in sleep, her breathing steady and serene. He lay on the sofa, unable to find rest throughout the night. The following morning, when Wenluan awoke, she found his absence on the sofa. Glancing at the clock, it was already past 10. When had the alarm been turned off? She distinctly remembered setting it for 8. In a flurry, she jumped out of bed, a wave of panic washing over her. Her first overnight stay had left her with the impression of being a late riser. As she hastily prepared and exited the bathroom, she found the once empty bedroom now occupied by a languid young master. Upon seeing her, he smirked, "Lazy baby, are you awake?" The moment she laid eyes on him, memories of the previous night flooded back, and she turned her head, unwilling to engage. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back to say, "I remember setting an alarm." When Jingbai approached her leisurely, a look of nonchalance on his face, "Yes, I turned it off." Wenluan puffed up her cheeks, casting him a displeased glance. After a moment of silence, she voiced her concern, "Waking up this late will leave a bad impression on Grandpa." When Jingbai had already reached her side, pinching her flushed cheek, "If you enjoy sleeping in, then do so without worry. There's no need to change for anyone." He had witnessed her sleep quality during their last stay at the hot springs, thus, upon hearing her alarm that morning, he had seen her frown and simply turned it off. "But, isn't that bad?" she replied softly. When Jingbai chuckled lightly, "What's so bad about it? The old man would love that." He stated it matter-of-factly. Meeting his gaze, she realized she had transformed into a girl who understood him instantly. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched his waist. In that fleeting moment, she recalled how he had also pinched her waist the night before, albeit with a slow and gentle touch, laden with a hint of desire. Chapter 64, Let Us Elopement. When Jingbai grasped her unruly hand and smiled, "Next time you can touch, but for now, let us go downstairs for a meal." Had she truly touched? Wenluan did not move, tilting her head to inquire, "Are we leaving right after dinner? If you wish to stay here, that is also an option." He cast a fleeting glance at her, his words laden with unspoken implications. Ignoring his jest, she retrieved her handbag and opened it, saying, "I truly cannot accept this. Could you return it to Grandpa for me?" She appreciated the sentiment. When Jingbai glanced at the property deed in her hand, his teasing demeanor slightly subdued. "Why can't you accept it? We are merely boyfriend and girlfriend. It is too extravagant." When Jingbai, with an inscrutable expression, remarked, "Did we not agree to date with the intention of marriage?" At that moment, Wenluan inexplicably felt he resembled a forsaken spouse. "I understand, darling, you simply do not wish to take responsibility for me." His voice was slow and deep, imbued with a sense of pity. Indeed, with resignation, she tucked the property deed back into her bag and sighed, "I must take responsibility." After saying this, she took his hand and led him downstairs. Meanwhile, the man who had successfully executed his scheme walked languidly, allowing his girlfriend to guide him down the stairs, a smile creeping onto his lips at their interlocked hands, his face betraying unmistakable delight. He knew his beloved could not bear to see him disheartened. "Xiao Li, come and eat." In the dining room, Wen Jinhuo's imposing visage radiated with a cheerful smile as he gestured towards the soup on the table. This is the soup Jingbai had the kitchen prepare for you early this morning. Come and have some. Last night, he had taken it upon himself not to have the servants tidy the guest room, and it seemed that decision bore fruit when Jingbai was perplexed. He only had the kitchen make soup purely to nourish her, when Luan felt an inexplicable warmth in her ears and shot a pleading glance at Wen Jingbai. Grandpa, please refrain from saying more. She is shy. This was hardly an improvement. Biting her lip, she found that the more she explained, the more muddled it became, so she simply sat down and silently sipped the soup. Wen Jinhuo looked unbenevolently at his granddaughter-in-law, satisfied only when she set down the bowl. When Jingbai sat nearby and offered her a tissue, his tone affectionate. Drink slowly, no one is competing with you. How dare he say that? Wen Luan, seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, shot him a shy glare. Old Chen, standing not far away, did not miss the interaction between the two, feeling a sense of comfort. It appeared that the old gentleman's wish to hold his great-grandchild would soon come to fruition. Wen Luan had not anticipated that her mere act of sleeping in would lead to such silent misunderstandings among everyone. After lunch, Wen Jinhuo intended to have the couple stay a while longer. However, when Jingbai, aware that Wen Luan was currently on edge due to the misunderstandings, casually fabricated an excuse to decline. As they were about to leave, Wen Jinhuo admonished, Xiao Li, make sure Jingbai brings you back for a visit when you have time this weekend. Wen Luan responded with a sweet and obedient smile. Watching the car gradually disappear from view, Wen Jinhuo then returned inside with Old Chen. Old Master, should we inform the young master's parents about his girlfriend's visit home? No need. What about what you discussed with the young master this morning? Should we give them a heads up? At this, Wen Jinhuo's expression darkened slightly as he waved his hand. Jingbai has grown up, those incompetent parents of his are no longer a concern. Let this matter rest with him. Old Chen nodded knowingly, sighing. Although the Wen family was currently under Wen Changyan's control, the vast family fortune still fundamentally rested in Wen Jinhuo's hands. The last time when Jingbai called, it was for this very reason. He sought to gain the upper hand early on, ensuring his parents could not dictate his marriage. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Wen Jinhuo was quite confident in his grandson. He had already laid the necessary groundwork, and the rest was up to Jingbai himself. As when Jingbai delivered Wen Luan to the entrance of Jingda, he informed her that he might be quite busy in the coming days. I won't have time to accompany you for lunch this afternoon. I understand, she replied obediently. He pinched her cheek playfully, adding, I may also be unable to take you to your tutoring session. Wen Luan blinked, her eyelashes fluttering. Was he really that busy? Sensing her confusion, when Jingbai chuckled, I will try to find time. All right. It's fine. I can manage on my own, just don't wear yourself out. Remember to eat on time, as she softly babbled, when Jingbai felt a surge of tenderness in his heart and leaned in to press his lips against hers for a fleeting kiss. She had already learned to close her eyes at such moments, which brought him immense satisfaction. Suddenly chuckling, his voice low, he proposed, Darling, what if we eloped? Huh. She gazed at him in bewilderment, as if trying to discern the truth in his words. I was teasing. He would grant her a legitimate identity. Before exiting the car, when Jingbai called out to her, Liu Yuzhou mentioned he would be going to Yangcheng for skiing soon. I'll take you along. It will be cold there, and you can shop with Shenjianan to pick up some warm clothes in advance. After saying this, he slipped the card he had obtained from the old gentleman into her bag. Spend freely. The password is my birthday, and you must not refuse. Blocking her escape before she could utter a word, he continued, You needn't worry about the old man's intentions, he would only be saddened otherwise. Wen Luan blinked in suspicion, feeling that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. Despite their imposing presence, they both easily revealed vulnerable emotions. Little did they know, it was all an act. Wen Luan obediently accepted the card, suddenly feeling like a little heiress. A smile broke across her face as she said, Wen Jingbai. Upon hearing her call his name, he raised an eyebrow, intrigued and awaiting her next words. Grandpa gave me the house and the card. Aren't you afraid I might run away or covet your wealth? When Jingbai's expression brightened uncontrollably at her words, I would welcome that. If she truly desired his riches, he would never have to worry about her leaving him. Darling, I forgot to mention, you can also covet other things of mine. Such as my body. Rogue. When Wenluan returned to her dormitory, Shen Jinan was absent. She seemed to have been quite busy lately. The last time they spoke, she mentioned their families were already discussing engagement dates. After studying for a while in the dorm, she felt quite full from lunch, and by the time she sensed hunger, the sky outside had turned dark. Just as she was about to slip on her coat from yesterday and head out, Shen Jinan returned, carrying takeout and fruits. Wenluan smiled, "Are you Doraemon?" Shen Jinan beamed, "I am your beloved sister." As she embraced Wenluan, she suddenly paused, sensing something amiss, and sniffed the air. "Lili, how long have you two been hugging? You smell like Wen Jingbai now." It hadn't been long, just a brief embrace when they parted. Shen Jinan, seeing her expression, immediately understood she had made the right guess. "Did you stay at Jingbai's grandpa's house last night?" Wenluan was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lu Yuzhou mentioned it. "He called Jinqi last night saying he was going out for drinks, and since Jinqi couldn't make it to my house, he suggested he find Jingbai. And guess what Jingbai said?" Wenluan asked. "What did he say?" Shen Jinan pinched her throat, mimicking Lu Yuzhou's nonchalant tone. "Brother Jing said he wanted to stay home with his wife." Har har har, why didn't I know when Jingbai was this funny? He seizes every opportunity to show off his affection. Wenluan covered her mouth. "All right, stop laughing." Her gaze shifted as she realized the crux of the matter. "You mean Jinqi was at your house last night?" At this, Shen Jinan's face flushed with girlish shyness. "Lili, I have good news to tell you." Wenluan blinked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she guessed the outcome. "We have set a date for our engagement, right during the winter break." She hugged Wenluan and rubbed against her. "You must come to the celebration." Chapter 65. The fitting of the dress, good. Wenluan's face was radiant with a heartfelt smile. Nan, I am truly happy for you." At last, her wishes were fulfilled. In her heart, Shen Jinan had always been a remarkable girl, raised in affluence yet devoid of any airs of entitlement. She was worldly wise yet refreshingly genuine, and from the moment they met, she had treated Wenluan with sincere affection. Her personality was bright, optimistic, and filled with charm. In matters of the heart, she loved Jinqi wholeheartedly, expecting nothing in return. Even upon discovering he had a girlfriend, she never contemplated intervening, she merely waited silently for him. Fortunately, Jinqi had come to appreciate her kindness, slowly beginning to change. Li, could you accompany me to try on dresses in a few afternoons when you're free? She asked, placing the snacks she had brought onto the table. Wenluan agreed with a smile, removing her coat to assist. When Jingbai had been exceedingly busy lately, ever since he had returned her to school on Sunday, she had not seen him. She had intended to share this joyous news with him, but the thought of Jinqi mentioning it made her refrain. On Wednesday, with a light course schedule, Shen Jinan hailed a taxi to take Wenluan to an upscale dress shop. Having made a reservation in advance, they were warmly greeted by the staff upon entering. "Miss Shen, please follow me," the attendant said, leading them to the dress section. Shen Jinan clung to Wenluan's arm, excitedly glancing around. Suddenly, she had a thought. Li, would you like to pick something out as well? "Pick what?" Wenluan inquired. Shen Jinan playfully blinked. "You know what I mean," but she did not know. All around her were wedding dresses. "Oh, just have a look ahead of time," Shen Jinan urged, but Wenluan, without a second thought, declined and smiled helplessly. "No, today is all about helping you choose." "Fine, then," Shen Jinan conceded verbally, yet she couldn't help but keep an eye out for dresses that might suit Wenluan. "Miss Shen, how about this one?" the staff suggested, pointing to a pearl fishtail gown. "This is our latest design, perfectly suited to your elegance." Both girls turned their gazes to the dress upon hearing the description. The white gown featured a delicately crafted lace bodice veiled by softly pleated tulle, the waistline curving beautifully, while the shimmering pearls glistened in the interplay of light and shadow. The fishtail skirt glowed, creating ripples as it swayed, exquisite and gentle. Shin Jian's eye sparkled with satisfaction. I'll try it on. Certainly, the attendant, beaming with professionalism, escorted her to the fitting room, reminding Wen Luan to await her in the nearby seating area. After a brief wait, when Luan heard the sound of the curtain being drawn back, she turned her head to see Shin Jian emerge, her lovely eyes sparkling with surprise and uncontainable joy. Unable to hold back her praise, she exclaimed, "Nan Nan, you look stunning, this dress suits you perfectly." Shin Jian had already seen her reflection in the fitting room mirror and was quite pleased with herself. Hearing Wen Luan's unabashed admiration, her usually carefree demeanor made her cheeks flush with warmth. An girl would not wish for the one she loves to see her at her finest. She found her phone, opened the camera, and shyly handed it to Wen Luan, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Li, could you take a picture for me? She reminded, make sure it looks good. Wen Luan understood and smiled, finding a flattering angle to capture the moment, freezing it as Shin Jian beamed with a sweet smile. With a joyful expression, Shin Jian retrieved her phone, glanced at the photo with satisfaction, and promptly turned it off. Not willing to give up, she asked, Li, really, don't you want to see? She was eager to see Wen Luan dressed up beautifully. Really not. Wen Luan gently shook her head, smiling as she declined. Just then, the attendant spoke up. We do have a signature piece in our shop that I believe would suit this young lady wonderfully. Shin Jian's excitement was palpable. Really, she immediately tugged on Wen Luan's arm, playfully pleading, just try it on, please. The attendant warmly invited, Miss, why not take a look? If you don't like it, there's no obligation to try it on. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Wen Luan bit her lip and finally relented. The three of them made their way to the back of the dress section, where the attendant first pulled aside a delicate veil of fabric. Wen Luan blinked, momentarily dazzled. The same strapless design, yet this one possessed an ethereal quality, adorned with flowing layers of gauzy fabric cascading from the slender waist, creating a whimsical and fairy-like appearance. While Shin Jian's eyes lit up. Li, this is simply tailored for you. Though initially reluctant to try it on, Wen Luan felt her heart stir at the sight. She, too, found it enchanting. While Shin Jian waited, she stood aside taking selfies. Suddenly, the curtain was drawn back, and she lowered her phone to gaze into the fitting room. Wen Luan's casually draped hair had been styled into an elegant bun, exposing her delicate neck and beautiful collarbone. She had opted for no makeup today, only a hint of lip gloss. At first glance, she resembled a fairy who had wandered into the mortal realm. The attendant smiled confidently. Miss, this dress truly compliments you. Previously, other customers had admired it, but they all recognized that such ethereal beauty would not match a heavily made-up face. To her surprise, she had stumbled upon a refreshingly beautiful girl today. Though slender, she filled out in all the right places. With her striking almond-shaped eyes, she carried a subtle distance except when with her friends, evoking memories of this long-forgotten masterpiece. Could you do us a favor and take a photo? Shin Jian asked the attendant with a smile. Of course. The attendant took the phone, skillfully snapping 2 pictures, one close-up and one from afar, capturing the delightful moment perfectly. As Wen Luan stood beside the mirror, Shin Jian stealthily took a profile shot of her, quietly tucking her phone away afterward. Ultimately, Shin Jian decided on the dress she had just tried on. After changing back into their own clothes, the two sat on the sofa, waiting for the staff to finalize the paperwork. Shin Jian sent a picture of herself to Jin Qi. A response came back swiftly. Jin Qi sad smiley MHM. MHM, Shin Jian replied sad smiley. What does that mean? Displeased, she added, Jin Qi sad smiley very beautiful. Now that's more like it, she replied, adding a cute emoji for emphasis. On the other end, Jin Qi couldn't help but smile at the photo, glancing at it for a moment before saving it. Shin Jian exited the chat and posted a photo on her social media, featuring their faces pressed together in a playful selfie. Jin Qi saw it instantly, pausing for a moment before eagerly resharing it with Wen Jingbai, adding a note, Jin Qi sad smiley Jing, you should accompany me to check it out sometime. The busy man at the company opened Jin Qi's message nonchalantly. Just one glance was enough to hold his movements, his attention fixated for several seconds. A smile slowly crept onto his lips as he opened the pinned chat and initiated a video call. Wen Luan, sitting on the sofa scrolling through her phone, was momentarily taken aback by the video call request. This was the first time Wen Jingbai had called her via video. She stood up and walked to the side to answer. In the video, Wen Jingbai appeared in a grey-black suit, his hair meticulously styled, yet a hint of fatigue lingered in his expression. Upon seeing her, a gentle smile graced his face. Baby, Wen Luan softly replied, are you still busy? Wen Jingbai chuckled, not too much. He suddenly shifted the topic, are you with Shen Jianan? How did you know? Chapter 66, would you agree to marry without graduating? I saw Shen Jianan's moments, he explained. Oh, I see. Suddenly, a soft chuckle resonated from the other end of the line, and Wen Jingbai's smile was unmistakable. I miss you, his voice was low and husky. Despite the screen separating them, Wen Luan found herself blushing at the tips of her ears. Have you eaten? She deftly changed the subject. At this hour, he was still working, likely having missed lunch. Not yet. As expected. Then you should eat something before you get back to work, her tone laced with concern. It's fine, I'll eat after I finish up. A sudden thought flashed through Wen Luan's mind, are you alone? Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, seemingly guessing what she was getting at. He smirked, yes, just me. After saying that, he suppressed his smile slightly, I wasn't hungry, but now that you mention it, I feel a bit peckish. Wen Luan bit her lip, a hint of uncertainty in her voice, shall I bring you something to eat later? He had just said he missed her. In truth, she missed him too. The corners of Wen Jingbai's lips curled up once more, his tone teasing, thank you, darling. There was no trace of politeness in his words. By the time the call ended, Shen Jianan had also wrapped up her business. With a curious expression, she asked Wen Luan, what about your Wen Jingbai? What about him? They had barely begun to know each other. She shot her a glance, you're being ridiculous. All right, I'll keep quiet. Shen Jianan mimicked, sealing her lips. Yet, the playful glint in her eyes was about to overflow. Wen Luan glanced at the time, Nan, I'm going to visit him shortly, you can head back first. I'll return later. Shen Jianan pursed her lips in silence. Wen Luan chuckled helplessly and raised her hand in a tearing motion. Just as she gained her freedom, Shen Jianan added, you don't have to come back tonight either. Wen Luan bashfully covered her mouth, maybe you should stop talking. By the time Wen Luan finished shopping for food and arrived at the address, half an hour had passed. The evening glow painted the building before her in a warm light. The security guard had already received instructions from the top floor and, upon hearing her name, respectfully escorted her into the elevator, only exiting after pressing the button for her floor. As Wen Luan watched the numbers light up, she felt her heart racing in tandem. They had only been apart for a few days, yet it felt like an eternity. The anticipation in her heart was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and she walked along the corridor to a closed door, gently knocking. Come in. A magnetic and pleasant voice called out. The moment the door opened and she saw Wen Jingbai, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed his eyes. So soon? As he spoke, he rose to meet her. As he approached, he took the takeout from her hands and enveloped her in a firm embrace. At that moment, Wen Luan savored his warmth, gradually lifting her arms to reciprocate the embrace, tightening her hold slowly. Sensing her response, Wen Jingbai subtly pulled her closer. After a while, he released her, guiding her to sit on the black sofa beside him. Wen Luan opened the bag, arranging the food neatly and lifting the lids. Wen Jingbai silently watched her, his gaze unwavering. Unable to withstand the intensity of his stare, she raised a hand to turn his face away. Feeling a bit awkward, she said, you can't get enough of looking at me. Who says? He disagreed. As Wen Luan opened the last container, Wen Jingbai could no longer hold back, his warm, strong hand rested on her soft waist, pulling her in. With the other hand, he tilted her chin up, decisively leaning down to claim her lips. Moments later, he suddenly paused, and Wen Luan opened her dazed eyes, confused. A barely audible chuckle escaped Wen Jingbai's throat as he wrapped an arm around her knee and gently lifted her onto his strong lap. Wen Luan gasped at the unexpected motion. Before she could react, Wen Jingbai lowered his head again, expertly capturing her lips once more, alternating between gentle and fervent kisses. Perhaps it was due to their days apart, he kissed her as if he could never get enough. only relenting when she felt utterly limp in his embrace. During their meal, Wen Luan was placed back on the sofa. Her face was flushed, small breaths escaping her as she gradually calmed her racing heart. She couldn't help but think how adept he was. In a haze of thoughts, she voiced her realization, "You're really skilled." Wen Jingbai, leisurely swallowing a bite of food, couldn't suppress a smirk upon hearing her soft mutter. "It's because you're too inexperienced." "Fine," she admitted. "Have you really never been in a relationship before?" she asked, somewhat skeptical. "What? Do you need me to prove my innocence?" Wen Luan was slightly perplexed, but upon meeting his deep gaze, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. She flashed him a sweet smile. "No need for that." Wen Jingbai scoffed lightly, clearly amused. "So you're backing down now? A true gentleman can adapt and endure. A little lady can do the same." She blinked her beautiful eyelashes and nodded. "Darling, I feel like you're becoming bolder by the day." Wen Luan pondered for a moment, realizing it might indeed be true. She lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Would her unrestrained behavior in front of him make him dislike her? Wen Jingbai, keenly perceptive, noticed her shift in mood. He set down his chopsticks and gently squeezed her cheek. "What are you thinking?" Wen Luan confessed honestly, "If I'm not as good as you imagine, would you still like me?" Wen Jingbai fell silent for 2 seconds. It wasn't that he was contemplating the question. He understood Wen Luan's true nature and relished her unreserved demeanor, but he pondered how to instill a sense of security in her. Suddenly, his phone on the desk chimed. He stroked her head gently. "Don't overthink it." If he were to say that he liked her no matter what, it would seem too insipid. Perhaps he should consider how to provide her with ample reassurance. "My phone's ringing, let me check." Wen Luan obediently responded with a millimeter, drawing her legs aside to make way for him. When Jingbai noticed it was a multimedia message, slightly surprised, upon opening it, he saw it was from Shen Jinan. He quickly glanced at the contents. His gaze deepened as he beheld the image of Wen Luan in a stunning white dress. The fitted design accentuated her perfect waistline, and the strapless style revealed her exquisite collarbones, while the flowing layers below hugged her curves just as he had seen that night, the delicate fabric cascading like butterfly wings. In the photo, Wen Luan, with a serene expression while looking in the mirror, resembled a celestial being that had descended to earth. When Jingbai felt his breath hitch, Jin Qi had only sent him a photo of Wen Luan and Shen Jinan's faces, so he was unaware that she had tried on the gown. Noticing he was frozen in place, Wen Luan curiously inquired, "Are you busy? Should I head back?" When Jingbai, pulled back to reality by her sweet, soft voice, turned to glance at the girl sitting on the sofa, his voice low, "Not busy, wait for me, I'll be done shortly." After saying that, he turned back, long pressing the screen to save the photo. He typed a few words and sent them off. "Send me the store name." After seeing Shen Jinan's reply, he finally set down his phone. He silently made a decision. The earlier confusion seemed to find clarity in an instant. Wen Luan sensed that since he returned from checking his phone, his expression had become strange. Unable to hold back, she asked, "What's wrong?" When Jingbai studied her for a few seconds, letting out a barely audible sigh, "Darling, do you think your parents would agree to you marrying before graduation? Or perhaps an engagement would suffice?" Little theater, cool by. It's becoming increasingly unbearable. Sweet peach, if you can't hold back, then just don't. Aside, recently received 5-star reviews. For those who enjoy this story, feel free to boldly visit the book page and leave me a 5-star review. Sweet Peach appreciates your support, sending hearts your way. Chapter 67, a mouthful of dog food with a sudden buzz. When Luan found herself momentarily questioning her auditory senses. Why, she pondered, he suddenly inquired if her parents would approve of her marrying before graduation. It was a literal question, as well as one that she instinctively understood, when Jingbai observed the girl, momentarily stunned, and could not suppress a soft chuckle. "Are you dazed?" After a brief pause, Wen Luan regained her voice, gazing into his eyes in an attempt to discern the truth. "Are you teasing me again?" His gentle smile held an undertone of seriousness. "What if I said I wasn't?" Uncertain whether it was mere jest or a genuine probe, she felt that if it were true, it would be too swift. When Jingbai's smile softened, interrupting her doubts. "Darling, I am serious." If they had an engagement, Would it not provide Wenluan with ample security? He longed to claim her as his own. However, the current setting and atmosphere were palpably not suited for a proposal. In the midst of Wenluan's astonishment, he reverted to his usual nonchalant smile. I merely intended to address your earlier question. Meeting his deep, black gaze, she listened intently as he earnestly declared, no matter who you become, I will always love you. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he had been ensnared. Love, inexplicably arising, had ensconced itself deeply within him. Previously, he had regarded such sentiments as absurd, yet after that fateful night, he found himself inexplicably drawn to those very words. No one had ever stirred his heart so, and that evening had been a notable exception. Thus, he repeatedly sought to draw near her. Upon hearing his response, Wenluan felt an unreal sensation wash over her. She had inquired whether he would still like her, yet he spoke of love. He loved her, not the superficial affection she had envisioned, but a profound devotion. Wenluan admitted she was moved, longing for a moment of abandon. In that instant, she wished to immerse herself in his embrace, and her body, obediently, responded. When Jingbai looked down at the girl who had suddenly enveloped him in her arms, momentarily taken aback. This seemed to be her first act of initiative. He raised his hand, gently caressing her back, his heart melting into a soft puddle. Once she released him, he tenderly coaxed, sit back for a while. I'll finish this last bit and then take you back to school. Wenluan lifted her gaze to scrutinize him closely. Have you been busy here lately? Only then did she notice the faint shadows beneath his eyes. When Jingbai replied with a casual millimeter, it won't always be like this, it's just temporary. Until he acquired sufficient strength to stand up to his father. Then you haven't been to school recently, she could not help but inquire again. When Jingbai chuckled softly, pinching her cheek, what are you really trying to say? Wenluan shook her head, it's just that you've suddenly become so busy. It was a stark contrast to his previous leisurely, clingy demeanor. He teased, do you feel neglected? That was not quite the case. Don't worry, it's just temporary, remember, I promised to take you skiing. That was indeed true. She had assumed that with his business, that plan would be abandoned. She was not one to crave amusement, rather, she cherished the time they spent together. Biting her lip, she gently nodded, all right. Glancing at his somewhat haggard appearance, she added, you should also take care of yourself. Your health is of utmost importance. When Jingbai leaned down, brushing against the softness of her form, a fleeting touch. You haven't even married me yet, and you're already starting to mother me. Wenluan shot him a playful glare, cheeks flushed. I am not recognizing a good heart. Let him tire himself out. When Jingbai, observing her indignant demeanor, initially intended to tease her further, but recalling he needed to escort her back to school, he quelled his playful intentions. After about half an hour, having completed his tasks, he looked up to find Wenluan intently focused on her phone, silently approaching her from behind. He initially wanted to amuse her, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of the screen's contents. Complete Guide to Love for bold characters followed by numerous entries. Intrigued, he began to study it. Before long, he could no longer restrain himself. A muffled chuckle erupted from above. Wenluan's immediate reaction was to shield her phone screen, turning to face the man behind her, whose expression was imbued with mischief. Flushed, she complained, why are you spying on me? It felt as though she had been caught in a misdeed, though he was the one truly at fault. When Jingbai moved beside her, adopting an air of nonchalance. You were so engrossed that you didn't even hear me approach. Wenluan, somewhat flustered, retorted, you should have at least given me a heads up. Yet her voice dwindled to a whisper, lacking conviction. She had merely searched for something casual, the content of which was rather daring and provocative. After he had commented on his own lack of experience, she had approached it with a mindset to learn. She certainly did not anticipate being caught in the act. Had she known, she would have waited until returning to her dormitory, when Jingbai noticed her embarrassment and refrained from pushing her too far. Though he was bold, his darling was far more modest. He chuckled softly, conceding, it was my mistake, I should have warned you and not joined you in your reading. Wenluan perceived his apology as laced with teasing and insincerity. Turning away, she switched pages, resolutely deciding to ignore him for 3 minutes. After all, he would still need to drive her back to school. Are you upset? Wen Luan pretended not to hear. Wen Jingbai's alluring voice whispered in her ear, next time, I could teach you in a more hands-on manner, if you wish. Wen Luan's face flushed instantly, and she covered his mouth with her hand. Please, don't say that. He had clearly seen the content and yet spoke of teaching in such a manner. Wen Jingbai seemed amused by her affectionate gesture, although his lips were covered, the laughter bubbling within him resonated softly. With their bodies pressed close together, her heart fluttered in response. Wen Luan lifted her gaze to meet his deep eyes, which now sparkled with endearing affection. When he finally delivered her to the school gates, darkness had already enveloped the sky. As they prepared to part ways, Wen Jingbai felt a pang of reluctance, unbuckling his seatbelt to embrace her, showering her with kisses before reluctantly releasing her. Wen Luan, too, felt a tinge of longing. Suddenly, she recalled Shen Jinan's words, it's fine if you don't come back tonight. For a fleeting moment, she found herself lost in thought, abruptly pulling back from such musings. How could she truly entertain such notions? Despite Wen Jingbai's reluctance, he ultimately let her go, initially intending to accompany her to her dormitory, but was met with refusal. He had no choice but to concede, for he was but her underground boyfriend for now. Wen Luan had not anticipated that their next meeting would not come until a week later. Liu Yuzhou had scheduled their skiing trip to Yangcheng for the upcoming weekend. Due to the distance, they would depart on Friday afternoon. With the buzz around their posts having faded, Wen Jingbai parked the car not far from the school gates. Wen Luan, having not seen him for quite some time, quickened her pace upon spotting the familiar vehicle. Upon entering, she discovered Liu Yuzhou seated in the back. Hello, little sister, he greeted her enthusiastically, appearing even more delighted than Wen Jingbai. Wen Luan, aware that he was cognizant of their relationship, smiled and returned the greeting. Meanwhile, Wen Jingbai, feeling somewhat overlooked, gently turned her head to meet his gaze. Did you not notice your boyfriend was here? Had it truly been over a week without seeing him? Did she not miss him? Liu Yuzhou felt the unmistakable weight of jealousy wash over him. He realized he should not have boarded the car. He should not have come at all. Originally intending to ride with his brother, he had been left behind when Wen Jingbai picked up his Fianqi, completely disregarding him. Fortunately, Wen Jingbai was delayed, allowing him to tag along. But now, he found himself unexpectedly bombarded with a mouthful of dog food. Chapter 68. Do not what Wen Luan's cheeks were cradled by his warm hands, prompting her to scrutinize him closely. The weather had cooled, and he donned a deep black coat, which added a touch of maturity to his presence. Coincidentally, she wore a cream-colored coat today. It bore a slight resemblance to a couple's outfit. Seeing her silent, Wen Jingbai gently leaned down to fasten her seatbelt. Liu Yuzhou, sitting in the back seat, clicked his tongue twice. Had I known, I would have preferred to be born a girl. Jingji, you are too doting. As Wen Jingbai started the car, he casually glanced at Liu through the rearview mirror. You are overthinking it. His languid tone resonated softly. I already have someone, so even if you were a girl, it would be futile. Liu Yuzhou suddenly felt as though he had been shown up. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that apart from Wen Luan, he had never witnessed him display such tenderness towards any other girl. It wasn't just girls, he had shown such affection to no one at all. Wen Jingbai focused intently on driving, while Liu Yuzhou, unable to remain idle, recalled the last time he had seen Wen Luan initiate a kiss with Wen Jingbai. Unable to resist, he leaned forward, his expression brimming with curiosity. Sister, how did you manage to win over Jingji? Wen Luan paused for a moment, her grip on her back tightening. Did even Liu Yuzhou notice her admiration for him? Lowering her eyes, she bit her lip, pondering how to respond to his inquiry. Suddenly, a deep, warm voice echoed in her ears. Baby, tell him how I pursued you. The gentle tone belied the audacity of his words. Liu Yuzhou's eyes widened in surprise. He had long recognized Wen Jingbai's affection for the girl, but had not anticipated that it was he who had taken the initiative. This was rather remarkable. Meanwhile, Wen Luan's secret was effortlessly unveiled by his casual remark. In that moment, she suddenly realized, perhaps he had known all along, otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It was not mere curiosity about her potential response. It was an attempt to ease the tension. She turned her head to glance at him, inadvertently meeting his gaze, which seemed to hold profound meaning. Their eyes connected briefly before parting. yet she understood the depths of his dark, profound eyes. Instinctively tightening her grip, she felt a weight in her heart, confirming her suspicions. Liu Yuzhou's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He leaned closer to Wen Luan with a grin. "Sister, since Jingji has given his approval, won't you share with me?" Wen Luan's thoughts were pulled back into focus. She then heard him humbly request, "Let me learn a thing or two about pursuing someone." Amused, Wen Luan could not help but tease, "Do you really need to learn about it?" He, a seasoned lover, surely possessed an abundance of experience. Liu Yuzhou clearly did not expect to be so ruthlessly exposed by a beautiful girl. He turned to Wen Jingbai in the driver's seat, feigning a wounded expression. "Jingji, your wife has led me astray." She is now lethal with her words. Wen Jingbai seemed quite pleased with this designation, unable to suppress a smirk as he patiently quipped, "Is that not true?" Upon hearing the term wife, Wen Luan felt her ears grow warm. Why did they enjoy jesting so gravely when they were merely dating? When Jingbai glanced sideways and unexpectedly caught sight of her pink-tipped ears. He could not help but chuckle softly, observing the subtle interactions from the front seat. Liu Yuzhou could not restrain himself from commenting, "As a lonely soul, I should not be in your car, being force-fed dog food." When Jingbai replied indifferently, "Then go ride with Jinji." His tone suggested he would prefer not to be disturbed in his intimate world with Wen Luan. Liu Yuzhou, feeling even more aggrieved, retorted with a huff, "Once my brother finds a wife, he forgets his brother." Wen Luan could not help but chuckle softly, hearing her laughter. Wen Jingbai's dark eyes were also tinged with amusement. After a moment of silence, he seemingly kindly suggested to Liu Yuzhou, "Next time, you might drive yourself." Liu Yuzhou awkwardly smiled, "No thanks, being alone would be rather dull." Throughout the journey, the atmosphere in the car remained lively and joyful due to Liu Yuzhou's presence. The 3-hour drive felt like it passed in the blink of an eye. As the back door of the car swung open, a rush of cold air enveloped them. "Don't get out just yet," Wen Jingbai instructed, glancing at her. He stepped out first to open the trunk, retrieving a brand new white hooded down jacket. As he approached the passenger side to open the door, he said, "Come down." Seeing the jacket in his hands warmed Wen Luan's heart, and she softly replied, "I brought warm clothes." He helped her into the jacket from behind, saying, "I know, but it's more convenient to have an extra layer in the car." Liu Yuzhou, shivering in his down jacket from the trunk, glanced at the two of them with envy. "Jingji, do you have one for me?" When Jingbai bent down to zip up Wen Luan's jacket without turning back, stating coolly, "Didn't you bring your own?" Liu Yuzhou sighed. Well, he was truly asking for it. Once when Jingbai secured the zipper, he turned to the others, "Let us get the luggage inside first." Knowing the saying about being indebted to others, Liu Yuzhou reluctantly complied, silently taking on the laborious task. Left alone, Wen Luan gazed at the black coat he wore, her voice soft, "What about yours?" Surely, he must be cold in just a coat. He playfully wrapped the hood of the down jacket around her head, the white fluff making her appear soft and endearing, her enchanting eyes resembling those of a little fox. After a moment of laughter, he replied, "I'm not cold." When Luan was unconvinced, she took his hand, feeling its coldness, she extended her other hand to grasp it, attempting to warm him. "You finally made it," came Shen Jianan's excited voice from a distance. The two turned towards the sound, spotting Shen Jianan clad in a thick, goose-yellow down jacket, having just emerged from indoors, looking warm and cozy. Beside her stood the leisurely Jin Qi, who was observing the intertwined hands of the two with interest, his gaze slowly rising to Wen Jingbai's face. When their eyes met, Jin Qi wore an expression as if he were watching a show. When Jingbai pondered deeply, before he could arrive at a conclusion, the grumbling Liu Yuzhou appeared with the luggage. "Jinji, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" When Jingbai, recalling Jin Qi's expectant expression, furrowed his brow, "Just speak." Liu Yuzhou wasted no time. "The bad news is, though I booked 5 rooms, the hotel's reservation system encountered an issue." When Jingbai frowned, awaiting further clarification. Liu Yuzhou, noticing his solemn expression, tentatively continued, "The good news is, 3 of them were successfully booked." Without hesitation, Wen Jingbai replied, "Book the remaining ones now." Liu Yuzhou forced a smile, "It's the peak ski season this weekend." The rooms are fully booked. Wen Luan now understood the situation but had never encountered such a predicament and was at a loss for what to do. Jin Qi, wrapping his arm around Shen Jianan, addressed the others. We can manage with just one room, alleviating your burden. The rest you can allocate as you see fit. He and Shen Jianan had already discussed their formal engagement date, so sharing a room posed no issues. However, no one knew the status of Wen Jingbai and Wen Luan's relationship. Liu Yuzhou, sensing the atmosphere, suggested, Jingbai Ji, why don't you share with me? When Jingbai glanced at the observing Jin Qi and averted his gaze, noticing Wen Luan looking at him with innocent eyes. All right. Let that be the arrangement, he replied to Liu Yuzhou. Once they entered the lobby, Shen Jianan quietly pulled Wen Luan aside, speaking in hushed tones only they could hear. So you and Jingbai Ji haven't yet. Had she truly misunderstood previously? Wen Luan felt her cheeks flush, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Shen Jianan, you should watch fewer dramas. Shen Jianan felt slightly embarrassed but, having long coveted Jin Qi, was rather calm about it. Unable to resist sharing her insights, she advised, Li, if you don't understand, you'll suffer. I'll share some tips with you later, just remember to pay attention. Wen Luan instinctively refused, I don't want that. Just then, when Jingbai approached her, having something to discuss, and overheard her slightly agitated voice. He raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly, what is it that you don't want? Chapter 69, Let Me Steal a Kiss. Wen Luan was startled by his sudden voice, uncertain if he had heard her. Blushing, she instinctively retorted, it's nothing. Noticing that he seemed to have sought her out intentionally, she quietly inquired, is there something you need? Yes, I need to use your ID to check in. Wen Luan softly acknowledged with an oh, feeling a twinge of guilt as she lowered her head to retrieve her ID from her bag. As when Jingbai took it and walked towards the front desk, he glanced down at it, his gaze softening. The photo on the ID looked, how should she put it? A bit daft, yet undeniably adorable. He deliberately checked the birth date. TSK, he murmured with a self-deprecating smile, indeed, she was still not yet 20. He found himself battling some untoward thoughts, or as the evening had grown late, coupled with the fatigue from their journey, they forewent dining out and opted for takeout instead. Shen Jianan played in Wen Luan's room, and the two of them chatted casually while binge-watching a series. A knock on the door announced Wen Jingbai's arrival with their meal. He glanced at the uninvited Shen Jianan, saying, Jin Qi wants you to go back for dinner. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jianan, seeing the two meals in his hands, replied, Brother Jingbai, I'm eating here with Luan. You should go eat. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, was he so unwelcome that he could not be driven away? He neither accepted nor rejected her invitation but set the food down and sat down, absorbed in his phone. Wen Luan looked at him, preoccupied with his device, and gently urged, you should go eat, it'll get cold. When Jingbai, reclining languidly, replied, there's no hurry. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Jin Qi, lounging on the sofa while gaming, glanced at his phone, unable to suppress a smirk as he found the previous game suddenly tedious. A Jingsat smiley, get your person to come back. Before he could respond, another message popped up, sat smiley right now. Thus, he found himself playing the role of a mere messenger. Jin Qi, resigned, dialed the most recent contact. In the next room, Shen Jianan had just unboxed the takeout when her personalized ringtone chimed. She paused her actions to pick up the phone. A sweet voice greeted her, what's up? Jin Qi's languid tone, laced with mockery, came through, darling, why do you keep being a third wheel? After a moment's reflection, Shen Jianan quickly connected the dots, glancing at the man beside her, who was casually engrossed in his phone. Internally, she scoffed at his possessiveness, thinking how he even wanted to monopolize a meal. Unbeknownst to her, the scheming man had not embraced his girlfriend for over a week. At that moment, she seemed superfluous in his eyes. Pouting, Shen Jianan replied, but I want to play here for a while. Jin Qi's voice, tinged with a lazy mischief, echoed back, be good, come back, after dinner, feel free to play with me. At his words, Shen Jianan felt her cheeks flush, but she couldn't deny the allure of his proposition. All right, she reluctantly acquiesced. After hanging up, she slowly walked over to Wen Luan, saying, Luan, I'm heading back now, make sure to rest early, I'll come wake you up in the morning. Wenluan, puzzled, questioned, why are you leaving all of a sudden? Aren't you eating here? Shen Jianan glanced at the man seated nearby when Jingbai was looking at her with an enigmatic smile, completely unfazed by being discovered. She redirected her gaze to Wenluan. No, Jin Qi is looking for me. Upon hearing that it was Jin Qi, Wenluan did not press her to stay. After Shen Jianan departed, she looked at the two meals on the table and then turned to Wen Jingbai, uncertainly asking, would you like to eat? Wen Jingbai silently smirked, leisurely rising, of course. Wenluan felt that those two simple words, as uttered by him, carried an inexplicably flirtatious undertone. She made space for him, setting the chopsticks in place. She had anticipated that he might tease her after their long separation, yet to her surprise, he obediently began to eat. A few minutes later, when Jingbai finished first and got up to wash some fruit, peeling and slicing it with ease, when she completed her meal, he offered her a piece of fruit on a fork. She did not open her mouth, stating honestly, I don't like apples. When Jingbai glanced at the other fruits on the table, then returned his gaze to her, coaxingly saying, be good, just a little. Wenluan had always been defenseless against him. Complying, she opened her mouth and accepted a few pieces, after which he indulged himself as well. Just as she was about to rise to clear the table, he suddenly grasped her waist and pulled her onto his lap, saying, no rush. Let me steal a kiss. Wenluan finally understood why he was so insistent on her eating apples. Before she could react, the sweet aroma of the fruit enveloped her. She had expected another passionate kiss, but to her surprise, it was merely a gentle brush of lips. What was meant to be a kiss felt more like playful teasing, as though her softness was an intriguing toy. He alternated between nibbling and licking, never delving deeper, igniting a yearning within her for more. Unable to resist, Wenluan wrapped her arms around his neck, desiring greater intimacy. However, when Jingbai suddenly released her, his deep black eyes resembling a vast, still pool, concealing an insatiable restraint. Wenluan was perplexed. He had been so unrestrained before, yet today, something seemed amiss. When Jingbai let out a barely audible sigh, baby, his voice, sweetened by the kiss, prompted her to ask, what's wrong? His tone was low and husky. I truly hope you can grow up quickly. Wenluan was even more confused. Why did he say that all of a sudden? What do you mean? When Jingbai recalled the date he had seen on her ID and casually asked, is your birthday in February? You saw it? When Jingbai embraced her, burying his face in her neck and murmuring a muffled yes. She knew he must have seen it on the ID, and without giving it much thought, she remarked, that date isn't very accurate. When Jingbai felt a slight heaviness in his heart, fearing she would disclose an even younger age. Oblivious to his concern, Wenluan continued, the age on the ID is 1 year younger than my actual age, so that means, before she could finish, she felt the weight against her neck suddenly lighten. When Jingbai raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of seriousness and uncertainty, 1 year younger means you just turned 20 this year. Wenluan was taken aback by his sudden earnestness regarding the mere 1 year age difference. Nonetheless, she couldn't help but nod when Jingbai struggled to articulate his feelings at that moment. Initially, he had thought her young, still under 20, but now learning that she had just turned 20 stirred a suppressed possessiveness within him. He gently set her back on the sofa, his lips brushing against her forehead in a fleeting touch. All right, wash up and get some rest. Without waiting for a response, he stood up and left her room, his demeanor suggesting a hint of retreat. Before departing, he added, if you feel scared alone tonight, have Shen Jianan keep you company. Meanwhile, the tool, Shen Jianan, was currently being held captive by Jin Qi, who had his hands firmly on her waist. Her eyes, tinged with a hint of red, accused him, didn't we agree that I would play with you? Jin Qi flashed a wicked smile, casting a glance at her, isn't that what we're doing? Oh, Nan Nan and Jin Qi are not the protagonists of this tale, hence their interactions are merely sketched lightly. Should there be ample affection for them, I shall consider crafting their side stories or short tales in the future. Below is a note of gratitude. I have seen all your 5-star ratings, gifts, and requests for updates. Thank you. Today, I worked exceptionally hard to release 3 chapters, hoping to delight my cherished readers. Chapter 70, Is it good to devote oneself The following morning, Wen Luan was roused from her slumber by an incessant knocking on the door. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she reached for her phone on the bedside table and was startled to discover it was already 10 o'clock. A quick glance revealed an unanswered call from her boyfriend. It suddenly dawned on her that last night, while perusing her phone, she had muted a group chat that had been incessantly buzzing, only to forget to unmute it before drifting off to sleep. The knocking persisted, accompanied by a deep, melodious voice, "Baby." Though muffled by the door, she instantly recognized it was Wen Jingbai. Realizing he must have come in person because he could not reach her by phone, she felt a rush of warmth. Considering this possibility, she hastily threw off the covers, didn't bother to change out of her pajamas, and rushed to open the door. As the door swung open, Wen Jingbai's finger, poised to knock again, froze midair. He was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the girl before him. Having just awakened, her hair was not as neatly arranged as usual, but rather tousled and disheveled, perhaps due to the warmth of the room. Her cheeks glowed with a rosy hue. Dressed only in a thin nightgown, her graceful curves were faintly discernible. Wen Jingbai instinctively swallowed hard, his gaze returning to her clear, pure eyes, and he smirked playfully. "Baby, you really know how to sleep in." Feeling slightly embarrassed at being caught, Wen Luan lowered her eyelashes and explained softly, "I forgot to unmute it after turning it off last night." He gently pinched her rosy cheek with a hint of adoration in his rich, resonant voice. "Go wash up quickly. Come downstairs for breakfast when you're done." He added with a gentle reminder, "Make sure to dress warmly today." With that, he handed her a paper bag he had been holding. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a soft misty blue hue. "What is this?" she inquired, revealing a collection of fluffy yarn. "A scarf, gloves, and a hat," Wen Jingbai explained softly, his eyes fixed on her. "I thought this color would suit you, so I bought them." Instinctively, she reached out to touch the soft material, feeling the warmth emanating from it. Meeting his deep, dark gaze, she replied softly, "I really like them, thank you so much." She had only brought a thick down jacket and had not prepared such items, so she was pleasantly surprised that he had thought of everything for her. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her cheek against his chest. In a muffled voice, she murmured, "Wen Jingbai, how can you be so wonderful?" She felt indebted to him, and the sense of obligation seemed to multiply, leaving her uncertain of how to repay it. Wen Jingbai, after a fleeting moment of surprise, bent down to deepen their embrace, his tone laced with flirtation. "Do you really think I'm that great?" Wen Luan softly affirmed with a gentle millimeter, nuzzling against him affectionately. Wen Jingbai felt as though his heart might melt under her tender touch. His girl always demonstrated gratitude, cherishing even the smallest gestures. Suddenly struck by a playful impulse, he teased half-jokingly, "Since I'm so wonderful, how about you devote yourself to me?" Wen Luan playfully pinched his waist. "You're just teasing me," her tone laced with a hint of innocent charm. Wen Jingbai's laughter resonated above her head, a soft rumble in his chest that made her feel secure, as if no moment since they began dating had ever felt more reassuring. Though he was reluctant to release her from this soft embrace, the thin nightgown she wore reminded him of the need to maintain some decorum, especially since she kept nuzzling against him. Gradually, he felt the embrace transform into something else. Seizing the moment when she was distracted, he gently extricated himself, his voice husky as he said, "Go wash up and change, I'll be waiting for you downstairs." Wen Luan obediently nodded. Just before closing the door, a thought struck her, "I need to call Nan Nan." Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her sudden train of thought. Noticing his confused expression, she explained softly, "She said she would come to wake me up this morning, but she hasn't arrived yet, so she must have overslept." As she reached for her phone by the bed, she was suddenly pulled back by an arm around her waist. Assuming Wen Jingbai had more to say, she casually asked, "What's wrong?" Wen Jingbai cleared his throat awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. Since Jin Qi was nowhere to be seen that morning, the implications were clear. However, Wen Luan was evidently naive about such matters, leaving her in a state of confusion. He couldn't directly say anything that might disturb others, especially since she was naturally shy. But if he remained silent, she might innocently dial Nan Nan, unaware of the implications. "You go wash up, I'll call Jin Qi instead," he replied, quickly concocting an excuse. Wen Luan pondered for a moment before agreeing, dropping her insistence. Their hotel Lu Yuzhou had booked provided breakfast and lunch, and by the time they finished their meal, Shen Jinan and Jin Qi sauntered into the dining area. Jin Qi wore a satisfied expression, while the typically carefree Shen Jinan displayed an unusual hint of shyness as she hurried to Wen Luwan's side. Lily, she began, her face radiating youthful embarrassment. Before she could finish, her arm was seized and she was pulled back. Where do you think you're running off to? Aren't you hungry? After Jin Qi remarked this, he guided her to the table, pulling out a chair for her. Lu Yuzhou, unable to hold back, teased, "Brother, you two are something else. Not only do you arrive late, but you also make us witness your public display of affection." He was well aware of the dynamics, but with two girls present, he refrained from making any crude comments. Jin Qi lazily smirked, unbothered. "Jealous? Should I call your mother and arrange a blind date for you?" I'm sorry, please forgive my transgressions." Lu Yuzhou raised his hands in mock surrender, not wanting to be encumbered by the shackles of marriage just yet. Shen Jinan chuckled at his sudden defeat, while Lu Yuzhou, upon hearing her laughter, could no longer sit still, leading to a lively exchange of banter between them. Shen Jinan's initial shyness evaporated, returning to her usual boisterous self. Jin Qi listened with interest to their playful exchanges, occasionally smiling as he served her some dishes. Wen Luwan, seated across from them, noticed the fresh hickeys on their necks and suddenly understood why Wen Jingbai had tried to prevent her from making that phone call. Suddenly, a warm breath brushed against her ear. "What are you thinking about?" Her ears flushed with heat. Wen Luwan dared not meet his gaze, shaking her head and softly denying, "It's nothing." After lunch, they prepared to depart around 1 o'clock, splitting into two cars. Just as Wen Jingbai was about to start the engine, Lu Yuzhou jogged over and tapped on the window. "Brother Jing, I'll ride with you guys." He grinned widely when Jingbai raised an eyebrow, refusing without a second thought. "Go find Jin Qi." Lu Yuzhou's smile remained. "You know, my sister-in-law and I just don't get along." Their exchanges were always a battle of wits. When Jingbai, intrigued, asked, "Is that really the reason?" Lu Yuzhou's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a dramatic lament. "My brother is such a romantic, he must think I disturb their little world." When Jingbai responded with a casual, "Oh," his voice low and indifferent, "Do you think we wouldn't be disturbed?" At that moment, Lu Yuzhou felt the urge to curse. Had he known, he would have brought a female companion to outshine them all. Wen Luwan chuckled softly, turning to Wen Jingbai, "All right, don't tease him anymore." Her gaze then shifted back to Lu Yuzhou. "Get in the car." Lu Yuzhou reverted to his carefree demeanor, a look of admiration in his eyes. "Sisters are always the best to me." When Jingbai obediently unlocked the car doors, casually smiling as he cast a discreet glance at the beaming Wen Luwan. "All right then, when the wife speaks, one must comply." Chapter 71, What are you touching? Upon arriving at the ski resort, it was already bustling with people, when Jingbai raised his hand to help her tighten her scarf, smiling as he inquired, "Do you know how to ski?" Wen Luwan obediently allowed him to adjust her scarf and candidly admitted, "No, I've never tried." In Linchang, snow was a rarity in winter. When Jingbai seemed entirely unfazed, chuckling lightly as he leaned down to whisper in her ear, in a tone only they could hear, "Then you should call me something sweet, and I might consider teaching you." Wen Luwan felt her ears warm from his breath, a blend of hormones and the scent of wood enveloping her, causing her to unwittingly step into the trap he had laid. What would count as sweet? The voice beside her was both tempting and teasing, laced with a deep laughter. "For instance, hubby." Wen Luwan clearly did not anticipate such a response, and her heart raced, leading her to gently push him away. He took advantage of the slight force to step back, yet if not for the playful glint in his eyes, one would hardly suspect he had just flirted with her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she retorted, her tone fierce but lacking any real intimidation. When Jingbai's lips curled into a subtle smirk, confident and assured, "It's bound to happen sooner or later." Wen Luwan felt a fleeting illusion that today, when Jingbai had returned to his charmingly mischievous self. "I don't want you to teach me anymore," she replied, biting her lip and turning away slightly in mild annoyance. When Jingbai observed her sulking demeanor, and his smile deepened, he walked over to retrieve skiing equipment, assisting her in getting suited up before changing into his OWN. In the ski resort, groups of 2 or 3 people occasionally passed by, and Wen Jingbai gazed at her with feigned interest. Really, you don't need me to teach you. Wen Luan ignored him, glancing at the nearby crowd. Liu Yuzhou was instructing a beautiful stranger, while Shen Jianan had vanished with Jin Qi. Wen Jingbai's expression shifted from anticipation to disappointment as he watched her. Reluctant to tease her further, he leaned down to meet her glistening eyes and coaxed gently, "How about you owe me one for now? After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future." Wen Luan noticed his concession and, recognizing the cue, replied with an unwilling millimeter. Wen Jingbai chuckled, taking her hand, "Let us go." After teaching her some basic moves, Wen Luan attempted to glide slowly on her own. Wen Jingbai silently followed behind her, ready for any mishaps. Aware of her limited skills, Wen Luan cleverly avoided crowded areas. Fearing collisions with others, she carefully maneuvered to where there were fewer people. Observing her strategy, Wen Jingbai couldn't help but smile at her instinct for self-preservation. As they glided side by side, a sudden cry of "R" pierced the air. Wen Jingbai shifted his gaze from her back to the front, discovering a gentle slope ahead. For those adept at skiing, it would be a simple matter to navigate, but Wen Luan clearly had yet to grasp the concept. Just as she was about to tumble forward, Wen Jingbai swiftly grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace, landing in a position where she was atop him. Wen Luan squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for pain that never came. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find not the expanse of white snow, but a swath of black. Experimentally, she moved her hand, feeling something solid beneath her ski suit, and could not resist the urge to touch again. A muffled groan resonated from above. "Baby," the familiar term of endearment jolted Wen Luan back to reality, her mind replaying the slow-motion moment when she was nearly knocked down, only to be caught by Wen Jingbai. "What are you touching?" he asked, his voice deep and teasing. Still reeling from the shock, Wen Luan contemplated his question. In this position, had she just grazed his chest muscles? Suddenly paralyzed with embarrassment, she fell silent, feeling as though she had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. The man beneath her shifted slightly, his voice carrying a hint of playful pain. "If you don't get up soon, you might lose your boyfriend." Wen Luan, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment, pushed herself up on his chest, concern etched across her face. "Are you all right?" After a brief pause, he softly replied, "I'm fine." With her worry alleviated, Wen Luan reached out to help him up, only to be pulled back into his embrace. Fearing she might crush him, she remained still, burying her head into his shoulder, her voice muffled, "You just told me to get up." Wen Jingbai chuckled lowly, "It's different." The earlier moment had been a sudden impact, while now it was merely her gently resting on him. With that thought, Wen Jingbai slowly raised his arm, pulling her closer. Wen Luan surrendered to his embrace, silently lightening her weight. Had she not worried about him getting cold lying in the snow, they might have lingered in that warmth for quite some time, relishing this rare moment of comfort. Once they stood up, Wen Jingbai brushed off her clothes and quietly asked, "Did you hurt anywhere?" Wen Luan shook her head, looking at him. "What about you?" "I'm fine too." She hesitantly questioned, "Really?" After all, he had just served as her human cushion. Wen Jingbai casually moved his arms, a playful glint in his eyes. "Don't worry, your boyfriend isn't he that weak?" Seeing him move his arms with ease, Wen Luan finally relaxed. Still slightly disheartened from their earlier tumble, she lacked the enthusiasm to continue skiing. When Jingbai noticed her mood and casually asked, "Do you still want to ski?" She bit her lip. "What about you? Do you want to ski?" When Jingbai smiled, touched that she was considering him, he replied softly, "Not really." He had skied often in the past and had grown tired of it. His main purpose for coming this time was to spend time with her. Wen Luan smiled in response. "I don't want to either," glancing around, "but what else can we do here besides skiing?" When Jingbai knelt to unfasten their skis, taking her hand as they began to walk back, exuding a carefree demeanor, "Just follow me." Being led so assertively by him, Wen Luan was reminded of the time she had invited him for hot pot during an unexpected rain, when he had held her hand in a similar manner. Back then, they had been mere strangers. Suddenly, Wen Luan lengthened her stride, attempting to walk alongside him. Sensing her change in pace, Wen Jingbai instinctively slowed down until they walked shoulder to shoulder, maintaining that rhythm as they moved forward. As they neared the exit of the ski resort, she suddenly recalled something. Should we inform Nan Nan and the others? No need, Wen Jingbai replied without a second thought, his grip on her hand firm. Wen Luan felt that leaving without notice was somewhat impolite, and she scanned the crowd for the other three. Once she spotted them, she realized she had worried for nothing. Liu Yuzhou was engrossed in conversation with the beautiful girl, while Shen Jianan and Jin Qi were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the distance. With a smile gracing her features, she turned back to Wen Jingbai, tightening her grip on his hand. Let us go. Once in the car, Wen Jingbai activated the navigation and entered an address. Unable to contain her curiosity, Wen Luan asked, "Where are we headed?" After confirming the destination, he glanced at her, the faint light reflecting in his deep eyes. "You'll find out when we get there." "Oh, how thrilling, the relationship is heating up, and a little romance is surely on the horizon." Chapter 72. I love you, deeply and profoundly. The vehicle glided along a narrow road. Towering and robust trees stood in neat rows beside the concrete path. Although it was already late autumn, on the cusp of winter, their branches remained lush and verdant. By now, it was past noon. The afternoon sun cast a gentle, non-dazzling light that filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the interior of the car. Wen Luan tilted her head slightly, catching a glimpse of Wen Qingbai, who was enveloped in a faint halo, as if he were a ray of light that had entered her life. Wen Qingbai, noticing her focused gaze from the corner of his eye, silently curved his lips into a smile, choosing not to interrupt her contemplative mood. After approximately an hour's drive, they finally arrived at a somewhat secluded little town. Their car came to a steady halt in front of a small shop. Wen Qingbai unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out, saying, "Wait for me here." Wen Luan nodded in response. In a short while, Wen Qingbai returned, carrying a plastic bag. Once inside the car, he handed the bag to her, saying, "Hold this, we'll need it later." Wen Luan glanced down to see that it contained some snacks along with a flashlight. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired again, "Where exactly are we going?" "Such a curious mind," he teased lightly, "we'll be there soon. Just wait and see for yourself." After a few more minutes of driving, they arrived at a rather rudimentary parking lot. "We've arrived," he announced. "Where is this?" Wen Luan asked, peering out the window, unable to contain her curiosity. "This is a camping site. It's just that fewer people come here since it's gotten colder," Wen Qingbai explained with a gentle smile. "And what brings us here?" She redirected her gaze back to him. "I came across some recommendations that said one can see a sky full of stars and the Milky Way here at night." As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her voice, barely containing her thrill, asked, "Really?" When she was quite young, she had spent a summer in the countryside with her grandparents, where she had witnessed a sky brimming with stars. It was a breathtaking sight, one she could never forget from her childhood. "Absolutely," Wen Qingbai affirmed, his tone reflecting her enthusiasm. He had checked the weather in advance, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would undoubtedly witness the celestial display tonight. The camping site boasted several artificially created attractions, and the duo took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity. Earlier, when they had bought the flashlight, they had also picked up some bread and water, just in case they felt peckish. As night descended, they looked up to find the sky ablaze with stars, and the sight of the Milky Way was unlike anything Wen Luan had ever seen. "Wen Qingbai, thank you. I truly love this." Her voice quavered slightly, overwhelmed by the grandeur of nature and nostalgic memories of her cherished childhood. In that moment, she felt the insignificance of humanity, mere specks in the vast universe. In the serene night, it was just the two of them, fingers intertwined, shoulders brushing together as they gazed up at the same expanse of stars. After a moment of silence, Wen Qingbai's deep voice broke through, "I should be the one thanking you." He lowered his gaze to her profile. "Wen Luan, thank you for appearing in my life." This acknowledgement made him genuinely feel the warmth of love placed upon his heart by an unreserved partner. Listening quietly, Wen Luan met his profound gaze, her grip tightened slightly, summoning the courage to speak. "You knew all along, didn't you?" He had been aware of her feelings for him. All his past teasing and probing had stemmed from a mutual understanding. Wen Qingbai's eyes flickered in surprise at her boldness in broaching the subject. After a brief moment of reflection, he smiled gently and candidly admitted, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Wen Luan's previous anxiety dissipated, but confusion lingered in her eyes. Then why pretend not to know, she questioned, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. Did you think I was playing hard to get? Initially, I liked you, yet I deliberately distanced myself and maintained a barrier. Wen Qingbai felt a tightening in his chest as he observed her vulnerability, as if she were shedding all pretense and laying everything bare. After a moment of silence, he reached out to gently touch the top of her head, his expression shifting to seriousness, though I knew, I never viewed it that way. The apprehensive look in Wen Luan's eyes gradually faded after his words, replaced by an uncontainable hope. Wen Qingbai, noticing the transformation, continued slowly, at first, I did intend to wait for you to take the initiative. But eventually, I couldn't resist any longer. So perhaps the first to fall for the other was you. However, my love is not any less than yours. Do you understand? His tone was imbued with unprecedented tenderness, she comprehended, yet it felt like an elusive understanding. He claimed she was the first to develop feelings, yet his affection was no less significant. Wen Luan blinked, instinctively biting her lip in contemplation. He had indeed been unreservedly kind to her in his own way all along. Babe, for me, it doesn't matter when you liked me in the past. What matters is the present and the future. His eyes held a sincerity and softness that made Wen Luan feel as though her hidden feelings had been soothed in an instant. Her eyes sparkled under the starlit sky. Wen Qingbai, have I ever told you how much I love you? Wen Qingbai smiled gently, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he shook his head. Wen Luan stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck. Wen Qingbai bent down in compliance, her sweet voice, laced with laughter, reached his left ear. Though faint, it resonated deep within his heart. She declared, Wen Qingbai, I love you, deeply and profoundly. For the first time, Wen Qingbai felt the fervent beating of his heart with clarity. Closing his eyes, he devotedly pressed a kiss to her forehead. His girl had unveiled her unreserved affection for him, finally willing to open her heart. Whether it was infatuation or love at first sight, it all converged within his embrace at that moment. She was the culmination of his long-held desires, meticulously realized. In the tranquil embrace of the night, with the distant mountains blanketed in snow, under the witness of the expansive starry sky, Wen Qingbai delicately cherished his treasure. As they settled back into the car, they noticed a missed call displayed on the phone left behind. Just as Wen Qingbai was about to return the call, Lu Yuzhou's name flashed on the screen again. My dear father, you finally answered. Lu Yuzhou's exuberant voice greeted him as soon as the call connected. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you too? His loud voice reached Wen Luan's ears. Before her phone had died, she had sent a message to Shen Jianan, merely stating that she would be out with Wen Qingbai and told them to enjoy themselves first. What happened? Wen Qingbai furrowed his brow, his voice low and serious. Where have you two been? No one is answering the phone. We received notice this afternoon that it was going to snow tonight, and some roads might be closed. We thought you both had already returned to the hotel after receiving the news, but when we came back, you were nowhere to be found. We were frantic. Where on earth are you? Shen Jianan's anxious voice could be heard in the background. Wen Luan glanced at her dead phone, worry and anxiety flooding her eyes. Wen Qingbai sifted through Lu Yuzhou's barrage of words and caught the key information, his expression darkening. Suddenly, he recalled that there had been a guest house when they were shopping in town. All right, don't fret, and stop shouting, he paused to explain calmly. We are in a town near a ski resort, and there's a guest house here. We'll stay overnight and return tomorrow once the roads are cleared. Upon hearing that they were safe and had accommodation for the night, Lu Yuzhou finally relaxed. All right then, just make sure to be safe. Otherwise, when I get back, your grandfather will surely have my head. After all, it was he who had suggested this place. Who would have thought this dear father would be so reckless as to wander off, taking his sister along as well? He added, you better protect your sister, there aren't many people around here. Wen Qingbai glanced at Wen Luan, whose face was etched with concern, and offered her a reassuring look. Understood. He hung up the call. When they returned to the town, the darkness enveloped the streets, the guest house sign flickered dimly in the night. Wen Qingbai adjusted her hat and wrapped her scarf tighter around her face before they got out of the car. As he opened the door, they found a middle-aged woman sleeping in a recliner. Wen Qingbai tapped the counter gently, his voice deep and resonant. "Landlady, we need accommodation." The woman stirred awake, initially appearing irritable, but her demeanor brightened upon seeing Wen Qingbai's youthful face. "Are you stuck here, handsome?" She was aware of the snow and road closures. Otherwise, someone with his looks and charm would not be staying at her humble inn. Wen Qingbai replied nonchalantly, "Yes, we need 2 rooms." Before he could finish, a melodious female voice interjected, "1 room." The landlady glanced at the girl, who was wrapped tightly in her scarf, revealing only her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. She appeared quite forward, with a teasing smile. She asked, "How many rooms, really?" Wen Qingbai raised an eyebrow and looked at Wenluan before conceding, "1 room." Wenluan felt that the place was too secluded and dark, and she feared staying alone. However, the landlady's gaze conveyed an unspoken understanding of their intimacy. As when Qingbai paid, he casually asked, "Is there any water available?" The landlady, beaming, handed him 2 bottles of water, tucking something else into the plastic bag as well. Chapter 73. Do you like this feeling? The room appeared to have been adorned for quite some time. Upon switching on the ceiling light, a dim, yellowish glow enveloped the space. Fortunately, the houses in this area were equipped with heating, and the bathroom offered hot water as well. After Wen Qingbai drew the curtains closed by the window, he inquired, "Would you like to wash up first?" Wenluan responded with a soft millimeter as she made her way towards the bathroom, reminding him, "Please don't go out." At that moment, Wen Qingbai comprehended fully why she had insisted on securing a room. He chuckled softly, "Go ahead, I'll keep watch here." With his reassuring words, Wenluan felt at ease enough to enter the bathroom. As the sound of water running filled the air, Wen Qingbai felt a slight thirst creeping up on him. He opened the bag on the table and, while reaching for a bottle of water, inadvertently caught sight of 2 items wrapped in plastic bags. Raising an eyebrow, he casually pulled one out for a glance. Upon seeing the 3 words inscribed on it, his gaze darkened momentarily. He took a large gulp of water and tossed the item into the trash, not forgetting to discard the other as well, as if to entirely suppress any improper thoughts. After finishing her shower, Wenluan changed into her own clothes. However, due to the warmth of the heating, she wore only a thin base layer. Wen Qingbai glanced at her and located the hairdryer, asking, "Is it all right if you dry your hair yourself?" "Sure," Wenluan replied, stepping closer to take it from him. Inhaling the faint scent of her body wash, Wen Qingbai felt his throat tighten slightly. "I'll take a shower first. Once your hair is dry, I'll join you on the bed." With that, he retreated to the bathroom, leaving a trail of urgency in his wake. Once Wenluan had dried her hair, she found herself in a quandary, staring at the only large bed in the room. In her previous panic, she had completely overlooked this detail, yet, even if another room were added, the mere thought of sharing a space alone with him filled her with trepidation. For a moment, she felt quite at a loss, remaining seated on a chair when Wen Qingbai emerged from the bathroom. His hair was tousled, droplets still clinging to the ends, and he casually dried his hair with the hairdryer before switching it off. "Aren't you cold? Why aren't you on the bed?" he asked, maintaining a respectful distance. Wenluan cast a troubled glance at the bed, "But there's only one, how can we sleep?" Wen Qingbai suddenly felt a playful urge, raising an eyebrow and adopting a bold tone. "We can share it." As anticipated, her face flushed with a visible crimson hue. With a hint of reluctant agreement, she replied, "All right." After all, both of them were fully clothed, and they had shared a room when visiting his grandfather. Seeing her unsuspecting acquiescence, Wen Qingbai abandoned his teasing and remarked, "I was just joking. You take the bed, I'll manage with the chair for the night." Wenluan glanced at the chair, but he chuckled softly, "There are no buts." He stepped closer, gently pulling her to the edge of the bed, tilting his chin slightly. "Sleep now. I'll keep watch over you." Wenluan observed his resolute demeanor and chose not to argue further. After tucking her in, Wen Qingbai returned to the chair. Noticing her obediently lying down, he asked, "Darling, shall I turn off the lights?" "Okay," came her muffled response from beneath the covers. The window's soundproofing was inadequate, allowing the faint whispers of the wind to infiltrate the serene room. The curtains offered little in the way of blocking out light, and the moonlight spilled across the room. Wenluan turned to glance at Wen Qingbai on the chair. He leaned against the backrest, his dark eyes closed, and upon closer inspection, one could see his thick eyelashes fluttering occasionally. He wore only a thin black sweater. She noticed her down jacket resting nearby and couldn't resist the urge to rise from her cocoon, quietly retrieving it and tiptoeing to his side. However, before she could drape it over him, she felt a powerful arm wrap around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Startled, Wen Luan looked up at the man beneath her. His previously closed eyes were now wide open, devoid of any sleepiness, revealing a depth in his gaze that radiated an undeniable intensity. She placed her palm against his chest, attempting to rise, but found herself firmly restrained, unable to move an inch. "I was worried you might be cold, so I wanted to bring you some clothes," she explained softly, when Jingbai's gaze remained fixed on her eyes, slowly drifting to her delicate nose, and then to her soft lips, the very ones he had tasted countless times before. He was acutely aware of how sweet and enticing they were. Wen Luan felt her heart race, yet she remained oblivious to the internal battle raging within him. He simply gazed at her, choosing silence. Wen Luan, trapped in his embrace, hesitated to move, when Jingbai's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and after a long pause, he rasped, "Are you worried about me?" Finally hearing his voice, Wen Luan felt a weight lift from her heart, a smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Millimeter." When Jingbai, struggling to maintain his composure, told himself to wait a little longer, yet, witnessing her sweet smile felt like an overt invitation. Cursing himself internally, he chuckled lightly, "Rather than worrying about me, perhaps you should be concerned about yourself." Wen Luan, perplexed by his ambiguous statement, barely managed to suppress her smile before she suddenly found herself swept up in his strong arms. After a brief whirl, she was gently tossed onto the bed. As she braced herself to rise, when Jingbai unexpectedly leaned down, his words laced with a dangerous undertone, "Darling, when I say to sleep, you should do so obediently. What should I do with you if you're so disobedient?" At that moment, when Jingbai exuded an unmistakable air of danger, she immediately surrendered, adopting a compliant demeanor. "I'll sleep now. It's too late for that." Before the words had fully left his lips, his cool, soft mouth descended upon her warm, supple lips. Wen Luan felt as though this kiss was unlike any she had experienced before. It was rife with tantalizing allure, temptation, and an uncontrollable fervor. After a moment of stunned surprise, she gradually closed her eyes, her hands instinctively climbing onto his broad shoulders, parting her lips slightly, yielding to his desires. Her mind was filled with images of the starry night sky, his sincere affection, and his gentle care. Perhaps she was simply too accommodating tonight, or perhaps he had resolved to abandon restraint. The air within the room grew increasingly humid, when Jingbai's once cool lips now felt feverishly warm as they trailed along her neck and collarbone, slowly caressing her skin. His distinctly structured fingers, unbeknownst to her, slipped beneath her shirt. Wen Luan felt a tingling sensation at her neck, followed by an involuntary gasp. "Don't bite there." When Jingbai slowly lifted his head, his dark gaze filled with desire as he gazed into her dazed eyes. Wen Luan blinked, turning her head away shyly. "Someone might see us." When Jingbai smirked, using one hand to gently grasp her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His expression was alluring. "Then let us kiss where others cannot see." Under the enchanting moonlight, Wen Luan shielded her eyes with her arm, attempting to disregard the sensations coursing through her. An uncontrollable feeling began to rise within her, one she could scarcely suppress. Unable to hold back, she let out a soft whimper, a hint of fear creeping in. When Jingbai lowered his head, sensing the soft tremor of her body beneath him, softly murmuring, "Darling, don't be afraid. Trust me." "All right." Wen Luan clung to him tightly, unreservedly placing her trust in him. She softly replied, "Millimeter," her voice laced with unconscious allure. After a while, Wen Luan's clothes lay scattered on the floor like a stranded fish, languishing in Wen Jingbai's embrace, her breaths gentle and soft, while he maintained his composed and impeccably dressed exterior. As her gaze gradually focused, Wen Jingbai's voice, laced with seduction, resonated in her ear. "Darling, do you enjoy this feeling? Oh. However you envision it, you understand. Indeed, whatever you think it is precisely that, so let your imagination run wild." Chapter 74. Next time, no need to endure. Do you relish this feeling, out of control. Sinking. Lost. An endless void, exquisite pleasure. Speak. Wen Jingbai's voice was laced with a low, breathy gasp, tinged with barely perceptible desire. It was evident he did not wish for her to evade. Wen Luan's ears flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. It was truly difficult to articulate. She shut her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, and gently nodded in his undeniable gaze. There was an inexplicable sensation. If she were to assert her dislike, he would undoubtedly employ every means to elicit her admission of fondness. Rather than prolong this charade, it would be far better to speak the truth. Upon witnessing her nod, Wen Jingbai's light chuckle resonated with satisfaction and a hint of certainty. He lowered his head to kiss her, but Wen Luan, quick-witted, pulled the blanket over herself, revealing only her glistening eyes, filled with resistance. Wen Jingbai smirked, lowering his lips to briefly brush her forehead. You sleep first, I shall take a shower. With that, he swiftly left the bed and headed straight for the bathroom. Wen Luan intended to protest, having just witnessed him wash, but he moved too quickly for her to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, her mind flickered back to the risk comic Shen Jianan had sent her. In that instant, clarity dawned upon her. Moreover, she had felt it. In truth, she was willing. It was merely the abruptness that had frightened her. Donning a nearby outfit, she descended from the bed and approached the bathroom door. Beyond the sound of water, there seemed to be something indescribable. Delicately, her fair, supple fingertips rapped against the glass door. Wen Jingbai. When there was no reply, Wen Luan hesitated, contemplating whether to call again. Suddenly, a deep, husky voice resonated from within. Behave, return to bed and sleep. Wen Luan pondered for a moment before obediently retreating. Inside the bathroom, Wen Jingbai released a sigh of relief upon hearing her footsteps fade away. It was utterly exasperating. He had heard her knock the first time. And one knew how he had managed to refrain from pulling her inside. He had merely intended to take a quick shower, yet the tangible sensation lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Had it not been for Wen Luan's tremulous call and her palpable fear, he might have completely lost control. Wen Luan lay quietly on the bed, occasionally glancing towards the bathroom, silently counting the moments. The sound of water continued to patter, and after an indeterminate time, it finally ceased. As she opened her eyes, they quickly shut tight again, feeling the bed dip beside her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her breathing softened. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a cool embrace through the blanket. Her spine stiffened, rendering her motionless. When Jingbai gently caressed her back, his voice imbued with languor, I will just hold you, rest easy. Perhaps due to the earlier commotion or perhaps soothed by his words, Wen Luan unknowingly drifted into slumber. Before long, Wen Jingbai heard the soft, deep breaths emanating from her, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. She truly trusted him. The following day, Wen Jingbai, as expected, had succumbed to a fever. When Wen Luan awoke, she felt a heavy weight pressing upon her waist. Blinking her sleepy eyes open, she found herself staring at a black sweater. Raising her gaze, she beheld Wen Jingbai's slightly pallid face. His eyes were tightly shut, his rugged brows occasionally furrowing, as if he were not sleeping soundly. Wen Luan attempted to extricate herself from his arm, but Wen Jingbai, sensing her movement, tightened his embrace and murmured drowsily, Baby, let me hold you for a while. His voice was hoarse, his breath radiating a feverish heat. A sense of foreboding washed over Wen Luan. She lifted her hand to touch his forehead, only to find it burning. She gently shook him. Wen Jingbai, wake up, you have a fever. At her gentle prodding, Wen Jingbai slowly opened his weary eyes. Seeing her face etched with concern, he softly reassured her, it's nothing, don't worry. Wen Luan was on the verge of tears. You're so hot, how could it be nothing? She further inquired, why didn't you cover yourself with a blanket while sleeping? The temperature had dropped in the latter part of the night, and wearing only a sweater, how could he not succumb to the cold? When Jingbai, feeling unwell, had not considered this, he merely thought that if he covered himself with a blanket, she would not be able to sleep. Moreover, that likely was not the reason. Forcing a smile, he comforted her, it really doesn't matter. After a pause, he added, call Jinqi to come pick us up. Given his current condition, driving was evidently unsafe, and he did not wish to place Wen Luan in any potential danger. Wen Luan complied obediently. Her phone was charged, and she dialed Shen Jianan's number. As soon as the call connected, Shen Jianan's anxious voice rang out, Li Li, the roads have been cleared. Are you two coming back? Wen Luan, her voice urgent, replied, Nan, when Jingbai has a fever, could you trouble Jin Qi to come and get us? Shen Jinan quickly grasped the severity of the situation, then tell Jin Qi the address, hurriedly handing the phone to Jin Qi. Li S, you speak to her. Jin Qi raised an eyebrow and took the phone. Hello. Not hearing Wen Luan's voice, he soon heard a hoarse male voice respond, it's me. After Wen Jingbai relayed the address, he passed the phone back to Wen Luan. I'll go find the landlady for some fever medicine. Wen Jingbai's expression was weary. All right, if there isn't any, just come back. Don't venture out alone, understood. Wen Luan acknowledged him with a quick millimeter, hastily wrapping herself in a down jacket before heading downstairs. The landlady, upon seeing the anxious girl, recalled that she was the one who had arrived with that handsome man the previous night. However, last night, she had been bundled up tightly, and now, without any makeup, her face was fully revealed, both beautiful and fresh. They seemed quite well matched. Upon hearing that she needed fever medicine, the landlady eyed her with suspicion. That young man was quite spirited last night. How did he suddenly come down with a fever? Suddenly recalling that young people are often full of energy, she slapped her forehead. Oh dear, it's my fault. I completely forgot to mention that after midnight, there's no hot water. The two must have indulged too late into the night. Wen Luan keenly grasped the crux of her statement. There had been no hot water after midnight. So, when Jingbai had taken a cold shower, in this weather, he had actually bathed in cold water. The thought filled her with both anger and pity. Ignoring the landlady's scrutinizing gaze, she acquired the fever medicine and purchased 2 bottles of water. Upon returning upstairs, she heated some water, and once it had cooled slightly, she brought it to the ailing figure on the bed to administer the medicine. When Jingbai, aided by her support, sat up against the headboard, after swallowing the fever medicine, he turned his head and was taken aback to see tears streaming down the young girl's cheeks. The typically composed man was instantly thrown into a flurry. He could endure his own discomfort, but he could not bear to see her upset. He raised a hand to wipe her tears, his hoarse voice soothing. Baby, don't cry. When you cry, it pains me here, he said, pulling one of her hands to rest against his chest. Yet, the more he wiped, the more her tears flowed. The warmth of his fingertips dampened with her distress. Wen Luan, her vision blurred with tears, gazed at his pale countenance and could not help but scold him. Wen Jingbai, you're such a fool. Out of concern for her, he had stifled his own desires, yet had brought himself to the brink of fever. Wen Jingbai, unaware of her turmoil, focused solely on comforting her. It's my fault for making you worry. Seeing him take the blame for everything, despite his ignorance, all remnants of her anger dissipated, leaving only a heart filled with compassion. She drew closer, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her voice a low sob. Next time, don't endure like this, okay? He always treated her well, always gave so much, yet, she loved him too and wished to care for him. When Jingbai assumed her tears were due to his failure to care for himself, tightening his hold around her, softly reassuring, millimeter, understood, I'll be more careful next time. Wen Luan's muffled voice emerged from his shoulder, next time, there's no need to endure. Chapter 75. The delicate and clingy little Princess Jin Qi's car hurriedly arrived at the town's inn in less than an hour. Accompanying him were Shen Jinan and Lu Yuzhou, the innkeeper. Observing the strikingly handsome young man and beautiful young woman, pondered to herself what had transpired in her establishment over the past couple of days. Just as she was about to greet them, she spotted the lovely girl from earlier, her face etched with anxiety. Descending the stairs. It turned out they were acquainted, which explained everything. Abandoning her intention to greet them, she sat aside, munching on sunflower seeds while intently following the antics of her beloved Huan. The already cramped room felt even more crowded when Jingbai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body heavy with fatigue. Casually lifting his eyelids to glance at the hurried trio, he slowly closed his weary eyes once more. Seeing this, Wen Luan explained to the three, he just took some fever-reducing medicine. The effects are likely kicking in now. Even the usually nonchalant Jin Qi exhibited a hint of concern. During the drive over, he had noticed the alarming absence of a hospital in the vicinity. When Jingbai's condition appeared quite serious, his tone turned serious as he inquired, Jing, you seemed fine last night, how did it escalate so drastically overnight? Shin Jian wore a worried expression, unable to resist stealing a glance at Wen Luan beside her. She noticed that Wen Luan's eyes were slightly red, and gently tugged at her hand. "Don't worry, we'll find a hospital shortly." Meeting her comforting gaze, Wen Luan grasped her hand and nodded silently. Liu Yuzhou, a seasoned flirt, couldn't help but recall how just the night before he had been disdainful of sharing a bed with the man now occupying a room with Wen Luan. Only the robust Wen Jingbai had fallen ill, while the delicate girl seemed unaffected. A sudden, outrageous thought struck him, and before he could think better of it, he blurted out, "Brother Jing, please don't tell me you caught a fever from taking a cold shower." When Jingbai could barely muster the energy to open his eyes, his voice weak and hoarse, "You're quite noisy. Be quiet." Liu Yuzhou's eyes widened in shock. This was an unspoken admission. Goodness, from now on, who would dare claim that Brother Jing lacked romantic allure? Jin Qi instantly understood, his brows knitting together. He silently cursed under his breath, realizing the reckless nature of such behavior. Turning to the girl standing beside Shin Jian, he spoke with utmost seriousness, "We'll wait for you in the car. Please bring him down when you're ready." Liu Yuzhou, ever perceptive, chimed in, "Sister, please hand me Brother Jing's car keys." Wen Luan, upon hearing this, rummaged through the pocket of her black down jacket at the foot of the bed and passed them to him. After receiving the keys, Liu Yuzhou promptly made his way downstairs. Shin Jian wished to stay and accompany Wen Luan, but was firmly pulled out of the room by Jin Qi, who wrapped his arm around her waist. In the stairwell, Shin Jian attempted to resist. "You go ahead, I want to wait for Luan." Jin Qi made a dismissive sound, casting a lazy glance at her. "What are you staying for?" "To watch your good friend tend to her boyfriend." Shin Jian's face flushed at his teasing. "That's not what I meant." Jin Qi tightened his grip around her waist. "All right, I doubt you have the courage for that. Just get in the car." After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, the two finally descended. When Jingbai had managed to doze off for a bit before they arrived, and with the medicine taking effect, he felt considerably less weak now. However, he seemed to revel in the attentive care of his girlfriend, half reclining against her, seeking her warmth. The occupants of the car observed this scene with clear eyes. Shin Jian, unable to contain herself, remarked while gazing out the window, "I can't shake the feeling that Brother Jing is rather well now." Jin Qi, with his long, elegant fingers resting on the steering wheel, couldn't help but smirk. Let's cut some slack for a love-struck man. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of Wen Jingbai's car, Liu Yuzhou was left in a state of disbelief as he witnessed a side of Wen Jingbai he never thought possible. Was this really the same carefree and aloof Wen Jingbai he knew? He now resembled a delicate and clingy little princess. Throughout the ride, Wen Luan was ever so gentle, fussing over Wen Jingbai's needs. After the car rounded a corner, Liu Yuzhou caught sight of Wen Jingbai tightly enveloping the girl in his arms, resting his head on her frail shoulder and occasionally nuzzling her. The girl, filled with concern and anxiety, allowed him to indulge in his whims. Unable to hold back, he revealed, "Sister, honestly, Brother Jing is just running a fever. There's no need to fret too much. Besides, he's usually as robust as an ox, and having taken fever medicine, he should be on the mend by now." Before he could finish, an icy chill crept down his spine. Realizing his error, he promptly silenced himself, casting a glance in the rearview mirror. Indeed, the weakened man nestled in Wen Luan's embrace was now regarding him with a piercing gaze, his warning evident even to a fool. Liu Yuzhou quickly averted his eyes, feigning ignorance. He adept switched gears in the conversation. "But in this frigid weather, a cold shower surely isn't something that just a bit of fever medicine can remedy." He felt the cool gaze shift away. Upon arriving at the city center of Yang City, he waited in the parking lot. "Are you sure you don't need me to come along?" Before Wen Luan could respond, Wen Jingbai firmly interjected, "You stay right here." Liu Yuzhou acquiesced. "All right then." He felt like a mere superfluous driver. Yet, he was content to enjoy the leisure. Having witnessed Brother Jing's display of affection all along, he preferred to keep his distance at this moment. He aimlessly conversed with the girl he had gone skiing with the previous day. In the examination room, after the doctor conducted an examination and rechecked the temperature, he reassured them. "Fortunately, the fever was addressed promptly. There are no major issues, but be sure to keep warm and avoid further exposure to the cold." He typed on his keyboard, "I'll prescribe some additional medication to dispel cold and reduce fever. Remember to take it if he has another bout of fever tonight." After Wen Luan respectfully thanked the doctor, she assisted Wen Jingbai in leaving. By the time they returned to the car, Liu Yuzhou was deep in conversation. "Brother Jing, you're back so soon." Wen Jingbai cast a casual glance his way. "Didn't you just say it wasn't a big deal?" Liu Yuzhou tucked his phone away with a sheepish smile, lightly tapping his mouth. My mistake, my mistake." He had nearly disrupted his own attempt to charm his girlfriend. As Monday approached, they had initially planned to leave together in the afternoon, but the others were concerned that the journey might exacerbate Wen Jingbai's condition. Ultimately, it was decided that Jin Qi and Shen Jianan would depart first, while the remaining three would stay another night. Wen Jingbai had intended for Wen Luan to return with Shen Jianan, but she was apprehensive and insisted on staying with him. That evening, Wen Jingbai, still looking somewhat unwell, watched as Wen Luan took out a thermometer to check his temperature. Once she confirmed he was fever-free, she sighed in relief. "Let me stay and take care of you." The doctor had mentioned the possibility of a relapse at night. Hearing her words, Liu Yuzhou discreetly made his way toward the exit. Just as he reached the door, he was halted by a deep voice. "Liu Yuzhou, stop." He froze in place and turned back, sensing an ominous premonition. Wen Jingbai's gaze shifted to Wen Luan, his expression softening. "Be a good girl and go rest. He can stay here." Liu Yuzhou was taken aback. "You need to get up early for class tomorrow, have a good night's sleep and don't stay up late," Wen Jingbai gently explained to Wen Luan. After all, he was merely unwell, not incapacitated. Liu Yuzhou, sensing the tenderness in Wen Jingbai's voice, protested with faint sorrow. "Brother Jing, I also have to get up early tomorrow." Wen Jingbai replied coolly, "You don't attend class, so you can catch up on sleep during lunch." Liu Yuzhou conceded, "Fine then." He had no retort, as it was indeed the truth. Once Wen Luan left, only the two men remained in the room. Liu Yuzhou, feeling unrestrained, voiced his confusion. "Brother Jing, I'm genuinely curious. You and Wen Luan have already confirmed your relationship, so why subject yourself to such treatment? In the dead of winter, taking cold showers." He knew he had fallen in love, but was it truly necessary to endure such suffering? Moreover, given his character, he hardly seemed the type to endure in silence. When Jingbai lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at him, nonchalantly responding, "What do you understand?" Chapter 76. Are you addicted? What he desired was never merely her physical presence, but rather her entire heart, her willing submission, and her unwavering commitment. There was no need for others to be aware, nor did she feel inclined to explain herself to a notorious flirt like Liu Yuzhou. With a languid sigh, she gently closed her weary eyes, her mind quieted, and the scenes from the previous night surged forth like a slow-motion film, flooding her consciousness. With a slight irritation, she clicked her tongue and muttered, "Sleep." Having said that, she lay down upon the bed. Liu Yuzhou was not particularly pleased. How could she dare to question him? His romantic experiences were vast and profound, so how could he not understand? Yet, it was evident that when Jingbai was unwilling to discuss the matter further, he pouted, nonchalantly lying down on the opposite side of the bed. When Jingbai felt the mattress dip beside him and spoke drowsily, "Go sleep on the sofa." Liu Yuzhou protested, "No, Jingji, how could anyone possibly sleep on that sofa?" When Jingbai, with his eyes closed, let out a soft hum. "Is that so, then?" With a hint of detachment, he asked, "Then what about the night before last? Who was it that slept on the sofa?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yuzhou resignedly got up and moved to the sofa. Fine, who could argue, after all, when Jingbai had indeed slept on the sofa that night. Today, considering he was the one unwell, he would endure it just for one night. After all, he was not his precious Lily. He didn't even have the right to share a bed. Alas, Liu Yuzhou found it difficult to sleep soundly, burdened as he was with responsibilities. Having previously dealt with one when family elder was enough, now he had to care for a girlfriend who was wholly devoted to him. If he failed to look after her properly, he would have to answer for it. Once when Jingbai fell asleep, he decided to open his phone and play some games. Otherwise, if they both fell asleep, no one would notice if he had a fever. What if he ended up delirious? With a waning interest, he tapped on the screen and unexpectedly noticed the girl from the skiing trip was also online. A smile tugged at his lips. At least he had someone to keep him company through the night. His spirits lifted a little, making the sofa seem less of a burden. When Jingbai woke the next day, he felt significantly better, his body free of discomfort. Glancing over at the sofa, he saw Liu Yuzhou sleeping soundly, like a pig, deep in slumber. Who had claimed that the sofa was unfit for sleeping. After getting out of bed, he approached the sofa and casually pulled up the fallen blanket before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Wen Luan, preoccupied with her thoughts, had also slept uneasily and woke up early before her alarm rang. After getting ready, she sent a message to Wen Jingbai. "Are you awake? Boyfriend? Millimeter, have you gotten up?" Wen Luan sad smiley, "I'm all set. Are you feeling better today?" Boyfriend sad smiley, "I'm fine now, don't worry." In that moment, her concerns vanished into thin air. Boyfriend sad smiley, "Now that you're ready, let us head out. Make sure to sleep early tonight and catch up on rest." Wen Jingbai was now aware that she needed more sleep. Given that they were up so early, she likely hadn't rested enough. On their way back, Liu Yuzhou was originally supposed to drive, but noticing his exhausted appearance, Wen Jingbai kindly suggested he rest in the back seat while he took on the role of the diligent driver. Hastily, they arrived at Jing University just before ten. Liu Yuzhou, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stifled a yawn and discreetly slipped away. Wen Luan unbuckled her seatbelt and, before getting out, asked, "Are you sure you're feeling all right?" Wen Jingbai nodded in response. "Would you like to check? Check where?" Wen Luan's immediate thought was this. After a moment, realization dawned upon her that he was referring to his forehead. Suddenly, Wen Jingbai pulled her close, his voice laced with laughter. "Baby, what are you thinking about? Why is your face turning red?" "Nothing, I wasn't thinking anything." She instinctively denied it, gently trying to extricate herself. "I need to get to school." Wen Jingbai tightened his embrace. "Have you forgotten something?" Wen Luan's expression turned blank as she blinked, genuinely unable to recall, and shook her head gently. Wen Jingbai clicked his tongue and decided to show her with actions. He pulled her closer, making her feel as though she was nearly sprawled across him. He closed his dark, deep-set eyes and pressed his lips down, his breath warm and teasing. "Close your eyes." Wen Luan obediently shut her eyes, her arms instinctively wrapping around his shoulders. Moments later, he reluctantly released her. "You can go in now." As he spoke, his fingertips lightly brushed against her supple lips. Wen Luan instinctively asked, "What about you?" Wen Jingbai chuckled, "I'm heading back to the office." Wen Luan frowned slightly, concerned words escaping her lips. "You've just recovered, you shouldn't overexert yourself, understand?" Wen Jingbai remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, his eyes glimmering with mirth. The morning sunlight illuminated him, making him appear exceptionally radiant. Wen Luan felt momentarily dizzy from the brightness, confused by his playful expression. Wen Jingbai opened his phone and showed her the time. Wen Luan's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "This is all your fault, I'm going to be late." If he hadn't kissed her so thoroughly, she wouldn't have forgotten she was in a rush. Saying that, she hurriedly exited the car. Behind her, a low chuckle echoed, filled with affectionate indulgence. After classes in the afternoon, Shen Jinan mentioned she had plans and could not join for lunch. Wen Luan smiled. "Go on and take care of your lifelong affair." Shen Jinan winked playfully. "So, are you going to find Jingbai Ji?" No sooner had Shen Jinan spoken than her phone rang. She glanced at it, her smile deepening. "I have to go now." Once Shen Jinan left, Wen Luan stood there contemplating. Finding merit in her suggestion, she opened her phone and navigated to the pinned chat. "Are you off work yet? Boyfriend?" "Not yet, I'm working overtime today." "Is everyone working late?" On the other end, having just finished a video conference, when Jingbai glanced at his phone screen, baby sad smiley, "Is everyone working late?" Unable to suppress a smile, he thought, is there a hidden meaning in this? Instead of replying, he directly called her. After sending the message, Wen Luan waited with a mix of anticipation and anxiety for a response. Suddenly, her boyfriend's call came through. Her expression remained calm, but she couldn't hide the joy bubbling within. "Hello," her voice was sweet as honey. "Missing me?" When Jingbai was never one for subtlety, Wen Luan felt a pang of embarrassment at being so openly exposed, yet she replied earnestly. Millimeter. A deep, soft chuckle resonated through the receiver, sending a delightful shiver from her ears to her heart. When Jingbai's voice was rich with mirth, "Since you miss me, how about considering coming to have dinner with your boyfriend? After a pause, he added in a teasing tone, after all, your boyfriend misses you too. When Luan finally understood the meaning behind a phrase, her heart felt as sweet as honey. It was no exaggeration. She softly replied, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, she didn't even return to her dorm, grabbing her bag and heading straight. As she reached the school entrance, she happened to run into Ju Chen. Seeing her standing by the roadside, his car slowly came to a stop before her. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Wen Luan politely smiled and declined. No, thank you. I'm going to meet my boyfriend. I've already arranged a ride. Ju Chen's hopeful expression dimmed instantly. He hadn't anticipated that the typically aloof girl would suddenly be in a relationship. Recalling their earlier encounter in the neighborhood, he couldn't help but inquire, though it might be a bit presumptuous, is your boyfriend Wen Jingbai? He expected a denial or a vague response, but to his surprise, the usually composed girl's eye sparkled with genuine joy upon hearing Wen Jingbai's name. It's him. Wen Luan herself was taken aback by her own openness and courage. It seemed she had subconsciously acknowledged him. Ju Chen quickly masked his disappointment and forced a smile. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Just as Wen Luan finished speaking, a car with the license plate she had arranged arrived. Nodding to Ju Chen, she turned and walked away. Ju Chen wanted to say something more, but she had already departed. When Wen Luan arrived at the building again, the security guard felt she looked somewhat familiar. Wen Luan initiated politely, Hello, I'm looking for Wen Jingbai. The guard immediately remembered her as the girl who missed her. Wen had personally instructed to be escorted upstairs. Unable to suppress his musings, he wondered if she might be the future boss's wife. Considering that possibility, his usually stern expression softened into a smile. Boss's wife, this way, please. He respectfully escorted her to the elevator and pressed the button for her floor. Once she entered the office, she relayed this incident to Wen Jingbai. Wen Jingbai chuckled, I'll give him a raise tomorrow. Wen Luan shot him a playful glare. Why are you joining in on the jest? Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow. Am I? On a nearby desk in the office, a takeout box was waiting, delivered in advance. After they finished their meal, Wen Jingbai suggested she sit for a while, promising to drive her back to school once he was done with his work. Wen Luan recalled that Shen Jianan had mentioned earlier that she wouldn't be returning to the dormitory that night. Heat crept to her cheeks, and just before he stood up, she quietly murmured, You don't have to take me back to school. Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow, unsure of her meaning, whether she meant he needn't drive her home or that she didn't need to return to the dorm. He gazed at her flushed face and suddenly understood. Baby, do you know what you're saying? Wen Luan realized he understood and chose not to answer. Instead, she leaned closer and initiated a kiss on his lips. Wen Jingbai turned his head slightly, grasping the nape of her neck, teasing, Kiss later. Let us clarify things first. Wen Luan puffed out her cheeks, evading his mischievous hands, her tone shy. Could you stop asking? Wen Jingbai's lips curled into a smile as he leaned closer to her ear, his voice playful yet wicked. Baby, is this an addiction? Chapter 77, Baby, where are you looking? He said he was addicted. Wen Luan herself could not fathom why she understood it instantly. Her mind suddenly recalled that night, yet, she merely wished to be a bit more intimate with him. His words made her feel as if she were some sort of lewd woman. She wanted to ignore him, pretending she hadn't heard. When Jingbai spoke again, his carefree demeanor momentarily replaced by a hint of seriousness. Have you made up your mind? Speak only when you are sure. I grant you this one opportunity. Wen Luan found him exceedingly vexing. Who continuously asks like that? Unable to contain her irritation, she retorted, If you're unwilling, then so be it. She had mustered her courage with great difficulty. After speaking, she intended to rise, but unexpectedly, he swept her up in his arms. A deep, magnetic chuckle resonated above her, his tone both affectionate and teasing. Did I say I was unwilling? Just throwing a tantrum. As he carried her out of the office, she hurriedly protested, You haven't finished your work. Tomorrow. No matter how significant the matter, it paled in comparison to this moment. His heart was set on it, his plans had long been in motion. The elevator descended straight to the underground parking lot. The security guard at the entrance watched as the boss's car exited the garage, pondering, so the boss's wife had come to pick him up after work. When Jingbai remained silent, speeding towards his apartment at the maximum allowable speed, Wenluan found the sudden quiet uncomfortable and attempted to break the silence. "Are you completely recovered?" Upon hearing her uncertain inquiry, Wen Jingbai lightly tapped the steering wheel with his long fingers and asked in a low voice, "Baby, are you questioning me?" Wenluan bit her lip, diverting her gaze to the window, trying to conceal her concern. "I'm just worried about your health." Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Once they arrived at the community, instead of heading straight upstairs, he took her into the neighborhood supermarket. Wenluan felt a bit uneasy about what might transpire later and sought to change the subject. "Are you going to buy something?" When Jingbai glanced at her, raising an eye, without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I'll choose what I like." Wenluan acknowledged this with an "oh," and without further thought, made her way to the snack aisle. She typically did not indulge in snacks, but recalling how empty his refrigerator had been during her last visit, she decided to purchase some bread and fruit. After selecting her items, she found Wen Jingbai waiting for her at the checkout. As she approached, he naturally took the items from her hands. Noticing his empty hands, she couldn't help but ask, "Didn't he buy anything?" He smiled faintly. "I'll wait for you outside. I'll handle the payment." Wenluan initially intended to wait for him, but upon seeing his gaze fixed on a nearby shelf, she hurriedly exited the supermarket. It turned out that what he liked was. In the spacious, bright elevator, they stood side by side. From the mirrored surface, she could see the tips of her ears turning red. She raised a hand to touch them. "It seems a bit warm in here." When Jingbai met her gaze in the mirror, his expression calm, smiling with an enigmatic charm. As the elevator door slid open, Wenluan dashed out as if fleeing, while Wen Jingbai sauntered leisurely behind her. Upon entering, he bent down to retrieve a pair of small white slippers from the shoe cabinet. During the night spent at her grandfather's house, he had prepared her size. After seeing her barefoot post-shower. He crouched down to remove her shoes. Wenluan instinctively stepped back. "No need, I can do it myself." Wen Jingbai chuckled softly, not insisting, and changed into his own slippers. Once Wenluan took her time changing into her shoes, she noticed Wen Jingbai had entered the bedroom with something. He soon emerged. "Make yourself comfortable," he said casually. Although they had been almost completely open with each other, his tone now seemed rather formal, making Wenluan feel somewhat constrained. She placed her bag on the sofa and sat beside it. Wen Jingbai did not approach her but instead walked to the liquor cabinet to retrieve a bottle of wine. After opening it, he took 2 glasses and ambled back to the sofa. "Would you like a drink?" Wenluan hadn't seen this side of Wen Jingbai in quite some time. From the moment he pursued her until they established their relationship, he had always been flirtatious and indulgent. At this moment, he had reverted to that languid, carefree demeanor reminiscent of their first meeting. Wenluan felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She regretted coming over tonight. Recalling a saying, emboldened by the prospect of alcohol, she suggested, "How about just a little?" Wen Jingbai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Instead of sitting next to her, he settled onto the opposite sofa, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. After filling both glasses, he extended one towards her with his long, pale fingers. As she accepted it, their fingertips brushed, causing her to shiver slightly. Wenluan felt the air grow thinner. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard, raising the glass to her lips and taking a few delicate sips. It slid down her throat smoothly, with a hint of sweetness reminiscent of fermented fruit. Observing her timid and unsuspecting demeanor, Wen Jingbai's smile deepened. She was oblivious, but he knew that the wine was mild and would help relax her weary body. Yet, for her, it was sufficient to induce a slight intoxication. Remembering her previous anxiety, he resolved to alleviate it in this way. Moreover, he had mentioned that he would grant her only one chance to retract her words. Wenluan sensed a burning gaze fixed upon her, unable to endure the intensity of that gaze and the unfamiliar, perilous atmosphere in the air. She hesitated before finally mustering the courage to defy him, shyly asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wen Jingbai crossed his legs, lounging against the sofa, nonchalantly swirling the glass in his hand. With a teasing smile in his eyes, he countered, "Am I not allowed to look?" Wenluan felt a bit flustered by his assertive demeanor, forcing herself to maintain composure. "You shouldn't." Oh, he elongated his tone, his familiar smile finally resurfacing. "Then, how about a kiss?" His eyes sparkled with mischief. "Weren't you just about to kiss me?" Wenluan understood he was referring to their earlier encounter in the office. Yet, he had clearly rejected her then. "Didn't you say you didn't want to?" she retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "How would you know if you don't try?" Wen Jingbai replied, exuding confidence. Wenluan was perplexed. He had appeared eager in the office. Why, upon returning home, did he seem to toy with her like a cat with a mouse? "I don't want to kiss right now." It was absurd that he could dictate when to kiss. Wen Jingbai was unfazed, skepticism lacing his words. "Really?" He stood up and walked toward her, sensing danger as he approached. She instinctively rose, maintaining a safe distance. Wen Jingbai's low laughter echoed as he tilted his head back, downing the remaining wine in his glass, seemingly losing patience with the playful banter. "Shall I carry you?" Wenluan had initially prepared herself for this evening. Yet, his sudden return to his former aloofness made her feel uneasy. Noticing her indifference, Wen Jingbai raised an eyebrow. "Shall I carry you to the bathroom?" Without a second thought, she declined. "I can go by myself." Wen Jingbai gestured towards the bathroom with his eyes. In a rush, she escaped, closing the door behind her. Leaning against the glass door, she took a moment to steady her racing heart. This was the true Wen Jingbai, carefree, adept, and unapologetically domineering. As she willingly surrendered herself to him, he revealed his most authentic self. After leisurely finishing her shower, she suddenly realized there wasn't even a towel in the bathroom. Glancing at her discarded clothes, she abandoned the idea of putting on wet garments. Tentatively, she cracked the door open and raised her voice slightly to call out to the man in the living room. No response came. Wenluan opened the door a bit wider, her damp hair peeking out. It was then she discovered the living room was completely empty. Just as she was about to panic, a deep and melodious voice interrupted. "What are you looking for?" Instinctively, she turned to the source of the voice, only to find Wen Jingbai approaching, his upper body bare, showcasing his sculpted physique. Water droplets cascaded from his hair to his chest, tracing a path along his alluring physique. Before she could react, her hand gripping the bathroom door was seized, and she was pulled out, their bodies pressing together, igniting an instant heat. Wen Jingbai's strong arm encircled her slender waist, his gaze dark and inscrutable as he murmured, "Baby, where are you looking?" The vivid imagery, excitement coursed through her cheeks flushed. Chapter 78, Can You Look Away? Wenluan found herself at a loss, unsure of where to direct her gaze or where to place her hands. The room was suffused with warmth, bordering on the slightly oppressive, yet her voice trembled as she spoke. I'm looking for a bath towel." A muffled chuckle resonated above her, and she could hear the steady thrum of his heartbeat in her ear. After a moment's pause, he spoke enticingly. "The bath towel is right here." As he spoke, he entwined her delicate fingers around his waist and softly asked, "Do you want to use it? Then take it down yourself." Wenluan felt a rush of confusion, her fingers frozen in place. Take it down herself. If she was not mistaken, he was indeed wrapped in nothing more than a thin towel. There was no choice but to allow him to hold her. "Haven't you thought it through yet?" Wen Jingbai inquired with a hint of mischief. Wenluan detected the teasing undertone in his words and replied shyly, "You did that on purpose." "Yes, it was intentional," he responded unabashedly, showing no signs of embarrassment at being caught. "You truly wicked." Before she could finish her thought, he suddenly swept her off her feet. Wenluan found herself fully exposed to his view. To avoid a direct encounter, she clung tightly to him, attempting to use his body as a shield. Wen Jingbai showed no objections, rather, he reveled in her closeness. He carried her back to the bedroom, placing her gently onto the large bed, and tucked her in with the duvet, saying, "Let me dry your hair." The bedroom was filled with the sultry melodies of a song, illuminated only by the soft glow of the bedside lamp. Wenluan felt a wave of embarrassment at the thought of what was to unfold and attempted to negotiate, pointing to the deep grey bathrobe draped over the small sofa. "Could you fetch that for me?" Wen Jingbai followed her gaze with a scoff. "What do you need that for? You'll just end up taking it off anyway." Seeing her attempt to negotiate fail, Wenluan clutched the duvet tightly, subtly wrapping herself tighter. A light laugh escaped Wen Jingbai's throat, as if mocking her futile effort. He retrieved a hairdryer and, without haste and lacking finesse, began to dry her hair. A few times, he accidentally tugged at her strands, eliciting soft sounds from her that made his heart race. Wen Jingbai disregarded gentleness or technique, hastily drying her hair before briefly attending to his own. He switched off the power and silenced the suggestive music. As he approached the bed, Wenluan instinctively shrank deeper into the covers. Once on the bed, he removed the towel with one hand, while Wenluan tightly shut her eyes. Moments later, she felt the duvet being pulled away, the warmth of his body enveloping her. Gradually, she sensed a slight dizziness and a languid softness in her limbs, yet her mind remained acutely aware. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes, meeting his deep, nakedly desiring gaze, and softly murmured, "Wen Jingbai, I think I'm a bit drunk." She appeared particularly vulnerable. With a sly smile gracing his crimson lips, he patiently guided her. "Do you know what we're doing?" Of course, she understood, nodding. He regarded her glistening eyes and gently articulated, "So you're not drunk, merely a touch tipsy, understand?" Millimeter. Wen Jingbai had never realized that Wenluan could be so docile, his long fingers tracing the contours of her face inch by inch. Under his captivating gaze, she felt her legs weaken. She opted to close her eyes. "Can you not look?" If they were to proceed, she could no longer withstand that fiery stare. Noticing her deliberate closure of eyes, Wen Jingbai slowly leaned down, his lips brushing against her soft petals. Their lips melded, eliciting a soft moan from her, but the kiss did not cease there. It traveled to her neck and collarbone, gradually descending. Wenluan felt engulfed in a sea of overwhelming sensations, her body turning to a puddle of softness, her mind a haze, clinging tightly to the only semblance of safety. A sudden pang of pain caused her to gasp, and in that moment of chaotic passion, Wen Jingbai regained a fleeting sense of composure, preparing to soothe her, only to be bitten sharply on the shoulder. The sudden jolt of sensation shattered his restraint, and his patience evaporated. Wenluan's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression pitiful and endearing as she cried, "You promised I could sleep early tonight." Wen Jingbai leaned down, kissing away the tears at the corners of her eyes, softly coaxing, "Darling, just call me husband, and I'll let you sleep soon." Wenluan felt a twinge of disbelief but found herself unable to resist, the words slipping from her lips. "Hughes band," the two syllables came out tinged with a broken sob. The moment they escaped her mouth, she regretted it. In the latter part of the night, Wenluan curled up on the small sofa, wrapped in a blanket. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, her eyelids barely able to stay open as Wen Jingbai changed the sheets and gently placed her back onto the bed after her shower. Observing her weariness, Wen Jingbai felt a softness in his heart, mingled with tenderness, and he kissed her forehead, murmuring, "Darling, I am sorry, I couldn't resist." It was not merely a moment of weakness, she could only recall how the person who always pampered her had lost control that night, regardless of her tearful pleas, unable to stop himself, persistently indulging her. Too fatigued to resist, she turned over, drifting into a deep slumber, murmuring just before succumbing to dreams, "Wen Jingbai, remember to wake me in the morning." Wen Jingbai's voice was laced with satisfied affection as he replied softly, "All right." Despite knowing she was already asleep, he still complied. Watching the girl slip into a deep slumber, he rose quietly, wrapping himself in a bathrobe, retrieving a long-neglected pack of cigarettes from the cabinet, and stepping onto the balcony with a lighter in hand. The flickering crimson light illuminated the night outside as he inhaled deeply, releasing smoke rings into the air. It seemed this was the only way to calm his racing heart. After finishing a cigarette and allowing the scent to dissipate, he returned to the bedroom, waiting until he felt slightly warmer before shedding the bathrobe and pulling back the covers to embrace her soft form once more. Having only briefly closed his eyes, he awoke before dawn, the sky still dark, the body nestled against him stirred, and Wen Jingbai brushed aside her tousled hair, leaning down to kiss her delicate neck. Wenluan let out a soft hum, a sign of her displeasure at being disturbed, prompting a light laugh from him. Reveling in her deep slumber. He moved quietly to the side, picking up his phone to make a call. "Uncle Chen, sorry to bother you. Please have the kitchen prepare some soup to be delivered to my apartment before 9. "All right, no problem." After a moment's thought, he added, don't mention it to my grandfather." This time, there was no response, only a faint chuckle. When Jingbai understood that saying more was pointless, so he hung up, the butler, Uncle Chen, glanced at the still dark sky outside. Due to band, he rose to summon the kitchen staff. After hanging up, when Jingbai called his assistant, "Please bring a set of women's clothing to my apartment before 9. I'll text you the size and address shortly." Turning to glance at the slumbering girl, he noted the constellation of marks adorning her neck and back, adding, "Also, grab a scarf." The assistant, still groggy from sleep, was abruptly cut off, his mind slowly awakening to the shock of the request. Just yesterday afternoon, he had been accompanying the boss on overtime when he suddenly received a call to leave early. Though puzzled, the good news of not having to work late was enough to hasten his departure from the office. Little did he expect to be tasked with delivering women's clothing to the boss's residence early in the morning. The assistant couldn't shake the feeling that he was privy to some monumental secret. Chapter 79, "My dear, shall we return home tonight?" After when Jingbai hung up the phone, his gaze lingered on her exposed fair skin, his eyes dimmed involuntarily. The previous night had marked the beginning of their youthful exploration, yet men possess an innate talent in such matters, leading to his repeated loss of control until he was utterly spent. Striding over to the bedside, he noticed scattered boxes on the floor, picking up those he deemed useful to place in the drawer of the bedside table, while discarding the ordinary ones into the trash. Once in bed, he turned her body to face him, and when Luan nestled closer to the warmth, when Jingbai was delighted by this gesture, occasionally caressing her ear, gently stroking her back, or planting soft kisses on her cheek. At 8:30, old Shen dutifully set forth with the packaged soup, just as when Jinhua emerged from the bedroom, observing the puzzled expression on his face, old Shen smiled and offered an explanation. "This is the soup that the young master asked me to deliver to him." When Jinhua scoffed lightly, "It's not for him." "Who do you think you're fooling? It's definitely for my granddaughter-in-law." He glanced at the breakfast neatly arranged on the dining table, gesturing, "Pack some more food to take along." He knew his grandson all too well, who was not one to lift a finger in the kitchen. Merely drinking soup wouldn't suffice. He could not let his granddaughter-in-law miss out. Old Shen chuckled softly, and once the kitchen had finished packing, he hurriedly departed, ever mindful of the young master's instruction to deliver it before 9. Upon entering the elevator, he encountered an assistant who had come to deliver clothes. Both were acutely aware of the situation yet maintained a silent understanding. Old Chen deliberately recalled the instruction not to ring the doorbell. Calmly, he took out his phone and dialed, when Jingbai had already set his call notifications to vibrate the previous night. Upon hearing the buzzing sound, he glanced at the caller ID disinterestedly, hung up, and attempted to rise. When Luan, however, tightened her grip on his other arm, treating it as her plush pillow. He smirked slightly, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Darling, loosen your grip a bit, we'll embrace again shortly." Uncertain whether she was half asleep or half awake, when Luan obediently relaxed her hold. When Jingbai gently tousled her hair before getting up, outside, old Chen and the assistant remained silent, patiently awaiting their cue. After a while, the living room door opened, revealing the casually draped man in a bathrobe, who leisurely invited them in. Once the items were set down, both men, understanding the unspoken rules, exited the living room, ensuring the door was closed behind them as they departed. Given his age and experience, coupled with prior knowledge, old Shen remained composed upon seeing Wen Jingbai's satisfied demeanor. However, he could not suppress a wave of inner contentment. It appeared the old master's wish to cradle a great-grandchild had drawn significantly closer. The young assistant, however, was not as composed. Unable to contain a sense of wonder, he observed how the usually aloof Wen, in the company of family, exhibited such abandon. His keen eyesight did not miss the unintentional marks adorning Wen Jingbai's shoulder. Returning to the bedroom, when Jingbai climbed back onto the bed, playfully nibbling on the young woman, attempting to rouse her from slumber, when Luan, tickled by his antics, blinked her sleep-filled eyes open, noticing the room had brightened. Her voice, still hoarse from sleep, inquired, "Is it time to get up?" When Jingbai found it amusing, his beloved truly had an admirable routine. Though she relished her slumber, she was not one to linger excessively, rising promptly at the appointed hour. He recalled their first meeting when Shin Jinan mentioned she was a good student, unlike the rest of them. With a soft gaze, his voice laced with affection, he replied, shall we get dressed first? Upon hearing the mention of clothing, Wenluan suddenly realized her current state of undress. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her ears to flush a deep crimson. Awkwardly, she turned her head away. You should wait outside. When Jingbai gently turned her face back to meet his gaze, why? We've seen what needs to be seen, no need to be shy. Wenluan shot him an embarrassed glare. She could not comprehend how he could speak of such matters so unabashedly, embellishing his words with a suggestive tone. When Jingbai pinched her warm cheek, after expending so much energy last night, do you still have the strength? Behave, and I'll assist you, he said, retrieving her clothes and lifting the covers. Seeing his calm demeanor, Wenluan ceased her hesitance and complied, allowing him to help her. Internally, she mused on his domineering nature. As he assisted her, the loosely tied rope slipped open inadvertently. Wenluan caught a glimpse of his well-defined abdominal muscles, recalling the vigor of the previous night, and could not resist poking one firm area with her delicate fingertip. His strong hand swiftly clasped her slender fingers, and a low, magnetic voice vibrated through the air. What are you poking at? Is it that you wish to remain in bed? Startled by his warning, she instinctively shrank back, when Jingbai chuckled, a deep rumble emanating from his chest. So timid, yet you dare to provoke me. I did not, she retorted without a second thought. She was merely curious. By the time Wenluan arrived at the classroom, Shin Jinan was already present. Upon seeing her, she waved her hand. Wenluan only realized she was blushing once she seated herself. The classroom was warm, yet she still wore a thin scarf. Unable to remove it, she gently tugged at it, attempting to cool down. Shin Jinan, puzzled, approached, only to discover a multitude of red marks adorning Wenluan's neck. Her eyes widened in shock, and after stifling her urge to speak, she finally blurted out, Li, you should let Jingbai behave like a proper gentleman. Wenluan instantly grasped the source of her gaze and calmly secured her scarf, retrieving a small mirror from Shin Jianan's belongings, offering it to her. Why don't you take a look here? She pointed to her neck. Shin Jianan, confused but obedient, accepted the mirror. As she glanced at her neck, an unmistakable hickey caught her eye, igniting an uncontainable fury within her. Damn Jinqi, she seethed, realizing he had taken advantage of her while she slept. Resolute, she decided that should he attempt to charm her again tonight, she would not visit his home. Wenluan could not help but chuckle at Shin Jianan's flustered expression. Hearing her soft laughter, Shin Jianan playfully teased, look at you, learning to mock others just like Jingbai. Wenluan quickly raised her hands in surrender. I was wrong. Stop, class is starting. Only when Shin Jianan heard the announcement did she relent, releasing Wenluan while also reminding her to discuss their dinner plans for later. However, plans are often subject to change. Before the afternoon class had concluded, Wenluan felt her phone vibrate. Stealing a glance, she saw a message from her boyfriend. Sad smiley. What do you want for lunch? Wenluan replied, I've already made plans with Jianan. You can eat by yourself. Upon reading his girlfriend's response, when Jingbai clicked his tongue in mild irritation, he promptly called Jinqi, cutting straight to the chase. Where has your charm gone? Jinqi, bemused, chuckled lazily. Jing, what have I done to offend you? When Jingbai replied, his tone laced with annoyance, does your fiancé not cling to you all day? He insisted, I don't care what methods you employ. Make sure to take Shin Jianan away this afternoon. Jinqi instantly understood, unable to suppress his laughter. I'll do my best. He had planned to pick her up later that evening, so this arrangement worked perfectly. Shin Jianan opened her vibrating phone and read the message, baby, I'll pick you up after class, you know the consequences if you refuse. Her ears flushed crimson at his words, brimming with indignation. Yet, the thought of his relentless teasing quelled her rebellious spirit. She tugged at Wenluan's sleeve, whispering, Li, let us postpone our dinner plans, I have something urgent to attend to. Wenluan blinked in suspicion, yet understanding, nodded her head. However, a sense of unease lingered within her. It was only after class that she discovered the reason behind her unease. As she stepped out of the classroom, her boyfriend's call came through, and she answered casually. Darling, meet me at the school gate. Recalling his misbehavior from the previous night, she instinctively refused. No, I've made plans with Jianan. His low laughter echoed through the receiver. Little liar, when did you learn to spin tales? In that instant, Wenluan realized the source of her inexplicable feelings. Her suspicion spilled forth. Did you trick Jianan into leaving? When Jingbai neither confirmed nor denied but instead transitioned to the real matter at hand, his voice sultry and enticing. Darling, shall we return home tonight? Chapter 80. Responsible or not, when Jingbai sensed her hesitation and realized he had been rather harsh on the young girl last night, causing a softening in his heart, with a voice laced with a deep chuckle, he said, I won't tease you tonight. How about I let you sleep early? Really? Wenluan harbored doubts regarding his sincerity on this matter. Indeed. His smile deepened, and he coaxed gently, shall we go eat at that hot pot place you adore? The mere mention of hot pot instantly stirred Wenluan's appetite. Deciding to trust him once more, she replied, then wait for me a moment, I'll be right out. After hanging up the phone, when Jingbai raised an eyebrow, was his charm not as compelling as hot pot? Once in the car, noticing her flushed cheeks, he reached to loosen her scarf. However, her delicate fingers halted his action as she playfully chided, don't take it off. The glaring marks on her neck and collarbone incessantly reminded them both of the previous night's fervor. Don't worry, it's just the two of us in the car. It's perfectly fine. With that, he gently pried her fingers away and unwrapped the scarf. The lingering marks were immediately exposed, causing Wen Jingbai's gaze to darken slightly as he brushed one with his fingertip, his tone laced with remorse. I'll be more careful next time. Wenluan's skin was incredibly tender, and he had not anticipated such conspicuous marks would be left behind. Seeing the genuine regret and tenderness in his expression, the vague embarrassment in her heart dissipated significantly. She softly replied, I'm not upset with you. At her words, Wen Jingbai turned his attention to her beautiful, dark eyes, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Darling, your softness makes me unable to resist teasing you. Wenluan bit her lip and shot him a glare, lightly swatting away his teasing hand on her neck. You just said you wouldn't, she began, but her voice trailed off. She still felt a lingering discomfort from earlier that day. And besides, I'm still a bit unwell. Wen Jingbai was evidently surprised that, even after a day, she hadn't fully recovered. Instantly suppressing his playful intentions, he suddenly inquired, can you handle spicy food? Wenluan nodded, I can, then awkwardly turned her head away. It has nothing to do with being able to eat spicy. Wen Jingbai understood and playfully pinched her cheek, a patronizing smile gracing his face. All right, my princess, let us set off. The evening sun cast a warm glow inside the car, and though Wenluan sat quietly, a slow sweetness began to blossom in her heart. The vehicle drove directly to the hot pot restaurant they had first visited together. This time, as it was a weekday, the establishment was relatively quiet. The proprietress, spotting the couple holding hands, greeted them with a knowing smile. Looking at Wenluan, she asked in a familiar tone, would you like to sit in the hall or in a private room? Wenluan felt indifferent and instinctively glanced at the person beside her. Wen Jingbai met her questioning gaze and replied, let us go with the private room. The attentive waitress promptly led them to their table, and when the dishes arrived, it was the same familiar aunt from last time. Upon seeing Wenluan, her tone was warm, little girl, it's been a while since we've seen you. Her gaze then shifted to Wen Jingbai, her smile broadening, isn't this the young man who came with you last time? Wenluan smiled back, I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't had a chance to come. After placing the dishes on the table, the aunt couldn't help but tease upon seeing the couple's evidently closer demeanor, are you two dating? Just as Wenluan was about to respond, Wen Jingbai suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulder and, looking at the curious aunt, smiled, yes, I'm her boyfriend. He seemed to be asserting his identity, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. The aunt instantly understood, recalling how the young girl had referred to him as her senior last time. She hadn't expected them to become a couple so swiftly, feeling a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a parent watching their child grow up. Congratulations to you both. I always thought you two were a perfect match, it would be a pity not to be together. Wenluan beamed sweetly, while Wen Jingbai appreciated the compliment, responding with added politeness, "Thank you, auntie." Once they were alone in the private room, Wen Jingbai released her shoulder, saying, "Junia, now everyone knows I'm yours. You must be responsible for me." Wen Luan was amused by his serious demeanor. "What are you doing?" she questioned, suddenly being addressed as Junia. That term now carried an ambiguous undertone that she couldn't quite articulate. When Jingbai lifted her chin with his hand, their eyes met, and he leaned in to lightly kiss her soft lips, pulling away almost instantly, feigning a threat, "Responsible or not?" Wen Luan's beautiful brows and eyes sparkled with laughter. "You must take responsibility." Only then did Wen Jingbai seem satisfied enough to let her go, assuming the role of a server. Watching as most of the ingredients cooked in the spicy broth, Wen Luan couldn't help but speak up, "You should also cook some in the 3-flavor soup." When Jingbai didn't pause in his movements as he served her, "It's most important for my darling to eat well. You need to gain some weight." For some reason, Wen Luan's thoughts wandered, recalling what he had said the previous night during their passionate encounter, "Darling, your waist is so slender." In truth, she had always had a decent appetite, but perhaps she had inherited Su Ruyan's genes, making it difficult to gain weight no matter how much she ate. Suddenly, her phone on the table rang. Following the sound, she noticed the screen illuminated with a still from their time at the equestrian club. When Jingbai glanced at the caller ID, finishing what he was doing before casually answering the call. "Is there something you need?" Wen Luan could only vaguely hear a pleasant male voice on the other end, one that seemed somewhat familiar, though she couldn't pinpoint where she had heard it before. "It's not a good time," he replied tersely. After the other party said something, he cast a sidelong glance at Wen Luan, his demeanor lightening. "All right, understood." After hanging up, he met Wen Luan's curious gaze and chuckled, "After we finish eating, I'll take you to meet someone." "Who?" "My cousin." "Cousin?" Wen Luan had a vague recollection of him, having heard Lu Yuzhou mention him during their visit to the hot spring resort. "Is it the cousin from the hot spring resort?" "Yes, the very same." He raised an eyebrow. "How did you know?" Wen Luan replied honestly, "I heard Lu Yuzhou mention him." After a moment of contemplation, she voiced her confusion, "But at the fence courtyard, you said he was your friend." When Jingbai chuckled softly, "In my heart, he is more like a close friend than a brother." Meanwhile, on the other side, in a lounge where he was idly passing time, Jingyang suddenly felt a surge of interest. Having tried several times to meet Wen Jingbai without success, he had previously used "busy" as an excuse to evade. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to fabricate an excuse, merely stating it was inconvenient. It was only when he took the initiative to suggest meeting his younger sibling that he had expected to be declined, yet surprisingly, it was accepted. This caught him off guard. He hadn't anticipated Wen Jingbai would genuinely be willing to bring her out. He had thought he would keep her hidden away. Recalling the precious manner in which his cousin had spoken on the phone last time, he glanced at the smoke-filled private room and couldn't resist reminding, "Don't smoke. Our Jing will be coming soon." Some of Jing Yang's friends were also familiar with Wen Jingbai. One of them chuckled, "Our Jing coming to smoke with us isn't a conflict?" Jing Yang's smile was inscrutable as he replied, "And my yet-to-meet younger sibling."